Amidst the tumult of war, the border of the Land of Rain has been transformed into a veritable hell on Earth that, in the 37th year of the Hidden Leaf, the imbalance of development among the great nations has led to the rise of militant factions, igniting the flames of the Second Shinobi World War, the initial clash between the two principal antagonists, the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, has rapidly escalated into a fierce confrontation. Caught in the crossfire of these two mighty nations, the Land of Rain has inevitably become a battleground, even with Hanzo's formidable strength attempting to stave off the elite from both sides. The ninjas of Amage Cure find themselves powerless against the relentless assaults of the two great powers that, as consciousness gradually returns to him, Xue Ge attempts to open his eyes. He finds himself cradled in the arms of a ninja from Amage Cure, hastily fleeing through a marshy expanse of reeds. Surrounding them, hundreds of ninjas adorned with various headbands are engaged in fierce combat, their flamboyant jutsu soaring through the air, still disoriented from his recent awakening. Xue Ge ponders his current location, the nature of his predicament, and the identity of the person holding him. Had he not just met his demise? Thank goodness. You're alive. You're still alive, the Amage Cure ninja exclaims, seemingly relieved, though his frantic pace does not waver, as if pursued by unseen foes. The violent jostling stirs a wave of nausea within Xue Ge. Nausea? It dawns on him that he is being held. Wait, he surveys his body. A man in his 20s has inexplicably become a small child, the age indiscernible. Could it be that he has traversed into another realm? Gradually, the reality of his situation sinks in, accompanied by a sharp pang of pain that pierces his mind, prompting him to instinctively shield his eyes. A sticky substance coats his hands. When he lowers them, he is met with the shocking sight of blood. His left eye, gone. In his previous life, he had been a one-eyed man, yet he had failed to notice this significant loss until now. What is happening? He murmurs, bewildered. The sand and leaf are at Warrior Village has been destroyed. The ninja explains, I have yet to locate your parents, but given your condition, it is likely they are faring no better. Do not worry. I will take you to safety. Xue Ge raises his gaze to the ninja, who, noticing his stare, offers a reassuring smile. Do not fret. A searing pain erupted in Xue Ge's mind, compelling him to instinctively clutch his shoulder where a severed limb lay. What? Lowering his gaze, he discovered that one of his arms and a leg had mysteriously been severed. The wounds still fresh and gushing crimson. Fire release. Dragon flame technique. Wind release. Beast wave palm. Water release. Water fong bullet. A myriad of ninjutsu surged towards Xue Ge, momentarily startling him. Ignoring the agony, he plunged headlong into the ground. The techniques whizzed past him, hurtling toward the adversarial ninja. No one paid heed to this unfortunate child, inadvertently swept into the battlefield. Perhaps in the next heartbeat, he would be incinerated to ashes by a fire release. Xue Ge collapsed by the riverbank, not far from a vast lake where four figures engaged in fierce combat, while other ninjas seemed intent on avoiding this particular clash. Fire release, fireball jutsu, wind release, great breakthrough. Jiraiya and Orochimaru stood shoulder to shoulder, simultaneously forming hand seals, combining their swirling winds and the inferno of a colossal dragon, charging fiercely ahead. Water release, great waterfall technique. Danzo, wielding his scythe, charged across the lake's surface with ease, confronting the onslaught of ninjutsu with a series of swift hand seals, summoning tumultuous waves to crash against the dragon. Seeing this, Orochimaru and Jiraiya immediately retreated, while another silhouette had already circled behind Danzo. Tsunade unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Hanzo's forehead, but Danzo crossed his arms, a chain materializing to separate them. With a resounding thud, Danzo was propelled backward by the force of her strike, barely managing to regain his footing on the lake's surface. Yet again, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade regrouped. Hanzo's labored breaths escaped through his mask, cutting through the torrential downpour, rendering the relentless rain even more jarring. Danzo gradually straightened, deftly swinging his scythe. Ultimately, I have failed to thwart you two ninja villages, you reckless fools. He lifted his gaze to Jiraiya and his companions in the distance, letting out a weary sigh. Konoha, even the younger generation, had rallied together to challenge him. With such depth, what hope did Amage Cure have in safeguarding its realm? Only he stood alone. I shall save this nation. Hanzo gripped his scythe fiercely. The war in the land of rain must come to an end. How intriguing. The disciples of the third Hokage are quite fascinating. Hanzo's eye sharpened. He twirled his scythe, and in the next instant, a colossal salamander erupted from the lake. Oh, will you truly believe you can defeat me? Chio could not best me. You are still unworthy. If Konoha desires a piece of Amage Cure, let the third Hokage come himself. The torrential rain ceased, a suffocating aura radiating from Hanzo, sending uniform ripples across the entire lake's surface. Gradually converging into a raging wave, it surged toward the three individuals. Prepare yourselves, I'm coming in. Help! Help me! The tumultuous battlefield did not captivate Xue Ge, rather, it compelled him to desperately distance himself from the fray. He found himself in a place where all ninjas deliberately avoided. Lingering at the edge, she was not so oblivious, struggling to call for assistance. His voice was swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of explosions, the howling wind, and the relentless rain. Blood drained rapidly from his body, and Xue Ge realized he could not endure for much longer. Where exactly was this place? Who were these individuals engaged in combat? That person had referred to them as ninjas? The emblems on the gleaming headbands were all distinct, suggesting they were roughly divided into three factions. Which side did he belong to? A wave of dizziness washed over him. Xue Ge was acutely aware that his face must have turned ashen, the loss of blood occurring at a far swifter rate than he had anticipated. He was oblivious to his whereabouts, the current state of affairs, and even to his own identity, yet one thing was abundantly clear: needed help. Otherwise, he would perish. What to do? What to do? He remained remarkably composed, as he always did. Especially in such moments, Xue Ge understood the paramount importance of maintaining his composure. He struggled to rise, only to collapse back onto the groove. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A tremendous sense of oppression emanated from behind Xue Ge, compelling him to involuntarily bow his body. An invisible wave swept over his head, obliterating the flames that surged toward him, and then, with unrelenting force, shattered a nearby ninja into fragments. Stunned by the sight of a living being torn apart, Xue Ge stood in astonishment. Whoosh! A middle-aged man flashed past him. Xue Ge turned to look. The man was the one who had just unleashed the wind technique, his chin marked with intersecting scars. The individual seemed oblivious to Xue Ge, as his earlier act of saving him appeared to be merely incidental. Having only run a short distance, the middle-aged man abruptly halted. Following his line of sight, an elderly woman had positioned herself before him. Danzo, the woman squinted, her tone somewhat grave. It has been a long time since the last Ninja World War. I did not expect our first meeting to occur under such circumstances. Indeed. It had been quite a while, Chio. The man referred to as Danzo snorted dismissively, then ceased further discourse, drawing a kunai from his sleeve and launching himself toward Chio. Xue Ge observed as Chio's hands glided through the air, summoning two puppets that were unmistakably not human, which surged toward Danzo from either side. What kind of world have I found myself in? Xue Ge had never watched Naruto in his previous life, merely aware of its existence as a popular manga. The unfolding events clearly transcended the comprehension of an ordinary person from a materialistic world. However, Xue Ge had no time to marvel at the wonders of this realm. He was not only dizzy but also felt a creeping darkness enveloping his vision. Setting aside the battle between those formidable figures, he glanced left and right, desperately searching for something to staunch the bleeding. There were no bandages, and tearing strips from his clothing would be a daunting task for someone with a severed arm. There was no other option. Gritting his teeth, Xue Ge turned his gaze towards the raging flames consuming a nearby corpse. Cautiously glancing around to ensure the ongoing battle would not encroach upon him, he painstakingly crawled to the edge of the fire, pressing the massive wounds on his shoulder and hip into the flames. Ugh, ugh, ah. The pain caused his entire body to tremble, his teeth biting through his lips, and beads of sweat cascaded down his pale forehead. Huff. After a while, he Fin-Ultiem, the leader of the organizations, observed as the rain and sand ninjas retreated, leaving behind a scene of devastation. A masked member of the Umbu approached him, bowing slightly as he inquired about the captured soldiers. Bring them all back to Konoha and confine them in the dungeons. Be cautious. There may still be talents among them that we require. TM waved his hand dismissively, and the Umbu nodded before swiftly retreating. With a sigh, TM surveyed the surroundings. The once vibrant marshlands were now ravaged, littered with corpses and flames. The ninjas of Konoha were methodically clearing the battlefield. This was troubling. The Rain ninjas were surprisingly tenacious. If the fighting continued in the land of Rain, the pressure on Konoha would only escalate. TM furrowed his brow, contemplating the current state of affairs. Iwagakure and Kirigakure were stirring restlessly, while Kumogakure remained quiet. Yet, he did not believe that the Raikage was oblivious to the unfolding situation. Never mind, he muttered to himself. With that monkey as Hokage, these troublesome matters are his to ponder. He glanced at the distance, where Jiraiya and his companions were resting, lending each other support. The words of Hanzo echoed in his mind. The three legendary ninjas, he thought. Hisashi, you are indeed fortunate. TM shook his head in reflection, brushing off the dirt from his palms as he strolled toward the nearby river. As he approached the riverbank and bent down to wash his hands, he suddenly noticed something stirring beside a headless corpse in the distance. He raised an eyebrow, shaking the water from his hands as he turned to investigate. Xue Ge jolted awake from the darkness, feeling nauseous, cold, and with a throbbing headache that clouded his vision. In a panic, he fumbled around, inadvertently brushing against a nearby corpse. The icy, slick sensation of the hand froze him in place. After a moment, he slowly withdrew his hand, laboriously propping himself up. The dull ache from his severed limbs had not yet subsided, and as he moved, he could hear the sickening crunch of charred flesh and broken bones. The corpse beside him, though burned beyond recognition, bore remnants of clothing that seemed familiar. Was this the person who had once held him? A sharp, clear sound of a blade being drawn pierced the air. Xue Ge turned his gaze to see TM standing before him, having unsheathed a short dagger from behind. TM scrutinized him FO. Shiro. Shiro could barely discern what Danzo was saying, murmuring incoherently in his haze. Shiro? Do you have a family name? You're a commoner's child. So likely not. Danzo mused to himself. With that, he pressed the blade against Shiro's chest, its tip aimed directly at his heart. After a prolonged silence, Danzo spoke slowly. Kid, one final question. Do you want to live? Shiro nodded weakly. Good. Danzo abruptly withdrew the dagger, wiped it clean with practiced ease, and sheathed it. Shiro collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Danzo crouched down, lifting Shiro with an uncharacteristic awkwardness, examining the charred stumps at his shoulder and hip with a slight raise of his brow. He needed trustworthy subordinates, those he could mold entirely under his command. This wretched child had arrived at an opportune moment. A war orphan with no ties, no family. Broken in body and spirit. If he possessed even a shred of talent, he would be perfect. Moments ago, he had envied Hiruzen's prized disciples. And now fate had delivered this boy to him. Perhaps it was a shinobi's instinct, but Danzo sensed something lurking within this filthy, crippled child. A potential. A talent for killing. Whoosh, the sound of reeds rustling in the wind drew Danzo's gaze upward. A waterfowl startled into flight. Mizutori River. From now on, you shall be called Mizutorigawa Shiro. Click, clack. Shiro fumbled with the wooden prosthetic on his left arm, clumsily gripping a cup before carefully lifting it from the table and setting it back down. Nearly half a year had passed since Danzo retrieved him from the battlefield and brought him to Konoha. In these months, Shiro had learned much, his surroundings, the concept of the Hokage, the village of Konoha, and what it meant to be a shinobi. The initial unfamiliarity and unease had faded, replaced by a grim acceptance of life under Danzo's wing. Oppressive, yet secure. Moreover, he had awakened his chakra and received his wooden prosthetics, all thanks to Danzo. How is your condition? Can you operate the prosthetic properly? The door slid open, and a man in a flame-patterned mask strode in. Shiro rose unsteadily. Yes, though it's still difficult. This man, Shiro knew him only by his code name, Hamura, one of Danzo's subordinates. In these 6 months, Shiro had met Danzo only a handful of times. Most orders were relayed through Hamura. Rather than Danzo's ward, Shiro now felt more like Hamura's charge. Yes, a ward. Shiro didn't know what Danzo saw in him, but upon waking, he had learned that Danzo intended to take him as both disciple and adopted son. One cannot help but wonder what schemes the elder Danzo is concocting. His sudden actions have led the members of his faction's Umbu to believe that Yukigo is destined to inherit Danzo's position, hence they refer to him as the adopted son. If that is the case, then follow me, Yin declared, turning to depart. Yukigo, struggling to manipulate the chakra threads,
stumbled somewhat awkwardly in Yan's wake. The chakra threads proved challenging to control. Xue Ge found it difficult to exert fine precision, resulting in a rather clumsy and distorted form, though fortunately, it did not impede his basic movements. These prosthetics were reportedly crafted by someone under Danzo's command that can be controlled via chakra threads, akin to a puppet. However, the mastery required is significantly less demanding than that of a genuine puppet. Xue Ge recalled having encountered an authentic puppet master before that elder lady, Chio, seemed to possess such skills. One wonders how formidable she truly is. "This is your training schedule," Yin said, as he walked, producing a scroll from his sleeve and handing it to Xue Ge. Upon opening it, the contents nearly caused him to lose control of his prosthetic and stumble to the ground. From 2 a.m. to 11 a.m., chakra control training. From 11 a.m. to 4 p.m., physical conditioning. From 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., tactical training. From 8 p.m. to midnight, ninja tool throwing practice. Xue Ge's voice faltered, an unusual uncertainty creeping in. 2 hours for sleep? Is this a serious proposition? 2 hours. And not even enough for training breaks, let alone proper rest? In his previous life, he had maintained a healthy regimen. Sleeping only 2 hours each day, he shuddered to think of the mental state that would result from such deprivation. Indeed, Yin nodded matter-of-factly. What about mealtimes? There are none. Lord Danzo has arranged for you to have specially formulated soldier pills, which can be consumed in a minute. If your training intensity is insufficient, you may even gain weight. Soldier pills? The name suggests they are akin to meals. Are they similar to nutritional bars? What if I can't wake up? With me around, that won't be an issue. You will not find yourself unable to awaken, Yin reassured him. Moreover, do not fret. Lord Danzo has anticipated such matters. What has he anticipated? Xue Ge inquired, momentarily taken aback. Physical training involves running continuously around the village of Konoha. Aside from myself, there will be others among the Lord's subordinates to assist in monitoring your progress. You must keep moving without pause. If you require water, simply whistle. And tactical training consists of I will set up a series of traps, and you must find a way to navigate through them. Rest assured, there are no lethal traps. But injuries are inevitable. Is this a scheme to bring about my demise? Xue Ge's lips twitched slightly. Is this how you ninjas are trained? Of course not. Yin replied, a hint of amusement evident even behind his mask. The intensity of your training will be 2 to 3 times greater than our usual regimen. Then this you are the adopted son of that esteemed individual. Yin suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, lowering his voice. I have been assisting the elder for a considerable time. Allow me to be candid with you. While you may perceive the elder's attention as casual, it is, in fact, unprecedented. Perhaps it is due to your status as the chosen successor. The elder specifically sought out a puppeteer among the captives to craft prosthetic limbs for you. Recently, he has frequently visited Lord Orochimaru to finalize matters concerning you. Lord Orochimaru has promised Lord Danzo that he will provide you with specialized medications, ensuring your body remains intact while simultaneously accelerating your recovery and purging toxins from within. Ah, yes, the military provisions previously mentioned were also formulated by Lord Orochimaru. I have never witnessed Lord Danzo exhibit such concern for anyone before. Upon hearing Yen's earnest words, Xue Ge fell silent. So this was the origin of his prosthetics? Orochimaru. According to the descriptions from the Umbu, he seems to be a preeminent expert in biology. To be granted the same esteemed title as Danzo and to have him consult with Orochimaru is no trivial matter. It appears that Danzo has indeed invested significantly in Xue Ge. But why? Xue Ge could not comprehend what made him so exceptional. For half a year, he had not awakened any extraordinary abilities. This plan includes 15 subsequent modified plans. Once your training reaches a certain level, we shall revise your regimen. Several Umbu will assist in this endeavor. The training we have devised for you will span a minimum of 4 years. In the final phase of the plan, which reflects Lord Danzo's initial expectations for you, practical combat training will be incorporated. As for your opponents in these practical engagements, it will be I, and I shall also be your ultimate adversary. You must achieve my recognition as a competent successor within these 4 years. Do you understand? Xue Ge remained silent for a moment, letting out a soft sigh. Though it was said he could choose, in reality, he had no choice at all, nor did he require one. He found himself with but a singular path ahead. Moreover, what had he truly encountered? Who was the one that saved him in the beginning? Who was responsible for the death of that savior? Who severed his hands and feet? What manner of person was Danzo, and why did he place such importance on him? All these questions lingered in the obscured fog of uncertainty. Xue Ge yearned for answers but lacked the capacity to seek them. For a disabled child to survive was already a stroke of fortune. So he resolved to take each step as it came. Danzo knocked on the door of Orochimaru's laboratory. Behind him followed several umbu, each bearing a coffin upon their backs. The door opened, and a dozen individuals entered the research facility. The umbu silently placed the coffins in their designated spots before discreetly departing. Danzo strode purposefully into Orochimaru's lab. Inside, Orochimaru was concocting a semi-transparent blue liquid. "I have delivered the materials you requested, the second batch," Danzo stated, standing beside him. Orochimaru responded with a wry smile, setting down the test tube in his hand. "Have the items I requested been prepared?" "Certainly, they are ready, but..." Orochimaru cast a glance at Danzo, stating clearly that, in a certain sense, the hero's water is essentially a poison, albeit one whose toxic effects I have managed to mitigate. The original stimulating effect on chakra has been lost. While the remaining substance can significantly alleviate physical fatigue, it conversely leads to the accumulation of hidden injuries, accompanied by a persistent sensation of prickling pain. Unless someone expends considerable effort to heal him, your apprentice will, at best, attain the level of a Nin in his lifetime, and he is destined to perish before the age of 20. I lay this out plainly for you. You must understand. Very well, Danzo nodded without hesitation. A consumable with a 20-year lifespan is ample. Considering the time, there are still about 15 or 16 years left, sufficient for it to serve as an appropriate weapon. After that, Danzo would no longer need a disciple or confidant to solidify his position. Of course, if Yukigo can indeed demonstrate sufficient value, Danzo would not hesitate to procure medical ninjas for him. I will gather the subsequent materials in 5 installments. Our collaboration can continue, provided you offer me adequate compensation, Danzo murmured. Orochimaru smirked slightly. As long as you have needs. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru's serpentine gaze swept over Danzo. Does that little brat possess any special attributes? Custom-made medications, cultivated stem cells from his own cellular structure, and even the eyes of the Uchiha clan. This is hardly something you would do for a mere child. Furthermore, given the extent of your preparations, it is perplexing that you wish to treat him as mere expendable material. Danzo shot a sidelong glance at Orochimaru, snorting disdainfully. Do not inquire beyond what is necessary. We are merely engaged in a transactional relationship. Very well. Orochimaru let out a couple of cold, hollow laughs, then lowered his head to resume his work. Observing Orochimaru engrossed in his research, Danzo pondered for a moment before speaking. I will provide you with some cells from the first Hokage. Study their affinity with Yukigo's cells. Haha, are you intending to restart the artificial wood release project? That is acceptable. You need only supply me with the cells, Orochimaru retorted with a scoff. Once the umbu had securely positioned the coffin, Danzo and his entourage departed from Orochimaru's laboratory. When the umbu members dispersed to carry out their missions, Danzo strolled leisurely toward the Hokage Tower. The answers to Orochimaru's inquiries were crystal clear to Danzo, yet he could not disclose them to others. That fellow, Hisashi, has already sent several of his disciples into the battlefield, and he has repeatedly broached the subject of taking on apprentices. Danzo, a contemporary of Hisashi and hailing from a noble lineage, was well aware that many aspiring disciples were scions of other prominent families. Danzo did not wish to become a political pawn for these powerful clans. Hisashi could rely on the mighty Senju clan, but he could not. Compared to those born into noble families, Danzo found commoners more to his liking, yet unfortunately, none of the recent commoners had caught his eye. In light of this, let that somewhat intriguing young boy occupy this position, silencing others to sin in the process. Disability? It is of no consequence. In Danzo's eyes, a disabled child is no different from an ordinary one. If one is truly a genius, how could they possibly be constrained by mere physical limitations? Moreover, raising such a stepson offers numerous advantages. Firstly, if he proves to be of genuine worth, he can be cultivated as a loyal subordinate in the future. To maintain control over the roots, Danzo requires his own trusted lineage, one that can be nurtured from a young age for greater reliability. Secondly, he can serve as a subject for experimentation. Transplanting the bloodline limits of other clans is undoubtedly perilous. Danzo is not reckless enough to put himself at such risk. The adaptability tests can be entrusted to Orochimaru's research. And once adaptability is confirmed, before practical combat capabilities are fully realized, let Yukigo undergo the initial transplant as a trial. Xue Ge embarked on a 4-year journey of rigorous training, underestimating the intensity that lay ahead. On the first day, at the unholy hour of 2 in the morning, he was roused from slumber by a member of the umbu. It was time to commence. The tone of this umbu was far colder than any icy demeanor. With a foggy mind, Xue Ge followed the umbu to the training grounds, striving to levitate a jagged stone in the palm of his hand. While the umbu focused intently on their own drills. At 11 o'clock, Yin arrived at the training area, a bag in hand, filled with military rations. He extracted a brown orb from the bag and tossed it to Xue Ge, who caught it hastily. Upon biting into it, a wave of bitterness and a parched sensation flooded his mouth. He swallowed it quickly, and after Yin provided him with a bottle of water, they ventured towards the forest beyond the village. I will guide you on a run this time, and from now on, you shall follow this route until I tell you to stop, understood? Yin said, hands tucked into his sleeves, his brow arched. Xue Ge nodded in agreement. The two figures, one large and one small, began to sprint around Konoha. 5 hours later, Xue Ge collapsed beside a towering tree, clutching his stomach. Ugh, ugh, ugh. He gasped, expelling a trickle of yellow bile. Having consumed nothing throughout the day, he could scarcely muster the strength to vomit. His face flushed and breath shallow. He felt as though he might disintegrate, longing to trade his limbs for prosthetics. Another military ration was placed before him. Xue Ge looked up at Yin, who still wore that nonchalant smile. Next comes tactical training. You are not yet due for a break. In that moment, Yin's gentle smile appeared ominously sinister to Xue Ge. With a thunderous explosion and a surge of flames, Xue Ge was sent tumbling, crashing against a rock. Cough, ah. He lay on the ground, gasping, having inadvertently triggered one of Yan's traps. Had he not felt a disturbance underfoot and instinctively rolled aside, the explosion might have rendered him unconscious. After regaining some breath, Xue Ge struggled to his feet, painstakingly following the marked path set by Yin, who had laid numerous traps along the way that Xue Ge had to evade. Suddenly, Xue Ge vanished from sight. In the depths of a pit, he lay half-broken, staring wide-eyed at the darkening sky. Perhaps death would be a more merciful fate? By 8 in the evening, having failed to complete the route, Xue Ge was hoisted down from a trap in a tree by Yin. Exhausted and weary, he rested for a while before Yin forcefully administered a reviving herbal concoction and some cooling oil. After being compelled to ingest another military ration, Xue Ge was nearly dragged back to the umbu training grounds by Yin. In the distance stood several dummies of varying sizes, while beside Xue Ge lay numerous barrels filled with shurikens, kunai, and scrolls. The art of throwing ninja tools requires gradual practice. If you run short, simply ask that fellow for more. In the distance, a white-haired umbu member waved at Xue Ge. Xue Ge, reluctant to utter a word, took a moment to regain his composure before silently retrieving a shuriken from a nearby barrel. Indeed, you must train with these 3 common types of ninja tools, Yin remarked as he turned back at the door. Xue Ge felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly stumbling into a large barrel of ninja tools. At midnight, Xue Ge, now numb from the repetitive throwing, was startled by a tap from the distant white-haired umbu. Not bad tonight, the umbu said. This training was merely to familiarize you with the feel of these tools, but your throwing technique is quite abysmal. Rest assured, I will instruct you on this matter in due time. Xue Ge struggled to absorb the feedback, his mind clouded with fatigue, teetering on the brink of slumber. Nevertheless, he managed to follow the white-haired umbu to the entrance of a research facility where Yin had been waiting for some time. After handing Xue Ge over to Yin, the umbu vanished without a trace. Yin pushed open the facility's door and dragged Xue Ge inside. Upon entering a laboratory, a black-haired man clad in a white lab coat greeted Xue Ge with a somewhat stiff smile. You are Xue Ge? Xue Ge weakly lifted his gaze, lacking the strength to speak, and nodded faintly. I am Orochimaru. You should be familiar with my name. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Undress and lie down. Observing the empty incubation chamber before him, Xue Ge numbly removed his clothing and prosthetic limb, laboriously climbing in to lie down. The instant he settled, the chamber door sealed shut. Subsequently, a pale blue liquid rapidly filled the entire chamber. Atte! Xue Ge's eyes widened in terror, emitting a hoarse, anguished scream. His eyes were bloodshot, and his skin seemed to emit tearing sounds, veins bulging on his face. He pounded against the chamber walls. Thud, thud, thud. This violent reaction startled Yin, who turned to Orochimaru, asking, Lord Orochimaru, what is happening? Do not worry. This is perfectly normal, Orochimaru replied with a cold smirk. Handing Yin a small vial of the blue liquid, Yin cautiously poured a drop onto his hand, only to be met with a sudden, intense sting and burning sensation that made him recoil, causing the vial to slip from his grasp and shatter on the floor. Staring at the remaining droplet in his palm, Yin was momentarily lost in thought before glancing back at Xue Ge in agony. The frantic pounding of Xue Ge against the chamber walls did not last long. Mere minutes later, he had exhausted his strength. He opened his mouth in a futile attempt to roar, but only the blue liquid surged violently into his body, bubbles rising from his lips. His entire form twisted grotesquely, reminiscent of a shrimp, as if he were trying to contort his body to the breaking point, every part of him convulsing strangely. Rest assured, I shall handle the matter concerning Danzo with utmost diligence. Orochimaru, without casting a glance at Yen, waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "You may return. When the time comes, have someone escort him back." "Understood, Lord Orochimaru," Yen replied, suppressing the myriad of doubts swirling within him as he bowed. After diligently clearing away the shattered remnants of the test tube from the ground, he exited the room. Observing the anguished struggles of Yukigo within the confines of the test tube, Orochimaru's countenance revealed not a trace of sympathy. Rather, his gaze was imbued with curiosity. How fascinating. He has not succumbed to unconsciousness. Such remarkable resilience. It is no wonder Danzo has taken an interest in you. Alas, if only you possessed a bloodline limit, I might have found you a tad more intriguing. Would you mind if I extracted a bit more of your blood for research? Yukigo, ensnared in a haze of pain, scarcely registered Orochimaru's words. The excruciating agony that radiated from within him enveloped the entirety of his consciousness, rendering rational thought elusive. "It appears you acquiesce," Orochimaru remarked with a grin. At 2 o'clock the following morning, the previously cold-voiced Umbu arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory, awakening Yukigo, who lay silently on the operating table, having fainted at some point. A numbness clouded Yukigo's gaze. The nightmarish pain had not yet dissipated. In truth, it lingered fiercely. He clenched his fists, feeling a sharp ache resonating through his bones. Something had infiltrated his very being. "It is time to train your chakra," the Umbu stated coldly. Yukigo nodded, casting his eyes toward Orochimaru, who was engrossed in his work. After tonight's training session, he would have to return here to immerse himself in that ominous liquid. Is it truly worth it? Yukigo began to doubt. While he yearned for survival, this manner of existence seemed to pale in comparison to death. Yet, he acknowledged a newfound lightness in his body. The fatigue of the previous day and the weariness clouding his mind had vanished entirely. Nevertheless, the recollection of that blue liquid instilled an undeniable fear within him. For the next 4 years, Yukigo endured this relentless cycle. He lost track of when he began to gradually reduce the time dedicated to chakra training, shifting his focus to the transformation of chakra form and nature. After determining that his chakra attributes were wind and lightning, 2 new Umbu were assigned to instruct him in the applications of these 2 chakra natures. It was said that Danzo also wielded wind release, elevating Yan's regard for Yukigo even further. Yukigo faced considerable challenges in his studies of ninjutsu. His physical limitations rendered the manipulation of chakra prone to erratic fluctuations, which severely hindered his proficiency in genjutsu. Regardless of the teaching methods employed, he simply could not grasp it. However, genjutsu was a lesser path, and neither Danzo nor Yin placed significant importance on it. Consequently, the pursuit of genjutsu was abandoned in favor of devoting more time to ninjutsu training. It is uncertain whether a year or 2 has passed, but his proficiency in weapon throwing has been attained, and the white-haired Umbu has commenced instructing him in the art of body techniques. During the teaching process, the white-haired Jonin frequently engaged in combat with Xue Ge to facilitate his training. Despite the Jonin's deliberate leniency, he effortlessly subdued Xue Ge time and again. Eventually, Xue Ge learned that this Umbu was nicknamed White Fang, a moniker fitting for his style. Xue Ge never neglected his physical training. Yin consistently led him on vigorous runs around Konoha, and though he initially struggled to keep pace, he gradually learned to cling to Yan's tail. His proficiency with his prosthetic limbs improved remarkably, akin to regaining his lost limbs. Over time, the traps devised by Yin ceased to pose a significant threat to Xue Ge. Occasionally, Yan's novel tactics would catch Xue Ge off guard, yet they rarely inflicted harm. Every evening, Xue Ge found himself transported to Orochimaru's laboratory. Immersed in a sea of anguish, the blue liquid grew increasingly darker and thicker, resembling blue paint by the end. The pain within Xue Ge's body intensified, akin to countless needles darting through his muscles, omnipresent and relentless. However, he eventually acclimated to the excruciating sensations that accompanied his every movement. Thus, for years elapsed. In the year of Konoha's 41st, Xue Ge turned 6. Though only 6 years old, the hellish existence of the past 4 years had matured him swiftly, rendering him more composed than his appearance would suggest, shedding much of his youthful innocence. Today, no one stirred him awake at dawn. Naturally, Xue Ge awoke on the operating table, surveying the empty room. Silently, he donned his clothing and skillfully affixed his prosthetic limb, then, using a cane for support, He pushed open the door and exited the research facility. The sun was high in the sky, likely well past noon. After pausing for a moment at the entrance, Xue Ge made his way toward the familiar forest beyond the village. There, beneath a tree, Yin awaited him, a great sword cradled in his arms. Upon seeing Xue Ge emerge from the thicket, he adjusted his glasses and approached him. They halted in an open space, standing face to face. For years had transpired. Today marked the anniversary. Yin chuckled. I still remember how you were at the beginning. You have changed considerably. Xue Ge remained silent, feeling the vacant socket beneath his hair and the rigid prosthetic eye within. After a moment, he gazed skyward. For years, has it truly been? His voice was hoarse, laden with a weariness incongruent with his age. Only 4 years had passed, yet it felt as though decades had slipped by. Xue Ge's eyes were hollow. The suffering he had endured in these 4 years surpassed the cumulative pain of over 20 years in his previous life. He had contemplated ending it all during this time, yet he always refrained. To survive, he chose to obey Danzo. Now, in his compliance, the desire for death felt like a mockery of his own spirit. It was this small defiance that allowed him to endure, up until this very day. Xue Ge's attire was tattered and disheveled, his bare feet treading upon the prickly grass, yet his expression remained unperturbed. He raised a hand gently towards Yin. The prosthetic limb shrouded in a layer of skin, resembling a genuine hand. Meanwhile, Yin had drawn his knife at some point unbeknownst to Xue Ge. You surpass my expectations. I had thought you would falter under such intense training. To my surprise, you have persevered unceasingly for 4 years, never missing a single day, enduring for 4 years. Your proficiency in real combat has also grown remarkably, to the point where I must wield a kunai to protect myself from your strikes. Yin swept his long knife through the air, the blade slicing through with a sharp crack. You have toiled diligently for 4 years. It is time I drew my weapon to express my respect for you. Xue Ge remained silent, slowly extracting a slender blade from his walking stick. Yin was already accustomed to Xue Ge's reticence, gripping the hilt with both hands. Thus, in the next moment, Yan's gaze sharpened significantly, while Xue Ge's figure vanished. Give it your all, lad. Clang. The collision of the staff blade and the katana sparked a fierce flurry of sparks, scattering across Yan's cheek. Their faces nearly touched. Yan's exuberant smile juxtaposed against Xue Ge's indifferent demeanor, each reflected in the other's eyes through the glimmering edges of their weapons. Kakashi Hatake observed his boisterous companion Obito at his side, watching him exuberantly boast about his bloodline while Kakashi rolled his eyes in boredom. Unlike the gentle Rin, the clamor belonged to Obito, and Kakashi found it merely disruptive. It had been over a week since he enrolled, and Kakashi had entirely dispelled the romanticized notions he held about the Ninja Academy prior to his admission. In his imagination, the academy was filled with children who exuded the essence of ninjas, competing fiercely and advancing together, honing their skills through bloodshed and battles, enduring pains beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk, only to discover he had overestimated the situation. Not a single individual in the class possessed any combat prowess. Leaving aside Obito, even another Uchiha child and their rival from the Hyuga clan failed to capture Kakashi's regard. A few days ago, he had been drawn into a confrontation with Might Guy, which sparked a sense of combativeness, yet the fighting capacity, well, best left unsaid. The lessons taught were not of warfare, but rather history and mathematics. It would be better to return home and train more under his father. Kakashi sighed. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Ryuji Takaguchi, entered the classroom. The students immediately quieted and returned to their seats. Kakashi straightened slightly. Although he held disdain for non-combat teachings, he still respected this Chunin-level teacher. Ahem. Ryuji, with his green hair, stood at the podium, setting down his lesson plan but refraining from commencing the lesson as usual. Instead, he adjusted his glasses. Today, we have a new student joining our class. He is a war orphan, and I ask all of you to extend your kindness towards him. A transfer student? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, pondering whether the Ninja Academy even entertained the notion of transfers. For a moment, his curiosity was piqued. The sound of grating mechanical friction echoed ominously from outside the door, and then, under the watchful eyes of the class, a masked figure wheeled in a chair, upon which sat a dark-haired child. A disabled individual? What could this mean? His legs. Instantly, the classroom erupted into hushed whispers, most of which revolved around the mysterious wheelchair. Only Kakashi felt a stir of intrigue as he gazed at the figure pushing the chair. That mask. Is it from the Umbu? Ahem. Ryuji cleared his throat, and the class fell silent once more. Now, let us invite our new classmate to introduce himself. Yukigo rose from the wheelchair, retrieved a cane from its side, and walked to the front of the class. He lifted his gaze to survey the array of children in the room. My name is Mizukawa Yukigo. I look forward to your guidance. After the umbu departed, the class resumed its usual rhythm, commencing another day of lessons. Yukigo was placed by Ryuji in a sparsely populated seat at the back. Today, we shall continue our history lesson. Last time, we mentioned the first Hokage, Senja Hashirama, who was yet a young member of the Senja clan. Ryuji was expounding on the history of the ninja world, a narrative as vivid and dramatic as a comic book, capturing the attention of most students. Only a few scions of prominent clans appeared disinterested, having already familiarized themselves with the content. Shortly after Yukigo settled in, a girl with green hair and red eyes seated beside him leaned in and whispered, "Hello, I'm Takigawa Muko. Welcome to school." Yukigo turned slightly, nodding at Muko. She squinted playfully and pointed to her left eye, saying, "Your left eye is covered by your hair." At her remark, Yukigo brushed aside the hair obscuring his left eye and tapped his eyeball with his knuckles, producing a series of thuds. Muko stared in astonishment as Yukigo lowered his hair and softly stated, "Blind." "Oh, I'm sorry." Muko retracted slightly, but Yukigo merely shook his head. The two then fell silent, focusing on the lesson. After some time, Yukigo closed his eyes, quietly refining his chakra. The class time flew by, and once Ryuji exited, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter, many students glancing at Yukigo, some even approaching him. "Hey, new guy. I'm Uchiha Obito, pleased to meet you." The boisterous Uchiha Obito, ever affable, wasted no time in introducing himself to Yukigo. With his eyes still closed, Yukigo opened them briefly to regard Obito, then nodded before shutting them once more. "Huh?" Obito tilted his head in confusion. "A disabled person, huh?" Rin murmured softly from behind Obito. Although Yukigo's prosthetic hands were covered with a layer of skin, making them appear similar to real hands, the disparity in skin tone was evident. Recalling how Yukigo had been wheeled in and required a cane to walk, Rin speculated that his legs might also be affected. The plight of war orphans is indeed tragic. How could one possibly attend the Ninja Academy under such circumstances? Or rather, why would they still choose to enroll? Rin speculated with sympathy that perhaps they longed to exact revenge on the architects of their suffering. In contrast to the lively commotion surrounding Yukigo, Kakashi found an unusual tranquility near him, allowing him to lean back in his chair with a lifeless gaze while perusing a book. However, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts. He had never heard of any precedent for transfer students at the Ninja Academy. Such an occurrence was certainly unusual. Moreover, the fact that an umbu agent personally delivered this student suggested that Yukigo might possess considerable significance. Perhaps he should inquire with his father to ascertain if he had any knowledge of the situation within the umbu. It could very well be that an exceptional individual had arrived. Kakashi yawned. Life at the Ninja Academy had grown exceedingly dull. And if no interesting individuals graced their presence soon, he would contemplate graduating early. After the final class of the morning, the Ninja Academy enjoyed a lengthy 2-hour lunch break. During this time, the children could eat, sleep, or even choose to go home, though typically, few opted to leave. The classmates chattered merrily as they grabbed their lunchboxes, calling out to one another in search of a place to dine. Before long, only Yukigo remained in the classroom. He released a sigh, retrieving a vial of nutritional liquid from his bag, accustomed to its bitter taste after all these years. This would suffice as his lunch. After disposing of the waste, Yukigo grasped his cane and exited the classroom. Approaching the edge of the playground, he found a corner to set down his cane and began to jog around the field. Though he called it jogging, his pace was significantly faster than that of an average runner. He could complete a lap around the 400-meter track in just over half a minute, resembling a sprint. Under the scorching summer sun, this solitary figure racing across the playground quickly drew the attention of many. On the rooftop, Kakashi, Obito, and others sat at the edge, enjoying their lunches. And they all noticed a dark figure circling the field. "Wow, that's fast. Wait, isn't that Yukigo?" Obito exclaimed, his mouth agape. "Why is someone so agile confined to a wheelchair? I assumed he was disabled." Kakashi swiftly munched on a takoyaki sausage, responding between bites, "Everyone has their peculiarities. It's quite normal, just like your penchant for masks." Obito teased. "That speed is impressive," Asuma remarked, stroking his chin. "Hiss, at this pace. I seem to be unable to keep up with him." Wait a moment, I also can't keep up." Obito compared himself internally, his expression falling. What is going on? Why am I still lagging behind? He was still barefoot, after all. Rin, with her keen eyes, observed. "It seems we have an extraordinary individual in our class." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "Let us hope this truly remarkable person has arrived." life will surely become more intriguing. In the office downstairs, Musi and Longjie sat together, sharing a meal. They were father and daughter. Through the window, Musi observed the swift movements of Xue Ge while inquiring, "Father, how did the new student Xue Ge get injured?" His eyes are it's quite common for war orphans. Longjie replied, dismissively waving his hand. Having experienced the Second Shinobi World War in his youth, he was accustomed to the sight of severed limbs on the battlefield. After watching for a moment longer, Musi remarked, "He runs so fast." "Yes, indeed. Be kind to him, Musi. That boy will surely amount to something in the future." Longjie chuckled knowingly, adding, "Moreover, he is truly a pitiable soul." Musi nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the playground, Xue Ge was running when a child with a green bodysuit and a watermelon hairstyle suddenly dashed beside him, joining in his quick pace. "Oh, let us run together, classmate. Under the sun, sweating it out, you two are a vibrant youth. Oh. Let the passion of youth ignite." The watermelon-haired boy shouted excitedly, prompting Xue Ge, who had intended to ignore him, to glance over. "Who are you?" "I'm my guy. Your classmate. Xue Ge. Xue Ge. Hooray. If you can't finish 50 laps, you'll have to do 1,000 frog jumps." Xue Ge felt that he and this watermelon-haired boy might not be compatible. The afternoon classes were filled with theoretical lessons that lulled Xue Ge into a meditative state. He noticed that, aside from himself, several other students were also disengaged, including a white-haired boy, a boy in white with cataracts, and another in blue with a hedgehog hairstyle. These students seemed worthy of attention as well before he knew it. School was over. The children of the ninja school eagerly packed their bags and hurriedly departed, while Xue Ge took his time to organize his belongings before gingerly exiting the classroom with the aid of his crutch. At the entrance, first-grade parents awaited their children. With the school year still fresh, many students had not yet fully adjusted. Among the crowd of parents, Xue Ge spotted a familiar figure, the white-haired boy he had noticed during class, standing next to a tall, white-haired man. The man seemed to have also recognized Xue Ge. White just as Xue Ge was about to greet him, Hatake Tsukumo gestured for silence. He flashed a gentle smile. "It's been a few days. You're doing well, Xue Ge. Just call me Tsukumo." "Yes, Mr. Tsukumo." Xue Ge nodded. Kakashi paused, glancing between his father and Xue Ge before suddenly realizing. "Father, is Xue Ge the one you mentioned?" "Yes, the child I bring home every night is Xue Ge," Tsukumo said cheerfully. "Oh. So you two are classmates," Tsukumo noted, recognizing that Kakashi was acquainted with Xue Ge. He patted Kakashi on the head. "You two should communicate more from now on." Gazing into Kakashi's somewhat perplexed eyes, Shuamao earnestly remarked, "Xue Ge is exceptionally strong." Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression sharpened slightly. Xue Ge paid little heed to the discourse between father and son. He had witnessed Shuamao's formidable prowess, which was indeed intimidating. As for Kakashi, he had yet to discern any remarkable traits. Nonetheless, it was likely that a tiger begets no dog. Retrieving his thoughts from the Kakashi father-son duo, Xue Ge scanned the crowd. Although he felt the chances were slim, he still hoped someone might come to greet him. After 4 years of training under Yin, the sudden transition to the Ninja Academy left him somewhat disoriented. He wished for Yin to assist him in this adjustment. As he searched, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon an individual he did not anticipate. Elder Danzo. He muttered softly, observing Danzo standing quietly among the crowd, silently watching him. "Why is he here to meet me?" Over the course of 4 years, aside from placing a curse mark on him known as the self-indulgence seal, Xue Ge had scarcely encountered him. What could this signify? Though puzzled, he hesitated for a moment before hastening towards Danzo. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who was about to depart with Shuamao, found himself besieged by someone. "Hey, Kakashi, let us engage in a youthful duel." A green-haired individual with a watermelon-shaped head dashed before Kakashi, flashing a thumbs up, his gleaming white teeth nearly blinding Kakashi. Might Guy followed closely behind, offering Shuamao an apologetic smile. "Here we go again," Kakashi sighed in exasperation, pressing his forehead. "How many times has it been, Kai? When will you give up?" Kakashi deeply regretted accepting Kai's challenge on the first day of school, decisively defeating him. Ever since, Kai had sought him out for a duel every single day, much to Kakashi's annoyance. The issue was that his performance in that initial battle had been so superior that he could not afford to let Kai win in subsequent encounters. "Youth knows no bounds," Kai proclaimed nonchalantly, declaring that if he could not best Kakashi, he would run 30 laps around Konoha village. "Oh, Kai, such is the essence of youth," Guy exclaimed, raising a thumb in approval, proud of his son. Witnessing this lively duo, Kakashi felt a sense of dread creeping over him. As he saw Kai's attention shifting back towards him, Kakashi's expression twitched, and an idea flashed in his mind. He pointed towards Xue Ge, who was quietly departing in the distance, and said, "Do not always battle the same opponent, Kai. If you can defeat him, then come challenge me." That is. Kai followed Kakashi's finger to where Xue Ge stood, his eyes lighting up. "Oh, it's that youthful lad." In the relief of Kakashi's gaze, Kai promptly dismissed him. Charging towards Xue Ge, "Hey, young man, let us have a youthful duel," as he gazed at the exuberant Kai, who had dashed towards him like the wind. Snoger found himself somewhat bewildered. That brilliant smile was almost too dazzling to behold, and the fervent enthusiasm was overwhelming. Why did this watermelon-like character exude such a distinctive aura? Moreover, Snoger cast a glance at Kakashi in the distance, who subtly signaled him with his eyes. What was going on? Had this fellow truly been so easily deceived? Snoger's expression, reminiscent of a paralysis, twitched slightly. Kakashi's reasoning was rather simplistic. Since his father had praised Snoger's prowess, why not let Might Guy test his abilities? This would not only provide insight into Snoger's capabilities, but also allow Kakashi to escape a predicament, an endeavor yielding dual benefits. However, Snoger might not be entirely agreeable to this arrangement. Shua Emo observed Kakashi and thought, "Well, this is quite cunning. No wonder he is my offspring." Faced with the current situation, Snoger felt somewhat indecisive. He glanced at the distant Danzo, who nodded at him. To fight? With Danzo's clear directive in mind. Snoger narrowed his eyes and regarded Might Guy before taking a deep breath. Truth be told, he did not entirely shy away from the prospect of engaging in a bout with this watermelon-skinned individual. Although he had previously fought against In and passed the assessment, he sensed that he was still significantly outmatched by In, who was, after all, a member of the Umbu, an elite level of ninja undoubtedly superior to himself. At present, Snoger lacked a definitive understanding of his standing among his peers. He had initially planned to await practical combat training to test his skills, but now this opportunity presented itself unbidden. He took a couple of steps forward and gently set his staff down on the ground. Subsequently, he raised his hand slightly. With a swift motion, a sound reminiscent of tearing wind erupted as Snoger deftly assumed a remarkably poised combat stance. Fighting Might Guy barehanded, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharpening instantly. "Ah, it appears you have consented." Might Guy's thumb shot up into a fist, and with a clash of his fists, he grinned widely, exclaiming, "If I cannot win the duel, I shall perform 3,000 push-ups. I am ready." The onlookers displayed keen insight, and upon witnessing the two youths assume their fighting stances, they instinctively parted, allowing ample space for the duel. Among them were those who reveled in the spectacle, as well as Snoger's classmates. Fighting Might Guy barehanded, "Snoger must be out of his mind," Obito exclaimed in astonishment, only to receive a playful slap on the back of his head from Rin. "Fool, Snoger just arrived today. How could he possibly know what Kai is like? It seems he is in for a tough time." Kurenai watched with an amused expression, curious to see how long Snoger could endure. Asuma stroked his chin, teasingly remarking that many capable students could defeat Might Guy. In terms of overall strength, he was not particularly remarkable. His true distinction lay in his relentless effort. To speak candidly, when it comes to unarmed combat, neither Kakashi, Asuma, nor those aristocratic descendants of similar caliber would dare to presume they could easily defeat Might Guy. Indeed, they might find themselves bested instead. Might Guy has dedicated all his skills to the art of unarmed combat, and no one can deny his remarkable talent in this discipline. Thus, when most onlookers beheld Shigeo assume a stance for hand-to-hand fighting, they could not help but think, this fellow might be in for a rough time. "I'm coming." Might Guy shouted at Shigeo, then swiftly lunged forward. Being a friendly spar, Might Guy deliberately announced his advance to grant Shigeo time to react. His form was as agile as a leopard, closing the distance in mere strides, one hand shaped like a blade, thrusting fiercely towards Shigeo's head. Shigeo sidestepped with a deft movement, allowing Might Guy's fingertips to graze his cheek, without giving Might Guy a chance to retract his strike. Shigeo retaliated with a punch aimed at Might Guy's shoulder. Might Guy's other hand immediately rose to seize Shigeo's fist, the veins on both their forearms standing out in stark relief. A contest of strength? Shigeo furrowed his brow, swiftly employing his other hand to strike against Might Guy's arm, while simultaneously unleashing a flurry of kicks. Might Guy's arm trembled as he absorbed each of Shigeo's attacks, then let out a booming shout, using his strength to hurl Shigeo away. With a crash, Shigeo landed heavily on the ground. Although he was not injured, the impact left his back tingling. The spectators maintained a relatively subdued reaction. Their expectations had been slightly off. Who would have thought Xue Ge could endure for so long? Might Guy's assault was relentless as he pursued the downed Xue Ge, launching an elbow strike aimed at his forehead. Xue Ge effortlessly rolled away from the blow, locking his legs around Might Guy's neck, then twisting his waist and arms to violently bring him to the ground. Might Guy let out a muffled grunt, executing a swift recovery to stand upright. Xue Ge also flipped backward a few times before rising, brushing off his attire with an air of nonchalance. "Your leg?" Might Guy inquired, his gaze fixed with a hint of suspicion on Xue Ge's right leg. Just moments ago, he had keenly sensed that what had brushed against his neck was not flesh, but rather a piece of wood. "Do not concern yourself," Xue Ge replied succinctly, clapping his hands together and once more assuming a combat stance. "Excellent. You truly are a spirited youth," Might Guy exclaimed with a broad grin, thoroughly enjoying Xue Ge's demeanor. It was precisely this kind of hard-hitting battle that appealed to his nature. "Is this a jest? Has that newcomer truly such strength?" Obito adjusted his goggles, initially astonished, then slightly disheartened. Alas, yet another one akin to Kakashi. The nimbleness of a seemingly disabled individual was indeed astonishing. Unlike the others, Rin's focus diverged. She scrutinized Xue Ge's leg, her eyes glimmering with intrigue, lost in her own thoughts. The battle did not linger and pause for long. Within mere moments, Might Guy charged forth once more. Every movement he made was accompanied by a fierce sound of slicing through the air, his punches raining down like a torrential storm, dazzling all who beheld it. Yet this time, Xue Ge chose not to evade. Initially, when he faced Might Guy, he opted for avoidance out of uncertainty regarding his opponent's strength. However, after estimating Might Guy's capabilities, his strategy shifted. He was not my adversary. Xue Ge stood still, his indifferent demeanor resembling that of an unyielding mountain. With arms poised to defend, his body danced with each step, skillfully positioning himself to thwart Might Guy's every strike, ensuring that his opponent could not unleash their full power. Due to some issues with his chakra flow, Xue Ge's ninjutsu training was notably lacking. Yet, this very limitation allowed him to devote himself entirely to the mastery of taijutsu. Having undergone rigorous training in the Umbu and frequently sparring with formidable opponents like White Fang, Xue Ge's physical combat skills were exceptional among his peers. In a certain sense, he had become an enhanced version of Might Guy. In the second round of their exchange, Xue Ge managed to block every one of Might Guy's punches without faltering, his expression remaining utterly unfazed, as though this were the most natural occurrence. To Xue Ge, Might Guy's attacks were ineffectual, growing increasingly rapid, yet he responded with effortless grace. Witnessing this scene, Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. If Xue Ge's earlier performance had left Kakashi feeling somewhat disappointed, his current display exceeded all expectations. It turned out that he had initially played it safe. Was this truly his strength? This was the child his father had always spoken of, capable of entirely blocking Might Guy's fierce punches. Xue Ge's prowess in taijutsu was indeed remarkable. Might Guy's astonishment matched Kakashi's. He sensed that his attacks had been completely deciphered, each punch feeling awkward and constrained. Yet, the more this occurred, the more exhilarated Might Guy became. Excellent. This was an opponent even more formidable than Kakashi. Meanwhile, Xue Ge harbored no other thoughts. He remained focused solely on Might Guy's arms, his body flowing like water in response to each attack. Whenever Might Guy's fist struck, Xue Ge would effortlessly deflect or parry it with the most appropriate angle and force, this instinctual blocking having become second nature. As Might Guy's punch speed began to wane, Xue Ge instantly altered his combat style, abandoning his defensive posture to aggressively close the distance and engage in direct confrontation. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their fists colliding resonated with a dull thud. Yet, Xue Ge's momentum surged like an unstoppable tide, while Might Guy found himself gradually suppressed. Moreover, one of Xue Ge's hands was a wooden prosthetic. Each strike landed with a rigidity that sent sharp pain through Might Guy's hand, inadvertently making his movements more cumbersome. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from Xue Ge's knee, causing his movements to halt abruptly, and his arms froze, exposing a significant opening in his chest. Seizing the opportunity, Might Guy unleashed a powerful punch without hesitation. Caught off guard. As an observer, Kakashi immediately comprehended the unfolding event upon witnessing the powerful strike unleashed by Might Guy. At the precise moment Guy delivered his formidable blow, Xue Ge's previously languid movements abruptly accelerated. The swift alternation between rapid and slow actions caused Guy, who was pursuing Xue Ge's vulnerabilities, to lose sight of his target, resulting in a loss of balance. Subsequently, Xue Ge deftly seized Guy's arm, his movements as quick as lightning. delivering a knee strike that accurately impacted Guy's abdomen, followed by a heavy fist that struck his chest. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, Guy's body arched backward. Without hesitation, Xue Ge turned, positioning himself against Guy's back, and with a fierce grip, executed a devastating over-the-shoulder throw that sent Guy crashing to the ground. Coughing from the impact, Guy's body became stiff. Xue Ge released his hold and, with a single hand, aimed a knife hand strike towards Guy's throat. However, the strike halted merely an inch from its target. The outcome was unmistakably clear. With an expressionless demeanor, Xue Ge proclaimed, "The victor is determined." As his words resonated, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Obito stared blankly, and after a moment of bewilderment, turned to Asuma, asking, "Wait, what just transpired? How did Guy suddenly?" Asuma awkwardly scratched his cheek, acknowledging that his own taijutsu paled in comparison to Guy's, and the abrupt reversal had taken him by surprise as well. Rin tentatively suggested. "Did you all hear that?" "Huh?" Obito, Kurenai, and Asuma all turned to her. "That sound just now, crack." Rin pointed at Xue Ge's knee. "It didn't seem like." "Indeed." Asuma's eyes brightened. "Xue Ge's leg must be a prosthetic, right? So that sound was likely from the prosthetic malfunctioning?" "Not quite." Kurenai shook her head. "It should have been a deliberate move by Xue Ge to create an opening for Guy. This level of baiting is quite masterful. You all." Obito held his forehead in confusion. "Although I didn't quite grasp everything, it boils down to Xue Ge is impressive?" Obviously, Asuma rolled his eyes at Obito. "Try defeating Guy with bare hands." All right. Obito quickly shook his head. Only someone with a death wish would challenge Guy unarmed. In stark contrast to the children's discussions, Kakashi, who had attentively observed the entire exchange, wore a significantly grave expression. Compared to Asuma and the others, Kakashi possessed greater strength, enabling him to discern more intricate details. This included Xue Ge's seamless transitions in speed, footwork, body movements, and elbow dynamics. Masterful, exceedingly so. His proficiency resembled that of a seasoned frontline ninja rather than a mere academy student. "Every time I witness Xue Ge's footwork, it brings a sense of comfort," Shikaku remarked with a chuckle. "Father," Kakashi inquired, glancing towards Shikaku, "does Xue Ge frequently engage in combat with you?" Shikaku nodded thoughtfully, and then bent down to point towards the distant cane that Xue Ge had set aside. "Ah, that child excels in swordsmanship. I have imparted some knowledge to him." Kakashi suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. The sheer prowess displayed by Xue Ge in unarmed combat was already quite formidable. And now his father had declared that Xue Ge's greatest strength lay in his swordsmanship, which he himself had personally taught. As the son of Shoma, Kakashi was acutely aware of the formidable power of Shoma's White Fang technique. The title of Konoha's White Fang had been forged amidst the bloodshed of the Second Shinobi World War. He felt somewhat flustered. He had previously considered his life at the Ninja Academy rather mundane, yet here was a peer of remarkable caliber barely days into the new term. It seemed, indeed, that the bar had been set exceedingly high. Though a sense of anxiety lingered in his heart, it was accompanied by a burgeoning excitement. Finally, there was a contemporaneous rival of a similar standard. Xue Ge raised his hand to adjust his attire, then turned to retrieve his walking stick, striding directly towards the direction of Danzo amidst the crowd. Behind him, Guy hastily scrambled to his feet, rubbing the dust from his face. He was not disheartened by his defeat. Rather, he exuberantly raised his hand and shouted at Xue Ge, "Oh, your taijutsu surpasses mine, young man. I shall return to train, and when I next challenge you, I will reveal to you an even more vibrant beast of youth." Xue Ge's pace momentarily faltered, before he swiftly blended into the throng like a fish slipping into water, vanishing from sight. As the grand spectacle concluded, the surrounding crowd began to disperse. In a nearby shop, a blonde-haired ninja, recently returned from a taxing mission, observed the disappearing Xue Ge with contemplative intrigue. "What's with you, Minato? Why are you fixated on that child?" A red-haired woman beside him nudged him with her elbow. Minato snapped back to reality and waved his hand with a smile. "It's nothing. I was merely pondering the impressive combat awareness that boy showcased just now. Don't you think so, Kushina?" "Not bad, I suppose," Kushina muttered, taking a bite of her bread. "But his cold demeanor unsettles me. He is probably a war orphan." Minato, having experienced more missions than Kushina, pondered for a moment before responding with a hint of amusement. "Speaking of which, the third Hokage has recently suggested that I take on the role of a mentor." "Huh? You? A mentor?" Kushina was taken aback. "Yes, I'll be trying to guide the first batch of students next year." Minato ran his fingers through his hair. considering that it wouldn't be a bad idea to engage with the future pillars of Konoha. That boy from earlier, if given the chance. He would genuinely like to converse with him. You performed admirably just now. It seems your training is yielding results. Danzo remarked as he walked along a secluded path with Xue Ge. After a prolonged silence between them, he finally spoke. Xue Ge nodded slightly. You flatter me. How is your ninjutsu training progressing? I have mastered the principles of the body flicker technique, but as for wind release, there has been no notable progress thus far. And lightning release? I have yet to undertake training in that area. It appears that your current expertise lies predominantly in taijutsu. Tobirama spoke with a calm demeanor. However, your talents are limited. Achieving this much is commendable. Xue Ge, feeling somewhat constrained in the presence of Tobirama, sensed the heavy aura surrounding the man. After a moment of silence, Tobirama inquired, what are your impressions of the first day at the Ninja Academy? Boring. Quite a waste of time. Xue Ge thought of saying it was rather easy, yet he was acutely aware of his current circumstances and position, knowing precisely what words he ought to articulate. For both public and private reasons, he found no justification for relaxation. Publicly, Tobirama's demands left him no time to linger. Privately, failing to meet Tobirama's expectations would render Xue Ge's situation exceedingly awkward. Moreover, his prosthetic limb was a consumable item, one that Tobirama had been diligently providing on schedule. The reforms at the Ninja Academy have become increasingly lenient, Tobirama remarked with evident dissatisfaction. Such an environment serves little purpose in cultivating true ninjas. If it were not for procedural obligations, you ought not to be in such a place. For reasons unknown, Xue Ge sensed that Tobirama harbored certain personal sentiments whenever he mentioned Hiruzen, the third Hokage. After a moment of composure, Tobirama narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Xue Ge. Since you find it tedious, it seems you also concur with my perspective. Disagreeing would be unwise, Xue Ge thought. Therefore, I present you with a request. This will be your next objective. Tobirama's tone was notably somber, sending a shiver down Xue Ge's spine. Yet, he steeled himself, meeting Tobirama's gaze. The previous objective had taken Xue Ge for arduous years. Was a second one now forthcoming? A year. Tobirama raised his index finger. A year? Xue Ge awaited clarification on this time constraint. The Ninja Academy had a mechanism for early graduation. Sufficiently outstanding students could petition Hiruzen for accelerated completion. Your next objective is quite straightforward. Graduate early from the Ninja Academy within 1 year. Quite straightforward? Xue Ge blinked momentarily before nodding. Had it been anyone familiar with Naruto, they might have questioned Tobirama's sanity at this juncture, but Xue Ge was blissfully ignorant of the original Naruto narrative. To him, the 4 years of nightmarish experiences were daunting enough. This task of early graduation appeared to pose little difficulty, at least, it seemed so at present. There is nothing particularly fearsome about it now. Excellent. Upon seeing Xue Ge nod, a glimmer of appreciation finally surfaced in Tobirama's eyes. Moments later, Xue Ge asked, Elder Tobirama, where are we headed? To my residence, Tobirama replied. Xue Ge paused, turning to Tobirama. The latter did not even spare Xue Ge a glance. What? Is there something peculiar about that? Indeed, there is, and quite a lot. Xue Ge's expression was rather complex. You made me sleep in the laboratory for 4 years. Why now are you taking me to your home to sleep? Your foundation has been sufficiently solidified. At the very least, it aligns with my expectations. Danzō seemed to perceive the confusion in Xue Ge's eyes. From today onward, you shall reside in my humble abode. Of course, should you wish to maintain your previous rigorous training, I can request Orochimaru to provide you with a set of his instruments for use here. Danzō inquired. What do you think? Let us discuss it later, Xue Ge replied, shaking his head. Suddenly emerging from a state akin to hellish torment, he found it difficult to adjust. I will draft a training plan for you, and I hope to receive your guidance then. Certainly, Danzō nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at a rather serene residence. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by a quaint 2-story house adorned in a traditional style. Xue Ge's keen observation quickly noted a layer of dust coating many of the windows. Is it that there are few residents here? Or perhaps Danzō lives alone? He pondered silently, realizing that Danzō did not appear to be one who took meticulous care of his surroundings. Following Danzō into the house, they reached the entrance of a room on the first floor. Upon opening the door, a clean yet somewhat sparse chamber revealed itself to Xue Ge. This will be your room from now on. Should you require any furniture, please compile a list and submit it alongside your training plan, Danzō instructed, gesturing towards the desk in the corner and the overflowing bookshelf. You will also need to prepare for the cultural examinations upon graduating from the Ninja Academy. Remember to read widely. All necessary supplies are provided. Do you have any questions? None at all, Xue Ge replied, shaking his head. The condition of the room had exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated a more rudimentary lodging, perhaps a storage shed. So, Danzo truly intends to treat me as a foster son? Danzo turned to ascend the staircase, as his quarters were located above. Once inside the room, Xue Ge closed the door and seated himself at the desk, placing his cane beside the bookshelf. He scanned the shelves until he located the section dedicated to textbooks and withdrew one for review. After a brief examination, he returned it to its place. He repeated this process with several volumes, each yielding the same result. Cultural studies will be a mere formality, he thought, expressionless. As he replaced the last textbook he had withdrawn, the content of all the materials did not exceed the level of high school education. Even the most complex subjects, such as ninja physics and ninja traps, fell within the realm of high school science. The only subject of slight intrigue was ninja cryptography, yet the material proved less challenging than basic magical squares, perhaps for an adult who had been in the workforce for several years. Coupled with the rigorous 4-year training of a time traveler, such knowledge might have been entirely forgotten. However, it was unfortunate that Xue Ge's previous life was that of a poverty alleviation teacher in the southwestern region. He had met his demise while traversing a mountain path. As an educator, even at the elementary level, he retained a clear recollection of the required knowledge, having roughly assessed the difficulty of the cultural studies. Xue Ge rummaged through the drawer to find paper and pen, beginning to ponder deeply as he tapped the pen against the desk. He was contemplating the training plan for the forthcoming year. Due to the necessity of attending the Shinobi Academy, one must at least ensure a satisfactory attendance rate. Thus, the previous all-day training regimen requires modification. This time, Danzo does not intend to offer assistance, leaving one to deliberate independently. Firstly, the duration of training cannot be diminished. With Orochimaru's concoctions at hand, Yukigo need not worry about rest. Furthermore, Yukigo has acclimated to intense training, negating any need for reduction. The specifics of early graduation from the Shinobi Academy remain uncertain. Nevertheless, it is prudent to maintain a considerable intensity in training to bolster one's combat prowess. Consequently, the allocation of time becomes paramount. Classes at the Shinobi Academy commence at 8 in the morning, while Yukigo awakens at 2. Allowing for a 10-minute buffer to reach the academy, the remainder of the time will be devoted to studying ninjutsu. Yukigo feels that progress in ninjutsu has been sluggish, with significant hindrances that must be personally overcome. From 8 to 12 is devoted to the morning classes at the academy. During this period, Yukigo intends to focus entirely on enhancing chakra control. For a ninja, chakra forms the foundation of all abilities and must not be neglected. From 12 to 2 is the midday recess at the academy. Given the sun's intensity during this time, it is deemed suitable for physical training from an efficiency standpoint. The primary objective of this physical training is no longer to develop potential, an endeavor likely exhausted, but rather to build the body's endurance. With this thought, Yukigo clenches his fist, feeling a piercing pain coursing through his flesh. Most are unaware that Yukigo is constantly enduring excruciating agony, akin to the torment that might unsettle even the most seasoned ninja. This pervasive pain, flowing through him with every heartbeat, is a side effect of the concoction administered by Orochimaru. Initially, Yukigo found the pain unbearable. However, it has now become a familiar presence, allowing him to gradually acclimatize. Returning his thoughts from the turmoil of his body, Yukigo continues to outline his schedule on paper. From 2 to 4 in the afternoon, the academy's classes resume, during which Yukigo plans to engage in training for chakra transformation, chakra nature alteration, and chakra control. These 3 aspects represent advanced mastery over chakra, sharing commonalities that may facilitate interconnected training. After classes conclude at 4, until midnight, Yukigo intends to allocate this time freely. Should any particular aspect demand additional attention, this period will be adjusted accordingly. Moreover, if feasible, Yukigo aspires to seek out seasoned ninjas for sparring, such as his previous daily exchanges with En, and occasionally sparring with Saku. Practically speaking, the improvements gained from real combat far surpass those achieved through mere training. However, En seems to have completely disappeared, likely dispatched by Danzo on another mission. Perhaps it would be wise to accompany Kakashi to Saka's residence another day. With the day's schedule solidified, Yukigo sets aside the paper, simultaneously surveying the room while jotting down the necessary furnishings. Upon completion, he meticulously organized 2 documents and sent them to Danzo on the 2nd floor. The following day at 8 o'clock, Xue Ge entered the classroom with punctuality, just as the bell rang. tapping his cane as he settled back into his seat. Casually placing a book on his desk to appease the teacher, he promptly closed his eyes to meditate while manipulating small stones at his desk. At noon, after consuming another military ration, he parted ways with the other students, braving the midday sun to run on the playground. "Hey, young man, are you here to revel in your youth as well?" Not long after, Kai emerged from an unknown corner, matching Xue Ge's pace. Xue Ge glanced at Kai but remained silent. "All right, let us bet our youth's fervor. If I can't surpass you by 10 laps, I'll do 500 pull-ups," Kai shouted with exuberance, suddenly accelerating to create distance between them. The dust he kicked up clouding Xue Ge's face. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Xue Ge's gaze sharpened as he began to chase after him. It wasn't he that he wished to compete with Kai, but rather he was intrigued to witness Kai perform 500 pull-ups. Speaking of which, the physical prowess in the ninja world is truly astonishing. Even a mere child possesses such extraordinary strength. In the afternoon, upon returning to the classroom, Xue Ge began to gather chakra threads in his hands, deftly manipulating a pen to perform various peculiar movements. "What are you doing?" Muzi inquired, resting her chin on her desk. Having observed Xue Ge's antics for over a day, "The final exam will cover what we've learned in class, you know." Acknowledging Muzi's friendly reminder with a nod, Xue Ge replied, "I'm practicing chakra control." "Wow, you can control the pen through the air already," Muzi remarked with a hint of envy. "I've only just refined my chakra and barely met the entrance criteria." "That's to be expected," Xue Ge responded without a change in expression. "By the way, my mother is a medical ninja." Muzi pondered, observing the almost transparent chakra threads. Medical ninjas also require precise chakra control. "Perhaps you possess a talent for becoming a medical ninja." "Perhaps," Xue Ge replied, uncertain. At present, he was undoubtedly being trained as a legitimate combat ninja. But who knows if one day Danzo would whimsically decide to have him pursue a path in medical ninjutsu. Is it possible for a ninja to be both a combat ninja and a medical ninja? A strange idea suddenly floated through Xue Ge's mind. Cough, cough. Just as Xue Ge's thoughts wandered, the class bell rang. Standing at the podium, the homeroom teacher, Ryujin, closed his book and cleared his throat. "Well, we shall conclude today's lesson here." "Wait, wasn't he that just one class? Is school over?" The students erupted into chatter, confusion filling the room. Xue Ge abruptly looked up at the podium. "Silence! Silence!" Ryujin clapped his hands on the desk, and once the students quieted down, he announced, "You have now been enrolled for nearly 2 weeks, and next week, in addition to theory classes, we shall begin practical lessons. Before proceeding, I need to ascertain the specifics of your capabilities and subsequently adjust the teaching plan. Additionally, practical classes?" Xue Ge furrowed his brow, realizing that his training regimen would require modification. "Although some assessments were conducted at the beginning of the term, I found those evaluations to be overly simplistic and superficial." Long Jie's voice broke through as he retrieved a form from beneath the podium, announcing that the rest of the afternoon would be dedicated to class evaluations, strength tests, physical endurance assessments, weapon throwing trials, and practical combat confrontations. The results of these 4 evaluations would inform adjustments to your future training curriculum. I expect each of you to endeavor earnestly, for the outcomes will be graded and factored into your final exam results. Initially, there was little reaction from the class, but upon hearing that the results would influence their final grades, the classroom erupted once more. However, Long Jie chose to disregard the chaos, waving his hand and instructing the students, "Follow me to the back playground." Why didn't the teacher notify us about the tests in advance? Standing on the playground, Dai-Tu watched nervously as Long Jie brought out various apparatuses, grumbling to himself. "Relax, it's just a test," Lin said with a reassuring smile. Despite having only been in school for about 2 weeks, distinct cliques had already emerged within the class. 2 factions were particularly evident, led by Uchiha Lan and Hinata Wani, who openly exhibited mutual disdain. These 2 hailed from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, respectively, surrounded by a majority of commoner students. Another group consisted of offspring from less prominent ninja families, while Lin, Dai-Tu, Asuma, Yuhi Hong, and Kakashi formed a smaller faction within this collective. At that moment, Lan and Wen-E faced off on the playground, while the majority of their peers watched with keen interest. Yet, Kakashi seemed unfazed by the rivalry. To ordinary students, the prodigious talents of these 2 clan heirs might appear daunting, but to Kakashi, their lack of imposing prowess was rather unimpressive, not worthy of his concern. In fact, he had never regarded any of his contemporaries with any seriousness prior to Xue Ge's arrival. Instead, his gaze was drawn to Xue Ge, who sat alone in a corner, counting on his fingers. The previous night, he had engaged in a lengthy discussion with his father, covering numerous topics related to Xue Ge. Upon hearing his father's account of Xue Ge's training schedule, Kakashi felt a shiver run down his spine. Practical combat, Kakashi murmured, realizing he would soon have the opportunity to personally assess Xue Ge's abilities. Hey Kakashi, why are you staring at Xue Ge? Daitu suddenly approached, draping an arm over Kakashi's shoulder and smirking mischievously. Feeling the pressure? You should focus more on whether you can pass, Kakashi retorted without hesitation. Don't underestimate me, Daitu replied, tousling Kakashi's white hair playfully. If you don't come in first, I'll be sure to laugh at you. Suit yourself, Kakashi replied dismissively, waving his hand as if swatting away a fly. It is rather peculiar that Kakashi cannot quite connect with the scions of noble families, yet finds a kindred spirit in Obito. Perhaps it is Obito's endearing simplicity that allows Kakashi to relax. The test begins. The first event is the strength test, Longjie announced loudly. The previously jovial crowd quickly adopted a serious demeanor, and Xue Ge rose from the corner, approaching the array of barbells scattered about. First up, Uchiha Lan, Longjie called, holding a list. Step forward when your name is announced. We will incrementally increase the weight, and I shall record your maximum lift. Oh. And you may use both hands. Uchiha Lan, 295 pounds. Hyuga Wenyu, 300 pounds. Longjie declared the results of the first two noble offspring, his expression one of predictable surprise. The first-year students typically max out around 200 pounds, but those from noble families benefit from early training in their households, resulting in significantly stronger physiques. Uchiha Lan furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Hyuga Wenyu, who defiantly raised his chin. The subsequent results from the ordinary students vary greatly. The strongest managed around 200 pounds, while the weakest struggled to lift even 100, highlighting a stark disparity. Longjie scribbled on his paper until he finally called out Kakashi's name. To the astonishment of onlookers, Kakashi effortlessly lifted the heaviest barbell, 350 pounds, appearing unfazed by the weight. Do you need me to add more? Longjie stammered, having never witnessed anyone lift such a weight before. Kakashi merely shook his head, setting the barbell down and brushing off his attire. Following closely behind him was Obito, whose face was painted with disbelief as he attempted to gauge the weight. It remained unmoved in his grasp. Obito's face flushed with embarrassment as he failed to lift it even an inch. Lan and Wenyu, in shock, turned their gazes to the usually unassuming Kakashi, who leisurely strolled into the crowd, retrieving a small booklet from his pocket to peruse. 350 pounds. They realized there was a hidden powerhouse among them. The final participant to be tested was the transfer student, Xue Ge. As everyone continued to surreptitiously observe Kakashi, Xue Ge silently approached the heaviest barbell and lifted it without hesitation. Determined to graduate early with top marks, he felt no need to hold back. The theoretical exams posed no challenge, and he was confident he would secure first place. Thus, he resolved to invest more effort into practical training. Mizunokawa Xue Ge, 350 pounds. Longjie paused, his pen hovering momentarily. Is there something unusual about this year's class? The intrigued heads turned toward Xue Ge, who had nonchalantly set the barbell down. Kakashi tightened his grip on the booklet, casting a sidelong glance at Xue Ge. Indeed, the second event was a physical endurance test, measured by the number of laps around the schoolyard. Lin completed 12 laps, Obito managed 15, while Uchiha Lan and Hyuga Wenyu ran 23 and 21 laps, respectively. As Kakashi and Shige ran 30 laps side by side, they were halted by Urashiki, who expressed concern that if they continued, the two would not tire even by the end of the school day. The third event, the ninja tool throwing test, involved throwing shurikens, kunai, and sunbon 10 times each, with the final score being the sum of the circles hit in 30 throws. With a perfect score of 300 points, Obito's final score was a dismal 114, leading him to retreat into solitude after the assessment. Asuma achieved a commendable 287 points, while both Rin and Kurenai scored 230. Hinata's Wuni managed an impressive 297, whereas Uchiha Lan, Shige, and Kakashi all secured perfect scores of 300 in this examination. What a disgrace for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Lan, exasperated, slapped his forehead while gazing at the distant Obito. The Uchiha clan was renowned for its exceptional proficiency in ninja tool throwing, yet here was Obito with the lowest score. The final practical test was conducted in pairs, with Urashiki grouping the participants based on their cumulative scores from the previous tests. Kakashi and Shige, tied for first with perfect scores, were paired against each other, followed by Uchiha Lon versus Hinata Wuni, Asuma against Narashikamaru, and so forth. The order of combat began from the last to the first, with the initial match featuring Obito versus Moonlight Gale. This was a match devoid of suspense, as Moonlight Gale had suffered due to his poor health in the preceding tests, landing at the bottom in both strength and stamina, though he performed reasonably well in the tool throwing. However, his true prowess lay solely in his swordsmanship. Within 30 seconds, Obito was knocked to the ground. Rin sighed, acknowledging that Obito was indeed at the bottom of the ranks, even lacking in theoretical knowledge. Subsequent matches included Ebisu versus Yamashiro Aoba, J. Gai Mitsuki against Mitarashi Anko, Noara Rin versus Waihai Kurenai, Might Guy versus Narashikamu, Asuma versus Narashikaru, and Uchiha Lon versus Hinata Wuni. As the rankings improved, the absurd matchups, such as Moonlight Gale against Uchiha Obito, became increasingly rare, leading to more thrilling battles. When the Uchiha faced the High GA, the air was filled with flying shurikens, and the clash of the Byakugan and Gentle Fist dazzled the onlookers, who applauded in admiration. On the expansive training ground, Lon and Wuni engaged in a tug-of-war, constantly shifting positions, the intensity of their combat drawing the attention of numerous upperclassmen who were still in class. Is that Lon? A boy with a spiky hairstyle and a round nose pressed against the window in a third-year classroom, observing the spectacle. A pin suddenly flew from the podium, striking the boy on the head, accompanied by a roar. Uchiha Shursui. Pay attention in class. Yes. Shursui shrank his neck, offering an embarrassed smile as he hastily flipped through his book. Nevertheless, his peripheral vision remained glued to the scene below. The battle between Lon and Wen Yi persisted for nearly 20 minutes, culminating in Lan's inability to evade Wen Yi's pursuit, resulting in a decisive blow. Subsequently, Lon endured a complete series of soft punches, leading to her defeat. Although the engagement spanned a considerable duration, the spectators were thoroughly entertained. Those of lesser strength relished the spectacle, while the more formidable individuals gleaned valuable insights from the confrontation between the two. Lon felt a twinge of resentment. The Byakugan and martial arts of the Hyuga clan conferred a significant advantage in physical combat. Once we begin our training in ninjutsu, you shall surely lose to me, she muttered, clutching her painfully bruised jaw. When he emitted a disdainful snort, fully expressing his contempt. The two retreated to their respective groups, harboring mutual dissatisfaction. Before Rongjie could announce the next combatants, Kakashi had already made his way to the center of the training ground. Gazing at the solitary figure of Xue Ge amidst the crowd, the disputing factions of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans instinctively fell silent, redirecting their focus to the impending confrontation. The members of the noble clans were reluctant to acknowledge their shortcomings, despite their mutual grievances. They were eager to ascertain the true caliber of the two exceptional students from non-noble backgrounds. They hoped that these individuals were not merely adept at testing, but could indeed hold their own in actual combat. Next up was the final match, Hatake Kakashi against Mizunokawa Xue Ge. After Rongjie concluded his announcement, Xue Ge slowly approached Kakashi, leaning on his cane. The match could commence at any moment. However, though Kakashi had drawn his kunai, he refrained from making an immediate move. You may draw your weapon. I'm aware that you excel in swordsmanship, Kakashi stated, pointing the tip of his kunai at Xue Ge. I have yet to encounter a peer of your caliber, but I believe you may be the one. Xue Ge paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Like Kakashi, he had only fought against individuals far beyond his abilities. Save for Might Guy, battles with members of the Umbu, such as Yin and Shuaremo, had proven exceedingly arduous and tense. While his encounters with Might Guy had been overly simplistic, Xue Ge was now in dire need of a rival of comparable strength to clarify his standing. Kakashi, being the son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, seemed to be that worthy opponent. Moreover, Xue Ge sensed that, based on Kakashi's current demeanor, he could very well be a formidable contender for early graduation. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xue Ge steadied his cane. Just as Kakashi furrowed his brow to inquire about his intentions, Xue Ge swiftly extracted a sharp, slender blade from within the cane with a resounding clang. As the blade gleamed before him, Xue Ge raised it, aiming it directly at Kakashi's throat. Let us begin. Lin smiled nonchalantly to the side. Xue Ge paused, a subtle expression transforming his gaze from the original seriousness into the lifeless stare of Kakashi across from him. Strenuous? He mused. Indeed. On the matter of Might Guy, the two reached a tacit understanding. Let us set aside that fellow for now. Kakashi shook his head, then steadied his demeanor. Give it your all, Xue Ge. I am aware that you did not exert your full strength during yesterday's battle with Guy. As expected, Xue Ge nodded in acknowledgement. Kakashi's eyes sharpened, and in an instant, his form vanished from sight. So swift, Xue Ge thought, narrowing his eyes as he perceived Kakashi's presence darting around him with remarkable speed. This velocity surpassed that of guys from the previous day, albeit not by a wide margin. Gripping his blade tightly, Xue Ge leapt to the side, simultaneously slicing through the air. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing resonated as Xue Ge's knife collided with Kakashi's kunai, sparking tiny flecks of light. Kakashi's figure materialized, his kunai slipping from his grasp, a hint of surprise etched on his face. He hadn't anticipated Xue Ge's ability to accurately pinpoint his location, nor the swiftness of his reaction. In less than half a second, he drew a short blade from behind, aiming a swift cut at Xue Ge's neck. With a fierce motion, Xue Ge's left hand intercepted the blade, the edge embedding into his arm with a muffled thud. What? Kakashi yanked the handle, only to discover that the blade was firmly lodged in Xue Ge's arm. In the next moment, Xue Ge withdrew his arm, leaving behind a segment of his wooden prosthetic that ensnared Kakashi's short blade, revealing a sharp edge embedded within the wood. His prosthetic was designed to be a disposable asset, while his forearm concealed a blade within its sheath. With a swift motion, the short blade lunged forward, aiming directly at Kakashi's face. In response, Kakashi released another kunai from his sleeve, deflecting the thrust of the short blade, before delivering a powerful kick to Xue Ge's chest, sending him sprawling backward. Xue Ge stumbled back 2 steps, then swung his knife fiercely at Kakashi. Thud. Kakashi raised his short blade, Xue Ge's staff knife severing the wooden prosthetic that had been ensnared. One hand concealed a knife behind him while the other brandished the kunai. Kakashi closed in on Xue Ge. The two engaged once more, their blades flashing in a dazzling disp. Uchiha Lan and Hyuga when he were utterly oblivious to the presence of such formidable individuals in their class. While Asuma was aware of Kakashi's prowess, though he had no inkling of its true depth, this was not the caliber one would expect from students. Moreover, what about Xue Ge? What kind of disabled person could move with such swiftness? The blade concealed within his prosthetic was exceedingly treacherous. After a flurry of exchanges, Kakashi distanced himself from Xue Ge, simultaneously unleashing 5 or 6 shurikens. Xue Ge evaded while deftly parrying with his blade. This one do. Although Xue Ge cannot catch up to me, his speed is not inferior to mine. Should he close the distance, his knife techniques would overwhelm me. Kakashi felt a twinge of complexity in his emotions. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he realized his taijutsu seemed to pale in comparison to Xue Ge's. Relying solely on blade techniques and shurikens would merely ensure his survival, but victory was out of reach. With this thought, Kakashi found himself ignited by a competitive spirit. Though I cannot best you with taijutsu alone, I am not limited to it. Suddenly, a slender blade sliced through the air as Xue Ge charged. An unstoppable force aimed directly at Kakashi. Ryuji, standing nearby, felt a surge of anxiety. The intensity of the battle had surpassed his expectations, and if casualties were to occur, he would have no explanation to offer. As the blade descended upon Kakashi's head with a resounding crash akin to a bursting balloon, a cloud of smoke erupted, revealing that Kakashi had transformed into a wooden log. Ryuji, who had been poised to intervene, paused momentarily. A substitution technique? Xue Ge furrowed his brow at the missed strike and swiftly evaded to the side. A burst of flames erupted, a crimson fireball crashing down on the very spot where Xue Ge had just stood. The onlookers turned their gazes toward the source of the inferno, where Kakashi stood with his finger raised before his lips, descending to the ground. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Lan could no longer remain seated. Where had he learned such a technique? No, how could he even perform ninjutsu? The group of first-year students was left in shock. These two individuals had already displayed martial prowess that was extraordinary enough, but taijutsu was something they had been exposed to. To think there were masters among them. Why were 5 or 6-year-old children capable of ninjutsu? Furthermore, what was the deal with the disabled person who could instinctively evade ninjutsu without even glancing? Was he truly blind in one eye, rather than having one eye that had simply grown to the back of his head? Before the flames had a chance to dissipate, as Kakashi landed, 2 shurikens tore through the fire, hurtling toward him. Kakashi ducked, splitting the flames, while Xue Ge emerged from the fire, raising his blade toward Kakashi in a decisive strike. Kakashi hurriedly blocked with his kunai, yet was simultaneously struck in the arm by Xue Ge's short blade. Ugh! Kakashi grimaced as blood spurted forth. Xue Ge's speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Asuma, observing the fray, was left in awe. Yet, he believed the true strength lay in the blade techniques. The speed and power of those two blades were formidable, but most importantly, their trajectories were perplexing. I had never encountered such a knife concealed within a prosthetic before. Hinata Fumichi gazed at Yukigo, murmuring to himself. One of his eyes was at least blind, which meant his field of vision was inferior to Kakashi's, and the distance for observation was more challenging. The recent shuriken, was it a prediction? With his Byakugan, he could perceive more details than others. Nevertheless, he humbly acknowledged that he could not withstand the rapid onslaught of the two combatants. Clarity in sight and the ability to react were two distinct matters. Yukigo forcefully struck Kakashi back with his blade and charged forward once more. This time, he offered Kakashi no respite, driving him to retreat repeatedly. Yukigo's speed intensified, and his swordsmanship grew increasingly ferocious. Kakashi found himself at a disadvantage, realizing that Yukigo's technique was exceedingly enigmatic, launching attacks when least expected. Furthermore, Yukigo's prosthetic limb was remarkably agile. The two blades, one long and one short, were almost impossible to defend against, and the thrusting distance akin to an arm left Kakashi struggling to cope. His prosthetic must have undergone specialized training, was Kakashi's sole contemplation as he fought. Moreover, Yukigo had yet to employ any ninjutsu. Could it be that he was incapable? As Kakashi retreated swiftly, he formed hand seals, subsequently expelling a verdant wind orb from his mouth. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Bang. Yukigo cleaved the vacuum sphere in half with the blade of his prosthetic, the limb shattering while he nearly collided face-to-face with Kakashi. With a single-handed swing, he aimed a fierce slash at Kakashi's abdomen. In response, Kakashi thrust his long sword directly at Yukigo's chest. As their blades tore through each other's garments, at the critical moment, a pair of large hands descended from above. One hand seized Yukigo's wrist, while the other pressed down on Kakashi's short sword. That's enough. Ryuji intervened. The class assessment came to a close, resulting in a draw, with both participants receiving full marks. Hinata Fumichi and Uchiha Ran would typically also earn full scores, yet the brilliance of Yukigo and Kakashi overshadowed them, ultimately awarding them 95 and 93 points, respectively. After the bout, with Ryuji restraining them, Kakashi and Yukigo collapsed onto the training ground, panting lightly to regain their composure. Both bore wounds. Kakashi's arm had been pierced by Yukigo, while Yukigo's face bore cuts from the splintered debris of his prosthetic. Are you all right? Rin hurried over, retrieving a small medical kit to disinfect Kakashi's wound. I'm fine, Kakashi replied, shaking his head, then gestured with his short sword at Yukigo. If you had struck then, you would have been finished. Likewise for you, Yukigo responded coolly. He pressed his lips together, poised to retort to Kakashi, when a white cloth obscured his view. Miyuko held a towel, wiping the blood and dust from Yukigo's face. It was merely a test. You both went too far, she said, frowning as she glanced between Yukigo and Kakashi. Kakashi rolled his eyes, muttering, who could have anticipated it would escalate to this level? In the distance, the charred playground drew the attention of several small onlookers. The experienced teacher, Ryosuke, had already rushed off to report the situation to the relevant school authorities. After putting away her towel, Musi expressed her gratitude to Xue Ge. It's nothing, really, Musi replied with a smile, shaking her head. Turning to the little ones, she announced, my father has instructed me to inform you that this afternoon's test has concluded, and you may all return home. The fact that Musi was Ryosuke's daughter was common knowledge among the classmates, and upon hearing her words, they scattered in an instant, leaving only a few to observe the remnants of the battle between Kakashi and Xue Ge. Obito, chuckling, ruffled Kakashi's hair and teased, looks like you finally faced some adversity, huh? Kakashi, adopting his signature deadpan expression, completely ignored Obito's gleeful remarks. Do you need me to take you to the infirmary? And what about your prosthetic? Musi inquired softly, glancing at Xue Ge. He shook his head, hoisting his cane sword and sheathing it before responding. I'll head back directly. Oh, be careful on your way. Musi replied as she stowed her towel. Just then, Kakashi interjected, don't you know any ninjutsu? The moment those words left his lips, everyone still lingering on the playground turned their attention to Xue Ge. He confirmed, no, I don't. Kakashi squinted at Xue Ge for a moment before cryptically adding, if you graduate from the Ninja Academy, you will certainly have to master the body flicker technique. Xue Ge hesitated slightly, then nodded before striding out of the school without looking back. Kakashi watched him depart, affirming his suspicions. Indeed, this individual aspired to graduate prematurely. On his way home, Xue Ge encountered Danzo once more, but to his surprise, he was not alone. Hiruzen stood beside him, both seemingly waiting for him. Let's walk together, Danzo beckoned. and the three of them proceeded along the path leading to Danzo's residence. It has been 4 years, Xue Ge. You seem to have matured considerably, Hiruzen remarked with a warm smile. Xue Ge glanced up at him. Since their last farewell at the hospital, he had not seen Hiruzen again. After all, Hiruzen, as the Hokage, was preoccupied with numerous responsibilities. Moreover, as Danzo's apprentice rather than Hiruzen's, it was unsurprising that their paths had not crossed. However, for years had passed, and Hiruzen appeared noticeably older than Xue Ge remembered. I witnessed your battle with Kakashi, Danzo stated, maintaining his stern demeanor. I must be frank. The events of this afternoon were orchestrated specifically for you. Xue Ge remained composed, awaiting Danzo's further elaboration. Kakashi Hatake is the son of Shimo, and both Hiruzen and I are well aware of that child's extraordinary talent. Danzo's tone held an unusual hint of approval. Your performance exceeded my expectations. Managing to hold your own against him, quite commendable. Don't take Danzo's words too seriously, Hiruzen interjected. With unrelenting determination, Ryzen dismantled the facade. Just moments ago, when Danzo mentioned you, his expression was nothing short of smug. Kiki, the monkey. Danzo shot a glare at Ryzen, who merely shrugged in response. After addressing Danzo's displeasure, Ryzen redirected the conversation to Yukigo. He gently ruffled Yukigo's hair and inquired, having spent 2 days at school, how do you find the experience? How are your classmates? Yukigo hesitated momentarily, pondering the curriculum. It is rather simple and somewhat tedious. As for the classmates, he recalled a few vividly. There was Kakashi, a slacker yet undeniably powerful, Obito, who, despite his lack of skill, maintained an optimistic demeanor. Muko, the kind and earnest desk mate. Rin, who always stood behind Obito and Kakashi, offering her assistance, and the overly passionate Might Guy. Their distinct personalities were traits nurtured in a loving family. Yukigo murmured, I suppose I may never comprehend. Ryzen pressed his temples, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was expected, indeed, it was evident that he was Danzo's offspring. The emptiness and indifference in Yukigo's gaze struck Ryzen as alarming. If this continued, not only would he be incapable of bearing the will of fire, but he might also become even more extreme than Danzo. This was no ordinary apathy. It required intervention. Ryzen's mind raced, and a plan formed. He patted Yukigo's back, saying, Such thoughts are not acceptable. Everyone has someone who cares for them. Yukigo, how about this? Instead of focusing solely on training, I will introduce you to someone this weekend. He happens to be in Konoha at the moment, and you can assist him. Engage more with others, my child. The world extends beyond mere training. There is much to discover even in Konoha. Ryzen. Danzo glared at Ryzen as he arranged Yukigo's weekend plans. He is mine. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Ryzen retorted without hesitation. You will regret this, you fool, Danzo muttered bitterly. Yukigo's gaze shifted to Danzo. Taking a deep breath, Danzo spat disdainfully before reluctantly stating, Listen to Ryzen, but you must return by nightfall, understand? Yes, Yukigo nodded. An introduction, you say? I wonder who it could be. At 4 in the morning. A light illuminated a room on the first floor of the Danzo residence, where Yukigo was engrossed in studying human meridian diagrams. Ninjutsu posed a significant challenge for him. Mastering ninjutsu requires not just controlling chakra but also allowing it to circulate within the body in a specific manner for the technique to be executed. Yukigo's body, being inherently impaired, had incomplete meridians. Under such circumstances, chakra flow was easily disrupted, and although Yukigo understood the principles and methods of many ninjutsu techniques, he often faltered due to his physical limitations. As he sifted through the ninjutsu scrolls, Yukigo felt that his long-standing research, initiated during his time in hellish training, was finally yielding some insights. The scroll of ninjutsu initially teaches various hand seals, while the release of ninjutsu is composed of different sequences of these seals. In essence, the so-called seals are merely units, and ninjutsu is constituted by a combination of multiple units. The process of forming seals is fundamentally an act of channeling chakra, thus, one can perceive a unit as a flow of chakra. From Xue Ge's perspective, operations such as one-handed seals, simplified seals, and non-hand seal releases are all variations of chakra manipulation. For instance, regarding the C-rank ninjutsu, lightning release, falling thunder, Xue Ge discerns that certain seals can be bypassed once mastered. Even without intentional control, the internal flow of chakra will naturally manifest. While it is feasible to release ninjutsu without seals, it requires active manipulation of chakra flow within the body without the assistance of seals. However, this level of difficulty is not something that can be easily achieved by the average ninja. For the vast majority, It would be more prudent to invest effort in learning multiple techniques rather than diligently practicing a single one. As for the one-handed seals, they likely utilize unidirectional seal flow to activate the entire body. If Xue Ge seeks to break through his limitations, theoretically, beginning with one-handed seals would be the most advantageous approach. Nonetheless, Xue Ge has another option to consider. Could he deliberately exploit the imbalance of chakra within his body? Frowning, Xue Ge reflects on the challenge of learning to employ ninjutsu correctly. A task that, given his physiological shortcomings, seems akin to using one's weaknesses against another's strengths, leading to inefficiency. His chakra imbalance is often a consequence of forcibly trying to align his chakra flow with a normative state. Thus, what if he were to reverse this approach, allowing the release process of ninjutsu to adapt to his body's imbalance? This might be possible, but it would require him to devise modifications to the seal sequences and methods of most ninjutsu. The thought alone is daunting. Relying solely on himself may prove insufficient, particularly as he is merely a low-ranking ninja. He still needs to master the body replacement technique to graduate. Recalling Kakashi's words from the previous afternoon, Xue Ge feels a headache coming on. The clone technique and transformation technique are not particularly difficult, even if Xue Ge desires to practice them. They should not pose much of a challenge. These two ninjutsu are of a sufficiently low rank, and Xue Ge's prolonged practice of chakra manipulation should suffice. At worst, he could execute them without seals, likely ensuring he performs adequately in the examination. The crux lies in the body replacement technique, which is significantly more complex than the previous two. To release it flawlessly, he must either learn one-handed seals or take the path of self-modification. Either route is fraught with difficulty. After tapping his fingers on the table for a moment, Xue Ge retrieves the scroll for the body replacement technique from his drawer and begins to methodically adjust the seal sequence in accordance with the chakra pathway diagram. For now, he decides to proceed step by step. As time passes, it reaches 8 o'clock. Xue Ge halts his writing, glancing at the scroll in his hand, and imperceptibly nods. Although the progress is modest, it is visibly tangible. Achieving this much within 4 hours leaves him satisfied. He closes the scroll and rises, preparing to leave. As he has arranged to meet someone today with Nikazan, assembling his new prosthetics, Tobirama had a multitude of spare limbs designated for him, and if any were to sustain damage, he could simply request replacements from him. Yukigo prepared to embark on his journey. After pondering for a moment before the table, he took the scroll and departed. The individual whom Nichiren had arranged for him to meet was undoubtedly a ninja, and delivering this scroll might yield some valuable insights. Unafraid to seek knowledge, Yukigo was both eager to learn and unabashed. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Yukigo began to wait. This was the location Nichiren had instructed him to go to, and if his memory served him well, the person would come to find him. The small stone in the palm of his hand transformed into an irregular sphere. Should the path to enhancing his ninjutsu prove unfruitful, Yukigo contemplated strengthening his control over chakra to unleash his techniques. Moments later, a young man clad in a greenish-blue ninja outfit approached Yukigo. "Ah, greetings. You must be Mizukawa Yukigo," he said with a cheerful smile, his tousled golden hair glinting in the sunlight, nearly blinding Yukigo. "Indeed," Yukigo replied. "So it's you. This marks the second time we've crossed paths." The youth crossed his arms, adding, "However, for you, it must be the first. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Namikaze Minato, but you may call me Minato. I hope to learn much from you in the coming days." "Call me Yukigo," he nodded. "So, Minato-senpai, what shall we do now?" "Currently," Minato stroked his chin thoughtfully, "I have accepted 2 D-rank missions, and I would appreciate your assistance." Without hesitation, Yukigo followed Minato to the mission site. "Was it the day before yesterday when you battled that fellow named Might Guy at the academy gates?" "I witnessed it," Minato remarked casually as they made their way. "You were truly impressive. I didn't possess such prowess in my first year." Yukigo remained silent. Minato studied him, contemplating. This child has a rather frigid demeanor. Although he had gleaned some information from the third Hokage the previous day, Yukigo's psychological issues appeared somewhat intricate. Minato was not adept at navigating such matters. Moreover, he had not taken a closer look before. What was the condition of this child's body? Observing the eye concealed amidst his hair and the 2 prosthetic limbs that occasionally emitted faint sounds of wood rubbing together, Minato felt a twinge of admiration. It was remarkable that he could still rank among his peers despite such challenges. The effort he must exert was unimaginable. I have heard. You are Lord Danzo's adopted son, correct?" Minato ventured, attempting to initiate a conversation. "Yes," Yukigo replied succinctly. "That must place a considerable amount of pressure upon you." "Being his adopted son?" "Indeed. Such matters should certainly be addressed with Kushina." Minato found himself at a loss with Yukigo's reticent nature, primarily because they were not well acquainted, making it difficult to find common ground. Moreover, he lacked Kushina's directness. Stealing a glance at Minato, Yukigo noticed that he appeared somewhat perspiring. "What are we doing now?" he inquired, taking the initiative to break the silence. "Oh, I shall now escort you to fulfill your mission." Minato exhaled with relief, a smile gracing his lips. "Generally, only lower-ranking ninjas are permitted to undertake missions, but I shall make a note of this one for you. As a student of the Ninja Academy, you are the first to embark on such a task." "A mission?" Yukigo's eyes narrowed. "Is it to take a life? Or perhaps to provide protection?" "It's to find a cat." As the day progressed into the evening, Minato led Yukigo to a restaurant, where they settled down. "What flavors do you enjoy? Or do you have any dietary restrictions?" "This meal is on me," Minato offered. Yukigo shook his head, somewhat dazed. It had been 4 years since he had indulged in proper food. After casually ordering several dishes, Minato began to jot down notes in his ever-present notebook. After a prolonged silence, Yukigo finally spoke. "Are ninja missions always this mundane?" Throughout the day, the duo had completed 5 D-rank missions, 3 were cat hunts, and 2 involved plowing fields. Yukigo felt as though he had returned to the days of poverty alleviation. "Not quite. These are merely D-rank missions," Minato replied, shaking his head. "You are still a student, after all. Tasks of C-rank and above would be too challenging for you and quite time-consuming. You only have 2 days. So D-rank missions are the way to go. Are you a jounin?" Yukigo inquired. "Isn't it a waste of your precious time to accompany me?" "Such sentiments cannot be entertained," Minato chuckled. "I was once a child like you. Everyone has been at that stage. We cannot simply disregard the future of those in Konoha. Can we? Nurturing the future of Konoha is indeed a formidable task. Moreover, I am a ninja of the village. How could I possibly refuse the Hokage's orders?" Yukigo found himself momentarily speechless. The ninjas he had encountered before were either shadowy figures like Danzo or blunt, efficiency-driven individuals. The most unique among them was Shikaka Nara, who, although gentle, was quite rigid in matters of ninjutsu. Yet Minato was unlike them. Yukigo had never met such a gentle ninja before. Throughout the day, he exuded the patience and kindness of an older brother caring for his younger sibling. It dawned on him that ninjas were not merely killing machines. After a brief silence, observing Minato deep in thought, Yukigo took the initiative to ask, "Is there something troubling you?" Well, Minato seemed somewhat hesitant. "This might be a bit advanced for you, but let us see it as a preview." With that, he moved closer to Yukigo and pointed to a spherical diagram in his notebook. "Are you familiar with ninjutsu?" "Yes." "Then do you know about the concept of ninjutsu without hand seals?" "I am aware of the concept." "Well, I am currently developing a ninjutsu that requires no hand seals," Minato explained, tapping the paper. "At this stage, it exists solely as an idea. I wonder if it is possible to achieve destructive results by channeling chakra externally, bypassing the need for internal control." "Are you suggesting abandoning nature transformation?" Yukigo asked directly. Minato's eyes lit up at Yukigo's question, which was surprisingly insightful and somewhat unexpected. It cannot be considered abandonment, but the initial research should indeed be streamlined, thus it may be judicious to disregard certain aspects. This leads to relying solely on morphological changes. Yukigo pondered, contemplating the sketch. A sphere? If it is a sphere, it can be grasped or propelled with ease, and its aerodynamics are commendable, enabling it to be thrown considerable distances. Minato nodded in agreement. Yet the question remains, how can one manipulate chakra so that it effortlessly morphs into a sphere while retaining formidable power? Compression explosion? Minato's thoughts were not without reason. When he and Jiraiya initially developed this ninjutsu, the concept was inspired by the tailed beast bomb, whose explosive power is indeed a detonation. Why develop a ninjutsu without hand seals? Yukigo suddenly inquired. This relates to my combat style, which necessitates swift execution, Minato replied, not directly addressing the question, as he had only recently mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Yukigo understood Minato's reticence and continued. So, who is the intended target of this technique? Humans. Came the straightforward answer. Is it solely aimed at humans? Yukigo narrowed his eyes, implying that rather than focusing on destructive power, the emphasis is more on the area of effect and the speed of infliction? That is correct, Minato acknowledged. Although most ninjas possess formidable defensive jutsu, flesh remains inherently fragile. In the next moment, Minato abruptly realized the absurdity of earnestly discussing ninjutsu development with a child and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Then let us utilize a rotational method, Yukigo suddenly suggested. Minato paused. Rotational? Rotation can tear flesh apart, allowing for self-closure and easy integration, Yakigo explained. The lethality of rotation is astounding, particularly when the target is a corporeal form. However, Yakigo's rationale primarily stemmed from considering Minato's requirement for speed. A rotational approach would undoubtedly be swifter than attempting to shape chakra into any specific form. Although Yakigo found it perplexing why Minato would not simply hurl chakra directly, which would still inflict damage swiftly. Perhaps Minato, being a seasoned ninja, possessed insights beyond his own. As he spoke, he sketched in Minato's notebook. Rotation, when directed at a target, can distort and tear the skin, and the force can easily fracture bones and muscle, resulting in significant surface wounds. Minato furrowed his brow, his mind racing with myriad thoughts, murmuring softly, it seems truly feasible. His gaze towards Yakigo wavered between skepticism and wonder. Was he witnessing a budding genius in ninjutsu? Do you possess experience in developing ninjutsu? Well, to some extent. Yakigo replied. His endeavors in modifying ninjutsu, although rooted in personal study, were primarily theoretical. Minato unfurled a scroll from his waist and elucidated his current situation. Is it due to a physical disability that modifications to the technique are necessary? Minato smiled, patting Yakigo on the back. Isn't this a simple matter? Yakigo raised an eyebrow in response. Ahem, the third Hokage is renowned as a master of ninjutsu, well-versed in the 5 elemental techniques. I shall assist you in locating the third Hokage, so he may lend his aid, remarked Minato with a light-hearted tone. Why not seek the Hokage's assistance for the development of your unmarked ninjutsu? Xue Ge felt as though he was acquiring Kakashi's signature deadpan stare. Firstly, I am an independent ninja. It would be inappropriate to constantly rely on the third Hokage for such matters, Minato explained. Secondly, the third Hokage specializes in the study of chakra properties and is more inclined toward the application of hand seals. Therefore, unmarked ninjutsu does not align with his research focus. Xue Ge nodded, acknowledging Minato's reasoning. You are merely a student. I am certain the Hokage would not hesitate to assist you. Minato continued, however. The concept of adapting ninjutsu to the flow of chakra rather than the other way around is rather innovative. Those who developed ninjutsu in the past seem to first contemplate the desired effects before considering implementation. Your reverse approach. Traditional ninjutsu is learnable by all, though varying in difficulty. Xue Ge began to sense something profound. If one were to adopt this mindset, the ninjutsu developed would be exceptionally suited and convenient for oneself, yet potentially insurmountable for others. Minato whispered, You may have stumbled upon an entirely new path, Xue Ge. Xue Ge fell silent, feeling the conversation had ventured beyond his grasp. As both pondered further on the topic of ninjutsu, the restaurant's waitstaff began serving the dishes. Observing this, Xue Ge and Minato each stowed away their paper and writing instruments. Let us pause our discussion for now, Minato sighed. There is no rush. We shall converse again when time permits. For now, let us dine. Upon returning home late at night, Xue Ge gathered his thoughts and resumed his research on modifying ninjutsu in accordance with his chakra flow. The primary issue with his body was imbalance. Due to the loss of his right leg and left arm, the flow of chakra exhibited an unusual tendency, easily spiraling out of control with the slightest misstep. While it wouldn't cause physical harm, utilizing ninjutsu became exceedingly difficult. To effectively unleash ninjutsu, one must align with this tendency. Lost in thought, Xue Ge recalled the conversation he had shared with Minato during dinner. Would merely channeling chakra externally and then altering its form qualify as unmarked ninjutsu? With a flick of his fingers, several strands of chakra surged forth, deftly lifting a book from the shelf before gently placing it back down. This manipulation of chakra for controlling prosthetics could indeed be considered a form of unmarked ninjutsu. If that were the case, the scope of unmarked ninjutsu broadened significantly. Furthermore, Minato's idea of developing external ninjutsu inspired Xue Ge with new insights. Given the significant issues with the flow of chakra within his body, could one contemplate replicating the internal chakra's form and property transformations externally to simulate ninjutsu? In other words, to create various unmarked versions of ninjutsu, faux ninjutsu? It seemed worth a try. Just as Xue Ge's thoughts began to flow freely, a sudden chill from behind caused his pupils to constrict. How are you feeling today? Tuanzang's somewhat hoarse voice resonated from behind, causing Xue Ge's body to momentarily stiffen. He replied in a low tone. There have been some gains. Tuanzang glanced at the scrolls spread across Xue Ge's desk, adorned with various seals and jutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough? A C-rank jutsu, Not particularly difficult to learn. Nodding, Tuanzang inquired, So, You were studying this? Indeed, Xue Ge replied obediently. I hope to start with offensive jutsu. The seals for great breakthrough are fewer, allowing for greater flexibility in practical combat. A discerning choice, Tuanzong remarked with a light snort. How is your progress thus far? I understand the principles quite well, but Xue Ge raised his hand. My physical condition limits my execution. I see. Tuanzong stroked his chin thoughtfully. In that case, allow me to provide you with a brief explanation and demonstration. He continued, although I have taken you as my adopted son. It seems I have never truly taught you anything. After a moment of silence, Xue Ge spoke. Lord Tuanzong, there is something I have always wondered about. Why did you choose to adopt me? Ah, well, perhaps it was simply fate, Tuanzong replied, placing his hand on Xue Ge's head. Just as I was reflecting on the excellence of my disciple, you appeared before me. Moreover, I can sense a certain affinity between us. Xue Ge fiddled with his fingers as Tuanzong took the pen from his hand and began to write on the scroll. Firstly, since you have grasped the principles of great breakthrough, I can offer you some simplified approaches to forming seals, which you might explore further to ease your learning process. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Minato hurried into the kitchen with a balloon he had purchased on his way back. What are you doing? Kushina asked, furrowing her brow in confusion at Minato's hurried demeanor. I'm going to test a hypothesis, Minato replied with a smile, carefully filling the water balloon with chakra. As the chakra began to swirl, the balloon burst within seconds, splattering water all over Minato. Kushina paused in surprise before quickly approaching and tugging at Minato's ear. Hey, I just cleaned the countertop. And your clothes. It's fine. I'll sort it out later. You should go to bed. Minato apologized profusely, trying to appease the irate Kushina. After a moment of skepticism, she released him and turned to leave. Don't stay up too late. You have a mission out of the village in a few days. Understood, he replied, watching her depart before returning his focus to his water balloon experiments. One by one, the balloons exploded, and gradually, Minato began to notice swirling ripples of water forming on the surface of the remaining balloons. The rate of explosion slowed while the water's swirling speed increased. As night deepened, the following morning, when Xue Ge arrived punctually at the school gate, Minato was already waiting there eagerly. Observing the pronounced dark circles under Minato's eyes, Siege couldn't help but express his surprise. Before even exchanging greetings, he pointed at Minato's eyelids. You didn't sleep at all yesterday. Minato chuckled and shook his head, revealing no sign of fatigue. However, it was quite fruitful. Upon hearing this, Siege immediately grasped the implication. The art of ninjutsu without hand seals? Indeed, Minato affirmed with a vigorous nod, indicating that he had developed a rudimentary form. Although still far from practical application, a clear direction had emerged. May I witness it? As a fellow developer of ninjutsu, Siege was eager to observe the manifestation of this technique. Of course, but this isn't the most suitable place, Minato replied, casually twirling a kunai around his finger. Follow me. The two hastened away from the bustling village, arriving at a small waterfall nestled in the mountains. Minato approached a protruding rock on the cliff face. He raised his hand, and an invisible wind began to swirl. Within Siege's sight, a semi-transparent, grayish substance coalesced in Minato's palm. That was Minato's chakra. As the chakra spun, a sphere began to form, albeit irregularly, appearing quite unstable and on the verge of dispersing. In an instant, like a flash of lightning, before Siege could fully comprehend, Minato smashed the chakra sphere against the rock. With a thunderous bang, the stone shattered, leaving a substantial crater in its wake. Siege's eyes widened in astonishment. This seemed quite different from his previous assumptions about a spinning attack. Was the sphere supposed to explode after spinning? Confused, he turned to Minato. Noticing his bewilderment, Minato readily explained. By utilizing rotation to shape the chakra into a sphere and continuously compressing it, I can then rapidly grind the surface structure of the target through a spiraling motion. Once the surface is breached, the chakra sphere expands instantaneously. Of course, it's still rather rudimentary, and there are many areas for improvement, Minato continued. He planned to consult his mentor, Jiraiya, to delve deeper into refining this ninjutsu, enhancing its speed and power. What shall we call this technique? Siege inquired. Minato hesitated, having not considered that question before. After a moment's thought, he looked at Siege. What do you think it should be named? As the chakra continued to spin into a sphere, Siege murmured, How about spiral sphere? That doesn't sound appealing, Minato countered, shaking his head. How about Trundance spiral flash type 1 Minagami ball? Siege winced slightly. It was too lengthy. Spiral ball. Too short. Not impressive enough. Minato scratched his head. Simplicity is better. Brevity is preferable. Something easy to pronounce. Siege remarked expressionlessly. Well, all right, Minato shrugged. For now, let's call it Spiral Ball. May I learn this technique? Siege asked. Looking at Minato. Of course, I will teach you. With a grand gesture, Minato expressed his immense gratitude for the significant contribution you made to the development of this jutsu, assuring that your name would undoubtedly be included in its future acknowledgement. Xue Ge felt as if he had accomplished something of great importance, overwhelmed by such generosity. There was no need for excessive politeness. Minato found Xue Ge's deliberate aloofness somewhat amusing. He proceeded to discuss the training methods for the Rasengan for several hours, offering hands-on guidance. He had some leftover balloons from the previous day, which he utilized right by the waterfall to assist Xue Ge. Xue Ge's progress in mastering the first version of the Rasengan was quite impressive, given his proficiency in manipulating chakra externally, as he constantly managed the movements of his two prosthetic limbs. By midday, he could barely control the water balloon without it bursting. Although his speed paled in comparison to Minato's, it was due to his relative inexperience and the fact that Minato was a bona fide genius among the common folk. Achieving such progress in a single morning was made possible by Minato's innate ability to control chakra externally, coupled with the fact that he had conceptualized the spinning principle, allowing him to grasp it more swiftly. All right, that will suffice for now. As the nth water balloon exploded in Xue Ge's hands, Minato clapped his hands and placed a reassuring hand on Xue Ge's shoulder. I have taught you all that you need to know for now. You have a basic understanding of the subsequent practice. Let us take a break for now, and you can continue later when you have time. Xue Ge looked up at the sky, realizing that half the day had already slipped by. Feeling a pang of hunger, he instinctively reached into his waist pouch for a specially made soldier's pill to consume. Hey, Minato quickly pressed down on Xue Ge's hand. This habit of yours is quite peculiar. I mentioned yesterday that you shouldn't consume too many soldier's pills. While they may stave off hunger, they can be detrimental to your health. This one is specially made. Xue Ge had been aware of the digestive issues associated with overconsumption of soldier's pills for years. Even the special ones are not exempt. Minato insisted firmly, as a ninja, you must never skimp on your own well-being. Do not deprive yourself just to save a bit of time. Come, I shall take you out for ramen. Before Xue Ge could respond, Minato lifted him onto his shoulder. Hold on tight, he said, and then suddenly accelerated. A gust of wind rushed past them, and for the first time, Xue Ge truly understood Minato's prowess as a jonin. Such extraordinary speed was something he had never witnessed before. After lunch, Xue Ge continued to accompany Minato on various D-rank missions, including but not limited to finding lost cats, plowing fields, cleaning the elder care home, helping neighbors move, and swiftly harvesting crops. Xue Ge could only reflect that these tasks rekindled memories of his own humble beginnings, invigorating his spirit as he worked. The duo completed 12 D-rank missions over 2 days, accomplishing even more on the second day than the first. This remarkable feat piqued the curiosity of several ninjas, who inquired about their identities. Upon learning that the blonde was a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, and the dark-haired youth was a student of the village elder, Danzo, they promptly fell silent. On Sunday evening, a proper dinner eluded them. After a leisurely exploration of the snack street, Minato and Xue Ge concluded their 2-day mission. As dusk approached, the time for their farewell arrived. Leaning against a wall amidst the bustling crowd, Minato turned to Xue Ge with a smile. Did you glean any insights from these past couple of days? Ninja work is truly arduous, Xue Ge replied candidly. Indeed, the life of a ninja is fraught with challenges. Minato mused. From searching for cats and babysitting to heavy lifting, we are tasked with a myriad of chores. Moreover, there are assassinations, guarding, reconnaissance, and espionage, not to mention engaging in warfare and confronting formidable foes. This is the essence of a ninja's duty. Minato seemed to gaze into the throng of people, his eyes drifting to the Hokage rock perched upon the distant cliff. Yet, I have chosen the path of a ninja. Konoha is my home, and only as a ninja can I safeguard it. I believe the Hokage before me shared a similar conviction, though, to be fair, the first and second Hokage hailed from the Warring States period. Well, that was also to protect their clans. Beneath the setting sun, Minato's golden hair took on a hue of rosy pink. We become ninjas to defend and build Konoha. You too represent the future of Konoha and will one day embrace the life of a ninja. Where the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire of our spirit endures. The flame shall continue to illuminate our village and nurture the budding leaves. This is the will of fire, passed down through every generation of Konoha's ninjas. He spoke with heartfelt gravity, affectionately ruffling Xue Ge's hair and smiling at him. Ninjas from the same village should support one another, and the elders must care for the younger ones. Starting next year, I will also take on the role of a guiding jonin. Allow me to clarify. After you graduate from the Ninja Academy as a novice jonin, you will require a jonin to lead your missions. The jonin will not only guide, but also protect and teach you. This is the role of a guiding jonin. I promise you, when you graduate, I will choose to be your guiding jonin. This is our pact. Do you accept? Minato spoke these words with sincerity, although he initially accepted a task from the Hokage. Over the past 2 days, he discovered Xue Ge possessed unexpected talents, a keen insight into ninjutsu, a mature mindset, and a resilient will. Xue Ge's abilities were commendable, and Minato genuinely believed that guiding him would be a gratifying endeavor. After a moment of hesitation, Xue Ge nodded in response to Minato's invitation. For some reason, he recalled the words of Danzo from the previous night. His goal was to graduate from the academy within a year, coinciding perfectly with Minato beginning his role as a guiding jonin the following year. Perhaps this was fate. Then it settled, Minato said with a light-hearted smile. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Xue Ge's response was as straightforward as ever. Barely had the words left his lips when Minato's figure vanished without a trace. Indeed, this fellow possesses remarkable speed. No wonder he seeks to develop a technique devoid of hand seals. Xue Ge mused quietly to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his gaze towards the bustling crowd and then to the distant Hokage Rock, bathed in the glow of the evening sunset. For reasons unbeknownst to him, upon traversing into this realm, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of alienation. Protected by Konoha and serving as one of its ninjas, he was committed to safeguarding the future of the village, a cycle that seemed to perpetuate endlessly. Reflecting on Minato's earlier words, he was suddenly roused by a chorus of astonished exclamations. Turning towards the crowd, he noticed that everyone was pointing in a particular direction, their expressions rife with surprise. Following the direction of their gestures, he beheld a thick mist hovering above Konoha, with a colossal and vibrant rainbow suspended amidst the clouds. The will of fire, perhaps? That night, the Hokage building was illuminated brightly, yet Hiruzen had not yet concluded his workday. Mountains of documents cluttered his desk, though this was a mere remnant after he had already processed 80% of the workload. Calculating the time, he surmised that, with another 2 hours, he could complete his tasks. Once again, he would need to trouble Pibahu to prepare a midnight snack. Rubbing his temples, he sighed and prepared to take a brief respite. At that moment, a sudden knock resonated at the office door. Come in, Hiruzen responded, momentarily taken aback. Minato entered, closing the door behind him, and knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. Hokage-sama. Oh, Minato, Hiruzen finally recognized, recalling the significance of the day. Clearing his throat, he managed a wry smile, shaking his head as he rose and approached the window, retrieving his pipe to fill it with tobacco. So, how has the progress been over the past couple of days? Very smooth, Minato replied. That's good to hear. Hiruzen lit the tobacco, and the blue smoke was whisked away by the wind outside. What is your impression of Shuichi? That child is exceptionally intelligent, composed, and mature. From my perspective, while his talent may not quite match that of Kakashi, he undoubtedly embodies the essence of what a ninja should be. He communicates with directness and clarity. Although his demeanor may seem indifferent, it allows for precise judgments, seldom clouded by emotion. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe. What do you mean by that? Minato straightened his posture. His heart is like a mirror, reflecting the true nature of things. This quality is paramount. Quite intriguing, Hiruzen mused, setting down his pipe. So, you hold him in high regard? Indeed, Hokage-sama. I believe he has the potential to become an outstanding ninja. With proper guidance, he could evolve into a pillar of support for Konoha in the future. I have an unorthodox request. After Shuichi graduates, I hope to serve as his guiding genin. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's eyes widened in surprise. A guiding genin? You hold him in such esteem? Shuichi requires guidance, Minato stated earnestly. I sense that he is, in truth, a remarkably gentle soul. He recalled the two of them working together over the past couple of days. Though Shuichi found D-rank missions tedious, he never voiced a complaint. Moreover, he exerted himself fully to assist the villagers. His apparent indifference and coldness might well be the byproducts of a troubled childhood. Should this situation persist, I fear that the benevolence within him may gradually erode, leading him towards extremity. It is my duty to avert such a fate. Hisashi gazed at Minato, his eyes filled with reassurance. I comprehend, Minato. For the sake of Konoha, and for that child. However, Hisashi stated earnestly, the position of guiding jonin is not an easy one to undertake. You must bear responsibility not only for the ninjas you mentor, but also for their future development. I understand, Hokage-sama, Minato responded without hesitation. Very well, you can leave that matter to me, rest assured. Hisashi nodded in agreement with Minato's request. He took a puff from his pipe and tapped it against the windowsill. Is there anything else? Indeed, Minato replied, retrieving a scroll from his waist and approaching Hisashi. Unfurling the scroll, he revealed the steps for the body flicker technique. The body flicker technique? What is it? Huh? Hisashi, initially puzzled, suddenly paused, raising an eyebrow. He took another drag from his pipe. He noticed that although the steps for the body flicker technique were merely 3, the annotations alongside were extensive, many of which pertained to modifications of the technique. These are Xue Ge's notes, Minato said with a smile. His memory was remarkably sharp, and he had retained most of what Xue Ge had demonstrated to him. Xue Ge possesses unique insights into the development of ninjutsu, and he has assisted me greatly during my own endeavors. As Minato spoke, he elucidated Xue Ge's situation to Hisashi. Ah, I see. Hisashi stroked his goatee, surprised to discover that the child possessed such talents. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded, then leave this matter to me, I will discuss it with Danzo later. For now, focus on training diligently under Jiraiya. Do not let your thoughts stray to this. Yes, Hokage-sama, Minato replied. Hisashi nodded with satisfaction. He recognized that despite Minato's humble origins, he had consistently demonstrated diligence and innate ability. The future of Konoha required young individuals like him to sustain it. All right, you may return. Continue your training. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Hisashi waved his hand, signaling Minato to take his leave. Minato bowed respectfully before turning to exit the office. Aware that Hisashi had numerous responsibilities to attend to and could not be disturbed for long. Upon stepping out of the Hokage building, Minato looked up at the night sky, where countless stars adorned the dark canvas. That child possesses the potential to become Konoha's pride, and he would do his utmost to aid in his growth. Taking a deep breath, Minato turned towards his home, needing to organize the task reports from the past few days and prepare for the training ahead. As he watched Minato's figure fade into the street, Hisashi emptied the ash from his extinguished pipe, resumed his seat, and continued processing documents. Hours passed, and after completing all paperwork, his gaze fell upon the scroll that Minato had brought. After a moment of contemplation, Hisashi began to inscribe various suggestions for modifications upon the scroll. Regarding the understanding of conventional ninjutsu, it is evident that Nichiren's grasp surpasses even that of his mentor, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Xue Ge's innovative approach to developing ninjutsu is indeed quite original, yet it ultimately remains within the confines of traditional techniques. After merely observing for a brief period, Nichiren had essentially comprehended Xue Ge's thought process. This unique direction of development piqued Nichiren's interest, prompting him to experiment with the body flicker technique. As time slipped quietly beneath his pen, the night outside gradually faded. When dawn began to break in the east, Nichiren finally set down his writing instrument. He stretched his fingers, stiff from prolonged writing, and his gaze slowly traversed the scroll, scrutinizing the fruits of his labor from the previous night. The revisions were complete. If modified in this manner, it should align with Xue Ge's chakra circulation. It had been quite some time since he had dedicated himself so earnestly to his studies. Suddenly, a chill crept down his spine. Upon glancing behind him, he realized that dawn had arrived. Nichiren placed a hand on his forehead, caught between laughter and exasperation. He needed to contemplate how to explain this to Pihu Lake upon his return, hoping to appease her wrath. The following day, when Nichiren entrusted the revised body flicker technique to Xue Ge during the breakthrough Ryujin, Xue Ge was utterly bewildered. Although Minato had promised Xue Ge that he would assist in finding Nichiren, the speed with which the third Hokage's task was accomplished was astonishing. The prowess of the ninjutsu scholar was indeed formidable. Consequently, Xue Ge spent the entire morning engrossed in analyzing Nichiren's annotations on the scroll, completely neglecting Ryujin's lecture. Nichiren possessed a remarkable aptitude for teaching. His explanations inscribed on the scroll were both profound and accessible, while the scroll explicitly detailed modifications to the body flicker technique. Nichiren expanded upon this foundation, elucidating numerous possibilities regarding ninjutsu transformation and providing insightful guidance, although he had not previously engaged with the direction of Xue Ge's thoughts. Nichiren's experience in learning and developing ninjutsu ranks among the finest in the current ninja world. He meticulously curated content suitable for Xue Ge's comprehension, genuinely leaving Xue Ge in awe. One could only speculate how powerful the third Hokage truly was, yet such a deep understanding of ninjutsu offered a glimpse into the Hokage's potential. As noon approached, Xue Ge took a deep breath and closed the scroll, having fully grasped Nichiren's intent. He was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to put theory into practice. Moreover, he harbored significant expectations. He had yet to discuss his idea of external ninjutsu construction with the third Hokage and was particularly eager to find an occasion for a face-to-face conversation, though he recognized the improbability of such a meeting. When the bell signaling the end of class rang, students surged toward the exit. Xue Ge rolled up the scroll and returned it to his drawer, preparing to head to the training ground for physical exercises. At that moment, a box wrapped in light blue fabric was placed on the desk before him. Xue Ge paused, casting a glance at Muko, who winked at him before hastily departing the classroom with her lunchbox. Xue Ge could surmise the contents of the fabric-wrapped box. He hesitated for a moment, clutching a light blue cloth bag as he stepped outside the classroom. After searching briefly, he found a secluded spot at the corner of the courtyard wall and settled down. Upon opening the bag, he discovered, as expected, a bento box. The contents were quite simple, 2/3 rice and 1/3 vegetables, which included greens along with a few pieces of char siu and half a boiled egg. The arrangement resembled some standard bento meals served in school cafeterias. Inside the lid of the box, a pair of utensils was secured. Xue Ge ceremoniously retrieved them, lightly clapped his hands in silent gratitude, and began his meal. It is worth noting that during his 4 years of training, the number of times Xue Ge had enjoyed a proper meal could be counted on one hand. The past 3 days of regular meals had left him feeling somewhat out of sorts. After finishing his lunch, he washed the utensils at the sink, considering it a brief respite. Once he had cleaned the utensils and neatly returned them to his seat, Xue Ge returned to the playground to commence his physical training. For some unknown reason, today, Guy did not accompany Xue Ge for their usual laps around the field. Without that overly enthusiastic youth, Xue Ge sensed a certain emptiness on the playground. However, this void was soon filled. Kakashi, noticing the white-haired figure swiftly matching his pace, Xue Ge tilted his head and inquired, "What about Abido and Rin?" "They're taking a nap." Kakashi gestured towards their classmates resting under a distant tree. "Do you have time for a chat? Time and place?" "Right now, under that tree." The two dashed to the tree, not uttering a single breath as they leaned against it and sat down. "What shall we discuss?" Xue Ge's inquiry was straightforward. Unlike Kakashi, who was naturally gifted, Xue Ge had time constraints. "You want to graduate early, don't you?" Kakashi sought to confirm his suspicions. "In a year." "What?" "I aim to graduate from the Ninja Academy within a year." Kakashi paused, realizing his assumption was correct, yet the certainty of this ambition surprised him. "Graduating in a year. Do you comprehend what that entails?" "I believe it poses no challenge," Xue Ge replied nonchalantly. "The theoretical classes are manageable, and the practical aspects are not overly difficult." "And the ninjutsu?" Kakashi inquired, frowning. "Graduating requires mastering the 3 body techniques. Previously, it would have been a struggle, but now." Xue Ge contemplated the guidance provided by Hizashi and affirmed, "There will be no issues." Kakashi fell silent for a moment, choosing not to delve into why Xue Ge had suddenly mastered the 3 body techniques. Instead, he continued, "To graduate early, an application must be made to Lord Hokage. From what I've learned from my father, the early graduation process involves rigorous examinations, and combat against Ch-Nin and even J-Nin is almost inevitable. The specific passing criteria are unclear, but the ninjas we would face will hold nothing back." With that, he turned to look at Xue Ge, who had his back to him. "It's not merely a matter of a simple spar between us anymore. Do you wish to graduate early as well?" Xue Ge asked. Kakashi nodded, "Yes." "Are you afraid?" Xue Ge pressed further. "How could I be?" Kakashi shook his head. "Why do you presume that I would be afraid?" Xue Ge turned his head to glance at Kakashi, their gazes meeting. After a moment of shared silence, Kakashi let out a light chuckle, appearing to relax somewhat. He crossed his arms and, squinting slightly, remarked, "Indeed, in certain respects, we are kindred spirits." "Perhaps so," Xue Ge pondered, uncertain of his own feelings. "Is there anything else you'd like to say? In the future, we could engage in more sparring and exchange ideas." Kakashi rose to his feet, stating, "I also intend to graduate early. I had not previously settled on a time frame. However, now I believe I have found my purpose." He approached Xue Ge, casting his gaze toward the students napping under the shade of trees across the playground. "I will not graduate later than you, Xue Ge. That is of no concern to me." Xue Ge replied, indifferent to Kakashi's newfound zeal. He merely wished to fulfill his duties methodically, as per Danzo's requirements, desiring a tranquil existence. Although being a ninja precludes true peace, he hoped for a semblance of tranquility in his life. "I look forward to your guidance in the future, Xue Ge. Your physical prowess surpasses mine, yet I believe I possess greater experience in ninjutsu." Kakashi continued, since we are both aspiring to graduate early, we can learn from each other. Moreover, I hope that during our battles, you will hold nothing back, as I shall not. Naturally, Shugo replied, rising and passing by Kakashi before breaking into a run across the sun-drenched playground. Xue Ge performed the hand seals with a deliberate slowness. Yet each gesture was executed with precision. Transformation technique, boom. A cloud of smoke enveloped him, and when it cleared, Xue Ge had assumed the appearance of Danzo. In a swift succession of smoke, he reverted to his original form. Standing in the moonlit courtyard, Xue Ge inhaled deeply and clenched his fist with determination. He had succeeded. He had just conducted a series of 3 body techniques. Though still somewhat awkward, he had managed to release them successfully. And nearly in perfect form, this was due to his profound understanding of the principles underlying these 3 ninjutsu techniques. Currently, Xue Ge was deconstructing the teachings of Hizashi, gradually unraveling the thought processes behind the modification of ninjutsu. If he could grasp the intricacies involved, he would be able to begin altering ninjutsu himself. Just then, a voice emanated from the 2nd floor, prompting Xue Ge to turn around. Danzo leaned halfway out of the window, resting against the sill. He tossed a scroll towards Xue Ge, who caught it hastily. I have compiled a selection of wind-style techniques suitable for your current stage, Danzo remarked. However, you possess the chakra of both wind and lightning. The techniques contained within this scroll are practical, gathered from the ninjas of the Umbu. Now that your training in ninjutsu is on the right track, it's time to study these combat techniques diligently. With that, Danzo did not wait for a response and closed the window behind him. Moments later, the lights in his room extinguished. Xue Ge tightened his grip on the scroll. Although Danzo often wore a stern expression and spoke little, he was remarkably meticulous in his dealings. Upon unrolling the scroll, Xue Ge discovered that the ninjutsu inscribed within were primarily D and C rank, making them relatively easy for him to comprehend. The real challenge lay in practical application. However, compared to wind and lightning techniques, there were other ninjutsu that took precedence for Xue Ge at present. For instance, storage technique. This was a technique of minimal difficulty. Although it fell under space-time ninjutsu, its training proved to be only slightly more challenging than the 3-body technique. Currently, Xue Ge's backup prosthetics were kept in Danzo's possession, and retrieving them in the event of damage would require a special trip to him, which was quite troublesome. Therefore, Xue Ge had long contemplated carrying a scroll specifically for storing his prosthetics, but he was somewhat apprehensive about learning the storage technique. He had initially intended to ask Danzo for guidance, but Danzo was often elusive, and he couldn't always encounter him upon returning, including this time. He was uncertain when Danzo would return. Now that Danzo had taken a break, it would be inappropriate to disturb him. Perhaps he would find an opportunity in a few days. With these thoughts in mind, Xue Ge rolled up the scroll. There was no rush in modifying ninjutsu. He still needed to thoroughly study the notes left by Hizashi, which were far more valuable to him at this stage than the recorded ninjutsu. As for the present moment, Xue Ge glanced at the bright moon in the sky and estimated it was just past 10 o'clock in the evening. 10 o'clock bedtime. Danzo truly was a health-conscious middle-aged man. Taking a gentle breath, Xue Ge realized he still had over an hour before his usual rest. Seizing this time, he decided to head to the small waterfall on the back mountain to practice the Rasengan. He always felt that the spiraling sphere technique possessed tremendous potential for development. After all, the sheer potency derived from a mere transformation of chakra was remarkable. If one were to incorporate a change in chakra nature, its power could likely be even greater. Coupled with its rapid deployment speed and the stealth of a formless technique, this jutsu aligned harmoniously with the combat style of Yukigo. As he dashed away from the hidden leaf village, just before reaching a small waterfall, Yukigo suddenly heard a rustling sound nearby, as if a gust of wind was sweeping through the grasses. Is someone there? He furrowed his brow and cautiously approached the source of the sound. As he carefully parted the underbrush, a glint of cold light flashed before him. Reacting almost instantaneously, he drew a kunai from his sleeve to block the incoming attack. The sharp clash between the shuriken and kunai echoed clearly in the stillness of the night forest. A sudden whoosh of wind reached his ears, and Yukigo saw a leg sweeping toward him. His expression hardened as chakra surged around his left arm, deflecting the attack and exposing a short blade hidden within. Without hesitation, he struck toward the opponent's thigh. Then, a familiar sound caught his attention, the subtle noise of chakra flowing after a hand seal. To his surprise, the figure before him vanished without any indication. Not a substitution technique. He paused momentarily, but before he could process it, a chilling sensation descended from above. Yukigo looked up just in time to see the opponent's foot descending upon him. He had no time to react and was struck in the spine. instantly pinned to the ground. Coughing, he felt his internal energy surge, unable to suppress a groan. This sound caused the stranger, who was poised to apply further force, to halt. The moment the stranger released their foot, Yukigo sprang away, swiftly rolling to create distance, drawing both a long and short blade before him. His gaze was wary as he assessed the figure before him. A boy? The boy twirled his kunai and then gripped it tightly, a frown creasing his brow as realization washed over him. You. Yes, it's you. You are that. Mizuka Yukigo, right? Yukigo's eyes widened in confusion. The thing is, I witnessed your battle with Kakashi that day, the boy said enthusiastically, moving closer to Yukigo. I even asked Ran about both of your names. Well, to think there's such a prodigy in the first year. Ran, are you referring to Uchiha Ran? You are an Uchiha? Yukigo inquired, turning his head. Oh, right. I forgot to introduce myself, the boy exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I am Uchiha Shursui. You can call me Shursui. I'm a third-year student at the Ninja Academy. Pleased to meet you. Ninja Academy? Third-year student? Yukigo recalled the earlier confrontation where Shursui had effortlessly subdued him, feeling a mix of astonishment. Are all third-year students as formidable as you? Oh, not at all. Shursui quickly waved his hand dismissively. To be honest, I plan to apply for early graduation next semester. I believe I am currently the most formidable individual in the academy, so do not lose your confidence simply because I have bested you. Graduating early, yet another prodigy. After encountering 3 geniuses in 4 consecutive days, Xue Ge began to wonder if there was something peculiar about his constitution, Kakashi, Minato, and Shirze. Nevertheless, it seems that next year will be quite lively. Including myself, 3 individuals will graduate early. After allowing his thoughts to wander for a moment, Xue Ge continued to inquire. Do you practice here every night? Indeed, as it is relatively deserted, I can unleash my full potential. Shursui nodded. And what about you? I practice ninjutsu. How fortuitous. Shursui draped his arm over Xue Ge's shoulder and, extending a finger, remarked, I too practice ninjutsu here. Practicing ninjutsu. Recalling his earlier battle with Shursui, Xue Ge suddenly realized. Was it that ninjutsu that vanished so abruptly? It is the body flicker technique. Shursui waved his finger, smiling. Xue Ge paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow. The body flicker technique. No, it does not activate that swiftly. While studying the body replacement technique, he also learned about the so-called advanced body replacement techniques, essentially essential ninjutsu for the Umbu. The body flicker technique, the body immobilization technique, and the stealth technique. Among these, Xue Ge found the body flicker technique to be the most cost-effective. The body immobilization technique is easily escaped by opponents of comparable skill, while the stealth technique can be rendered ineffective against certain sensing ninjutsu. However, he had also inquired about the body flicker technique. According to Yin, the greatest drawback of the body flicker technique is that, as opposed to the body replacement technique, a normal person experiences a brief moment of stiffness both before and after flickering, an adaptation issue of the nervous system to high-speed maneuvers. Although this stiffness is exceedingly brief, it can prove fatal in the midst of combat. Yet, when Xue Ge faced Shursui, he observed that Shurzui's movements before and after the flicker were remarkably fluid. Betraying no sign of hesitation, he had scarcely heard the sound of a hand seal when, in the next moment, he found himself thrust to the ground by a kick. Perhaps it is my extraordinary talent. Shursui shrugged nonchalantly, stating, I might be inherently suited for the body flicker technique. It feels quite natural, devoid of any discomfort. However, my vision lags a bit, so I am still training. Once my vision catches up, you will be facing a Shursui capable of sustained flickering. Shursui pointed at his eyes, spreading his hands with a grin. Xue Ge, merely imagining a continuously flickering Shursui, felt a shiver run down his spine. At the velocity of the body flicker technique, discovering a countermeasure would be challenging, especially against a being as fluid as Shursui. Unbeknownst to Xue Ge, the youth before him would eventually become the fearsome Shursui the body flicker during the Third Great Ninja War, instilling terror in Kirigakure and renowned for his extraordinary mobility. Akin to Namikaze's Minato. So, do you wish to learn the body flicker technique? Shursui suddenly queried, observing Xue Ge lost in thought. Xue Ge snapped back to reality, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. I certainly do. His combat style is inherently swift, a direction he has chosen for himself. After gaining insight into numerous powerful ninjutsu, Xue Ge realized that, compared to evasion, enduring attacks head-on was rather impractical. Currently, his methods for dodging close-range assaults remain rudimentary, relying on rolling, sidestepping, and other basic maneuvers. However, should he master the body flicker technique, he could retaliate directly behind his opponent, much like Xue had demonstrated earlier. This would significantly broaden his tactical options. Very well. Listen closely, Xue said with a smile as he began to elucidate the intricacies of the body flicker technique. Xue Ge listened intently, nodding occasionally in understanding. The body flicker technique is not an ordinary ninjutsu. Previously, those from the Umbu had not imparted this knowledge to him, although he was unsure of Xue's source of expertise. It was evident that Xue was a prodigy in this field, and his guidance would undoubtedly spare Xue Ge from many pitfalls. Xue Ge diligently noted the key points from Xue's explanation, such as the hand seals for the body flicker technique, the manipulation of chakra, and its applications in conjunction with other ninjutsu, preparing to document these insights in a scroll upon his return. Before he realized it, 2 hours had elapsed, and Xue, parched and weary, leaned against a tree. Let us conclude for today, he said, feeling drowsy. You may visit me in the 3rd year tomorrow. However, I believe I have covered the essentials, the deeper aspects. I doubt you would comprehend even if I explained them. Or perhaps I would struggle to articulate them myself, Xue mused internally. The epiphanies of geniuses are often beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Nonetheless, Xue had a favorable impression of Xue Ge and was keen to cultivate a relationship with such a promising junior, though he did not perceive Xue Ge as particularly gifted in the body flicker technique. Xue Ge reflected on the key points Xue had shared and nodded in agreement. It is time for me to rest, he remarked. Xue yawned and scratched his head, then recalled, by the way, you mentioned you were also here to practice ninjutsu. In my eagerness to teach, I haven't yet seen your skills. Would you demonstrate for me? Of course, Xue Ge replied, nodding before extending his right arm and spreading his fingers. With a rush of wind, a blue vortex began to swirl and gather in his palm, gradually coalescing into a spherical form. Xue's expression suddenly shifted to one of seriousness, his drowsiness evaporating. His instincts warned him that the sphere before him was dangerous. At that moment, Xue Ge was slightly taken aback. He was not proficient with the Rasengan and had initially expected to need multiple attempts to succeed. To his surprise, he had formed the sphere on his first try. However, he had no time for contemplation. Unlike Minato, he lacked the capability to maintain the Rasengan for several seconds. He felt the need to release it before it detonated. With this thought in mind, he pressed the Rasengan against a nearby tree. With a resounding explosion, the Rasengan detonated within the tree's core, severing it in two, causing it to collapse. Not bad, Xue Ge mused. While its power may not have equaled that of Minato's, he had not aimed to reach such a level. This version already held practical value. Unlike the calm Xue, who had never witnessed the spiral sphere before, stood momentarily astonished at the trees that had collapsed. Moments later, he abruptly turned to Xue and inquired, "Is this ninjutsu?" "Indeed. The hand seals. Where are the hand seals?" "This is a ninjutsu without hand seals," Xue murmured. "I had only heard of such a technique before. I never expected to witness it today." Xue, with his eyelids drooping, fixed his gaze on Xue and remarked, "It seems less remarkable than a simple body flicker technique." Recovering from his reverie, Xue, still immersed in the power of the spiral sphere, asked with a hint of excitement, "Can you teach me this ninjutsu?" Xue's combat style bore a striking resemblance to that of Minato, making the spiral sphere an exceptionally suitable technique for him. Xue shook his head, a tinge of regret in his demeanor. This technique was developed in collaboration with another individual, so I cannot teach you alone. However, should I encounter that person again, I shall inquire on your behalf. "Ah, what a pity," Xue lamented, shaking his head without pressing the issue. Although he had just taught Xue the body flicker technique, the fact that it could be learned by members of the Umbu made it incomparable to a self-developed ninjutsu. "Wait a moment." Xue's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "Did you just say that you developed it with another person?" Xue reflected briefly. The principle behind the spiral sphere's rotation was his own proposal, which became the primary operational method of the technique. Thus, he felt justified in considering himself a participant in its development. "Yes," Xue replied. Xue's gaze transformed from curiosity to sheer astonishment. A child of such tender years had developed a ninjutsu, and a technique without hand seals at that. This child is a genius. The following morning during recess, Uchiha-lan approached Xue. "Here, take this," he said awkwardly, extending a letter toward Xue before hastily retreating, casting a curious and puzzled glance back at him from his seat. Perplexed by the letter in his hand and sensing that Uchiha-lan was unlikely to provide an explanation, Xue turned to ask his companion, Musi. Musi merely shook her head. "Why not ask Abido?" Musi pointed at Abido, who was slumped over his desk, Asleep. I completely forgot that there is another Uchiha in our class. Xue Ge was aware of the two prominent clans in Konoha, but he thought of the elite children of noble families and often overlooked Obito as one of the Uchiha. He approached Obito and shook him gently. "Don't shake me, Rin." Obito mumbled groggily as he swatted Xue Ge's hand away. Xue Ge glanced at Noara Rin, who smiled awkwardly and leaned closer to Obito, whispering, "Teacher Ruji called your name." "Ah." Obito jolted upright, colliding with Xue Ge's chin. Xue Ge staggered back, rubbing his chin, while Obito clutched his forehead in pain. "So, it seems that even students at the Ninja Academy are fearful of their teachers?" Observing Obito, who was being patted on the head by a bemused Rin, Yukigo harbored a subtle suspicion. Could be faking it? "This is an invitation. Who gave it to you?" Obito stared at the letter in his hand with astonishment. "An invitation?" Obito explained. The Uchiha clan's territory is on the outskirts of the village, isolated and rather insular. Generally, ordinary villagers aren't allowed in. Not that any villager would willingly seek trouble in the Uchiha district anyway. With this invitation, you can show it to the guards and enter. Is writing this invitation costly? Yukigo began calculating the social debt in his mind. Huh? Not at all. Obito blinked and shook his head. It's just a casual note with a signature. They'll verify it later, but few people bother. Why? Think about it. If you want to meet a friend, you'd just arrange a spot in the village. Writing an invitation means dealing with the clan's formalities later. Too much hassle. Logical and convincing. Obito suddenly leaned in, waving the invitation. "Hey. By the way, who wrote this?" "Probably Uchiha Shursui." Though uncertain of the specifics, the only Uchiha Yukigo was acquainted with was Shursui. Uchiha Shursui? Oh, him. Obito scratched his head in frustration. A prodigy among the Uchiha's younger generation. Why do you geniuses always flock together? Kakashi is the same. And so are you. Aren't you one too? Yukigo glanced at Kakashi, who was idly flipping through a novel in the distance. Obito paused, fell silent for a moment, then grinned and clapped Yukigo's shoulder. "You're right, huh? Sharp eye Yukigo. Once I awaken my Sharingan, you'll see, I'm a genius too." Yukigo nodded. After some more chatter, the school bell rang. Hastily, Obito scribbled a line on the back of Yukigo's hand. 257, Izuna Road. That is my address. Since someone is inviting you to the clan grounds, drop by my place when you're free. With a firm pat on Yukigo's back, Obito darted back to his seat. Without a word, Yukigo returned to his desk. As Urashiki launched into a lecture on shinobi history, he quietly unfolded the invitation in the back row. To Mizutori Yukigo, as fellow bearers of Konoha's future, I cordially invite you to the clan grounds to exchange insights. Rest assured, you shall be warmly received. Address, 154, Taijima Road. This invitation remains valid indefinitely. Sincerely, Uchiha Shursui. This was just an invitation, it was a pass. Returning home after school, Yukigo headed straight to his room. He planned to visit Shursui over the weekend. Discussing jutsu, and possibly sparring, would require considerable time, far more than a single evening. Yukigo preferred to complete things in one go whenever possible. As night falls, the individual may not necessarily be at home. Sitting at his desk, Xue Ge carefully laid out several books and scrolls extracted from the drawers and shelves. Commencing this evening, he embarked on a long-term endeavor. Alongside the body flicker technique, the Rasengan, and the body flicker technique he had just learned from Shizun the previous night. Combined with the wind and lightning release scrolls gifted by Danzo, Xue Ge intended to sift through these to identify ninjutsu that suited him. He aimed to refine these techniques while simultaneously developing a combat style tailored to his strengths. This journey might also involve synthesizing his own interpretations to create new ninjutsu based on existing foundations. Of course, these techniques might prove impractical. After all, he was merely an adept at understanding the principles and deconstruction of ninjutsu. Nevertheless, unlike seasoned ninjas, Xue Ge, still a student, possessed an abundance of time. He intended to leverage the several extra hours he had each day to endeavor to keep pace with his prodigious peers. To facilitate future reference and practice of all he discovered, he planned to inscribe everything into a scroll that he could carry with him. This way, he would only need to bear 3 scrolls, one for prosthetic limbs, one for miscellaneous items, and the last for ninjutsu. The standard Konoha ninja vest includes at least 6 scroll pouches, leaving 3 available for flexibility and task responses. Thus, he dubbed this long-term project the Xue Ge Ninjutsu Compendium. Beginning with the E-rank body flicker technique, Xue Ge meticulously documented the methods and experiences of the techniques he had mastered, hoping to discover optimization strategies in the future. He had learned the Rasengan. He could perform it, albeit with a lack of finesse. His approach mirrored that of the body flicker technique, should he encounter Minato. A thorough discussion about the Rasengan would be imperative. As for the body flicker technique, he understood its application but lacked the ability to execute it. Unaltered ninjutsu remained beyond his reach. Nevertheless, this technique became a necessity for his practice, given its practical application. The next step was to examine the 2 ninjutsu scrolls for techniques with combat value, to be adapted and learned in the subsequent phase. Among the lightning release techniques, there were Earth Walk, Lightning Strike, Lightning Binding, and Lightning Gate. Within the wind release, techniques included Great Breakthrough, Shuriken Production, Gale Palm, and Net. Time slipped away as Xue Ge lost himself in his studies until he was startled by the sound of the door opening. Danzo had returned. Realizing this, Xue Ge quickly rose and stepped out, nearly forgetting that he also wished to learn the storage technique from Danzo. Upon reaching the doorway, he noticed several umbu trailing behind Danzo, seemingly returning from a mission. Upon seeing Xue Ge, Danzo dismissed the umbu and inquired, "What is it?" Xue Ge had no intention of prying into Danzo's activities. Instead, he stated, "I would like to learn the storage technique." "Very well," Danzo replied casually. The scene shifted back a few hours earlier. The door to Orochimaru's laboratory was knocked upon, and Danzo entered alongside several umbu. "Danzo." Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, surveying the umbu behind Danzo. "If I recall correctly, it isn't time for you to deliver materials yet, is it?" The members of the umbu behind Orochimaru immediately tensed their bodies in apprehension. "I have come to deliver someone to you," Danzo stated with remarkable composure. "You always conduct your research alone, which must be rather inconvenient. Furthermore, it is rather conspicuous for me to seek you out so frequently. When Yukigo was present, In could contact you under the pretense of guidance. Now that Yukigo resides with me, I have specifically brought a war orphan to assist you. This serves both as your aid and as a messenger between us." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. "An aid? A messenger?" He chuckled coldly for a moment, not revealing Danzo's intentions. "As long as it pleases you." "Linny, step forward," Danzo commanded. At his words, a somewhat bewildered young girl cautiously peeked out from behind him. Orochimaru scrutinized Lin-I for a moment. "A war orphan, indeed. Ever since you took that child named Yukigo as your adopted son. It seems your collection of war orphans has multiplied, Danzo. One wonders whether these children are truly war orphans or some matters are better left unexamined, Orochimaru." Danzo replied in a low voice. The umbu following him were bound by a seal of silence, his trusted subordinates, thus he was not concerned about their overhearing the conversation. "This sentiment, I shall return it to you," Orochimaru remarked, and from his sleeve slithered a white snake, coiling itself around Lin-Yi's leg. The girl looked somewhat frightened, yet under Danzo's intimidating gaze, she stiffly approached Orochimaru. "If anything were to happen to her, I shall not be held accountable," Orochimaru said. Turning to the young girl with a rasping laugh, Danzo scoffed, "To spare both you and me some trouble, it is best that nothing befall her. This is also for the sake of Konoha." "That is debatable," Orochimaru replied noncommittally. "Once our business is concluded, I suggest you leave promptly, Danzo. I am quite busy." "No. There are further matters to discuss." At this, Orochimaru nearly choked in disbelief. "Speak." Unlike his previous jovial demeanor, he now appeared somewhat displeased. "What is the status of the experiments regarding Yukigo and the other kekkei genkai cells?" Danzo inquired. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, pausing in silence before responding with a knowing tone. "It seems this is indeed the primary purpose of your visit. Follow me." With that, he turned and walked deeper into the laboratory. Danzo gestured for his subordinates to follow, while those behind him quickly retreated outside, as the ensuing conversation was not for their ears. Only Lin-I remained, standing dazed until the white snake coiling around her leg nudged her, then slithered to the ground and began to crawl in a specific direction. She hurriedly followed. "The experimental data is quite gruesome," Orochimaru stated, handing a large stack of reports to Danzo as he settled into his office chair. As he spoke, he leisurely poured himself a cup of coffee. "Would you care for some?" "No, thank you." Tizai perused the experimental report in his hand, not lifting his gaze. Orochimaru, unhurried, sipped his coffee, patiently awaiting Tizai's reaction. Shortly thereafter, Tizai, having finished a cursory examination of the report, expressionless, returned it to his desk. The fusion experiment involving Hashirama cells had failed utterly, yielding results indistinguishable from those of ordinary humans. Attempts to merge with the transparent chakra also met with failure. There had been some progress with the experiment involving the cells of the Akimichi clan, yet it ultimately ended in failure as well. As for the Sharingan, Orochimaru's tone shifted subtly as he spoke. The situation here was rather unique. The ocular power of the Sharingan seemed to harmonize with the cells of Yukichi. Yet the Sharingan itself exhibited an intense repulsiveness. In summary, it too had failed. Orochimaru unabashedly discussed taboo topics that would likely drive the noble clans to madness if overheard. What is your perspective on the experiments related to the Sharingan? Tizai inquired. The ocular power is the wellspring of the Sharingan's strength, which largely derives from the emotional fluctuations of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru pondered. I surmise that perhaps Yukige's mental aspects resonate with the Sharingan, yet his physical constitution is entirely incompatible. Well, in that case, it seems there might still be some possibility of your foster son transplanting certain ocular techniques as a bloodline limit. Upon hearing Orochimaru's conclusion, Tizai's gaze turned icy. He inquired in a low voice, do we require more Sharingan for experimentation? If available, certainly. However, the likelihood of success is minimal. It may be more pragmatic to consider a different test subject rather than seeking additional Sharingan. Orochimaru shrugged, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Of course. If you can procure other ocular techniques, that might also be viable. After all, I believe your foster son may have greater potential with the transplantation of ocular techniques as a bloodline limit. Other ocular techniques? Byakugan. Tizai paused momentarily, then began to contemplate. However, his musings did not hinder his conversation with Orochimaru. I shall devise a way to provide you with more Sharingan. As for other ocular techniques, we shall discuss that later. In due time, I will source some bloodline limits from outside the village for you. Additionally, the next batch of materials will primarily consist of children. Ensure you supervise them closely and prevent any disturbances. Such trivial matters need not trouble you, Orochimaru remarked thoughtfully. By the way, is that child named Yukige still striving with such fervor? The apparatus and materials sustaining his life are quite costly. I shall cover the expenses. Tizai interjected, cutting off Orochimaru. Very well. Orochimaru shrugged, smiling. Ah, such tenacity. It has been some time since our last encounter, and I find myself missing that little rascal. He has accompanied me for 4 years. There is some sentiment attached. Tizai, could you arrange a meeting between us? I advise you to refrain from getting too attached to Yukige. He belongs to me. If you require materials, I shall provide you with others. With that, Tizai flicked his sleeve and departed. Orochimaru watched Tizai retreat, a barely perceptible frown creasing his brow. It is truly regrettable. I had just devised a seal capable of transferring chakra and intended to implant it directly onto Yukige for experimentation, especially considering the impurities that already plagued that young boy. Alas, what a pity. Ah, Danzo, since you have already sent that boy to the Ninja Academy, could you possibly hinder my pursuit of him? Wind release, great breakthrough. In the depths of the forest at night, Yukige formed hand seals with one hand and unleashed a gust of wind. Yet, the barrier of wind dissipated after traveling merely 2 or 3 meters. This won't suffice. I must enhance the chakra used for compressing the wind barrier and direct its flow at this stage. Yukige furrowed his brow. Retrieving his notebook to revise the steps, then settled cross-legged on the ground to refine his chakra. His chakra reserves were quite commendable among his peers, though still insufficient for unrestricted use of ninjutsu. After several attempts, he had exhausted a considerable portion of his chakra, but fortunately he had soldier pills to expedite his recovery. Ah! A raspy voice broke the silence, startling Yukige into alertness. He turned to see a familiar figure perched on a tree branch, gazing down at him. In a concealed thicket nearby, the Umbu originally tasked with surveilling Yukige had already succumbed into unconsciousness. Pale skin, sleek black hair, elongated features, and an aura as cold as a serpent's. Orochimaru? Yukige tilted his head. Been a few days, hasn't it, Yukige-kun? Orochimaru leaped gracefully from the treetop, landing beside Yukige. How have you fared lately? Yukige scrutinized him for a moment before responding. All is well. Thank you for your concern. I had thought you might find it difficult to adjust. Hee. I wonder whether I should be pleased or sorrowful. Orochimaru flicked his serpent-like tongue. Do you have time for a chat? Among those Yukige knew, he instinctively categorized Orochimaru as the highest level of danger. He was utterly inscrutable, even regarding the latter's likes and dislikes. It appeared that Orochimaru had matters to discuss with him. Yukige nodded. Then let us move to another location. This place feels somewhat oppressive, and I doubt Yukige-kun would appreciate it. Orochimaru smiled with narrowed eyes, then nimbly leaped onto a tree branch, prompting Yukige to follow suit. The two arrived at the cliffside of Hokage Rock, where they found a large stone to sit upon. This spot is quite suitable, Orochimaru remarked, gesturing towards the full moon. The moonlight is splendid, and my spirits are high. Orochimaru-sama, what brings you to seek me? Yukige was direct. unwilling to engage in excessive pleasantries that might ensnare him in a trap he wouldn't even recognize until it was too late. How refreshingly straightforward, Yukigo-kun. Orochimaru clasped his hands together, his fingers stretching and intertwining. The matter is this. I require additional samples of your bodily tissue for my experiments. Rest assured. This will also be beneficial for you, whether it is advantageous to me or not. I have no means to refuse, do I? Yukigo replied, his expression impassive as he acquiesced. Indeed, Yukigo-kun, you are remarkably understanding. Orochimaru's smile grew ever more radiant as he made a rather reluctant request. I hope that in the future, Yukigo-kun can visit my laboratory periodically. There is no fixed schedule, just whenever you have the time. What for? Yukigo's soul seemed to possess a certain uniqueness at this thought. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. For certain special reasons, I wish to delve deeper into the study of souls. And Yukigo-kun would serve as an excellent subject. Yukigo's hair stood on end, and his body tensed immediately. A unique soul, how could the soul of a traveler be anything but extraordinary? It undoubtedly bore some anomalous attributes. If Orochimaru were to conduct his research, who knew what unintended revelations might arise? Indeed, this little one is aware of the uniqueness of his soul, observing every nuance of Yukigo's demeanor. Orochimaru quickly affirmed his suspicions upon noticing the sudden shift in Yukigo's state. The compatibility of his ocular prowess contrasted with the incompatibility of his bloodline limit was a phenomenon Orochimaru had never encountered before, to the extent that he had not even considered its existence. Furthermore, Yukigo's innate disposition, which belied his age, piqued his curiosity. He had entertained numerous hypotheses, one of which pertained to the soul. Deliberately voicing his thoughts, he observed Yukigo's reaction. It appeared that he had struck gold. Danzo. The experimental subject you sought is rather exceptional. Not only can he serve as your experimental vessel, but he can also aid me in my endeavors. Noticing Yukigo's reluctance, Orochimaru immediately shifted to a soothing tone. Of course, I understand that matters concerning the soul may place you in a difficult position. So I shall provide you with corresponding compensation. This is a transaction. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Yukigo felt somewhat reassured. In truth, he recognized that he had little choice in the matter before Orochimaru. Even if he were to refuse, should Orochimaru be determined, there would be no way to thwart him. Informing Danzo would not guarantee continuous support, and it was unlikely that Danzo would risk antagonizing Orochimaru on his behalf. Given that Orochimaru proposed this transaction, at the very least, he could gain some advantages from it, a form of compensation, if you will. He could only hope that Orochimaru's research would not delve into matters from other worlds. What kind of compensation? Yukigo endeavored to keep his voice as calm as possible. Orochimaru smiled and extended a finger. I could teach you some of my unique ninjutsu. How does that sound? Yukigo narrowed his eyes. He was well aware of the legendary Sannin and knew that as a disciple of Hiruzen, Orochimaru's mastery of ninjutsu was formidable. Learning some of his exclusive techniques would undoubtedly enhance his own abilities. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, what kind of ninjutsu? Some techniques you may find intriguing. Orochimaru teased. For instance, techniques that could amplify the potency of your wind release jutsu, or those that would allow you better control over the chakra within your body. Orochimaru has accompanied Yukigo for 4 years, studying him meticulously during this time. He may possess a deeper understanding of Yukigo's internal condition than Yukigo himself. Furthermore, if you require assistance, I can serve as a consultant for your ninjutsu training, he proposed, presenting an even more alluring offer. Yukigo found himself somewhat tempted. Currently, the most troublesome aspect of his training was his lack of experience in ninjutsu development. Danzo was preoccupied and elusive, Hizashi was even busier, and Minato was absent from the village. Under these circumstances, Orochimaru's proposal was remarkably timely. However, Yukigo did not immediately acquiesce. Orochimaru was profoundly scheming and cautious. While it was impossible to resist him entirely, Yukigo could not appear too easily manipulated. I need to contemplate this, Yukigo said. Of course, take your time, Orochimaru nodded. But I must remind you that my patience is finite. Should your deliberation extend too long, I might reconsider my offer. After uttering this, Orochimaru said nothing more and turned to depart from the Hokage rock, leaving Yukigo alone in contemplation. Time flew by, and by Saturday, Yukigo had yet to resolve to seek out Orochimaru primarily because he had not amassed enough questions to pose. He felt that if he were to collaborate with Orochimaru, he ought to derive sufficient benefits. Setting aside the matter of approaching Orochimaru, he had already planned his weekend itinerary. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Uchiha clan territory, Yukigo presented a letter to the guard. After briefly inspecting it, the guard allowed him entry. As Yukigo entered the Uchiha territory, he noticed an abundance of individuals with spiky black hair. The members of the Uchiha clan donned uniform attire, with an Uchiha fan emblazoned on the back of their black garments, making them easily distinguishable. Indeed, Yukigo himself attracted attention. A one-eyed child leaning on a cane was quite a striking sight. "Excuse me, could you direct me to 154, Taijima Road?" Yukigo inquired, disregarding the peculiar and somewhat isolating gazes from those around him, and approached a passerby. To reach Taijima Road, continue down this path, turn left at the 5th intersection. And then, it should be the road parallel to the 3rd or 4th intersection, the kind man instructed. "Thank you," Yukigo replied, taking note of the directions. As he walked through the bustling streets towards Shirsue's home, he observed the state of the Uchiha territory. To his eyes, it appeared that the Uchiha clan possessed all the essential facilities, presenting the appearance of a self-sufficient community. Yet, whether it was his imagination or not, there seemed to be a hint of estrangement or even hostility in the gazes directed towards him by the Uchiha clan members. This unfounded animosity towards a complete stranger sent a shiver down Yukigo's spine, leading him to speculate that the relationship between the Uchiha clan, one of Konoha's 2 great clans, and Konoha itself was rather strained. Harboring such thoughts, he arrived at 154, Taijima Road and knocked on the door. A somewhat plump woman answered, her brow furrowing in confusion as she looked down at Yukigo. "Young one, what brings you here?" she asked. "I am looking for Uchiha Shirsuei." Xue Ge spoke in a low tone. The woman paused momentarily, then, with a look of realization, turned to the courtyard and called out loudly, "Shirsuei, your classmate has come to see you." As her words echoed, a dark figure flickered into view at the doorway. Once again, the exquisite body flicker technique graced the air. Every time Xue Ge witnessed this seamless teleportation, he couldn't help but marvel. "Ah, Xue Ge, you have finally arrived. Come in and take a seat," Shirsuei greeted warmly, pulling Xue Ge into the courtyard. "Ninjutsu." Xue Ge was somewhat bewildered. Just as he opened his mouth, Shirsuei interrupted, "No worries, we can discuss that later. It is not easy for outsiders to visit the Uchiha clan, and even more so to come to my home. Please, rest a while, allow me to entertain you properly," Shirsuei said with a beaming smile. Thus, in a state of confusion, Xue Ge found himself seated on the tatami in the living room. Soon, hot tea, pastries, incense, and fruits were served meticulously on the tea table before him. Once everything was in place, Shirsuei took a seat opposite Xue Ge, gesturing earnestly, "Please." Experiencing such a scene for the first time, Xue Ge hesitated momentarily but was guided by his instincts to lift the teacup and take a sip. After setting the cup down, he glanced at Shirsuei, his eyes conveying a silent plea. He genuinely felt out of place in such a setting, given the ambience. Could they not proceed to discuss the matter at hand? Unfortunately, it seemed there was little unspoken understanding between them, for Shirsuei appeared utterly oblivious to Xue Ge's unease. "This is a cherished tea of my father's. How do you find it? Quite delightful, isn't it?" Shirsuei's sunny smile made it hard for Xue Ge to disrupt his enthusiasm. Reluctantly, he nodded. Indeed, after spending the morning in conversation with Shirsuei, Xue Ge was finally led out of the house post-lunch, waving goodbye to Shirsuei's parents as he departed. Leaving Shirsuei's home, Xue Ge felt somewhat adrift. Was the life of geniuses truly this leisurely? Reflecting on his own relentless training, he experienced a twinge of introspection. The two continued their journey, gradually distancing themselves from the town, until they reached the banks of a grand river. Shirsuei paused at the river's edge, and Xue Ge stood beside him. "This is the Nange River, which also marks the boundary of the Uchiha clan's territory," Shirsuei pointed out, gesturing towards the expansive river before them. Xue Ge surveyed the broad landscape and remarked, "The Uchiha territory is indeed vast. After all, we are on the outskirts of Konoha. Naturally, the land is more extensive." Shirsuei, perhaps with a hint of self-deprecation, chuckled lightly. "Well then, shall we discuss the matter at hand?" With that, Shirsuei's demeanor turned serious. "Where shall we begin? Shall we exchange experiences or perhaps engage in a sparring session first?" "Let us set those aside for the moment," Xue Ge replied. "Before that, I wish to offer you some compensation." Shirsuei looked puzzled. "That night, you imparted much knowledge about the body flicker technique, yet I failed to teach you anything about the Rasengan," Xue Ge clarified. "This is not right. I intend to teach you something else." "Oh, now you've piqued my interest. Just don't try to pass off some basic techniques," Shirsuei said eagerly. "Rest assured, this ninjutsu will be entirely new to you." After Snoger spoke, he extended his left arm. Subsequently, as several translucent threads danced in the air, the wooden prosthetic swiftly detached from his shoulder, moving freely in the air, before being controlled by the chakra threads to separate at the forearm, revealing hidden blades. This, however, was not the end. With an expressionless face, Xue Ge flung the prosthetic back to his right hand, and then the chakra threads slightly loosened, only to suddenly tighten and strike against the stones on the riverbank beneath them. A sharp crack echoed as stone chips flew. The chakra threads immediately dissipated, leaving several marks on the riverbank stones. A sharp intake of breath followed as Xue Ge gasped. If such marks could be made on stone, the implications of them striking a person were too daunting to contemplate. Xue Ge, however, was not surprised. He had already experimented with this technique a few days prior. Initially, he had only used the chakra threads to manipulate the prosthetic, akin to conventional puppet techniques, but Xue Ge's abilities fell far short of true puppet control. Yet, after learning the Rasengan, he contemplated whether he could integrate its principles with the chakra threads, imbuing them with some offensive capabilities. With this thought in mind, he proceeded to experiment with various combinations, ultimately deciding to spiral two thinner chakra threads around the main line. The moment the main line was drawn back, he accelerated the rotation of the two entwined threads, unleashing a destructive force capable of slicing through flesh and bone. Xue Ge named this technique a self-developed technique of no hand signs, the strangling thread. He looked at Xue. How is it? What is the principle behind this? Xue's eyes sparkled with sincerity. Another technique without hand signs. This young lad is indeed a genius. Xue Ge, quite rarely, smiled. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. To master the strangling thread, we must first delve into the principles of chakra threads. Xue Ge positioned his staff across the riverbank, and Xue promptly sat beside him, attentively listening to his explanation. He elaborated from the most fundamental principles to practical applications, sharing experiences while introducing various scenarios for use. Xue learned at an admirable pace, having condensed a chakra thread of considerable strength within just a few hours, though he was not yet able to manipulate external objects. After yet another failed attempt to lift a piece of rubble, Xue took a deep breath, feeling a bit frustrated as he held his head. It's all right. I also took 4 or 5 weeks to learn initially, Xue Ge reassured him, noting that Xue's progress was considerably swifter than his own at that stage. Your control over chakra is indeed enviable, Xue quipped. Have you considered becoming a medical ninja? Medical ninja? Well, they require exceptionally precise chakra control. I believe you could manage it. Xue smiled. Xue Ge pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Medical ninjas must specifically study medical techniques. I desire to fight, not to serve in logistics. Xue thought of Tsunade. However, upon further reflection, it seemed that the only renowned medical ninja with combat prowess was indeed Tsunade. That is true as well. He gently brushed aside the topic before excitedly exclaiming, By the way, Xue Ge, don't you think the potential of the strangulation technique is immense? Xue Ge turned to Xue. Just consider, how could a ninjutsu be limited to mere form transformation? As Xue spoke, he formed several hand signs, indicating, if you were to incorporate various chakra nature transformations into the strangulation technique, for instance, by adding fire attribute chakra, you would have fire strangulation. Not only does it counter wind attribute chakra, but it also possesses the qualities of burning and high heat, coupled with the inherent destructiveness of the strangulation technique. And given its rapid and covert execution as a non-hand sign ninjutsu, you could command it with remarkable agility. Xue Ge's eyes swiftly shifted, and he immediately envisioned several combinations. He was not only contemplating the enhancement of the strangulation technique, but also pondering whether the same techniques could be applied to the Rasengan. Indeed, both the strangulation technique and the Rasengan merely involve transformations of chakra, and the type of chakra infused is not fixed. The next time he meets with Minato, he must share this revelation. Upon realizing this, Xue Ge felt a surge of enlightenment, exclaiming with a tone of admiration, Xue, you truly are a genius. It was not that he himself lacked the ability to innovate in this area, but rather that sometimes one simply needs a different perspective to uncover possibilities. Yet, the youthful Xue managed to discover it. This, in many ways, exemplified the distinction between genius and the ordinary. Seeking out Xue had indeed been a wise decision. With this thought, Xue Ge found himself increasingly eager for his upcoming encounter with Orochimaru. Xue shrugged, pondering who was truly the genius, himself or Xue Ge, who independently developed a non-hand sign ninjutsu. I have never heard of the surname Izukuwa before. You must come from humble beginnings, right? It is impressive that you possess such strength compared to me, Xue remarked with a light chuckle. Coming from a noble lineage, if you say so. I shall take it as a compliment, Xue Ge replied with a stoic expression. However, he did not anticipate that his words would cause Ji Shui's demeanor to darken slightly. Xue Ge paused, recalling Ji Shui's enthusiastic character and the somewhat oppressive atmosphere surrounding the Uchiha clan, sensing that something felt amiss. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to remain silent. Yet, Ji Shui noticed his unease. With a sigh, he lay back on the ground, gazing at the overcast sky. It seems it might rain. Xue Ge replied. What are your thoughts on the Uchiha clan? Xue Ge shook his head, admitting his limited contact. The Uchihas I know are Obito, Ran, and you. I see. Indeed, your understanding of the Uchiha clan appears to be quite limited, Ji Shui commented, casually plucking a blade of grass and twirling it between his fingers. Although the two great clans of Konoha are the Hyuga and Uchiha, their circumstances are entirely different. Xue Ge listened quietly to Ji Shui's exposition. You should be familiar with the history of Konoha, correct? I am. It is currently the year 41 of Konoha. That is good. It makes explanation easier. With arms outstretched, Shursui lay on the ground in a large cross shape. Originally, the great clans of Konoha consisted of three: Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga. The village of Konoha was established through the cooperation of the Senju and Uchiha clans, while the Hyuga clan held a comparatively lesser status. When the first Hokage was chosen, aside from the then leader of the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama, who supported the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, all the other clan leaders backed Hashirama for the position. In fact, many within the Uchiha clan also supported Hashirama at that time. Although the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha was not particularly intimate during that era, it was relatively harmonious. However, following the defection of Uchiha Madara, the death of the first Hokage, and the ascension of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, everything began to change. The conflicts between the Uchiha clan and Konoha deepened. The villagers of Konoha felt anger towards the betrayal of the Uchiha clan's leader and attributed the death of the first Hokage and the outbreak of the First Shinobi World War to the Uchiha clan. Although the Uchiha clan publicly severed ties with Uchiha Madara, the seeds of prejudice had already been sown. Subsequently, the Uchiha's territory was relocated to the outskirts of the village. They were barred from joining the Umbu, and their trustworthiness was questioned during wartime. After the death of Uchiha Kagami, a disciple of the second Hokage and a predecessor of Shursui, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha reached a freezing point. In the present day, the Uchiha clan, when compared to the Hyuga clan, hardly qualifies as a prestigious clan, at least not in the same league. Shursui appeared quite melancholic, pondering why the Uchiha, once a prominent clan in establishing the shinobi village, had devolved into such a state. Some of Shursui's words were already familiar to Yukigo, while others were new revelations. Yukigo had learned about Uchiha Madara from Danzo long ago, but he was hearing about Uchiha Kagami for the first time. It was surprising to learn that Shursui was a descendant of Uchiha Kagami. Yukigo had never heard Danzo mention this connection before. Regarding Shursui's question, Yukigo found himself at a loss for words. He instinctively felt it stemmed from Uchiha Madara's actions, but given his lack of knowledge about that historical period, he refrained from making any definitive conclusions. Clearly, Shursui did not expect to receive a direct answer from Yukigo. The will of fire that Uchiha Kagami had passed down to him was something he dared not share with his clansmen, as few of his peers could comprehend it. In confiding these thoughts to Yukigo, he sought merely to express his feelings to a rare peer who could understand. Let us go. Shursui suddenly stood up. It is time to return. It seems it may rain soon. He lamented the missed opportunity for a friendly spar, promising to do so next time. After dinner at Shursui's home, he held an umbrella as he saw Yukigo to the door. Shall I escort you home now? Or would you prefer to stroll around the clan grounds for a while? Shursui tilted the umbrella slightly towards Yukigo. Although Xue Ge is quite formidable in combat, he, like others aside from Danzo and Orochimaru, instinctively shows compassion towards those who are disabled. This time, I intend to greet my classmates, Xue Ge remarked. Are you familiar with Uchiha Obito? I'm not, Shursui replied, awkwardly smiling. It's impossible for me to remember everyone from the Uchiha clan. Could you please guide me to his residence? I have the address, Xue Ge said, retrieving a notebook from his chest and flipping it open. 257 Izuna Road. All right. Let us go together. The two ambled along the streets of the clan district. The rain came unexpectedly, and as the sky grew darker, the streets became deserted. The lively sounds from Xue Ge's visit earlier in the day had vanished, leaving only the soft patter of raindrops. Is Obito also your classmate? I thought only Lon from the Uchiha clan was in your class. Well, his grades are not very good. He often forgets that he is an Uchiha. Do not harbor such familial biases. Not all Uchiha are prodigies or oddities. Many live their lives without ever becoming ninjas. The fact that Obito was accepted into the ninja academy is already quite commendable, as the door closed and the windows were tightly shut. Only the intermittent sounds of their conversation mingled with the rain. The murky rainwater flowed against their direction, dampening the edges of their garments. The dark clouds above contrasted with the gleaming water below, separated only by a pale gray umbrella. When will you come again? I'm uncertain. I'll visit when I have time. By the way, where do you live? Perhaps I could come by for a visit. Better not. Huh? You're refusing so outrightly. For your own good. It's best that an ordinary person like you doesn't visit Danzo's home, especially not an Uchiha. For reasons unknown. Xue Ge could always sense Danzo's animosity toward the Uchiha through his words. As they conversed, they arrived at Izuno Road, stopping in front of the door marked 257. Xue Ge knocked, but no one answered. Not home? Shui looked at Xue Ge and asked, I doubt it. Xue Ge replied, uncertain. He had previously spoken with Kakashi about Obito and knew that Obito's grandmother was also at home. Elderly individuals should typically be home in the evening. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously pushed the door, which surprisingly yielded to his touch, swinging open. Behind the door lay a spacious yard, and beyond it stood a single-story house with the entrance light on. A girl with black hair was seated on the step, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing the door had opened, she glanced up at the two. Is this Obito's sister? Xue Ge inquired. Is Uchiha Obito home? You have the wrong person. The girl replied curtly, returning her gaze to her book. Xue Ge silently closed the yard gate. Shui sensed an awkward atmosphere. The girl's manner of speaking was strikingly similar to Xue Ge's, but that was not the main point. So, what now? Xue Ge took a deep breath, pulling out his notebook to glance at it a few times. After a prolonged silence, he turned and walked in another direction, prompting Shui to hurriedly follow. They arrived at the door marked 251, where Xue Ge knocked once more. Shui paused for a moment, his expression turning peculiar, while Xue Ge's face darkened. Here it comes. A muffled voice from Obito reached them. Moments later, the courtyard door swung open, revealing Obito, confused, with a piece of bread hanging from his mouth as he stared blankly at Xue Ge and Shui. Next time, avoid cursive. Your handwriting is atrocious, Xue Ge remarked without mercy. Obito clearly did not anticipate encountering Xue Ge at that moment, and as he opened his mouth to exclaim, the bread fell from his lips, prompting him to hurriedly shut his mouth and stuff it back in. Obito, who is that? A voice from within the courtyard inquired, belonging to an elderly woman. Oh, that's my classmate, Grandma. Obito replied, turning back, then excitedly gestured for Xue Ge to come in, saying, hurry in. We're just about to have dinner. Oh, and this is Uchiha Shui. Shui acknowledged with a nod to Obito. So you are Shui. I've often heard others mention you, Obito said with a familiar smile. Would you like to join us for dinner? Come on in. No, I'll just say hello and be on my way. I've dined at your home before. And I have matters to attend to this evening. Xue Ge politely declined Obito's invitation. Now that I know where you live, I shall bring a gift next time. Oh, I see. Well, that's fine then. Obito appeared somewhat dejected, as it was the first time a classmate had visited his home. However, he soon perked up again, saying, next time you come to the clan grounds, you must visit me. I will also write you a letter. Xue Ge initially intended to refuse, but after some contemplation, he agreed. After a bit more casual conversation, Obito reluctantly bid farewell to Xue Ge, watching as they departed. Once they left the Izuno Road, Shui found the earlier encounter amusing. Obito's demeanor was quite unlike that of the Uchiha clan. It was no wonder he had attended the ninja academy. While some children from the Uchiha clan were sent to ninja schools, many were instructed within their own clan. Xue Ge recalled Obito's ambition of becoming Hokage in the future. Hokage, Shui's expression grew somewhat complex. Indeed, he did not resemble a typical Uchiha child. Xue Ge glanced at Shui, choosing silence. It seemed he would need to find a moment to untangle the intricate web of relationships within Konohagakure. Upon reaching the entrance of the Uchiha clan grounds, the rain ceased. As he folded his umbrella, Shui paused at the entrance, saying, I'll leave you here. Be safe on your way back. Xue Ge nodded and vanished into the darkness beyond the Uchiha territory. Watching Xue Ge's silhouette fade away, Shui lingered in place for a considerable time, lost in thought. After a while, he finally turned to leave. Arriving at a familiar, secluded place, he traversed a well-known path until he stood before a familiar building. Gazing at Orochimaru's laboratory, Xue Ge pondered for a moment. Initially, he had not intended to seek Orochimaru so soon, but after conversing with Xue for a while, he had changed his mind. The insights of a genius were invaluable, and the guidance of a mature talent like Orochimaru was even more crucial. Even a seemingly innocuous strangulation line can be inspired by the concept of water resistance, suggesting that perhaps there are issues he is unaware of. Viewed in this light, seeking out Orochimaru now or after some time may yield similar results. Besides addressing Xue Ge's inquiries, Orochimaru could also offer guidance on his training. The responses from both parties would likely be comparable given the same time frame. Thus, it would be prudent to act sooner rather than later. Xue Ge-kun. You arrived earlier than I anticipated, Orochimaru remarked with a grin as he set down the test tube, removed his gloves, and hung his lab coat on the door. Follow me, he instructed, leading the way to his office. Xue Ge cast a glance back at the laboratory, shrouded in darkness, pondering how Orochimaru could discern anything within. He seemed to catch a glimpse of a shadow resembling a human form. It was best not to dwell on it. Orochimaru settled into an old yet sturdy wooden chair, gesturing for Xue Ge to take a seat across from him. Do you prefer tea or coffee? He inquired, delicately lifting a teacup and taking a sip. Tea, Xue Ge replied, positioning himself opposite Orochimaru, who leisurely poured a cup for him. The two sipped in silence for a while. Eventually, Orochimaru broke the stillness with a grin. It appears that you are more suited for conversation than Danzo. He and you are not cut from the same cloth. I am accompanied by Danzo's subordinates, Xue Ge reminded him. Maintaining a stoic expression, Orochimaru waved dismissively, rest assured, those individuals would not dare encroach upon my laboratory, or else. His meaning was clear, prompting Xue Ge to shake his head in silence. While Danzo had not explicitly instructed him to refrain from visiting Orochimaru, it was evident that their relationship was not as close as he had imagined. Have you made your decision, Xue Ge-kun? Orochimaru leaned forward, hands clasped on the table, his gaze piercing and serpentine. Yet, for Xue Ge, this was not a venomous serpent poised to strike. I will cooperate with the research, Xue Ge declared, placing his teacup down and tapping the table. But I have conditions. Please, proceed, Orochimaru responded without a hint of surprise. I wish to assist in the development of ninjutsu and guidance and training direction, Xue Ge stated succinctly. Assisting in ninjutsu development was my initial agreement with you, Xue Ge-kun, Orochimaru said, spreading one hand open. However, guiding your training is a long-term commitment. What are your terms? Xue Ge reclined in his chair. It is quite simple. I hope to establish a line of communication with you, Xue Ge-kun, Orochimaru declared, and from his sleeve slithered a white snake, making its way to Xue Ge's wrist. Do not be alarmed. It is quite harmless, Orochimaru reassured him. When I require your assistance in research, I will contact you through this white snake. If you agree to respond at any time, I will consent to your terms. Furthermore, should you have any requests, this creature can relay them to me. What if I am on a mission? Xue Ge inquired. He is expected to officially graduate from the Ninja Academy next year, after which missions will inevitably take him out of the village. If Yukigo-kun is not in the village, I shall naturally refrain from causing any inconvenience. At that time, it would be best to let the child remain in the village. Orochimaru, ever perceptive. Yukigo fell silent for a moment, contemplating. Of course, it is of no consequence. Orochimaru finished his tea and clapped his hands. Shortly thereafter, Yukigo observed a similarly aged little girl, somewhat unsteadily carrying a pot of hot water and tea leaves to the desk, placing them down before quietly departing. That was merely a tedious trick of Danzo, devoid of any significance. Orochimaru urged Yukigo not to dwell on it. We could continue our conversation, for the newly brewed tea awaited us, and the night was still long. The scrutinizing gaze of Orochimaru made Yukigo somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to rise and walk towards the door. I shall take a stroll outside. Please do, but do not venture into my laboratory. It remains somewhat perilous for Yukigo-kun. Orochimaru waved his hand nonchalantly. The conditions presented by Orochimaru were not entirely unacceptable to Yukigo. He felt it was likely that he sought Orochimaru as company far more frequently than the reverse. Yet, Orochimaru's confident demeanor irked him slightly, lest he chose to give him a bit of space. This house was quite expansive, with corridors that seemed interminable, their darkness unsettling. Yukigo speculated that Orochimaru must possess some unique navigation ability. Otherwise, conducting experiments in such an environment would be an affront to his understanding of safety protocols. After wandering down the corridor for a while, Yukigo noticed the same little girl, who had previously served tea, dozing against the wall in a daze. Yukigo paused for a moment, realizing that it was indeed normal for a child of her age to be asleep at this hour. Reflecting on his own circumstances, he wondered how long it had been since he had enjoyed a proper rest. As Yukiko stood beside the sleeping girl in contemplation, she suddenly stirred awake. Blinking at him in confusion. "I am Yukiko," he introduced himself. Lindy. The little girl appeared exceedingly timid. Inching away towards the corner, her voice barely audible. "When were you brought here?" Yukiko casually settled against the wall, propping his cane against it. "Perhaps a few days ago." "Before that?" "Brought by my grandfather." "Further back?" Observing Lin's bewildered expression, Yukiko realized he would not glean much more information. It seemed the little girl had been in Danzo's company for some time. She was likely yet another orphan of war. With this thought, Yukiko cast a sympathetic glance at Lin. In a sense, they shared a common plight. Each faced their own hardships, while Yukiko could temporarily ensure his safety. The rigors of training often felt more akin to a living torment. Conversely, Lin appeared to lead a more leisurely existence. Yet that also implied she was not regarded with much importance. In Orochimaru's domain, a lack of attention essentially meant one could be sacrificed at any moment. The little girl remained blissfully unaware of this precarious reality. His mind swirled with myriad thoughts. After a considerable time, Yukiko turned to Lin, only to find that she had drifted off to sleep at some point. He reached out and patted Lin's forehead, saying, "If you have any matters in the future, feel free to seek me out." After speaking, without concerning himself with whether Lin heard him, he propped up his cane and turned to leave. Upon returning to Orochimaru's office, he found Orochimaru engrossed in the experimental report in his hands. Noticing Xue Ge's return, he set aside his work and inquired, "Has Xue Ge made a decision?" Adding a trivial condition, Xue Ge did not return to his previous seat, but instead walked around the desk to stand beside Orochimaru. "Please take care of that child outside." Orochimaru displayed a look of surprise. "Xue Ge, what has prompted this sudden, trivial thought?" Thus, it was merely an additional condition. Xue Ge, disinterested in explaining to Orochimaru, asked, "Do you agree?" With that, he extended his left hand toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru squinted and smiled, grasping Xue Ge's cold prosthetic limb. "Of course, it's a deal. I am delighted that Xue Ge can assist with my research." After their collaboration was established, Xue Ge returned to his original seat and picked up the teacup that Orochimaru had already prepared. He had no intention of requesting a written agreement, as he understood that the nature of their accord, whether written or verbal, held no essential difference. It would be better to keep things uncomplicated for both parties. Orochimaru appreciated Xue Ge's demeanor and spoke in a cheerful tone. "In that case, as it is the night we have reached an agreement, I shall not demand that Xue Ge begin the experiments immediately. To show my sincerity, feel free to ask any questions you may have tonight." Such a display of magnanimity indeed. Xue Ge inwardly shook his head but was nonetheless pleased. He retrieved a notebook from his pocket. "Lord Orochimaru, you must be aware of the challenges I face in my training. Storage technique, body flicker technique, single-handed hand seals, as well as wind and lightning release techniques. I hope you can assist in modifying them." Orochimaru took the notebook from Xue Ge's hands and swiftly scanned the contents with remarkable speed. After a brief moment, he casually closed the notebook and placed it on the table. "Then let us begin with the storage technique." For Orochimaru, modifying ninjutsu posed little difficulty. If he were to claim second place in ninjutsu research within the current Konoha, only Hiruzen Sarutobi could rightfully claim the first. Among these, the storage technique was the least time-consuming and a fitting opportunity for Xue Ge to witness his prowess. The so-called storage technique is, in essence, utilized in conjunction with the summoning technique. Orochimaru retrieved a scroll from his drawer, unfurling it to commence his explanation. The function of the storage technique is to seal important items such as ninja tools and intelligence within a scroll. It is fundamentally a form of sealing technique. The corresponding summoning technique is responsible for bringing forth the sealed items from the scroll. In other words, Xue Ge can view the scroll as a special space. The storage technique allows one to place items into that space, while the summoning technique is responsible for extracting them. Both are among the most fundamental space-time ninjutsu. And the hand seals can even be simplified to just one, if one is sufficiently adept. Sealing technique and summoning technique. Xue Ge furrowed his brow. The summoning technique serves more than just this purpose, and so does the sealing technique, correct? The art of sealing, which sounds formidable merely by its name, seems rather peculiar if it is solely employed as a storage ring. Naturally, the sealing technique serves purposes beyond mere storage. It can also be utilized to seal ninjutsu, chakra, and even individuals. Orochimaru remarked, while the summoning technique is best known for its ability to summon contracted summoning beasts. Was that snake from earlier? Xue Ge inquired immediately. Indeed. You are quite perceptive, Xue Ge-kun. That creature is one of my summoning beasts, Orochimaru affirmed. Suddenly, he contemplated. Why not take this opportunity to learn the summoning technique, Xue Ge-kun? If I facilitate a contract between you and that creature, you will be able to summon it as you please, making our communications far more convenient. Very well, Xue Ge nodded. Realizing that according to Orochimaru, learning merely the storage technique would allow him to store items without retrieval, thus the summoning technique ought to be pursued in tandem. The hand seals for summoning are Hai, Su, Yu, Shin, Wei. Allow me to make some modifications, Orochimaru stated, proceeding to sketch and annotate in Xue Ge's notebook. As Xue Ge flipped through the pages, he found notes from the third Hokage. He kindly informed Orochimaru, mentioning that he had previously transcribed the information given by Hisashi. Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement, falling silent as he immersed himself in study. Meanwhile, Xue Ge closed his eyes to rest. Time passed without Xue Ge's awareness until he was roused by Orochimaru's gentle shake. Take a look and see if you can comprehend, Orochimaru said, pushing the notebook towards Xue Ge before rising to fetch some tea. Linny had retired early, leaving Xue Ge to remain awake a little longer. Xue Ge examined the notebook. Orochimaru had added numerous annotations to the summoning seals, as well as explanations for single-handed seals. After grasping the fundamental principles, Xue Ge began to perform the seals one by one. Hai, Su, Shin, he muttered as he formed the seals. Wei. Upon completing the final seal, a plume of smoke enveloped him. When the mist dissipated, he had vanished without a trace. Minutes later, Orochimaru returned to his desk, only to find the notebook on the floor and an empty seat. He paused momentarily, and then his teacup slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground as a chill washed over him. Oh no, I forgot to inform that little rascal. The summoning technique cannot be released aimlessly. It can be fatal. Suddenly, Xue Ge landed heavily upon a solid surface, momentarily losing consciousness. After a while, he managed to regain his composure, coughing laboriously as he propped himself up and surveyed his surroundings. The area was enclosed by stone walls, indicating he was within a cave. Xue Ge still struggled to process the events that had transpired, feeling as though he had been abruptly thrust into chaos the moment he activated the summoning technique, only to find himself sprawled on the ground. Where is this place? The unfamiliar environment heightened his anxiety. However, he noticed that the cave was not completely dark, as there was a faint flicker of candlelight, suggesting that someone inhabited this space. Are you a foreign demon statue? Just as Xue Ge was lost in thought, a hoarse voice filled with uncertainty echoed from behind him. He swiftly turned to find a middle-aged man standing on a higher ledge, arms crossed, gazing down at him with a scrutinizing expression. The middle-aged man sported an exceedingly unconventional, spiky hairstyle, with long, dark hair, and adorned himself in what appeared to be antiquated red armor. To be frank, his attire struck a chord of familiarity within Xue Ge. Noticing Xue Ge's prolonged silence, the man furrowed his brow and inquired coldly, Answer me, are you an outsider demon statue? Outsider demon statue? Xue Ge replied, utterly bewildered by the man's words. No sooner had he spoken than he sensed a tremendous and terrifying aura emanating from the middle-aged man. A primal instinct kicked in. Xue Ge instinctively rose to his feet, only to discover that his body was paralyzed, as though an invisible hand had gripped him tightly, ready to crush him at any moment. Thoughts of impending doom flooded his mind. He had never encountered anyone so perilous. The man's aura and murderous intent far eclipsed that of Danzo and Orochimaru. Who on earth was he? In the instant the man advanced, Xue Ge erupted into an unprecedented speed, fleeing in the opposite direction. He was oblivious to the location of the cave's exit, his singular focus being to distance himself from the middle-aged man. Upon witnessing Xue Ge's instantaneous darting away, along with a slight swaying to mislead his pursuer, the man paused momentarily. Then, with a cold snort, he lowered his body. In the next heartbeat, he materialized before Xue Ge. Xue Ge's expression transformed from rigidity to sheer terror. His heart raced violently, each beat echoing as if it were attempting to leap from his chest. His eyes widened, overwhelmed by the ferocious intent to kill and the oppressive force that washed over him, fear taking root in his heart for the very first time. The middle-aged man regarded Xue Ge with a chilling gaze. Interesting. Hey, kid, do you wish to dance? Without the slightest hesitation, Xue Ge flicked his left hand, sending the strangulation line hurtling towards the middle-aged man before him. To his astonishment, the man effortlessly caught the strangulation line with his bare hands. A delicate layer of chakra was meticulously controlled, effectively interrupting the spiraling destruction of the line. Before Xue Ge could react, A cold glimmer flashed before his eyes. Instinctively, he raised his left hand in defense, but a kunai swiftly pierced through his prosthetic limb. In an instant, Xue Ge drew his short knife and slashed towards the middle-aged man, only for the blow to be easily evaded, followed by a counter-punch that sent him flying. Nevertheless, Xue Ge rolled with the momentum and charged in another direction. How intriguing. The middle-aged man's eyebrow arched as he vanished and reappeared before Xue Ge. A kunai aimed directly at his throat. This time, Xue Ge had no means to shield himself. As the blade drew nearer, time seemed to slow down. Confronted with the specter of death, the tension reached its peak, and a mental string within him snapped, leading to a flurry of knowledge coalescing in his mind. Body flicker technique, single-handed hand seals, external ninjutsu, chakra flow control. Instant. Xue Ge shouted, eyes closed, as his right hand formed several seals in an instant. The next moment, he flickered away in a rather clumsy manner, crashing heavily to the ground. Though his posture was far from graceful, he narrowly evaded the middle-aged man's lethal strike. However, before he could catch his breath, another kunai hurtled towards his face. In a moment of desperation, Xue Ge utilized a half-formed Rasengan to block the kunai, deflecting it away. Suddenly, Xue Ge's vision blurred, and before he could comprehend the situation, the Rasengan in his hand was effortlessly swatted aside. Looking up, he found the middle-aged man coldly gazing down at him. What a disgraceful display of body flicker technique. The man pressed his foot against Xue Ge's chest. With a single stroke, the left arm of Xue Ge's prosthetic was severed, and he found himself struck again. The circumstances beyond his grasp. By the time Xue Ge regained his senses, the middle-aged man had his throat firmly gripped, lifting him off the ground, choking him. Cough. Cough. Xue Ge pounded against the man's hand, gasping for air, observing the struggling child in his grasp. The middle-aged man squinted thoughtfully for a moment before he abruptly hurled Xue Ge towards the ground. Bang! The earth cracked, resembling a spiderweb, as Xue Ge coughed up blood and lost consciousness. The sound of flowing water echoed in his ears as Xue Ge slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a canopy of dense leaves against a fragmented sky. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, surveying his surroundings, his chakra surging within him. That middle-aged man. That monster. That. Are you searching for me? The nightmarish voice resonated in his ears, causing Xue Ge's body to freeze. With great effort, he turned to see the middle-aged man casually perched on a massive boulder, knocking his knuckles against the stone, producing a resonant hum. Come here. Xue Ge hesitated for a moment, instantly enveloped by a chilling aura of murderous intent. Beads of cold sweat formed on his brow as he approached the colossal stone. Uncomfortably seating himself beside it, his complexion pale and ashen. A tumultuous wave surged within him, inducing nausea, while a throbbing headache clouded his senses. Upon regaining clarity, the severe injuries inflicted by the middle-aged man violently resurfaced, causing him such acute discomfort that even breathing became a struggle. Little ghost, what is your name? Xue. Cough, 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 sputter. Xue Ge. He barely managed to utter his name before a spurt of crimson splattered against the stone. After a brief moment of gasping for breath, he finally completed his introduction. After a considerable time had elapsed, Xue Ge managed to suppress the blood rising in his throat and raised his gaze toward the middle-aged man. The man regarded him with the demeanor reserved for a peculiar pet. What? Who are you? Xue Ge stammered, enunciating each word with great difficulty. Uchiha Madara, too, felt bewildered by the situation. He had performed the summoning technique precisely as instructed by the stone tablet, yet the entity he had summoned was, what exactly? An Outer Path Golem? The legendary Outer Path Golem, manifested as a mere child? But the child's eyes were filled with confusion. Did the Outer Path Golem not comprehend its own nature? Could it be that the Outer Path Golem could perish, suggesting a cycle of reincarnation? With a heart full of questions, Uchiha Madara released a modicum of his murderous intent towards Xue Ge, seeking to test him. The result, however, was a frightful flight from the child. Such a small child can exhibit such astounding speed. He mused, intrigued. Uchiha Madara leaped to block Xue Ge's path, only to be taken aback by the force of an incoming strike. The chakra threads he wielded could be deemed a form of ninjutsu. This inherently lethal chakra had already crossed into the realm of non-hand seal techniques. For a mere child to execute a ninjutsu unknown to Uchiha Madara was perplexing, whether it was the child's unique skills or simply the fact that he possessed such techniques. Both scenarios were far from ordinary. However, just as Uchiha Madara regarded Xue Ge with newfound respect, the child's subsequent use of the body flicker technique ignited his fury. Ugly. Too grotesque. Is this what one calls a body flicker technique? How could such a technique possibly dance upon the battlefield? Though the peculiar, orb-like non-hand seal technique had its own uniqueness, to Madara, it seemed ostentatious yet devoid of substance. Without a second thought, he swatted away the Rasengan. Proceeding to dismantle Xue Ge's physical form with ruthless precision, his grip tightening around the boy's throat, eager to discover what other peculiarities this summoned child possessed. Yet, Xue Ge found himself at a loss, for his expertise lay in physical combat, which had proven utterly ineffective against Uchiha Madara. His skills were as inconsequential as if he possessed none at all in the eyes of his adversary. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Madara felt a tinge of disappointment. However, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Setting aside the uncertainty of the relationship between the Outer Path Golem and the boy, it was evident that the boy himself was rather extraordinary. In the context of the Warring States period, Xue Ge's abilities would have seemed relatively normal to Uchiha Madara. Yet, in this era, which he deemed to have succumbed to a false sense of peace and moral decay, Xue Ge's prowess was undeniably striking. Moreover, one must take into account the numerous disabilities that plague Xue Ge. Upon reflection, Uchiha Madara considered that the instantaneous movement did not constitute a failure. It would be unreasonable to impose stringent standards on a disabled individual attempting to perform hand seals with one hand to release ninjutsu. Consequently, Uchiha Madara chose not to end his life outright, but rather incapacitated him and carried him away from the base, lest the boy remember the location. He then sought a different place to wait for the boy to regain consciousness for questioning. However, it seemed he had been a tad too forceful, for the boy remained in slumber for a full day and night before awakening. Who are you? Xue Ge stammered, struggling to articulate the question. Who am I? Uchiha Madara scoffed. Call me Azura. Azura. Xue Ge pondered, finding the name utterly unfamiliar. Just as he was about to inquire further, he suddenly coughed up blood and fell to his knees, unable to maintain his balance. Such a fragile body, can it not even withstand a single blow? Uchiha Madara looked down at Xue Ge with disdain, contemplating that it might be better for him to simply die. Cough. Huh. Xue Ge labored to channel his chakra in an attempt to alleviate his internal injuries, but to no avail. He could only inch his way, leaning against a rock to ease his discomfort slightly. At that moment, he realized the necessity of learning medical ninjutsu. Cough. Why not take action then? After catching his breath, Xue Ge looked up at Uchiha Madara and inquired. It was yet another figure akin to Danzo, ensnared in a situation beyond his control. How vexing. Your strength is insufficient to pique my interest. However, I have some questions for you. Where do you hail from? Uchiha Madara asked. Konoha. Xue Ge sensed a subtle shift in the man's aura upon uttering that name. Was it merely an illusion, or was there a connection between this man and Konoha? Thinking back, upon first sight of this man, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Perhaps it was the hairstyle, not the armor, he had never seen before. From Konoha. Are you a ninja of Konoha? No, I am a student. A student? Ah, Is that the ninja academy established by Tobirama? I never expected it to endure to this day, such a sheltered environment. It seemed evident that this man was at least a contemporary of the second Hokage. Xue Ge mused silently. Hey, brat, I ask you, what happened to your limbs and eyes? I lost them in the war 4 years ago. 4 years ago? During the Ninja World War, was it? So, you are an orphan of war? I hail from the land of rain. I was 2 years old at the time, Xue Ge replied weakly, feeling a gnawing hunger within him. The restoration of his body required sustenance, and he surmised he had not eaten for a day or two. Suddenly, as Xue Ge was lost in thought, Uchiha Madara leapt down from the rock and approached him. Without warning, he leaned in and pushed aside the hair obscuring Xue Ge's left eye, then brutally extracted his prosthetic eye. Though not literally gouging out his eyes. The sudden action of his opponent caused blood to seep from the eye sockets of Xue Ge's prosthetic eyes. Uchiha Madara scrutinized the hollow sockets for a moment before releasing his grip and moving to the riverbank to cleanse himself. Xue Ge collapsed in place, drawing weak breaths. At merely 6 years of age, one could argue he possessed significant talent. If he had a Sharingan, having endured such tribulations, he would likely have awakened at least a Tsutomu Sharingan by now. Madara pondered this, glancing at his fingers with a frown. It was peculiar. Was there something in that boy's blood? Otherwise, why would his fingers feel as if they were burning? The blood was extraordinary. The talent remarkable. He was not a war orphan from the 5 great nations, yet his life was resilient. And he had been summoned by Madara himself. Could this boy truly be an incarnation of the Outer Path's golem? At that moment, Madara only knew of the existence of the golem. He was unaware of its precise function or appearance, only that he knew how to summon it. Unfortunately, at this time, the seal of the golem had not weakened, And without the Rinnegan, one could not summon the golem. These facts eluded Madara. Consequently, by a twist of fate, he had summoned an impetuous child like Xue Ge. The opposing forces, mutually exclusive yet unified, gave rise to myriad phenomena. Madara murmured this to himself while casting a glance at Xue Ge. He had no clear understanding of this so-called myriad phenomena. Although he had transplanted Hashirama's cells, his body had not responded in any notable way, leading Madara to question the veracity of the prophecy. However, what did summoning a mere child signify? Could it possibly relate to the prophecy? Was the myriad phenomena foretold a person? This child? The child of prophecy? No, wait. What then was the golem? The more he contemplated, the more muddled he became, shaking his head as he approached Xue Ge, grabbing him by the nape of the neck. The sudden jolt caused Xue Ge to retch violently, spewing blood onto Madara. Madara's face darkened at this affront. Xue Ge merely cast a half-dead glance at him before resuming his lifeless state. Whether Madara would kill him was uncertain, but he knew that if he did not remain still, he would surely perish. He felt as though he had never sustained such grave injuries in his life. Moreover, he had developed his own logic for communication. He would comply with demands made of him, but would ignore any unsolicited attention. Never mind. Adults should not lose their temper with children. Madara shook his head, dragging Xue Ge to the riverbank, where he soaked both the boy and his own robe in the water to cleanse them. Xue Ge, exhausted and on the verge of cursing, wondered whether this incarnation of Asura truly wished for his demise or survival. When Xue Ge regained consciousness, it was already night. He lay atop the stone where Uchiha Madara had previously sat, faint flickers of firelight emanating from below. Upon propping himself up, he could not help but inhale sharply. He had lost track of time, and while his physical condition had slightly improved, movement remained cumbersome. This fleshly body was currently less functional than a prosthetic limb. At last awakened, I had presumed you were deceased. Your tenacity is remarkable, Uchiha Madara's voice echoed. Xue Ge glanced down, observing Madara seated beside the fire, seemingly engaged in grilling fish. Whoosh! A skewer of grilled fish struck the stone beside Xue Ge like a kunai. Considering the time that has elapsed, you have likely gone 3 days without sustenance, little one. Here, do not perish, Uchiha Madara remarked coldly. A cough escaped Xue Ge as a profound hunger rumbled within. The sounds of crunching echoed softly, while the only accompaniment for Madara was the whisper of the forest, the flow of water, and the crackling of the fire. Shortly thereafter, Xue Ge, mustering his weary frame, descended from the stone, relying on his prosthetic and cane to shuffle over and sit beside Uchiha Madara. Have you eaten sufficiently? No. Would you care for more? How delightfully ungrateful. With a scoff, Madara tossed a vine net towards Xue Ge, containing 2 or 3 gutted fish. If you wish to eat, you must prepare it yourself. Xue Ge silently began to skewer the fish. Madara observed him, lost in thought. By the riverside, 2 figures in the deep of night, what a nostalgic scene. Yet this little one lacks the foolishness of Hashirama, the incessant chatter, perpetually wearing a stiff expression, preferring silence. Resembling a corpse. How disappointing. A rare opportunity for conversation, and he is still a dullard. After watching Xue Ge for a moment, Madara shook his head and gazed at the star-studded sky. Alas. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, chaos reigned. Bang. Danzo slammed the table. 3 days. 3 days without a whisper from Hisashi. Is there no news? Do not rush, Danzo. I have dispatched tasks to all the ninjas outside. Please, do not fret. Hisashi, too, dared not provoke the wrathful Danzo, opting instead for gentle persuasion. Let your apprentice go 3 days without a word. I would relish seeing your reaction. Danzo inhaled deeply, delivering another fierce blow to the desk. Hisashi's heart raced. This desk was an old companion. He hoped it wouldn't splinter under the force. Danzo was engulfed in frustration. He had begun to take charge of the root organization, intending to implement the training methods utilized on Xue Ge, albeit with reduced intensity. Training those children en masse. Yet, the initial success he had painstakingly cultivated had vanished, a potential subject for countless experimental training methods gone missing. What sort of predicament is this? Particularly since the disappearance stemmed from an uncontracted summoning technique, a phenomenon he had witnessed only once in his lifetime. Damn Orochimaru. Without Xue Ge, where could he find such a resilient experimental subject? Damn it. Orochimaru. What news from your end? Danzo bellowed at the shadowy figure of Orochimaru in the corner, threatening dire consequences for the inability to recover the missing person. TSK. Orochimaru's expression twitched, refraining from countering Danzo's accusation. This situation was indeed his fault. How maddening. That little one had no knowledge of the taboos surrounding summoning techniques, and somehow succeeded on the first attempt. A prodigy of ninjutsu? I have already contacted the Longdi Cave. Unfortunately, Lord Xue Ge is not present. Rest assured, I am also assisting in the search. Orochimaru rolled his eyes, stating, I have already issued a bounty on the black market. There should be quite a few eyes on it, and I will cover the reward. With a long sigh, Danzo decided to temporarily let go of his grievances against Orochimaru. Observing this, Hisashi quickly approached and patted Danzo's back, saying, Do not worry. I have also sent messages to Tsunade and Jiraiya. They will join the search, and as for the other villages, do not alert anyone from the other villages. Danzo interjected sharply. It is better for Lord Xue Ge to perish outside than to fall into the hands of other villages. Announcing a mission and a search notice is one thing, but no one would regard such a young child as a ninja. If it becomes known that my apprentice is lost, I cannot imagine how many people would take an interest. All right, I understand, Hisashi replied, eager to align with Danzo's wishes. The office fell into a prolonged silence, the atmosphere becoming increasingly stifling. Hisashi, grant me a command seal. Humph. I shall personally lead a team to search, Danzo insisted, extending his hand towards Hisashi. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Hisashi nodded. Very well, after all. You have led teams alone many times. Here is what we will do. I will establish a leadership position for you within Root, so you can directly mobilize personnel, making things more convenient. Good, Danzo responded, his expression remaining unchanged. Excellent. The power of Root has finally fallen into my hands. Xue Ge, oh Xue Ge, you truly are a valuable asset. Then I shall leave the village to search as well. Elder, remember to issue a mission to find someone, Orochimaru remarked, shaking his head before vanishing from the Hokage building in a flash. After Hisashi completed the command seal, Danzo took it and left without a backward glance. Hisashi remained seated, chain-smoking, his thoughts drifting to the seemingly introverted child, a sense of worry creeping into his heart. Back then, Jiraiya was similarly transported to Mount Maiboku. Yet this time, there have been no sightings from the 3 great sanctuaries. 3 days have passed without a word, and I am left wondering about the child's condition. Hisashi remains deeply concerned about the legacy of his fellow student. Danzo has finally found an apprentice who meets his expectations. Let us hope he does not perish. A search notice, with a bounty of 20 million? And an A-rank ninjutsu? In the black market exchange, a group of wandering ninjas surrounded a mission notice, engaging in lively discussions. Whose young master has gone missing? They speculated. TSK, only alive ones are allowed. Oh, this one looks rather delicate. Could it be a girl disguised as a boy? Are you blind? It clearly states here that it's a boy. Why is there no approximate location for the disappearance? How are we supposed to find him? We might as well search along the way. If we happen to encounter him, it would be a fortune. This is a bounty of 20 million and an A-rank ninjutsu. A 6-year-old child, most likely the young master of some merchant caravan who has strayed and lost his way. One remarked, TSK, let us hope he doesn't end up as barefoot in the wilderness. ISNT, that a good thing? Ha ha ha, one less nuisance. A group of wandering ninjas displayed a curious mix of concern and indifference towards this peculiar task. Their concern stemmed from the excessively extravagant bounty offered, while their indifference arose from a complete lack of direction in locating the individual sought, leaving them merely to pay casual attention, distanced from the tumultuous crowd. A few individuals sat scattered in the corner of the currency exchange. These figures were prominent among the wandering ninjas, seasoned by many grand spectacles, and thus, they exhibited far less enthusiasm than the average rogue ninja. Among them, a green-eyed masked ninja, from a distance, caught the sound of the crowd's fervent calls. He rose and approached the throng, his tall stature allowing him to clearly discern the missing person notice. 20 million in bounty, the masked ninja murmured softly. He turned and swiftly tore down a task poster offering 10 million, leaving the currency exchange with resolute determination. There was work to be done. He had both a target to eliminate and a person to locate. The Hidden Leaf Village had broadly disseminated a task to find a child. Yet such a phenomenon had emerged in the black market? Noki gazed at the intelligence before him, feeling somewhat bewildered. Which super-rich individual from the Land of Fire had lost a child and sought assistance from Konoha? Yet, if they had turned to the black market, why not approach the ninja villages directly? Could it be that they were certain the child was missing within the borders of the Land of Fire? After scrutinizing the missing person notice brought back from the black market, Noki pondered for a moment before addressing the waiting ninjas. Issue an A-rank task within the ninja village to retrieve this child. 20 million and an A-rank ninjutsu. Whoever it is must possess considerable resources. Understood. The ninja received the order and promptly vanished with the notice. A similar scene unfolded simultaneously in the other 3 ninja villages. In no time, the entirety of the ninja world stirred. The sudden disappearance of a black-haired boy became a matter of great concern across the realm. Ninjas from the 5 great villages, rogue ninjas in the black market, and countless aspiring ninjas from small villages all began to search, either deliberately or inadvertently, for the black-haired child. A vast network of search efforts spread throughout the ninja world. Meanwhile, the boy named Yukiko remained blissfully unaware of all this. His mind was solely focused on how long to roast the fish in his hands to achieve the perfect balance, contemplating what ingredients he could use to mask any fishy taste. "Kid, your skills are quite impressive," Uchiha Madara remarked, savoring the roasted fish that Yukiko had prepared. His admiration palpable. Yukiko had no qualms about Madara's brazen act of taking his food. He simply picked up another fish to roast. Keeping someone pleased was a good way to avoid conflict. "Who taught you this skill? Which clan do you belong to?" "I learned it on my own." "I didn't have much to eat before, so I would catch fish in the river to roast." "Due to the wars." Yukiko struggled to respond, recalling only his attempts at self-entertainment during times of poverty. However, Madara seemed to draw his own conclusions, reflecting, "It's not unusual for a war orphan to have such skills. I once caught frogs to eat raw when food was scarce." "Which village are you from?" Uchiha Madara fell into an unusual silence for a moment. Perhaps he should reflect on whether he was once a ninja of the hidden leaf. But does he truly consider himself a rogue ninja? At times, he questions this very notion. Should he be regarded as a traitor to the leaf or a warrior of the warring states? What does the leaf signify for him? Ha ha ha. "I am merely a homeless wanderer, and such matters are trivial." Uchiha Madara waved his hand dismissively, then swiftly devoured the grilled fish in his grasp, reaching out towards Yukiko. "I didn't cook it properly, and I intend to eat as well." Yukiko glanced at Madara, saying, "You can't? How is that even possible? Who was it that grilled it for you just now?" "However, I usually don't bother with such meticulousness. It's a waste of time." Madara replied bluntly. "Hurry and grill it for me, and I'll teach you a few jutsu." Yukiko regarded Madara with a somewhat peculiar expression. What is that look in your eyes? Are you worried I might teach you the body flicker technique or something?" Madara furrowed his brow. "Do I appear so shameless?" Yukiko remained silent for a moment. "I possess wind release and lightning release chakra." "Ah, wind and lightning release. That presents a bit of a challenge." Madara raised an eyebrow. He was not incapable, but it was not his forte. When it came to ninjutsu, he was primarily a master of fire release. "Do you practice genjutsu?" "My body is incomplete." "I cannot." Is such a minor disability enough to confound you? Truly pathetic." Yukiko paid little heed to the irritable old man's words. "Why don't you refute me? You simply accept it?" "Hey!" Madara covered his face in exasperation, realizing that children raised in false peace are invariably so foolish. Once again, the atmosphere fell silent. Observing the somewhat lethargic Madara, Yukiko pondered for a moment and decided to initiate a topic. "What does false peace mean?" Finally speaking up. "You're not completely lifeless." Making a habitual snide remark, Madara expressed his discontent with Yukiko's inquiry. "You, a war orphan, dare ask me about false peace? Is the current peace not fade? Has there ever been true peace?" Yukiko's flat response immediately straightened Madara's spine. He gazed intently at Yukiko. "What did you say? Has there ever been true peace? Repeat that." Yukiko halted his actions, looking at Madara with confusion. "I mean, has there ever been peace?" To speak candidly, from Yukiko's perspective, a world where ninjas openly execute various assassination missions and where ninjas from different nations can legally engage in warfare could hardly be termed peaceful. The Hidden Leaf Village may indeed be peaceful, but that is merely within the confines of the leaf. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Madara burst into laughter. "Indeed. Little one, you are far wiser than those fools who are content with the status quo. The current situation cannot be deemed peaceful. The so-called peace is merely a delusion of Hashirama. The notion of the 5 great nations coexisting harmoniously is utter nonsense. The consensus required for true peace cannot be achieved through compromise. That fool Hashirama does not comprehend this. Are you familiar with the first Hokage?" Xue Ge speculated that the Hashirama referred to in the conversation must indeed be the first Hokage. "Familiar? Certainly, I am well acquainted with him, for we are sworn enemies." Ban replied with a hint of bitterness. For the sake of a false peace, he forsook his true dreams and betrayed his closest friend. Hashirama. As Ban's thoughts turned to Hashirama, his fervor cooled. Clenching his fists, he exhaled deeply. It seems that there exists a significant grudge between Shura and Hashirama. I wonder if the esteemed first Hokage often made enemies during this time? Xue Ge observed Ban's demeanor, pondering silently. Enough of that fool. Tell me, why do you believe the ninja world is not at peace? It has been a while since the Great Ninja War concluded. Does the absence of war equate to peace? Xue Ge sensed a divergence in their worldviews. Or perhaps his own perspective was finally beginning to diverge from the prevailing notions of this world. The balance among the 5 great nations is merely a calculation of interests. Xue Ge cautiously articulated his thoughts, asserting that the current status quo, beneficial as it may be, does not signify peace. Indeed, precisely. You are absolutely right. Ben felt an urge to applaud Xue Ge, recognizing him as a true spiritual successor. Hashirama never realized that the peace he enjoyed during his lifetime was solely a product of his own strength. Yet that man failed to believe in himself. It is understandable, for he lacked the eye that perceives the truth. Thus, let me fulfill the childhood dream you abandoned, Hashirama. Ben gazed at Xue Ge, his conviction solidifying. This child is undoubtedly connected to the prophecy. Even if he is not a manifestation of the Otsutsuki, he is certainly intertwined with the so-called all-encompassing nature. After all, how could a mere 6-year-old possess such clarity of thought? Typically, children of such an age are preoccupied with frivolous matters of love, while many remain oblivious to the complexities of war and peace throughout their lives. The multitude of coincidences coalescing has only reinforced Ban's belief that this child is a pivotal element on his path to realizing his dreams. Tell me, young one, what do you believe is necessary to achieve true peace? Ben inquired eagerly, his gaze fixed on Xue Ge. Xue Ge's expression grew slightly somber. Why is he so fervent? Asking a child how to attain genuine peace, are you certain your mind is sound? No, this Shura has appeared eccentric from the outset, mumbling about some Otsutsuki. Perhaps his mind is indeed unhinged. Could I have stumbled upon a cultist? Somewhat flustered by Ban's question, Xue Ge rummaged through his thoughts for a considerable time, ultimately shaking his head. He lacked the capacity to provide an answer to such a profound inquiry. Ban, sensing his disappointment, was not overly disheartened, for he had not anticipated receiving a direct answer from Xue Ge. Perhaps when the so-called all-encompassing nature foretold in the prophecy emerges, he will naturally come to understand how to attain true peace. Unexpectedly discovering that Xue Ge shared some of his unique and enlightened perspectives, Ban and Xue Ge's discourse grew increasingly animated. They traversed topics from Konoha to the ninja world, from the Senju clan to the Uchiha clan, and from the Warring States period to the present day. Ban was aware of certain truths that Xue Ge remained oblivious to. Yet he had acquired a wealth of historical knowledge from Ban, which could well be deemed as secrets. For instance, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan possesses at least 5 distinct levels. It was Ban who orchestrated the Nine Tails assault on Konoha. Ban and Hashirama were evenly matched, neither able to best the other, and during the early days, the Senju and Uchiha clans both arrived in Konoha, while Kagaya retreated to the Land of Water. Moreover, there existed a distribution of tailed beasts among various villages, each boasting its unique bloodline limits. Upon hearing these revelations, Xue Ge found himself astonished. How many places had this Ashura visited? How long had he lived? How could he possess such extensive knowledge? Indeed, it was true. I was betrayed by my own brother, severely wounded and forced to flee, which ultimately led to my becoming a homeless rogue ninja. Ben seemingly shrugged with a hint of resignation. And what about you? How did you come to be here? Xue Ge recounted his experience of employing summoning techniques in detail. Ha, fool. Ben exclaimed, laughing heartily. Did no one inform you that summoning requires a clear direction? This is what we call a contract. Non-directional summoning is risky. Fortunately, you ended up here with me. Had you summoned yourself underground, or to some perilous location, you would likely have met your demise. Xue Ge silently scoffed at the thought. As dawn broke in the east, the two had unknowingly conversed throughout the night. Fish bones scattered across the ground. Xue Ge awoke in the middle of the night, surprisingly not feeling fatigued, while Ben appeared invigorated by the unexpected companionship of a kindred spirit. Very well, it is decided, Ben proclaimed, clapping his knees as he stood up. Come with me. I shall take you to capture a summoning beast and form a contract. With nothing else to occupy his time and uncertain of what he could do, Ben resolved to find some task. Xue Ge was momentarily taken aback, thinking, since I have already mastered summoning techniques, isn't it only natural to acquire a summoning beast? No, why the sudden? You caught my eye. What, do you have a problem with that? This rationale sufficiently persuaded Xue Ge. Ben approached Xue Ge, patting him on the shoulder. Can you manage to walk? If so, follow along. If not, I shall carry you. Xue Ge rose, catching his breath slightly, and nodded. I can manage, just barely. His left arm prosthetic had been destroyed by Ban, but his legs were intact, allowing him to walk without much issue. Ban nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly turned, dashing out, with Xue Ge promptly following suit. Perhaps out of consideration for Xue Ge, Ban deliberately slowed his pace. The two navigated through the forest with remarkable agility. Had Xue Ge truly vanished? Upon completing a recent escort mission, Minato received word of a task circulating within the village on his way back. The disappearance due to summoning techniques posed quite the dilemma, as there were no leads to pursue. Minato furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat frustrated. He had learned the flying Raijin technique some time ago, but had neglected to leave a mark on Xue Ge. Otherwise, the situation would have been much simpler. Hey, Namikaze. Why are you dawdling? It's time to set off. After tidying up the campsite, Inuzuka's gently patted Minato's back and asked, Do you know this child? Yes. He possesses a remarkable spirit, Minato replied, his face clouded with worry. However, fretting now serves little purpose. We should return to the village and submit our mission before seeking him out. Let us remain observant on our way back. They stopped in a somewhat open area within the forest, where Xue Ge kindled a fire to roast a wild boar that Ban had dispatched along the way. The two had been running nonstop throughout the morning and decided to take a brief respite for lunch. Your stamina is impressive, little one, Ban remarked casually. Leaning against a tree, your physical skills, endurance, and combat awareness are commendable, and you even know some ninjutsu. Are you truly only 6 years old? Such prowess would be remarkable even in the Warring States period. Indeed, Xue Ge replied. It seems you must have undergone quite rigorous training in Konoha. Ban suddenly posed a question. What do you plan to do next? Return to Konoha, or accompany me? Xue Ge halted his task of chopping meat and looked at Ban. Can I return? After all, I am not a villain. But why do you wish to go back? Ban remarked lightly. Aside from the new injuries I've inflicted, the number of your old wounds exceeds what I had at your age by more than double. These old scars can only result from intense training that disregards one's physical condition. I may not know the intensity of your training, but it certainly wasn't a choice you made willingly, was it? When Xue Ge was unconscious, Ban had examined his body, discovering a shocking number of internal injuries, bruises, and necrosis on the frail frame. Ban found himself contemplating a return to Konoha to confront those responsible for arranging Xue Ge's life. Is my dream truly thwarted by your negligence? Ban had already concluded that Xue Ge must be connected to the prophecy. His current concern was how long the boy could possibly survive. I still need to return, Xue Ge reflected on his classmates and the kindness he received from Minato. Speaking with conviction. Besides, Konoha offers a stable life. Wandering with you, the embodiment of slaughter, one could easily perish in the wilderness. What is so nostalgic about a place like Konoha? Even now, you still cling to thoughts of returning. I cannot comprehend what occupies your mind, Ban scoffed. Feeling a sense of irritation as he compared himself unfavorably to the village he had long held in disdain. I no longer feel anything from the training. Xue Ge said softly. I believe I can become a good person. Life may be difficult for me, but I wish for others to be happy. As Xue Ge spoke, his tone and expression were indifferent, yet Ban's demeanor shifted abruptly. He fell silent for a long time before asking, Do you wish to protect Konoha? No. Xue Ge shook his head. I do not yet have anyone to protect. After 4 years, he realized he had not formed deep bonds with anyone. The person he spent the most time with, Danzo, had ulterior motives. Orochimaru was entirely devoid of personal feelings, and while In was mostly focused on teaching, Shikumo had little emotional investment as well. In truth, the only individuals I can truly consider friends are those I have encountered in the past fortnight. However, Konoha remains somewhat familiar. So, whom do you wish to bring joy to? The friends I know. Do I qualify? Xue Ge glanced at Ban, who replied. Not quite. Ah, indeed. Ban let out a light huff and reclined on the grass. Call me when the food is ready. Very well. Xue Ge resumed his focus on grilling the meat. Although Ban lay on the ground feigning slumber, his heart was anything but tranquil. As Xue Ge calmly expressed his desire for others to be happy, Ban perceived the shadows of 2 individuals upon him, Izuna and Hashirama. After finishing their lunch, the two continued their journey. The cycle of travel, dining, and resting persisted until they reached their destination 3 days later. Upon gazing at the towering and perilous mountains before them, Xue Ge inquired, What kind of beasts inhabit these mountains? There are plenty of ferocious creatures within that could be considered ninja beasts, Ban scoffed. You may seek out whatever you desire. Just jesting. This mountain is called SF Ridge. Ban had wandered here for an extended period before departing from Konoha, and he was well acquainted with the biodiversity in this area. The thought of wild game such as tigers, bears, and boars was tantalizing. Can we just capture a ninja beast? Xue Ge questioned, somewhat skeptical. As ninja beasts are not the same as ordinary beasts, are they? Humph, mature ninja beasts certainly exist, Ban explained. They are inherently capable of ninjutsu, possess chakra, and possess the intellect to communicate with humans. However, first, such ninja beasts generally belong to families that neither you nor I could locate. Second, it is not you who chooses the beast, but rather the beast that selects you. Finally, there is a limit to the potential of such ninja beasts. Is it not acceptable for a ninja to cultivate their own ninja beast? Mature ninja beasts have limitations, and raising a wild beast may not even reach those limits. Feeling somewhat resistant to Ban's twisted logic, Xue Ge inquired, "Do you have your own ninja beast?" Ban pondered for a moment. Recalling a large fox from his memories, "I once did, but no longer." "Very well." Xue Ge tentatively accepted Ban's words. "So, how does one forge a contract with a ninja beast?" This was a crucial question, as Xue Ge had never encountered a genuine ninja beast before, and was utterly perplexed by the notion of a contract. Ban produced a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Xue Ge. "When you find a beast that catches your eye, have it shed a drop of blood on the scroll and then give it a name. What if it refuses?" Upon hearing this question, Ban regarded Xue Ge with an incredulous gaze, then compelled it to agree. "You are a ninja, child. Is this truly what you ask?" "I feel that a ninja beast contracted in such a manner may not be of much use," Xue Ge lamented, accepting the contract with a mix of exasperation and rare excitement. The notion of summoning beasts was undeniably fashionable for a young man, even one with a psychological age nearing 30. "As for the mountains, I shall not accompany you. Once you have completed the contract, return on your own. I shall wait at the foot of the mountain." After uttering this, Ben suddenly struck Xue Ge with a sharp slap to his chest. Xue Ge felt an inexplicable sensation as if something had entered his body, prompting him to furrow his brow. However, Ben offered no explanations. After completing his task, he impatiently waved his hand at Xue Ge, who, perceiving this, rolled up the scroll and ventured alone into the mountains. As Ban watched Xue Ge disappear, he harbored a different train of thought. He had just employed a binding spell on Xue Ge's heart, a technique he had previously used on Abido and Rin, granting him the ability to control them at will. Allowing Xue Ge to depart alone was a calculated risk, as Ban anticipated that Xue Ge might attempt to flee. This was a contingency plan he had devised. Forcing Xue Ge to capture a beast was also a test imposed by Ban. He reckoned that his own lifespan was dwindling, and the execution of his posthumous plans necessitated a trustworthy successor. If Xue Ge were to return, it would signify a foundation of trust, allowing for his cultivation as a potential heir. However, the likelihood of this was slim, given that they had only known each other for a few days. Even if Xue Ge were to escape back to Konoha, it would not be a concern. The resources in Konoha surpassed those at Ban's disposal, and Xue Ge, in his current state, would surely receive adequate training. Ban naturally hoped that Xue Ge, as a pivotal figure in the prophecy, would become increasingly valuable. By preemptively placing a binding spell, he could control Xue Ge should he attempt to defect, thus utilizing Konoha to cultivate a genius of his own, a scenario with significant merit. Two potential outcomes awaited, one as his successor, the other as his enforcer. For Ban, either choice bore no loss. It all hinged on Xue Ge's decision. In a moment of reverie, Ban recalled the shadows of two individuals he had previously seen in Xue Ge. Meanwhile, the ninja team, led by Minato, advanced through the forest towards Konoha. Suddenly, Minato halted. Inuzuka Zaku and Jiraiya immediately stopped to inquire, "Minato, what is the matter?" Minato did not respond immediately. Instead, he crouched down to inspect the ground, clearing away fallen leaves. The other two approached. "What is this?" "Footprints." Jiraiya furrowed his brow in contemplation. In the wilderness, where could these footprints originate? They were the tracks of two individuals, one large and one small. Minato analyzed the footprints, feeling the soil beneath the shoe prints with his hand. These tracks are still fresh. The individuals have not departed long ago. One large, one small. Inuzuka Zaku belatedly realized, "Wait, Minato, could it be?" Minato stood up. "At least one other person is present. We currently lack further intelligence. I will pursue the trail swiftly while you two remain here as a base. If anything arises, prioritize returning to the village." "Understood. Stay safe." The remaining two ninjas, seasoned veterans, readily agreed. Minato planted a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique into a nearby tree before rapidly following the trail. The dense canopy nearly obscured the sky, with only dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves to illuminate Minato. He followed the elusive tracks. Gradually discerning a pattern, the footprints of the two individuals maintained a steady distance apart, the larger prints firm and powerful, while the smaller ones appeared somewhat disordered. Watergate had encountered Xue Ge before. That child possessed remarkable agility. If these tracks indeed belonged to Xue Ge, the most likely scenario was Xue Ge was gravely injured. At this thought, Watergate's heart sank, and he quickened his pace. Kakuzu examined the map in his hands, aligning it with the distant mountains ahead. He had accepted a commission to survey the terrain and create a map for a specified location, earning a handsome fee of 5 million. Shanjue Ridge, indeed. This was the place. Having confirmed that the mountains before him were his target, Kakuzu carefully stowed the map and leisurely made his way toward Shanjue Ridge. At an open area at the foot of the mountain, the previously meditative Ban slowly opened his eyes. The distant tranquil woods occasionally startled birds, capturing his attention. The sudden flight of the flock approached with alarming speed. Ban recalled that he and Xue Ge had indeed not been very cautious about covering their tracks on their journey. Xue Ge would not, and Ban had no need to. So, was someone now following the trail? This was a novel situation for Ban. During peacetime, which ninja would be idle enough to pursue a trail without a clear beginning or end? Truly, living too long could lead one to walk a path of self-destruction, Ban muttered, drawing a scroll from his waist and summoning a large cloak to shroud himself. His continued existence must remain a secret. Ban had already resolved to eliminate the enigmatic pursuer, but he decided to conceal his appearance first, just in case. As the wind stirred ominously at the foot of the mountain, Xue Ge navigated through the mist-cloaked peaks. The mountains offered no paths, forcing him to tread as carefully as possible along the sparser vegetation. To be honest, Ban's sudden request for him to find a ninja beast had taken him by surprise. He had never contemplated such creatures before and was unsure of what exactly he sought. Fortunately, Xue Ge was inherently adaptable, and over the past 2 days, he had mentally outlined his requirements: speed, aggression, and a menacing aura. Speed was essential for the ninja beast to coordinate effectively in battle, and aggression reflected Xue Ge's own style. His future development was likely to have little to do with defense. As for the menacing aura, Xue Ge honestly did not believe that the combat capabilities of a ninja beast would be particularly formidable. In a real fight, it would still rely more on his own strength, with the beast serving merely as a supplementary aid. Thus, beasts like wild boars could be ruled out, while mice could be useful for gathering information. They seemed too inconspicuous as ninja beasts. Ideally, he preferred animals like tigers or leopards, and wolves would suffice. Such creatures should inhabit these mountains. Trusting in fate, Xue Ge planned to select the first encountered creature of this type as his ninja beast. Reaching the summit of one mountain, Xue Ge sat on a bare rock to rest briefly. As he gazed across the ridge, he could see a multitude of peaks, and he heard the distant, muffled roar. Was it the roar of a tiger? Xue Ge squinted at the distant horizon, contemplating his impending journey. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept overhead, prompting him to swiftly lean to one side and roll away, narrowly evading danger. A colossal shadow enveloped him, and as he gazed upward, he found himself under the watchful gaze of a gigantic eagle. Its ebony wings glistened with a metallic sheen, and its piercing yellow eyes glowed ominously, while its steel talons crushed a nearby rock, where Xue Ge had just been resting. An eagle? Wait a moment, its speed was astonishing, and it exuded a palpable aura of aggression. Observing this beast, which was larger than himself, Xue Ge's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely the type of spiritual creature he sought. With a sharp cry, the eagle soared into the sky, its wings beating fiercely, stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped Xue Ge. He looked up to see the eagle diving towards him with alarming speed. Desperate, Xue Ge flicked his right hand, sending forth 5 translucent threads that lashed out, knocking the aggressive eagle aside and sending it crashing to the ground. The eagle and Xue Ge locked eyes, each sizing the other up. Among the ranks of ninja students, Xue Ge was regarded as one of the most formidable fighters, having often sparred with higher-ranked ninjas. He knew that despite the eagle's majestic appearance, its combat prowess was not insurmountable. The lethal power of his threads could easily overwhelm a mere beast. Had he not tempered his strength, the eagle might have been cleaved in two. This eagle had misjudged its opponent. Xue Ge approached the fallen creature, and as it prepared to take flight again, he quickly stepped forward and restrained its head. "Stay still," he commanded, pressing his knee against the eagle's neck while raising his hand to summon a spiraling energy ball. He hurled the spiraling sphere, instantly shattering a nearby boulder, which caused the eagle to comply with newfound docility. "Can you understand me?" he inquired, observing the eagle's naive expression. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand once more. The eagle flapped its wings and blinked rapidly, indicating its limited comprehension. I see, Xue Ge mused, and with a stoic expression. He sliced a piece of flesh from his thigh using the threads, holding it out to the bird. The eagle stared blankly as Xue Ge dangled the morsel, cleaning it of blood before presenting it near its beak. I apologize. I haven't brought any food. If he pointed towards the contract and then indicated the wound on his thigh. This, together, do you understand? The eagle seemed to grasp something and began to call out. However, Xue Ge realized a significant problem. He could not comprehend the eagle's meaning. The eagle's cries intensified, and it began to struggle violently. Growing somewhat exasperated, Xue Ge gently patted its head. Calm down, I mean you no harm. A chilling sensation coursed through Xue Ge's body, and a fierce gust of wind rushed from behind him. Instantly, he stood up and turned around. But before he could discern the situation, a powerful force struck his chest and abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Wind release, pressure damage. Kakuzu's robe billowed as he observed the young boy, who had tumbled several times before regaining his balance. With his black hair, singular eye, youthful appearance, and distinctive attire. Could this little rascal be the one with a bounty of 20 million? Having just climbed to the summit, Kakuzu casually unleashed a pressure damage technique upon seeing someone at the top of the mountain. He had intended to send the boy plummeting down, but was surprised that the latter managed to react and avoid falling over the cliff's edge. Upon reflection, he was relieved he hadn't taken it more seriously. 20 million. If that pressure damage had killed him, he would have been the one regretting it now. Kakuzu recalled the wanted poster clearly stating that the target should be captured alive. Kakuzu chuckled as he approached Xue Ge. So, the infamous Xue Ge, with a bounty of 20 million, turns out to be here. Bounty? 20 million? Xue Ge struggled to rise, clutching his abdomen. His previous injuries had yet to heal, and now he had endured another jutsu, narrowly avoiding the urge to spit out blood. He glanced a few steps behind him. Had he not maintained his awareness and summoned a chakra thread to secure himself, he would likely have already tumbled off the cliff. Recalling the eagle's strange behavior, did it intend to warn him? And who is this green-eyed individual? What is the nature of this so-called bounty? Truly, troubles seem to come one after another. Ahem, who are you? Xue Ge coughed lightly, swallowing the metallic taste in his throat. I am Kakuzu. But that is of little consequence. Listen, kid, just stop struggling and come with me. With that, Kakuzu reached out towards Xue Ge's head, stating, I do not wish to harm you. In an instant, a sharp cry rang out as the eagle, unnoticed by both, lunged fiercely at Kakuzu from behind. Kakuzu stumbled, furrowing his brow as he swung his arm back to strike the eagle's head. If that blow landed, the eagle would meet its end. Wait. Xue Ge instinctively reached out to intervene, while Kakuzu, reacting to the sudden movement, instinctively kicked out. When both regained their senses, Xue Ge was already propelled off the cliff by a kick to his chest. Kakuzu froze, shock etched on his face as he stared at Xue Ge, who bore an expression of helplessness. You foolish brat. My 20 million. As Watergate burst forth from the woods and reached the clearing at the foot of the mountain, he came to an abrupt halt, instantly adopting a combat stance. Almost simultaneously, he caught sight of the enigmatic figure standing calmly in the distance. Observing the traces on the ground, it was evident that the larger footprint belonged to this mysterious individual. Who are you? Watergate called out. Where is Xue Ge? Ban regarded the vigilant Watergate with understanding. I see, so you are from Konoha. It seems you are quite aware of the importance of that little brat. Confirming his suspicions, Watergate pressed forward a step. Can you tell me where that child is? I wish to take him back. No, you cannot take him, Ban replied coldly. While he could accept that Xue Ge had chosen Konoha, it was rather audacious for someone from Konoha to attempt to take him away right under his nose. No sooner had he spoken than he tilted his head aside. As a kunai sliced through the air, aiming directly at him, Watergate squinted at the scene unfolding before him. From the very beginning, he had sensed an elusive pressure emanating from this mysterious figure. He was certain this was no ordinary person. The speed of his reaction was astonishing. Almost instantaneous as Watergate raised his hand. This man was formidable. Glancing at the kunai embedded in the ground behind him, Ban fell silent for a moment. So we're already engaging in combat? Very well. I have no desire to waste words with a corpse, he remarked nonchalantly. He then turned his gaze towards Watergate, forming the hand seal. Fire style. Great fire extinguishing technique. In the next instant, Watergate witnessed an overwhelming tide of flames surging forth from Ban's mouth, scorching heat waves instantly cracking the earth beneath them. This fire technique, his eyes widened. The great fire extinguishing technique was merely a B-rank jutsu. What was the magnitude of power before him? The flames of the great fire extinguishing technique swept through the forest for miles, leaving nothing but charred earth in their wake, with billowing black smoke darkening the sky. Van observed the desolate land with little emotion for him. It was a courtesy that an ordinary jonin could employ a jutsu to such effect. At that moment, an ominous warning surged through the air. Sensing the murderous intent approaching from behind, Van swiftly tossed a kunai and turned to shield his chest. The Rasengan collided with the kunai, scattering countless metallic shards. Watergate fixed his piercing gaze upon Ban, seemingly attempting to pierce through the shadows to discern Ban's visage. Humph! Ban activated his three-tomo Sharingan, flicking the kunai to deflect the Rasengan, then swiftly struck Watergate's arm with one hand while the other launched a piercing weapon directly at Watergate's chest. With the dynamic vision granted by the three-tomo Sharingan, Ban noted Watergate's figure suddenly blur. The weapon that should have pierced flesh missed entirely, as Watergate's presence re-emerged from a distance. This technique is... A rush of memories flooded Ban's mind, and his killing intent surged dramatically. Flying Thunder God technique. He roared. So you are of the Senju Tobarama lineage. Madara could never forget the Flying Thunder God technique. It was the very technique that had claimed the life of his brother, Izuna, at the hands of Tobarama Senju. A profound aura of malice enveloped Minato, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. This murderous intent. It was the first time Minato had encountered such a presence since becoming a ninja. In the blink of an eye, Madara surged forward with astonishing speed, simultaneously unleashing powerful ninjutsu. Fire style, Dragon Flame Song technique. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishing. A torrential sea of flames engulfed the area, and upon witnessing this, Minato decisively activated the Flying Thunder God technique to escape its reach. He had previously marked several locations in the forest with the Flying Thunder God seals. Although Madara's previous barrage had destroyed many of them, a few remained scattered about. Before Minato could catch his breath, Madara, as if foreseeing his movements, detected his new location. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. A crimson dragon of flame soared from above, descending upon Minato with ferocity, while the prior techniques finally crashed against the mountainside. A violent explosion obliterated hundreds of meters of rock, sending flames cascading outward and turning the verdant landscape a fiery red. Such a display of fire style. Minato's heart raced in terror. The most formidable fire style user he had previously encountered was the third Hokage, yet he knew that the third's techniques paled in comparison to this. Moreover, Madara had unleashed this overwhelming fire with mere hand seals, showcasing a level of mastery that was nothing short of terrifying. Once more, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God to evade the Great Fire Dragon, but as he teleported to another marked location, he found Madara's gaze fixed upon him. The moment their eyes met, a scarlet glare pierced through Minato's consciousness. In an instant, he felt the world around him twist into a crimson haze. It was an illusion. With a fleeting effort, Minato disrupted his chakra to break free from the genjutsu. But that momentary delay was all it took for the flames to rush toward him once again. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God to dodge the attack, Minato failed to escape unscathed. The outer side of one arm was severely burned, the skin charred black. Wincing in pain, he clutched his arm, observing Madara, who had not immediately pursued him, his expression growing increasingly grave. A master of fire style, possessing formidable physical prowess and a reaction speed that rivaled his own. Able to easily counter the Rasengan, a single genjutsu had caught him off guard. Although he had instantly broken free, the reality remained that he had fallen prey to Madara's illusion. The overall strength of this mysterious ninja undoubtedly surpassed that of a high-ranking shinobi. One might even say he was overwhelmingly powerful. Who could he possibly be? Minato's mind raced. This individual had just effortlessly countered his Flying Thunder God technique, and the fire style he wielded was almost exclusively from Konoha's repertoire. It was essential to note that the Flying Thunder God technique was one of Konoha's secret arts. Could it be that this ninja was a rogue from Konoha? A ninja who could wield the Flying Thunder God technique was indeed slippery. Madara, arms crossed over his chest, regarded Minato with a chilling demeanor. Unfortunately for you, I am methodically dismantling your Flying Thunder God marks, and you are incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon me. How much longer can you evade? At last, Madara began to take Minato seriously. The boy's speed and combat instincts were commendable. As Watergate listened to the emotionless mockery from his opponent, he took a deep breath, flicked his hands, and 8 shurikens materialized between his fingers. He recalled the praises bestowed upon him by his mentor, Jiraiya, and the third Hokage, regarding his innate talent for space-time ninjutsu. Faced with this perilous moment, Watergate resolved to unleash a strategy that had previously only existed in his mind. Crisis begets opportunity. Confronting the strongest adversary he had ever encountered since becoming a ninja, Watergate's potential was thoroughly awakened. In the next instant, he hurled the 8 shurikens in a distinctly different direction. Madara widened his eyes in astonishment. As the shurikens flew forth, Watergate's figure transformed into a flash, darting between the 8 shurikens. Each moment he lingered by the shurikens was but a fleeting instant, yet with each pause, he would hurl more shurikens in multiple directions. Within mere seconds, nearly 100 shurikens danced chaotically in the air, while Watergate resembled a golden flash flickering around Madara. Seeking an opportunity to launch a Rasengan assault. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. A fire dragon surged forth, clearing a path through a cluster of shurikens. However, within moments of its passage, the shurikens swiftly filled the void. So this is how you utilize the shurikens to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Madara observed the multitude of golden figures, realizing that this ninja before him was not a mere successor of Tobirama. His combat style was entirely distinct. While Tobirama predominantly employed water-based techniques, this ninja merely shared a common jutsu with him. Furthermore, it became evident that this ninja's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique surpassed that of Tobirama. Intriguing. Madara's interest peaked. Your speed outstrips that of Senju Tobirama. So, let me witness the true caliber of the current Leaf Village shinobi. Dance with all your might. Boom, boom, boom. Crack, crack, crack. After striking several protrusions on the steep cliff, Yukigo finally grasped a protruding branch. The frail branch appeared precarious, as if it might snap at any moment. Fortunately, Yukigo's own light weight provided some advantage. Pff. Yukigo coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood, feeling a sense of relief in his chest. The stagnation of blood from his severe internal injuries had finally eased, yet his condition remained dire. His hands trembled, and waves of weakness coursed through his arms. Yukigo sensed his consciousness gradually fading, darkness encroaching upon his vision. Cough, cough. Shaking his head vigorously, he climbed along the branch until he reached a slightly recessed area on the cliff wall, where he leaned against it, gasping for breath. On the cliff, Kakuza peered over the edge, searching downwards, but the rocks obscured Yukigo's position. After a prolonged search, he found no trace of the boy. Sure, just as Jiao was preparing to slide down the cliff in search of others, the entire mountainside suddenly trembled violently, nearly causing him to lose his footing and plunge into a chaotic descent akin to an immersive experience. Regaining his balance, Jiao immediately sought the source of the tremor, only to witness a wall of flames surging from below, ascending the mountain with the force of a tidal wave, crashing toward him. Bewildered by this spectacle, Jiao formed seals and unleashed water release, water curtain jutsu, momentarily creating an even contest against the approaching inferno, whose fire release possesses such formidable power. Unaware of the events unfolding below, a sense of foreboding gripped Jiao's heart. Could it be that someone was attempting to encroach upon his territory? Meanwhile, Madara found himself besieged by an onslaught of ninjutsu from all directions. As he agilely evaded the incoming attacks, he tirelessly cleared the sky of shuriken. Yet the number of projectiles seemed to multiply incessantly. Minato had filled his scrolls with an arsenal of technique-laden shuriken, rendering them virtually inexhaustible for the time being. Unless he could outpace the enemy's reflexes, the user of the Flying Thunder God technique would remain elusive, as long as there were unclaimed markers present. Faced with such a practitioner, Madara was reluctant to employ his more powerful, yet easily identifiable techniques, such as Susanoo. Only capable of retreating, he felt increasingly constrained, with most of his attacks falling short, a situation that was becoming quite vexing. Conversely, while Madara was merely annoyed, Minato felt increasingly challenged and alarmed. He was utilizing every tactic at his disposal, be it Flying Thunder God, Rasengan, or Wind Release, pushing them to their limits. Yet, his opponent seemed unfazed, dodging his assaults with sheer taijutsu without even a tear in his cloak. Minato had yet to catch a glimpse of his adversary's face. Continuing down this path was unsustainable. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, and tactics alone could no longer bridge the gap. While his opponent could not seize him, Minato found himself equally unable to inflict harm. Maintaining this style of combat was depleting his chakra at an alarming rate, and it could not last much longer. Clearly, his opponent was not genuinely committed, and attrition was not a viable strategy. At that moment, as Minato pondered his next course of action. A massive plume of mist erupted from the mountaintop, so substantial that even he at the base could perceive it. How could such a volume of mist be generated? Suddenly, it struck him. The fire technique unleashed by Madara had not only devastated a significant portion of the mountainside, but also sent considerable residual energy surging skyward. This indicated that someone on the summit had utilized water release to counteract the flames, and the mist was merely the steam produced from the clash of fire and water. Realizing this, Minato's thoughts crystallized. Of course, he had merely come to seek out Yukigo. His speed surpassed that of his opponent, and since Yukigo was not present, he could ascend the mountain directly to search. As long as he remained elusive, there was no need to engage in a life-and-death struggle with this enigmatic figure at the mountain's base. Clarifying his logic, Minato decisively hurled shuriken toward the mountain above. At this moment, Madara noticed the situation on the mountain and immediately furrowed his brow. His thoughts were akin to those of Minato. Yet it was clear that Shuichi could not utilize water-based techniques. Were there others on the mountain? Watching Minato ascend, leaving him behind, Madara swiftly propelled himself upward along the treacherous cliff, his speed surprisingly comparable to Minato's when using the Flying Thunder God technique. While Madara's agility could not match Minato's, in terms of sheer travel speed, the kunai Minato had thrown was not significantly faster than Madara himself. Boom! Shuichi, who had been striving to rest and recuperate, was taken aback by the sudden explosion, causing him to slip and, in a moment of panic, grasp the rocky wall. His chakra threads clung to a nearby branch, barely preventing him from plummeting. Madara nearly caused Shuichi to meet his demise once more. Suspended in midair, Shuichi found himself entirely at a loss. The position he was in rendered any form of rest impossible, and given his current injuries, he was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Below him loomed a cliff that could easily spell his doom, and lacking the ability to fly, he was bereft of strength to climb back up. How had a mere summoning technique led to such misfortune? Why was survival proving to be so arduous? Perhaps it would be better to simply let go? Or should he attempt the summoning technique once more? Despite Shuichi's growing numbness, this dire predicament compelled him to chuckle, his mind inevitably drifting to darkly humorous thoughts. A gust of wind heralded the arrival of a shadow that settled upon a branch above. Crack! The branch suddenly splintered, threatening to snap. As the situation worsened, Shuichi felt a surge of energy. A hawk. While Kaku was preoccupied with searching for him, he had neglected the hawk, which now perched before him. The hawk appeared to be observing Shuichi, evidently bewildered by the events of the day that exceeded its brief existence. The menacing green-eyed creature above exuded an overwhelming aura. Having inflicted grievous wounds upon the hawk with a wind technique, seeking safety, it chose to land beside Shuichi, a being stronger yet benevolent. Are you here to rescue me? Enough of that for now. Shuichi retrieved the contract he had temporarily secured at his chest with his teeth, hanging it from a branch. The contract, stained with his blood, required little additional effort. Let us form a contract, Hawk, Shuichi stated earnestly. I shall be a worthy summoner. Even in the face of life and death, Shuichi remained focused on his objective. Struggling, he found a foothold with his feet and awkwardly connected the chakra threads from his severed arm to those binding the branch. With his free hand, he grasped the hawk's injured, blood-dripping wing. The hawk did not resist. Perhaps it sensed Shuichi's lack of malice. Noting its compliance, Shuichi guided the wing to the contract, allowing a few drops of blood to stain it. It should be done this way, Shuichi murmured, puzzled by the absence of sensation. Upon completing the contract, a unique bond was expected to form between the summoner and the summoned beast. At the very least, chakra from the ninja should flow into the beast. Oh, right. I must not forget one last step. I need to give you a name. Shuichi scrutinized the hawk with utmost seriousness. Draped in a cloak of raven feathers, with piercing eyes and an innocent gaze, he possessed a formidable physique. Suddenly, a branch snapped, and Xue Ge lost his balance, tumbling down the mountainside, while the eagle took to the skies. Grasping the contract with his feet, he bit into his own fingertip, inscribing the name he had chosen for the eagle, Haesung, in blood upon the scroll. Wind release, gale. He unleashed a moderately powerful gust of wind to disperse the scalding steam. Kakuzu surveyed the chaotic mountaintop with an expression of irritation. What on earth was happening? A fire release had inexplicably soared up here. That explosion just now must have been caused by this fire release. Who was causing trouble down the mountain? Xue Ge and Kakuzu had ascended from two different paths. Hence the latter had not noticed the former, nor was he aware of anyone else's presence. Just as Kakuzu hesitated, Contemplating whether to pursue Xue Ge or confront the troublesome fire-release ninja below, a flash of golden light accompanied by a kunai surged upward without losing speed. A spiraling sphere hurtled directly toward Kakuzu's head. Without a moment's hesitation, he formed seals and unleashed Earth Release, Earth Spear. With a dull thud, Kakuzu was sent reeling backward, flipping through the air before crashing to the ground, while Minato halted, eyeing Kakuzu warily. To take a spiraling sphere head-on and remain unscathed was impressive, albeit Minato's current spiraling sphere was not particularly powerful, perhaps comparable to a C-rank wind release. Another troublesome opponent. Just as Minato and Kakuzu faced off for a few tense seconds, Madara descended gracefully upon the treetop, surveying the two from his elevated position. After casting a glance at Minato, he directed his gaze toward Kakuzu, sneering, another rat. Two individuals? Kakuzu glanced between Minato and Madara, furrowing his brow. Who could have imagined that a simple mission would lead to such unforeseen complications? Are you two also here for that brat? You mean Xue Ge? Minato inquired immediately. Huh. Who else could it be? You're not. Wait. It was then that Kakuzu noticed the forehead protector atop Xue Ge's head. So that's it. You are from Konoha. It seems I was not mistaken. However, how did you find your way here? He gestured toward Madara beside him. Are you two working together? Though Madara offered no response, Kakuzu could discern the disdain in the other's laughter. It appears you are a wandering ninja, much like myself. Kakuzu brushed off Madara's scorn. Wandering ninjas all had their tempers. Once he dealt with this arrogant fellow, everything would be settled. Enough chit-chat. May I inquire where Xue Ge is? Minato, uninterested in the notion of wandering ninjas, maintained an offensive stance. It was clear that Kakuzu was familiar with Xue Ge, and judging by his words, he had likely encountered him recently. His tone remained polite, but the underlying threat was palpable. Well, how should I put it? Kakuzu's expression turned peculiar as he pointed toward the cliff behind him. A sharp, clear cry of an eagle interrupted Kakuzu's words. A colossal eagle soared from the precipice behind Kakuzu, ascending into the heavens, the air tinged with a subtle ripple of chakra, stirring up dust and debris at the mountain summit. The trio focused their gaze, spotting a raven-haired boy clinging to the eagle's back, rapidly ascending into the sky. Yukigo! Watergate exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before joyfully calling out. He waved at the distant Yukigo, who promptly hurled a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique into the air. Amidst the relentless gusts of wind, Yukigo, struggling to keep his eyes open, heard Watergate's voice and greeted him from below. Watergate senpai. Wait. Kakuzu observed in astonishment, realizing that the eagle was indeed the boy's summoned beast. No wonder it had lunged at him moments ago. Obito remained silent, watching the eagle and Yukigo soaring through the sky. With a brilliant flash, Watergate landed securely on the eagle's back, his chakra adhering to its feathers. Thank goodness you're safe, Yukigo. His words trailed off as he noticed Yukigo's visible injuries and frailty, and his expression shifted. Your condition. Yukigo shook his head. Watergate senpai. This place is perilous. All right, let us return at once, Watergate replied, gesturing in a specific direction. Head that way. Yukigo took a deep breath and patted the eagle's back. The creature let out a cry and immediately altered its flight path. Watergate's eyes brightened. Is this your summoned beast? Yes, I just formed the contract. This child is named Kuroso, Yukigo replied with a slight smile. As Kuroso adjusted its flight, Yukigo's gaze inadvertently fell upon Kakuzu and Obito on the distant mountaintop. Though their features were obscured, Yukigo was certain that the enigmatic figure was undoubtedly Azura. Perhaps someone could recognize him. Donning a cloak likely indicated a desire to remain concealed from others. Noticing the figure seemingly looking up at him yet making no further move, Yukigo pondered. Watergate senpai. Do you have paper and a pen? I do. During missions, ninjas typically carried paper and writing instruments for jotting down intelligence. Without needing further prompting, Watergate instinctively produced a pen and notebook, offering them to Yukigo. Yukigo tore off a sheet of paper and scribbled a message, then fashioned it into a ring, attaching it to the kunai before aiming carefully and launching it toward Obito. Having completed this task, he softly declared, "Let us go." Kuroso flapped its wings vigorously, and the trio, 2 humans and 1 eagle, accelerated their flight. Clang! The kunai embedded itself into the tree trunk at Obito's feet. Observing Yukigo's gaze shift away from him, Obito's expression remained as tranquil as ever, though he felt a twinge of regret within. Farewell. As anticipated, they chose to return to Konoha. It was fortuitous. He now possessed another pawn within the village. Regrettably, despite their brief time together, He had genuinely appreciated the boy. Reflecting on the curse he had cast, Obito felt a measure of solace. He leaped down from the treetop, drew out the kunai, and casually unwrapped the note. In the future, you are my friend. Humph. TSK, did you think I'd let you leave so easily? Watching Xue Ge fly away, Kakuzu was both shocked and delighted. Delighted that the target was still alive and the bounty could be claimed. Shocked that the prey was about to escape. He swiftly formed hand seals. Wind style, I advise you not to move. 3 shuriken flew from different angles, forcing Kakuzu to interrupt his jutsu and deflect them. Annoyed, he turned to the side where Madara was crumpling something in his hand. What are you doing? Get lost. I don't have time for you. Don't move. Who the hell? Before Kakuzu could finish, Madara performed a one-handed seal, and a fire dragon roared straight toward his face. His expression darkened as he hastily formed new seals. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The clash of water and fire dissipated into steam, and Kakuzu muttered to himself, so, you're the fire style user. Thanks to Madara's interference, Xue Ge had vanished beyond reach. Furious, Kakuzu's expression twisted into something vicious. Bastard. Since you cost me that brat, I'll take your head instead. Maybe it'll fetch a decent price. You're quite confident, Madara remarked airily. His tone laced with amusement as he observed Kakuzu with mild interest. Rest assured, Kakuzu sneered, his arrogance undiminished. Dying at the hands of someone who has fought Hashirama Senju is an honor you can take to the grave. Silence fell beneath the cloak. Kakuzu stepped forward. Don't struggle. It'll be easier for both. A deep, resonant hum erupted, and Kakuzu barely registered the blur before a violent gust sent him hurtling backward. Staggering to his feet, he looked up, only to see a towering, blue-skinned giant wielding 4 swords, its presence dominating the storm's epicenter. A massive question mark formed in Kakuzu's mind. Susanoo. A haughty voice rang out as Kakuzu gaped. I see. So you fought Hashirama. In Madara's eyes. A Mangeki Sharingan spun lazily. Since you want my head, I'll indulge you seriously. If you survived Hashirama, let us see if you can survive me. 2 weeks later, at dawn, before Rizuka arrived for class, Xue Ge quietly maneuvered to his seat at the back, leaning on a cane. Are you okay? Muko whispered. Sidling up to him. I heard you. Disappeared for a while? I'm fine, Xue Ge replied softly, shaking his head. Upon returning to Konoha, Minato had immediately hospitalized him. Xue Ge had wanted to discuss his ideas for the Rasengan's development, but Minato had rushed off. Later, he learned Minato had been on his way back from a mission. His teammates were still stranded in the wilderness. After a prolonged yet unremarkable stay in the hospital spanning 2 weeks, Xue Ge's injuries had nearly healed, prompting him to hasten his discharge and return to classes. During his hospitalization, Rijan, Danzo, and Orochimaru each visited him, imparting various messages. Rijan approached him with a nurturing spirit, offering comfort and companionship. In contrast, Danzo maintained his usual stern demeanor, resembling a strict father figure. Upon confirming Xue Ge's health status, he proceeded to assign the next phase of tasks. Orochimaru's visit was primarily an apology, acknowledging Xue Ge as his partner and feeling the need to mend their relationship after having led him into a predicament. Over the course of these 2 weeks, he not only modified several wind and lightning techniques previously entrusted to him by Xue Ge, but also bestowed upon him some advanced ninjutsu of higher caliber. His sincerity was evident, and Xue Ge refrained from protest, recognizing the techniques as his own, thus ensuring their collaboration continued. Meanwhile, Haesong was taken away by Rijan for training. Given that Konoha lacked local ninja hawk populations, Xue Ge's contracted beast held significant potential value for the village. Xue Ge compiled his thoughts on the Rasengan and submitted them in writing to Rijan, requesting that he pass it along to Minato, with his serious injuries preventing him from engaging in strenuous activity. He seized the opportunity to refine his mastery of the body flicker technique, dedicating the time originally allocated for physical training to the practice of ninjutsu instead. This roughly encapsulates the events of the past fortnight. After school one afternoon, Xue Ge was surrounded by familiar classmates. Obito inquired, Are you alright, Xue Ge? You've been missing for almost 3 weeks since the semester started. Quite impressive. Ren added, Obito. So, I heard you were hospitalized? Are you feeling better? Guy chimed in, Young man. Rest well. Only with good health can one fully embrace the vigor of youth. Kakashi remarked, Don't fall behind. Surrounded for the first time by such a crowd, Xue Ge felt somewhat flustered and momentarily lost for words. All right, Muko interjected, stepping in front of Xue Ge. He is just recovering from illness, so let us not worry too much. Let us go grab some lunch and chat during the break. Observing Xue Ge appearing quite well, The group gradually dispersed, leaving Kakashi to sit casually at Xue Ge's table. "Hey, Xue Ge, are you free tonight?" he asked. "What's the matter?" "I'd like to invite you over to my house for a visit. I've recently learned some new ninjutsu and would like to practice with someone." "Isn't Uncle Shikumo home?" Xue Ge inquired. Kakashi stared blankly at him. "You think I do want to spar with your father?" Xue Ge maintained his composure, replying, "How about tomorrow night? I have other commitments tonight." "All right, a promise is a promise. Keep up the pace, Xue Ge," Kakashi said, waving his hand as he hopped off the table and departed with his bento. Muko placed a piece of bread on Xue Ge's table, saying, "I was sure when you'd be back, so I didn't prepare anything elaborate. Just have this for now. You really need to go to such trouble." Xue Ge replied earnestly. Muzi chuckled. Preparing a bit more food is no trouble at all. Xue Ge, puzzled, furrowed his brow, questioning why she was so kind to him. Muzi gestured towards her left eye. "I once had a friend with a single eye, but it has been a long time since I last saw him. Seeing you reminds me of him. You needn't take offense, you are my friend too." Xue Ge nodded in acceptance of her reasoning and quietly began to unwrap and eat the bread. As Muzi picked up her cooking utensils to leave, she remarked, "Oh, there's one more thing this Sunday. The school will host a fireworks festival, and everyone in our class will attend. It should be quite lively. I've heard that Lord Hokage and the legendary Sannin will be there as well. Would you like to join us? Your home is rather remote, so we can come to find you." "In the evening?" "Yes." "All right." Xue Ge wrote down an address on a piece of paper, stating that it would suffice to call out from outside without entering the courtyard. "Understood." Xue Ge watched as Muzi departed, taking a deep breath after finishing the bread. After more than 2 weeks of inactivity, he decided to warm up before his physical training. Upon returning home in the evening, Xue Ge sat in his room for a moment before beginning to clean the entire floor. Danzo had plans for him that night, which was why he had previously declined Kakashi's invitation. However, since Danzo hadn't specified what he wanted him to do and was absent, Xue Ge figured he might as well tidy up the dusty house. After about half an hour of cleaning the first floor, he heard the sound of the door opening. Observing the gleaming floor that could serve as a mirror, Danzo paused for a moment. "Xue Ge, I'm here, clad in an apron, mask, hat, and arm sleeves." Xue Ge peeked out from the kitchen with a broom in hand. Seeing Xue Ge in such attire, Danzo felt a mix of emotions. "Change into your ninja attire and come with me." "Understood." Within a minute, Xue Ge completed his change of clothes and followed Danzo out of the village. After walking for a while, Xue Ge frowned. This forest, this location, could it be the Forest of Death? Not every forest is termed the Forest of Death. Yet during the 4 years of training, Xue Ge had predominantly spent his time in the woods, but had been warned against venturing into the Forest of Death. It was far too perilous. So what was the situation now? "Lord Danzo, may I inquire what our purpose is?" "I am here to find you a formal master." Danzo replied calmly, "For years ago, I took you in under the pretense of training you. However, due to my numerous responsibilities, I have had little time to educate you. Inazuka Kiba and Hatake Kakashi are also busy as members of the Umbu and have not been able to mentor you. 2 weeks ago, due to Orochimaru's actions, you nearly lost your life, which is a failure on my part. Therefore, I intend to arrange for a dedicated ninja to properly instruct you. I will still be your nominal master, and you shall train diligently, as I expect you to succeed me in the future." "Yes." Xue Ge nodded in agreement. Danzo halted in front of a bamboo grove. "You may proceed alone. The person in charge is just ahead. I shall return first." As I pushed through the bamboo grove and walked several hundred meters further, the landscape before Xue Ge suddenly opened up. Behind him lay a dense forest, surrounded by mountains, with a full moon hanging in the sky. At the center of the mountains was a shimmering lake. A girl, seemingly not much older than Xue Ge and with white hair, sat on a stone platform by the lakeside, half of her face concealed by a mask, rendering her features unclear. In her hands, she held a large bowl and was busily pouring something into her mouth. As Xue Ge approached quietly, a strong scent of alcohol wafted toward him. Was that bowl filled with wine? "Ah," the girl exclaimed, smacking her lips and unsteadily gazing at Xue Ge, her face flushed, clearly intoxicated. She grinned broadly at him. "Hey there, Hiccup. Are you the one that Danzo sent for me?" "Danzo." "Yes." Xue Ge felt somewhat unaccustomed to the smell of alcohol. "All right, let us have a drink then," the girl said, filling the oversized bowl that was larger than her head and extending it toward Xue Ge. "Here, I do not drink," Xue Ge replied, shaking his head in refusal. "How can you not drink? Really not going to? This wine is quite good." "I will not." "Tsk. A man who refuses to drink is no different from a woman who won't spread her legs, utterly dull. Xue Ge felt a twinge of embarrassment as he watched the girl begin to guzzle the wine again. Tentatively, he inquired, "May I ask your name?" Hiccup. "You can call me Lady Iris Moon." The girl replied drunkenly. "Very well, Lady Iris Moon, I am called." "Stop." Iris Moon abruptly interrupted Xue Ge. He closed his mouth, regarding this inebriated individual with a resigned expression. "At present, I have no interest in knowing your name, nor have I agreed to be your master," Iris Moon declared, crossing her legs. "I would also prefer to have an exceptional disciple. You know, not just anyone will do." Xue Ge was taken aback for a moment. Then his expression turned serious as he assumed a combat stance. "Please, grant me your guidance." With a resounding crash. Just as Xue Ge was prepared for a spar with Iris Moon, she unexpectedly turned around and lifted a barrel of unknown origin, smashing it down before him. She leaned on the barrel, a displeased expression on her face as she pointed at the opening. "Finish it." Xue Ge's eyelid twitched. He now harbored doubts about whether this "You may call me Iris Moon," a seasoned jonin skilled in wind release, water release, and taijutsu. With her back turned to Xue Ge, Iris Moon's tone suddenly grew indifferent. "Furthermore, I am at least twice your age. Do not regard me as one of your childish ilk. Your points of anger are rather peculiar." Xue Ge inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening with determination. Subsequently, he commenced imbibing alcohol. At this, Iris Moon's demeanor brightened. She clapped Xue Ge on the shoulder and laughed heartily towards the sky. "Yes, this is how it should be. This is the essence of manhood. Only a true hero is worthy to be my disciple." Gulping down the drink, Xue Ge, after more than half an hour, finally finished an entire vat of liquor, trembling as he leaned against the stone platform, his complexion tinged with green. Even as he attempted to mitigate the effects of the alcohol with chakra, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. "If you feel the urge to vomit, then do so." Xue Ge clenched his jaw and turned to Iris Moon, astonished to discover that in merely half an hour, her intoxication had completely dissipated. Her complexion as white as porcelain, with even the scent of alcohol faded away. Maintaining clarity after consuming such a quantity of high-proof liquor displays commendable willpower, young lad. "I acknowledge your capabilities. State your name." "Shuebird River Xue Ge." "Very well, Xue Ge. Utilize your chakra to regulate your body, enhance your metabolic capabilities, and thereby indirectly and rapidly expel the alcohol from your system. This technique can also be applied for healing injuries, neutralizing toxins, and maintaining consciousness in dire situations. This is the first lesson I imparted to you. How do you find it? It seems you have grasped the fundamentals. Your aptitude is commendable." Xue Ge, momentarily taken aback by Iris Moon's earnest expression, then solemnly declared, "Master." "Indeed." Rijan scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, his expression grave. "Are you certain there are no errors?" "Lord Third, this information is the result of my thorough investigation over the past fortnight at the Yamanaka Ridge. There are no inaccuracies whatsoever. Minato is also aware of the gravity of this matter." Rijan's mood gradually darkened. Possessing fire release techniques that surpass even the highest levels of Jonin, familiar with Konoha's circumstances, and likely from the same era as Master Tobirama. With formidable taijutsu skills and remarkable speed, according to Xue Ge, that individual is known as Shura. Moreover, the several mountains at Yamanaka Ridge have been leveled. Their surfaces as smooth as if severed by a single strike. A person matching these characteristics, it cannot be. A nightmarish name surfaced in his mind, causing Rijan to break into a cold sweat. "Riku, Lord Hokage." Nara Riku emerged from the shadows. "Immediately inform the sealing team to enhance the village's sensory barriers. Notify the Uchiha clan to heighten vigilance within the village. Summon Shikumo to the Hokage building at once. Additionally, expedite the recall of Tsunade." "Understood." Although uncertain of the reasons, Riku promptly set about executing Rijan's orders. "Lord Hokage, what is this?" Minato inquired, bewildered, but Rijan, with a stern countenance, refrained from elaborating, stating instead, "It is nothing, Minato. Your involvement concludes here. It is best that you do not engage further in these matters at present." As Watergate's expression shifted, it became evident that he recognized the complexity of the mysterious individual's identity, leading him to refrain from further inquiries. After Watergate's departure, Nikaze momentarily set aside his unfinished governmental duties and hurriedly made his way towards the archives. A few minutes later, Nikaze emerged from the archives holding a map, only to find Shikumo waiting outside the door. He removed his Hokage cloak and hat, revealing the shinobi armor beneath. Observing this, Shikumo's countenance darkened. The third Hokage was evidently preparing for war. Yet, even during times of conflict, the Hokage rarely ventured into battle, raising questions about the current circumstances. "I must be away for 2 days. I need you to manage the governmental affairs in my absence," Nikazane stated, pausing momentarily before producing a scroll and handing it to Shikumo. "If I have not returned within 2 days, you will assume the role of acting Hokage. Danzo's temperament is unsuitable for this task. This is my directive." Shikumo's eyes widened in astonishment. What monumental event could have transpired? After briefing Shikumo, Nikazane set off alone towards the Valley of the End. He intended to groom Orochimaru as the successor to the Hokage, cultivating him into the fourth Hokage. However, the situation was urgent, and in Nikazane's view, Orochimaru still appeared too immature for such a weighty responsibility, compelling him to entrust the role to Shikumo instead. In contrast to Danzo's ruthless indifference, Shikumo's rational yet decisive approach seemed far more fitting for the position of Hokage. Years prior, following the conclusion of the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Madara's corpse had been interred near the Valley of the End. Nikazane was well aware of the formidable strength possessed by the man known as the Shura of the ninja world, as well as his sentiments towards Konoha. The powerful fire techniques, Genjutsu, Shura, his age, and the suspected remnants of Susanoo all pointed towards Uchiha Madara. Although Nikazane understood that Madara had been deceased for many years, the possibility of a fake death lingered in his mind. On either side of the waterfall in the Valley of the End stood the statues of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, staring intently at one another. Following the map in his possession, Nikazane arrived near the Valley of the End, in a secluded corner of the deep forests flanking the expansive lake. He bit his thumb and pressed it against the ground, summoning the Monkey King. "Nikazane, what brings you here?" the Monkey King questioned. Initially prepared for a battle, but now confused by the absence of any adversaries. "Please scout the area for me. If you encounter anyone, alert me immediately," Nikazane replied, his expression darkening. The Monkey King nodded and swiftly departed. Once his instructions were conveyed, Nikazane surveyed the overgrown patch of ground before him, silently muttering an incantation. He then summoned a shovel and began to excavate a grave. After several arduous minutes, he finally unearthed a coffin. Buried quite deep, he murmured quietly, clearing the soil from the coffin's surface to reveal an ancient, somewhat decaying casket. The coffin was a dark crimson, having faded to a brown hue over the years. A yellow seal adorned the coffin, seemingly integrated with it and appearing untouched. He carefully lifted the coffin, tore off the seal, and after offering another silent apology, slowly opened the lid. The sound of creaking echoed in the air, intensifying Nikazane's anxiety. After gently prying open a small crevice, he took a deep breath and cautiously leaned forward to peer into the coffin. His heart raced with trepidation, fearing the sight of an empty interior. The dim light of dawn filtered into the coffin, illuminating the swirling dust particles that danced in the air. Within lay a corpse covered in moss, quietly resting in the coffin, adorned with tattered dark red armor. Beneath the skeletal remains lay a cascade of long hair, characteristic of Uchiha Madara. Upon witnessing the scene inside the coffin, he exhaled in relief, murmuring, "Thank goodness." He wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of ease wash over him. The seal showed no signs of tampering, the soil covering the coffin appeared undisturbed, and there were no indications that the coffin had been opened. The corpse and its accompanying artifacts remained intact. Perhaps he had been overly suspicious? Yet, unease still lingered in his heart as he carefully withdrew a kunai, scraping a small fragment of bone for later use, intending to compare it with the DNA of the Uchiha clan. After offering an apology to the remains, he sealed the coffin once more, applying a new seal before burying it again. He resolved to increase security around the Valley of the End, lest someone attempt to abscond with Madara's remains in the future. Summoning the Monkey King, he hurried back to Konoha to arrange inspections and assignments. Approximately half an hour after his departure, a shadowy figure emerged from the earth. Gazing at the renovated grave, Zetsu took a deep breath. The monument left by Kagaya had been rewritten by Black Zetsu, proclaiming that only the infinite Tsukuyomi could save the Uchiha clan. Since that time, Zetsu had approached the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura countless times, attempting to awaken the Rinnegan, yet each effort had ended in failure. A millennium later, with the birth of Madara, Zetsu became convinced of Madara's potential to attain the Rinnegan, thus keeping a close watch on him. Although he had yet to meet Madara, he had subtly guided him from the shadows, hinting at the path that lay ahead. After Madara released Minato, Zetsu sensed trouble. He hastily exhumed a corpse of an Uchiha clan member, creating a hole beneath the coffin to conceal it, then sealed it with wood release. Fortunately, he had not investigated the coffin space, or the anomaly would have been discovered. Madara. Zetsu shook his head. While Madara acted according to his whims, Zetsu had to ensure that his plans remained intact. The seal on the outer path statue had yet to weaken. He could not reveal himself to Madara just yet. When the time came to operate alongside Madara, he must remind him to be cautious of potential threats. As for that little brat, Shogo. Zetsu initially hesitated on how to deal with Shogo, who had been mistakenly identified by Madara as the prophesied child. His first instinct was to eliminate this unexpected variable that could spark complications. However, upon reflection, he believed it wiser to nurture the boy rather than extinguish him to clear misunderstandings, since Madara believed the child to be the prophesied one. Allowing Shogo to showcase extraordinary talents might further solidify Madara's unwavering belief in Zetsu's influence, or rather, his calling. Thus, when Xue Ge fell from the cliff, he did not meet his demise. The tree on the cliff face, seemingly a mere coincidence, was, in truth, a product of Ju's meticulous planning, crafted in the shadows with precise timing and location. Ju stroked his chin in contemplation, observing that the young rascal, Xue Ge, possessed a commendable talent and, for the moment, did not require Ju's intervention. He pondered whether it would be wiser to align himself with Madara or with Xue Ge. After careful reflection, Ju resolved to focus primarily on Madara, yet he would keep a watchful eye on Xue Ge as well. He considered a crucial point. Reviving Kagaya Otsutsuki necessitated more than merely possessing the Rinnegan. In addition to the Rinnegan, the Outer Path's golem and the collection of 9-tailed beasts were essential. Presently, it appeared that Madara's lifespan would not suffice to sustain the tailed beast acquisition plan. Therefore, planting a seed in advance to perpetuate Madara's ambitions seemed a prudent strategy. Xue Ge, with his deeply troubled demeanor, was evidently an apt candidate for this purpose. Ju's figure gradually faded into the earth, as though he had never existed. Meanwhile, Rijan was hastily returning to Konoha, mulling over how to unearth the identity of the individual suspected to be Uchiha Madara. Unbeknownst to him, his investigation had already been discovered by the concealed Jew, who had cunningly begun executing his plans, eluding Rijan's notice. Ah, so that's the case. Your chakra is imbalanced. No wonder your aura feels so peculiar. Listening to Xue Ge recount his circumstances, Yuan Weiyu, interrupting with a burp, exclaimed, "Have you considered how to resolve this issue?" Observing the girl before him, who had resumed her drinking, Xue Ge replied, "My intention is to adapt ninjutsu to my chakra flow and develop a new form of ninjutsu." "Oh, a ninjutsu model? That's a rather intriguing notion," Yuan Weiyu drowsily responded. Xue Ge nodded. "Then, Master, would you care to see the ninjutsu I currently possess?" "Ah, no need for that. I have no interest." Yuan Weiyu waved her hand dismissively, adding, "Moreover, I believe you are heading in the wrong direction." "I would appreciate your guidance," Xue Ge politely requested. "Developing ninjutsu is indeed essential. One cannot aspire to be a great ninja without it." Yuan Weiyu yawned. "However, it seems a tad premature for you to begin merging ninjutsu with your chakra flow. Why not consider integrating taijutsu with your chakra flow first?" "Ah?" Xue Ge was taken aback, pondering the combination of taijutsu and chakra flow. "Precisely," Yuan Weiyu affirmed. Upon observing Xue Ge's bewildered expression, her mood darkened. "You don't think that simply throwing a few punches constitutes taijutsu, do you?" Xue Ge nodded. With a face-palming gesture, Yuan Weiyu lamented, "Is this how Danzo instructs others? Has he even taught you the fundamentals of taijutsu?" Xue Ge refrained from commenting, recognizing that Danzo had done his utmost to bring him to this point. "Well then, allow me to be your enlightening tutor." Yuan Weiyu's demeanor was rather unkind. The martial arts she referred to comprised two categories: techniques that do not utilize chakra and those that do. Furthermore, certain techniques do not harness the transformative properties of chakra, while others necessitate its application. Chakra typically flows through the body's organs and muscles, thereby enhancing physical attributes correspondingly. Generally, formidable martial arts are executed in conjunction with chakra. The so-called punches and kicks are more about skill than technique. Do you understand this, dear? In other words, martial arts are, to some extent, akin to the art of unmarked ninjutsu? Xue Ge murmured. He had contemplated this notion before, yet no one had ever elucidated these intricacies to him. It does bear some resemblance, at least logically, though the processes differ. Yuan Weiyu waved her hand dismissively and said, "All right. Let me ponder the direction of your martial arts development and future training methods. I shall visit you at your home later." "Very well," Xue Ge nodded. "What should I do now?" "Now?" Yuan Weiyu paused briefly, then unfurled a scroll and struck it, causing another jar of liquor to crash before Xue Ge. Drink. What else is there to do? Xue Ge's eyes widened slightly. But the training. Why is that little brat working so hard? As a ninja. Don't turn yourself into a mere weapon. Yanwei scolded. A fool who only thinks about training will never become a great ninja. You are meeting me for the first time. What is keeping you busy tonight? Come, keep me company with a drink. With that, she pinched Xue Ge's cheeks, forcing an awkward smile onto his face. Stop wearing that long-suffering expression, Xue Ge. Smile more. A boy who loves to laugh is fortunate. Training relies not only on strength, but also on luck. Xue Ge's eyes twitched as he gazed at the clear liquid in the jar before him. Having already consumed some, he decided to consider it as a means to train his chakra-enhanced metabolism. Resolutely, he lifted the jar and tilted it back to drink. Excellent. Yanwei wrapped her arm around Xue Ge's neck and hung onto him. Tonight, we shall finish all the liquor in my scroll, hiccup, as one jar emptied. Xue Ge's face flushed, and his eyes began to glaze over. Come on. Oh, what a hearty drinker you are. All right then, I shall not fall behind. Fill it up. Under the bright moon hanging high amidst the bamboo grove by the lake, two individuals who appeared youthful yet were not children at all began to drink together. The air saturated with the jovial scent of liquor. This is all my savings. Kakuzu pointed at a seal before him, his expression as bleak as could be. Standing beside him, Madara nodded in satisfaction. Quite impressive. I didn't expect your combat skills to be lacking, yet you excel in amassing wealth. Combat skills lacking. Kakuzu silently cursed, thinking, only you, Uchiha Madara, could utter such words. Were it anyone else, Kakuzu would have knocked them senseless. Even in the face of shadows from other villages, Kakuzu remained undaunted. At the very least, he could flee if he could not withstand the onslaught. Of course, he would never dare to articulate such sentiments openly. 2 weeks prior, his words had provoked a fierce reaction from Madara. The combination of the kaleidoscope and Susanoo, while not Madara's full strength, was nonetheless beyond Kakuzu's capacity to endure. Susanoo's might severed several mountain peaks and obliterated Kakuzu's 4 hearts, leading him to kneel and surrender. As the saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Upon realizing the identity of Uchiha Madara, Kakuzu's capitulation felt even more instinctive. After all, he was facing a being renowned as a god in the ninja world, on par with Senja Hashirama. Although Kakuzu boasted of having battled Hashirama, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated their strengths. Kneeling before this ninja demigod to plead for his life was hardly shameful. To preserve his existence, Kakuzu relinquished all the wealth he had painstakingly accumulated over the years to Madara. Money could be earned again, but death was an irrevocable loss. Upon unsealing the riches, Madara, somewhat astonished, surveyed the treasures. Despite Kakuzu's considerable prowess and audacious demeanor, his financial acumen paled in comparison, even when stacked against Hashirama. Perhaps it would be best to exclude Hashirama from the equation. In terms of monetary matters, he was merely a burden. Madara regarded Kakuzu with a peculiar gaze, akin to that of one observing a hen capable of laying golden eggs. He contemplated establishing a secret base, a venture that required substantial funds, and he was unwilling to lower himself to compete with rogue ninjas for missions. It appeared he had found the perfect accomplice. Turn and look into my eyes, Madara commanded coldly. Kakuzu complied, and the gaze of the kaleidoscope Sharingan seemed to penetrate his very mind. I have inscribed a rewriting seal within your eyes. From this moment forth, you shall be my subordinate. Should you contemplate escape, the jutsu embedded within the seal will terminate your life instantly. Feel free to test it. Kakuzu, resigned, conceded. Observing Kakuzu's obedient demeanor, Madara nodded in satisfaction and seized a handful of treasure. This amount is insufficient. Your first task is to procure an equivalent sum within the next 3 months. Do you understand? Kakuzu inhaled sharply. Yes, I understand. He begrudgingly acquiesced, realizing he was expected to double his hard-earned savings within that time frame. The daunting task ahead cast a shadow over his prospects, as the black market was about to welcome its most illustrious patron. The following night, Yukigo visited the Hitaki clan. Before dinner, after a hiatus of over a month, Yukigo and Kakashi faced each other again, this time under the witness of Hitaki Tsukumo. It was during this encounter that Yukigo discovered Kakashi was a genius possessing mastery over all 5 chakra natures. Kakashi's repeated execution of Earth Release, Earth Wall, Water Release, Water Clone, and Lightning Release. Lightning Fong left Yukigo at a distinct disadvantage. However, Kakashi too found little advantage in the exchange. Xue Ge's martial arts were as enigmatic as ever. The combination of his instantaneous movement, strangulation techniques, and the spiral sphere rendered Kakashi nearly incapable of approaching him. Coupled with Xue Ge's acute battle instincts, Kakashi found himself unable to pose any real threat. After a 10-minute bout that ended in a stalemate, Xue Mao intervened. The three sat together to dine. "Xue Ge, you have made considerable progress compared to a fortnight ago," Kakashi remarked, munching on salt-grilled mackerel. "I thought your absence would set you back." Reflecting on his own experiences from 2 weeks prior, Xue Ge shook his head. "You are stronger than I am. Excessive modesty is not commendable. Aside from myself, I doubt anyone in our class could last more than a minute against you," Kakashi responded, lifting a piece of eggplant. "Are you praising yourself?" Xue Ge retorted. "I'm merely stating the truth." Faced with Kakashi's proud demeanor, Xue Ge chose not to engage further. Instead, he turned to Xue Mao. "Mr. Xue Mao, it has been a while." "Indeed. Children grow quickly. It feels like you've aged considerably in just a short time," Xue Mao replied, ruffling Xue Ge's hair. "You and Kakashi ought to support one another. You both are contemporaries with similar strengths, and you will likely be teammates in the future. Cherish this friendship, both you and Kakashi." "Yes," Xue Ge replied habitually. "While at my home, let us dispense with such formalities. Come, savor the mackerel. I noticed you haven't touched your chopsticks yet. I prepared this especially for you, and Kakashi seldom gets to enjoy it," Xue Mao encouraged. Upon hearing this, Xue Ge glanced at Kakashi, who rolled his eyes in response. "Thanks to you." After a while, as Kakashi went to the kitchen for tea, Xue Mao initiated a conversation. "How has your training been lately? Any difficulties?" "Not too bad." Xue Ge pondered. "In terms of ninjutsu, Orochimaru has indeed provided ample material, but it will take me some time to master it all. As for my martial arts, I've hit a plateau and will likely need to wait for my mentor to make some breakthroughs. Regarding genjutsu, given my current physical condition, I might as well have bid farewell to it. However, it does not significantly impact my combat effectiveness." Suddenly, Xue Ge recalled the question. "Mr. Xue Mao, do you know about Yue? Yue?" Xue Mao paused, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Are you referring to the girl with white hair?" "Yes, I know a bit about her. Is there something you wish to inquire?" "Tuanzong has arranged for her to be my mentor." "Oh, that is splendid news." Xue Mao smiled. "I have sparred with her. She possesses commendable strength and an exceptional grasp of martial arts. If not for certain unique circumstances that hinder her, she might not have been defeated by me. She is that formidable?" Xue Ge's gaze shifted, revealing a hint of astonishment. In his understanding, Xue Mao was one of Konoha's premier combatants, capable of influencing the tide of battle single-handedly. Even now, amidst the prominence of the legendary three, neither their experience nor status could rival Xue Mao's. He and Tuanzong appeared to operate on a similar echelon. How could such a humble master receive such high praise? Indeed, she is remarkable, a true genius, yet it is unfortunate. Xue Mao's expression was tinged with melancholy, perhaps due to familial ties. Though I am unaware of her past, it is evident that the burdens she carries weigh heavily upon her. If she cannot transcend her inner demons, she may find herself stagnating for the rest of her life. Is that so? Xue Ge reflected on the previous day's scene of Iris Yu indulging in excessive drinking, pondering whether it was a means to drown her sorrows. "Do you know the true name of the master?" "Why do you inquire about that?" Xue Mao shook his head, stating that since the girl had not revealed her true name to you, it signified her desire to keep such matters private. "Regrettably, I am also unaware of her name." "You do not know either?" "No, that child is not from Konoha. She is an outsider." Xue Mao reminisced, recalling that it must have been 3 or 4 years ago when she was brought back to the village by Elder Danzo. The girl arrived in a severely injured state. It seems that the Hokage and Elder Danzo even had a fierce argument over the matter. However, I am not privy to the specifics. Regardless, that child is now affiliated with Danzo's roots and does not take orders from anyone else. Upon hearing Xue Mao's account, Xue Ge furrowed his brows. Arriving in Konoha 3 or 4 years ago means she also came during the Second Shinobi World War. Moreover, considering her age, Iris, you should have already gained some renown by now. Enough, do not overthink it. Xue Mao interrupted Xue Ge's contemplation, assuring him that since he has become the child's apprentice, he need not worry. Although I do not know her well, I sensed her innate kindness during our encounters. Make sure to learn diligently from her, and feel free to come to me with any questions. You and Kakashi are rivals, and I hope you both can strive to progress together. As an elder, Xue Mao's demeanor was notably gentle when not acting as a member of the Umbu. What are you talking about? Kakashi arrived tardily, placing a large pot of tea on the ground and picking up a cup. Would you like some tea, Xue Ge? Yes, please. After finishing their meal and tea, The three engaged in light conversation for a while longer. As night deepened, Xue Ge returned home alone, while Xiao Mao and Kakashi stood at the entrance to bid him farewell. Once Xue Ge's figure had vanished from sight, Xiao Mao patted Kakashi on the head. Kakashi, you must continue to strive and not grow complacent. I see great potential in Xue Ge. He is constantly thinking of ways to become stronger. At this rate, he may surpass you. I understand, father. Kakashi nodded, stating that while Xue Ge's talent may not match his own, he works significantly harder. I will accelerate my progress as well. Indeed, it is commendable to possess such determination. Xiao Mao gazed thoughtfully toward the distant Hokage building. There has never been fairness in the shinobi world. For most, this is not a fortunate reality. Yet for you and Xue Ge, you are quite fortunate. Keep pushing forward. A week has swiftly elapsed. As Friday's school bell rang, Xue Ge bid farewell to his classmates and hastily exited the school gates. He had resolved to successfully execute the wind release, vacuum blade technique during his free time after classes. However, as he stepped outside, a potent aroma of alcohol assailed his senses. He instantly recognized who had arrived. "Ah, school is out," Yue exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Xue Ge's neck and pulling him close. "After dinner, meet me at our usual spot. Your dear aunt has already arranged for your physical training." "Hick. I'll wait for half an hour, and then I won't be there anymore." With that, Yue released her hold and, swaying slightly, vanished in a blink. Xue Ge paused momentarily. Should he have mentioned that he could simply accompany her? Moreover, how could a drunken person move so swiftly, disappearing in an instant? After what felt like the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Xue Ge arrived by the lakeside. There, he found Yue sprawled on the large stone from a few nights prior, soundly asleep. He approached her, crouched down, and gently shook her. Don't wake me up," she mumbled, slowly opening her eyes and recognizing Xue Ge. "Oh, it's you, The evening isn't too late. You arrived quite swiftly." "I eat quickly," Xue Ge replied with confidence. "Just a matter of a military ration pill." "All right. Wait for me while I wash my face," Yue said, burying her head in the lake's water. In the next moment, she abruptly stood up, turning to Xue Ge with a fierce expression. "Very well, you little rascal. I see your ambition. Now, sit tight and listen to your aunt's lesson." Xue Ge nearly lost his composure. He inhaled deeply, only to be met with a sharp waft of alcohol, and silently took his seat. Slap. Yue slammed a diagram of human meridians onto the grass before him. "This, do you understand?" "Yes," he replied. "Chakra flows, clear enough?" "Indeed. The blue represents a normal person's flow, while the red indicates yours." Yue pointed at the intertwined red and blue lines on the diagram. "Can you discern the difference?" "Imbalance leads to instability," Xue Ge stated flatly, a truth he was already well aware of. "Exactly. You possess only half a body. Hence your chakra flows unevenly. It's solely distributed along your prosthetic." Yue raised her index finger. "The essence of physical techniques lies in the direct conversion of chakra into destructive force. Regardless of the method employed, they ultimately converge to the same end. Therefore, if we are to explore the patterns of physical techniques, we must approach it from this angle. Tell me, what is your greatest challenge when practicing ninjutsu?" "When forming seals, the chakra flow becomes imbalanced, disrupting the release of ninjutsu," Xue Ge admitted earnestly. "Correct. Have you ever considered that you could redirect this destructive force outward? Directing it towards others?" Xue Ge furrowed his brow. Yue gestured towards the meridian diagram. "Observe, the direction of the chakra flow is slanted. Could you not employ chakra to stimulate that particular area, deliberately causing your body to lean into imbalance? Imagine, if you will, continuously applying lateral pressure to strengthen that side, while simultaneously exerting effort to maintain equilibrium between both sides. At a critical moment, you could release the previous balance, transforming this imbalance into a sudden explosion of power. If you happen to be in a standoff with another, what might ensue? Let us delve deeper. If, while utilizing your few formless ninjutsu, you engage this stimulated side, leveraging the imbalance to propel the release and application of your techniques, what then? Formless ninjutsu does not necessitate control over the flow of chakra within your body. Thus there is no contradiction." Yanwei remarked, shaking her head. "In truth, this concept of explosive power is rather straightforward. Most individuals are certainly capable of mastering it should they choose to practice. Yet, they need not pursue this path, as they can opt for other more suitable martial arts. However, your physical attributes are innately conducive to such explosive methods, unlike others who must deliberately cultivate imbalance." Xue Ge felt his surroundings brighten with understanding. Suppressing imbalance and seizing the opportunity for an explosive release. The principle behind the Rasengan appeared to be similar. It compresses and then expands upon impact, shattering the opponent's defenses. If one were to wield a blade and employ this imbalance for a thrust, he gazed firmly at Yanwei, stating, "Please teach me." Of course, she replied with a smile. Entering such a state is not particularly difficult, as you need not exert excessive effort. Imbalance will occur naturally. What you must learn is how to conceal this state of extreme imbalance within your chakra. In essence, you must master the art of hiding your brilliance and how to unleash explosive force at the opportune moment. This requires meticulous control over your body and lightning-fast reflexes. A training regimen I can provide. Xue Ge stood silently, moving to a position not far from her, his expression grave. Yanwei smiled knowingly. Then, let us not delay. Since you have made your decision, let us commence now. To master precision and acuity is, in fact, quite simple. At least the training methods are straightforward. With that, she pressed her knuckles together. From this day forth, if you have other matters in the evening, you must request leave from me. Otherwise, you are to report here. I will initiate the attack, and you are forbidden from countering or blocking, only evading. The moment you can evade my strikes for the duration of a stick of incense without being knocked down, we shall advance to the next phase. Are you prepared? Prepared. Before he could finish his thought, a gust of wind surged towards Xue Ge's face, causing a shift in his expression as he swiftly turned his head. Yet, the speed of the punch's trajectory surpassed his evasion, and in almost the same instant, the fist struck him squarely on the cheek, sending him flying several meters away. Coughing, Xue Ge covered his numbed cheek and rose, hearing Yanwei's cold voice echo in the air. A single second. This was the duration for which he had managed to endure under the command of Iris Moon. Whoosh! Another punch came hurtling towards him, and Xue Ge swiftly retreated to evade it. However, the second strike followed almost instantaneously, its speed rendering Xue Ge unable to discern the position of the fist. Such velocity of attack. Bang! Xue Ge was struck squarely in the abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. Lying on the ground, he stared in astonishment at Iris Moon before him, who, with an air of nonchalance and a chilling voice, remarked, 2 seconds. In combat, one must hone their instincts rather than rely on intellect. The body must act before consciousness fully registers. Do not harbor illusions of perceiving your opponent's actions. Such thoughts will only lead to your own exposure. Behind that half-mask, there seemed to burn a pair of eyes aflame with intensity. This individual is not skilled in ninjutsu. What truly empowers her is her mastery of taijutsu. On a Sunday evening, Xue Ge was tidying up at Danzo's residence. He discovered that utilizing wind release for cleaning also tested his control over chakra. To that end, he had specifically learned the most fundamental technique of wind release, wind dance. As he swept, Xue Ge thought he heard someone calling his name. Peering out the door, he noticed several figures standing outside the courtyard. The lavender-clad Musi, the gray-robed Kakashi, the deep blue-garbed Obito, the violet-clad Rin, and the ever-tight-clothed Guy. Guy's style remains as distinctive as ever. Today marked the fireworks festival. At some point, Danzo had appeared behind Xue Ge. The village is quite bustling today. I must soon attend to maintaining order. Are you planning to go as well? If possible. Xue Ge had already taken leave from Iris Moon. Danzo scrutinized Xue Ge for a moment before turning to enter his room. Come here. Xue Ge followed him. Danzo opened the wardrobe, revealing a small black yukata. I brought you this garment on my way. Given your origins outside of Konoha, you might be unfamiliar with the village's customs. Change into it. For today only, you may take a well-deserved rest. With that, Danzo hastily departed without allowing Xue Ge time to respond. Gazing at the yukata before him, Xue Ge remained silent for a moment. 3 minutes later, dressed in his new attire, Xue Ge joined his classmates. Your house is so hard to find, Xue Ge. Obito exclaimed. Why is it so far from the village? This is Elder Danzo's home, right? Kakashi muttered, rolling his eyes. So, you are the child of Elder Danzo? I am the elder's adopted son, Xue Ge replied softly. Let's not linger on that, Rin interjected. We must hurry to the Hokage Tower. The fireworks festival is about to commence. The group walked and chatted as they made their way into the village. Hey, Guy, why haven't you challenged Kakashi and Xue Ge to a fight lately? Obito asked with a playful grin. That is not merely a fight. It is a duel of youth. My youth has yet to burn brightly enough. Once I ignite completely, you shall see. Kai pounded his chest and proclaimed loudly, then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, after the celebration, let us run around the village and burn our youth. Kakashi feigned ignorance. What happened to you? You seem to have sustained so many injuries. Musi inquired softly, having caught a glimpse of the bruises on Xue Ge's chest. Recalling the experience of being treated like a punching bag just a couple of days prior, Xue Ge shuddered. Training. It seems you truly have endured much, she remarked. It's all right. Though it was evening, the village buzzed with an energy that was palpably more vibrant than usual, perhaps due to the rare festivities. Many unfamiliar faces from outside the village appeared on the streets of Konoha. As they approached the Hokage building, the crowd thickened. However, the children from the Ninja Academy had an advantage in the throng and quickly made their way to the front. Amidst the crowd, Xue Ge unexpectedly spotted several acquaintances. Xue Ge, Shueisui waved from a distance. Xue Ge returned the greeting. Shaku stood discreetly among the masses, soon disappearing from sight. Behind the Hokage building, figures resembling Danzo and Hiruzen were faintly visible. After about 10 minutes, as the lanterns atop the Hokage building illuminated, the murmurs of the crowd quieted. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, a warm smile gracing his face. Subsequently, 8 or 9 individuals emerged beside him, among whom Xue Ge recognized Orochimaru standing at the forefront, flanked by 2 others who were likely the remaining legendary Sannin. At that moment, Minato stood behind one of the silver-haired gentlemen. Simultaneously, Danzo, Shaku, and several others of similar age who were indistinguishable to Xue Ge also gathered beside Hiruzen. Its elder Tsunade, Lin and Muzi stated in unison. Xue Ge turned to ask, "Who is she?" One of Konoha's elders, proficient in medical ninjutsu, Muzi replied. "She oversees the Konoha hospital where my mother works." "Is she the most skilled medical ninja in Konoha?" Xue Ge inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Lin quickly shook her head and clarified, "No. Currently, the most formidable medical ninja in Konoha is Lady Tsunade." As she spoke, she pointed to the blonde woman standing next to Orochimaru. "That's her." One of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. Xue Ge mentally noted her appearance, recalling that the other was Jiraiya. Minato is Jiraiya's apprentice. "Hokage Grandpa," Obito exclaimed softly, shaking his little fist with admiration. "I want to become Hokage too." "You won't become Hokage by lagging behind," Kakashi retorted with a sidelong glance at Obito. "Kakashi, you." The lantern's light dimmed. "Today marks 2 years since the end of the Ninja World War. We gather here to celebrate peace and to honor the fallen," Hiruzen declared gravely in his aged voice. "Wherever the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire shall continue to burn. The flames will illuminate our village and nurture the budding new leaves." "Old man," Tsunade interjected in mild annoyance, given the lively atmosphere of today's festival. Such somber words are rather dispiriting. As the sun hung in the sky, Ryzen paused momentarily, stroking his goat-like beard. After a moment of contemplation, his expression shifted to one of solemnity, and he proclaimed, "The flames of fire exist solely to allow the new leaves to thrive beneath the tranquil and joyous embrace of Konoha. Therefore, dear friends, enjoy this day to the fullest. I hereby declare the celebration officially commenced." A resounding cheer erupted, and the crowd surged towards the bustling marketplace of Konoha. "Hey, Jiraiya. Long time no see. Shall we share a drink?" Tsunade nudged Jiraiya with her elbow. "Haha, I would love to, but I've already made plans with Minato today." Jiraiya replied, wrapping his arm around Minato's shoulder. "Then count me in, and let us not forget Shizen," Tsunade casually remarked, patting Shizen beside her, before calling out to Orochimaru. "Oi, Orochimaru, you should join us too." Orochimaru, for once, displayed a rare touch of warmth in his gaze. "Very well. Ha ha ha. As long as we are all on good terms." Ryzen observed the playful banter between the 3 legendary ninjas, stroking his chin in satisfaction. He then addressed those around him. "Shall we gather together? It has been quite some time since we've all been together like this. I must attend to maintaining order." Danzo waved his hand dismissively and swiftly vanished from sight. Tsunade sighed. "You know, Ryzen, ever since Tsunade left, I have been solely responsible for the Konoha hospital. The patients cannot afford to miss the festivities. I need to calculate today as entries and exits." Without waiting for Ryzen to respond, Mito Minato declared, "I'll take care of that." Ryzen felt his lips twitch in response, casting a hopeful glance at Akimichi Choza. Choza, living up to expectations, thumped his chest. "No worries. Just treat us." "All right, I shall treat you." Ryzen nodded, grimacing at the impending expense. After all, it was Akimichi Choza. Today would surely be a financial strain. Ryzen knocked on his heart, turning to Shikamaru, who leaned against the railing. "Shikamaru, care to join us?" "Not today, Hokage-sama." Shikamaru shook his head, giving a thumbs up towards the crowd below. "I need to accompany my son." "Indeed." Ryzen pondered. "Should we invite Asuma?" Achu, Asuma, who was strolling with Kurenai, suddenly sneezed. The village was abuzz with rare excitement. The marketplace teemed with life, adorned with vibrant decorations. And the air was filled with the sounds of merchants calling out their wares. Lanterns, goldfish scooping, dango, barbecued delicacies, and an array of souvenirs were readily available. Obito thrived in this lively atmosphere, joyfully losing himself in the revelry. Yash, everyone, I'm off to work at the shop on the next street. Feel free to visit me there later. Oh, and if I don't manage to move 50 boxes of goods, I'll be mopping the floor 300 times. Let the youth burn brightly. Mike Guy flashed a thumbs up to the crowd before bounding up to the rooftop. Guy truly is a busy man, Obito remarked, scratching his head and turning to Kakashi beside him. Hey, Kakashi, let us head over there to have some fun. You've got the money, so you can treat us. Kakashi cast a glance at Obito, gesturing towards Shuamao, who was approaching through the crowd. All was conveyed in silence. Obito, it's all right. I will accompany you, he reassured. Observing the dejection on Obito's face, Rin patted his shoulder in comfort. It's fine. I have some pocket money too. Now that is troublesome. Obito's face flushed with embarrassment. Kakashi was Kakashi, a man of means. Rin's words were unnecessary. Even Grandma had given him some allowance. All right then, let us go, Rin said, pulling Obito towards another direction. As they watched the duo depart, Xue Ge maintained an impassive demeanor. Surely, that little rascal Obito was being deliberate, wasn't he? At that moment, Xue Ge felt a tug at the corner of his garment. Turning around, he found Mu Zi grasping his sleeve. Would you like to stroll around? I am not familiar with the shopping district. I can guide you. What do you wish to do? Just arrange it as you like. Considering his past life, Xue Ge realized he had not indulged in personal entertainment for nearly 2 decades. As they ambled down the street, they engaged in light conversation. Zhangju, I have a question. What is it? Why does the color of your eyes differ from your father's? Mu Zi, having purchased a box of Odin, handed it to Xue Ge, shaking her head lightly. 3 years ago, I had a high fever, and ever since, my eyes have appeared this way. They say it awakened my bloodline limit. Bloodline limit? Does it have a name? I don't know. I have never utilized it, nor do I know its capabilities. Perhaps I will have the opportunity to use it in the future. But for now, eat before it cools. Are you not going to accompany your father? No need. I believe he is at the hospital with my mother. Otherwise, it would be quite exhausting for her to work alone. Is your mother a doctor or a medical ninja? A medical ninja. Both my parents are ninjas. Oh, by the way, I also aspire to become a medical ninja. In the future, you can come to me when you're injured. Mu Zi thoroughly enjoyed the festival, sampling various snacks, attempting riddles, and adorning the perpetually lagging Xue Ge with an array of colorful trinkets, transforming his otherwise somber black attire into a vibrant display. After a lengthy period of play, the two found a threshold at a shop to rest. Would you like to eat? Mu Zi offered Xue Ge a skewer of dango. Xue Ge, accustomed to her feeding, accepted it naturally. Thank you. He savored the dango slowly. Due to Mu Zi's frequent offerings of sweets, Xue Ge, who had seldom tasted such delights before, could now discern their quality. This dango is quite good. Isn't it? The owner usually operates a stall by the school gate. His skills are exceptional. Xue Ge glanced at Mu Zi. Sitting on the threshold, she swung her feet, her wooden clogs swaying precariously. Her crystalline red eyes fixated on the bustling street before her, reflecting the warm glow of the orange-yellow lights. Xue Ge had never witnessed that gentle smile fade from Mu Zi's face. Squinting slightly, he murmured, "It truly resembles what does it resemble?" Mu Zi turned her head to look at Xue Ge. Xue Ge remained silent for an extended period, his mind conjuring up childhood memories long buried from decades past. I once knew a girl who adored swinging, her smile reminiscent of yours. Is that so? I recall you came from a neighboring village. Did that girl also hail from there? To some extent. Did she come to Konoha as well? A fleeting shadow of dark memories crossed his mind, and Xue Ge shook his head. No, she perished. Mu Zi paused momentarily, then, filled with a sense of guilt, replied, I am sorry. It's all right, Xue Ge reassured, shaking his head. It has been nearly 20 years. In his previous life, Xue Ge was an orphan, devoid of companions. His only vivid recollection from childhood was running to the park each evening, where a girl who loved to swing would always chat with him, her laughter brightening his days. She too came from a single-parent household, and they shared a deep connection, often losing themselves in conversation. However, tragedy struck when her father grievously harmed her, and Xue Ge found himself entangled in the aftermath. That was how he lost sight in one eye. Ultimately, the girl succumbed to her injuries. It was this harrowing childhood experience that propelled Xue Ge to teach in the southwestern region. Ironically, he met an untimely end after just a few years of service. A grim twist of fate. As for his subsequent reincarnation, It remains uncertain whether it is a stroke of fortune or misfortune. He had entertained the hope of finding the girl once more in the afterlife. Whoosh, bang. Silver fireworks ascended, blossoming in the sky, scattering vibrant sparks across the night. Soon, the heavens were awash with colors, and passers-by paused to gaze upward. Mu Zi, brimming with excitement, watched the pyrotechnics, while Xue Ge rested his chin on his hand, casting a sidelong glance at her. He wished to speak, yet he understood that Mu Zi extended such warmth and concern to everyone, not merely to him. After decades, the figure from his hazy memories became clear once more. It seemed as if he beheld her again, yet she was no longer the same person. The white moonlight. Oh, the white moonlight is but a fleeting memory that cannot return. The heart of Xue Ge, long shrouded in solitude, perhaps warmed for just a fleeting moment. But it was merely that, an ephemeral moment. After a prolonged silence, the fireworks gradually ceased, and the throngs on the streets had thinned without notice. The moon hung high in the sky, cloaked in darkness that concealed any hint of blue. The night is deepening. It is time to return home, Mu Zi remarked as she rose, brushing off her clothes. My parents should be home by now. Whom shall I escort you back? Xue Ge stood up promptly. Before heading home, let us indulge in some late-night snacks. Mu Zi bent slightly, gazing at Xue Ge. Are you hungry? I am somewhat. After a night of wandering. Though I nibbled on snacks here and there, I do feel a bit peckish. Shall we go together for a late-night meal? Certainly. Where to? Mu Zi shrugged, her eyes narrowing into a playful smile. Anywhere is fine. All right. After the festivities concluded, Xue Ge's life returned to its usual rhythm. There were no peculiar encounters or unforeseen events to disrupt the tranquility. In the school, lessons progressed methodically, with students honing their chakra control during classes. Each evening, they sought out UNEU to train in physical techniques, while dedicating other times to the study of ninjutsu. Occasionally, they would engage in friendly sparring with Kakashi and Shursui, refining their skills through practical combat. As Xue Ge and Kakashi rapidly distanced themselves from their classmates, many began to discover their own paths for development. Might Gai's physical prowess grew increasingly formidable, treading a path distinct from Xue Ge's, one that balanced offense and defense with vigor. Currently, Xue Ge found it challenging to inflict actual damage on Gai through unarmed combat alone, often causing himself discomfort instead. Rin and Mu Zi sought out acquaintances to begin their studies in medical ninjutsu, both aspiring to become proficient medical ninjas in the future. Uchiha Lan and Hyuga Winnie gradually matured into exemplary members of their respective clans, guided by their family's training. Asuma followed a conventional path of ninja training, however. His relationship with his father seemed somewhat strained. Kurenai was diligently studying genjutsu under her father's tutelage. Obito also began to catch up with the group, albeit with considerable effort, yet his hard work bore fruit, as he could now spar with Konoha's swiftest, Ugetsu. It had been quite some time since Minato had last been heard from. Reports indicated he had been dispatched on a long-term mission, absent from the village for a considerable duration. Conversely, Orochimaru would occasionally visit Xue Ge, bringing along various ninjutsu techniques and taking away some of Xue Ge's bodily samples for unknown purposes. Before long, winter enveloped Konoha, and Xue Ge's first semester at the Ninja Academy drew to a close. The final examinations had essentially transformed into a showcase for Xue Ge and Kakashi, their scores vastly outpacing that of Asuma, who had also demonstrated notable talent by surpassing the offspring of the two prominent clans in the final assessments. However, during the concluding practical tests, Xue Ge encountered some setbacks. In the draw for matches, he faced off against Kurenai and Uchiha Lan, sustaining 2 consecutive encounters with Genjutsu, but ultimately triumphed over his opponents through sheer strength. In the climactic battle against Kakashi, both exerted their utmost, unleashing a flurry of ninjutsu across the training ground. In the end, neither could claim victory, resulting in a stalemate. Yet, unlike the beginning of the semester, Ryuji found it increasingly challenging to intervene between the two. In the final examination results, both Xue Ge and Kakashi achieved perfect scores, sharing the top rank. Well done. I am quite pleased, remarked Danzo, seated in a wooden chair in the living room. He had begun to grow accustomed to leaning on his cane, hands resting on its head. Your performance reflects my expectations of you. I am honored, Xue Ge replied solemnly, his expression serious. Danzo's unexpected summons to the living room hinted that his praise was not the sole purpose of their meeting. Unfazed by praise or blame, excellent, Danzo acknowledged, retrieving a scroll from his robe and handing it to Xue Ge. Upon receiving it with both hands, Xue Ge furrowed his brow and inquired, what is this? It is a forbidden technique of Konoha, The multiple shadow clone technique, which I specifically requested from Hisashi, Danzo replied. The day has been adjusted according to your physical condition. You may learn directly, Danzo stated calmly. Forbidden techniques. Yukigo's pupils narrowed slightly. Do not be alarmed. Forbidden techniques are not inherently evil. Merely perilous or of great significance, Danzo explained. This is a reward I have prepared for you, and your performance has warranted it. Prior to the multiple shadow clone technique, I will teach you a ninjutsu known as the shadow clone technique, which is not forbidden. It is advisable to master the shadow clone technique before attempting the multiple shadow clone technique. The shadow clone technique involves utilizing chakra to create tangible clones. These clones can act independently, possessing their own consciousness and a degree of resilience. Upon dispelling, their memories and experiences return to the original. Such clones can not only assist in battle but also expedite training. However, be mindful that the pain and fatigue experienced by the clones will also transmit back to your body, so it is essential to maintain control during training. As for the multiple shadow clone technique, it employs an increased amount of chakra to generate a multitude of clones, potentially creating thousands at once. However, this technique consumes chakra excessively. Those lacking a substantial chakra reserve risk serious injury or even life-threatening consequences. Exercise utmost caution while employing it. Having conveyed these important points, Danzo rose to depart. Train diligently. Do not disappoint my expectations. I must attend to other matters now. Do not become complacent. In Orochimaru's laboratory, observing the little white mouse before him, which exhibited signs of agitation but showed no signs of convulsions or death, excitement sparkled in Orochimaru's eyes. It succeeded. The cursed seal. From the onset of collaborating with Danzo to cultivate Yukigo, Orochimaru had been preparing for this moment. He sought greater power, beyond transplanting others' bloodlines. He contemplated activating the innate abilities of his subjects through the infusion of other individuals' chakra. By employing a more degraded version of the hero's water from Takigakure, which closely resembles diminished natural energy, he continuously immersed Yukigo, representing an experimental trial of his prior method. The cellular structure of Yukigo had begun to undergo mutation, and Orochimaru relentlessly extracted Yukigo's cells to explore a second possibility. While ordinary chakra transplants yielded no significant results, the chakra of Yukigo, altered by the solution, exhibited no apparent changes in effect, yet its performance post-transfer was markedly different. Now, he had succeeded in grafting a portion of Yukigo's chakra onto other organisms. Although both the conversion and success rates were negligible, he had achieved a breakthrough. This indicated that the path was viable. And the concept of transferring chakra through a cursed seal was indeed correct, albeit with numerous procedural shortcomings. For this alone, Orochimaru felt that the ninjutsu he previously imparted to Yukigo was worth the price. Hey, Lin-E, this little white mouse is yours now. Take good care of it. Orochimaru called out to Lin-E, who awaited outside, before hastily making his exit. In a buoyant mood, he intended to stroll through the forest to clear his mind while also capturing more animals for experimentation. Lin gazed as Orochimaru departed from the laboratory, then approached the desk to gather the scattered documents that had fallen in the wake of Orochimaru's fervor. Chakra, physical energy, spiritual energy, curse seals, natural energy. It appeared that Orochimaru was delving into some extraordinary research. After mastering the shadow clone technique, Xue Ge quickly realized its myriad benefits. Now, he could create 2 clones, one for honing his chakra control, another for practicing ninjutsu, and yet another to endure physical training, not simply to take a beating. To be candid, if it were merely about withstanding mental pressure and torment, Xue Ge believed he could manage at least 10 clones. However, his chakra reserves were limited. Overextending himself could lead to his own fainting beneath the scorching sun. With no classes during the holiday, Xue Ge's original self was immersed in a forest stream. This was not an act of idleness, but rather a means to utilize the flowing water for physical training. Moreover, he was devising a method to disrupt his chakra flow vigorously. After suffering the consequences of genjutsu in 2 consecutive battles, he had sought advice on how to counter such illusions. However, disrupting his own chakra flow carried certain risks. A moment's inattention could lead him astray. With his body submerged in water, he controlled himself using the water pressure, which could be considered a form of external assistance. Yet, after a prolonged period, he began to feel lightheaded and nauseous. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air, sending a shiver down Xue Ge's spine. He sprang from the water and glanced towards the bank, where Orochimaru was watching him, flicking his tongue like a serpent. Lord Orochimaru, Xue Ge said, standing soaked and dripping. He swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed wind release, gale palm, clearing most of the water from his body before returning to the shore. Your mastery over chakra is becoming increasingly proficient, Orochimaru remarked. Thank you for your guidance, Xue Ge replied, a hint of humility in his tone. Indeed, it is also due to your innate talent and hard work, Orochimaru chuckled. Xue Ge shook his head, diverting the conversation. Is there something you need? He inquired. Nothing in particular. I merely happened to be here for a stroll, Orochimaru replied, playfully tugging at Xue Ge's hair. But what is it that you are doing? Submerged in the river? I am training to rapidly disrupt my internal chakra flow to counter genjutsu, Xue Ge answered earnestly. Indeed, always training, Orochimaru mused. It has been over 4 years since I first met you, and even with Danzo no longer imposing, you continue to follow your own path. Are you still maintaining that 2-hour sleep schedule? Orochimaru asked, his tone shifting slightly. Yes, Xue Ge nodded. Lord Orochimaru's elixirs are quite effective, and I have grown accustomed to it. Orochimaru observed him with an unusual look, shaking his head. Though it may not be my place to say, I believe you do not need to push yourself so hard. At the very least, you shouldn't be so tense as to forego sleep. To Xue Ge, he held equal value for both Orochimaru and Danzo, rarely encountered and meticulously cultivated specimens. Living means doing more. When one is dead, it's merely time for sleep. Xue Ge replied matter-of-factly. Are you not afraid of dying directly? Orochimaru queried. Every mortal faces death, Xue Ge stated, meeting Orochimaru's gaze. Moreover, to be honest, having already faced death once, he felt little reverence for it now. Suddenly, Orochimaru's expression darkened slightly, as he recalled the tragic demise of the broken and knotted trees. Along with the parents who had departed from him long ago, a shadow of gloom descended upon his countenance. Do not constantly speak of death, Yukigo. Life is precious for every individual. Each person should strive with utmost effort to survive. In time, you will come to understand that nothing is worth sacrificing one's life for. Orochimaru articulated in a hoarse voice. Following his words, he let out a derisive chuckle. Is it somewhat amusing for me to express this? It was the first instance where Yukigo witnessed Orochimaru's unguarded demeanor. Observing Orochimaru's somber expression, Yukigo perceptively sensed something amiss. He chose silence as his response. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed incredulously at the 2 applications laid before him on the desk, his pipe bobbing in disbelief. Nara Shikaku stood behind him, speaking with astonishment. It appears the village is truly on the path to recovery from the aftermath of the Great Ninja War. 2 prodigies indeed. The applications in question were those for early graduation submitted by Mizunokawa Yukigo and Hitaki Kakashi. Both applications had received the endorsement of their homeroom teacher, Rankaku, and were accompanied by dazzling transcripts reflecting perfect scores in written exams and practical jutsu. Though early graduates were not uncommon, this year, Uchiha Shursui was expected to submit a similar request, yet he had not done so as of yet. Hiruzen rubbed his forehead in exasperation, pondering what these 2 children were up to. Had they not only been enrolled for half a year? Why the urgency to graduate from the Ninja Academy? Oh, prodigies are always unique, Shikaka remarked nonchalantly, suggesting that if they could pass the graduation assessment, it might not be unwarranted. Hiruzen, however, remained hesitant. After all, this was the first instance in the history of the academy for such early graduation. Even considering exceptional circumstances, this situation felt excessively extraordinary. While he acknowledged the children's prodigious talents, he questioned if it warranted such exaggeration. After a moment of reflection, Hiruzen tapped his desk with the pipe. If they were to receive this special consideration, then their graduation assessment would need to be equally distinctive. Otherwise, handling future applications for early graduation might become unmanageable. Given that they believed themselves sufficiently capable, the assessment would not include written tests or standard physical evaluations, as they would serve no purpose. Hiruzen then inquired in a subdued tone, Is Danzo available for any assignments recently? Shikaku replied, Danzo, you mean Akimichi Danzo? He hasn't been assigned any missions lately. Nodding, Hiruzen continued, Assign Danzo a task classified as C rank. The requirement is for him to participate in the graduation assessment of these 2 children, with the success criterion being to defeat them within 1 minute. If they can withstand Danzo's prowess for over a minute, then they are certainly fit to become genin. Shikaka hesitated for a moment, then his expression shifted. Lord Hokage, Danzo is a genin, and he has been engaged in combat missions for an extended period. Even an average nin would find it impossible to withstand Danzo's assault for a minute. Well, Since they are both preparing to graduate after just half a year of study, they must possess a psychological readiness to face formidable foes. If they lack even this basic mental preparation, they are unfit to graduate. Conversely, if they are fully aware of the overwhelming strength of their adversaries yet still wish to graduate, that would be sheer folly, potentially endangering their future comrades as well. Nikazane raised his hand to interrupt Rukyu. By the way, make sure to publicize this matter. It serves as a warning to the other students. If you wish to graduate early, you must first assess your own abilities. Rukyu couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. It seems that the Hokage considers their eagerness to step onto the battlefield after only 6 months of training to be rather hasty. Clearly, the Hokage is taking this matter seriously. These two children are unlikely to graduate early. I can only remind Danzō to go easy on them. The news of 2 first-year students applying for early graduation spread swiftly throughout Konoha. That day, in the forest, Xue Ge was diligently practicing the body flicker technique when Xue approached him in haste. You too. Xue regarded Xue Ge with a peculiar gaze. You're quicker than I am. I haven't even had the chance to submit my application. We submitted our applications together, Xue Ge replied. After all, he and Kakashi were in the same class, and most of their activities were conducted jointly. In comparison, Xue was a bit distant. Hurry up and graduate. Perhaps we can form a small team. Of course, Xue chuckled, but his expression turned serious almost immediately. However, your assessment requires you to endure a minute under the assault of Uncle Akimichi Danzō. To be frank, I find the difficulty a bit excessive. Akimichi Danzō is one of the current generation's Inoshikacho. Xue Ge was somewhat aware of the village's circumstances. Among the Inoshikacho, the Akimichi clan's destructive capability was undoubtedly the strongest. Even with his rudimentary understanding of the multiplication technique, he could sense its enhancement to physical combat. Uncle Danzō ranks among the elite shinobi. You two are quite renowned now. Xue pressed his index and middle fingers together, lightly tapping Xue Ge's forehead. If it becomes too much, do not force yourself. It is no jest to be genuinely injured by a ninja from the Akimichi clan. Will you be watching the assessment? Xue Ge asked Xue. Xue shook his head. Your assessment is not public. Only the Hokage and a few elders will be present at the scene. However, I will cheer you on from outside the Ninja Academy, wishing you success in passing the assessment. Of course. Well, seeing you appear so relaxed puts my mind at ease. Upon returning from the forest, Xue Ge stood before a public bulletin board in Konoha, thoroughly reading the announcement regarding his and Kakashi's applications for early graduation. The notice was presented in a formal tone, detailing their academic performances and the criteria for their graduation assessment. It is no wonder Xue was astonished. 2 mere genin are expected to endure against a powerful jonin. As for the assessment time and location, Xue Ge merely brushed it aside. Such matters would be addressed by Danzo upon his return. As dusk descended, snow began to fall upon the streets. Recently, the Hidden Leaf Village had celebrated the New Year. Adorned with lights and decorations, yet Xue Ge had no time to spend the festivities with his classmates. On New Year's Eve, he found himself alone, submerged in an icy lake under the insistence of Iris, learning to utilize chakra to withstand the cold and adapt to harsh environments. It was indeed a painful yet peculiar memory of the new year. Xue Ge's gaze drifted. This marked the 5th new year he had spent in the Hidden Leaf. But nearly every year had been consumed by training, devoid of any genuine sentiment. Would there be an opportunity to rest properly next year? While Xue Ge was lost in thought, a passerby happened to recognize him. Xue Ge? He turned to see Muzi, who was hurrying toward him, carrying several large and small bags. So you are here. We couldn't find you at your house. At my house? Yes, me, Rin, Obito, Asuma. Everyone from our class came except for Kai, who was working part-time. We heard you and Kakashi applied for early graduation, and everyone wanted to cheer you on at your home. We visited Kakashi's place this morning, and Obito is likely still there playing. When we came to your house this afternoon, no one was home. These are what we brought for you. Muzi set the bags down and opened them, revealing an array of snacks in the larger bag, while the smaller ones contained charms and Emma. Though Obito jokingly called them narcissists, everyone sincerely wished for their success. As she spoke, Muzi took off her scarf and wrapped it around Xue Ge's neck, wearing just a single layer on such a cold day. Aren't you afraid of falling ill? Even ninjas can get sick. With her hands pressed together, she declared, I'll go find someone at Kakashi's place first. You should be heading home soon, right? We will visit you later tonight. I'll head to Kakashi's as well, Xue Ge replied, sensing that Danzo would likely prefer a quieter home. All right. Not long after taking off the scarf, Muzi's face turned a rosy red from the cold, and she instinctively pulled her head into her shoulders. She picked up the 2 bags and hurried away, calling out, "Goodbye." Xue Ge watched her retreat into the distance. After a while, he tugged at the scarf around his neck and exhaled, watching his breath condense into a mist. If given the chance next year during the new year, perhaps he could prepare some homemade treats to share with those he knew. On the eve of the school term, more than half a month later, Xue Ge arrived at the entrance of the ninja academy. Kakashi was seated on a swing, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Xue Ge's arrival, he closed the book, leapt off the swing, and walked a few steps to meet him. "Let us go." The two walked side by side into the academy, surrounded by familiar faces. "Hey, Asuma, do you think they can really pass?" Obito squatted on the ground, chewing on a blade of grass. "That's the old man Danzō we're talking about." Asuma rolled her eyes in exasperation. "How am I to know? I do not even grasp the true capabilities of these 2 peculiar individuals." The crowd responded in unison, shaking their heads. Standing atop the rooftop, Xue gazed down at the happenings within the ninja academy and immediately spotted a remarkably robust figure. There was no mistaking it. It was Akimichi Choza. Goodness, the Hokage is serious about this. Xue could not help but offer silent prayers for Yukigo and Kakashi. In contrast to his assessment, which was merely that of an ordinary J-nin, the challenges faced by Kakashi and Yukigo were akin to a hellish ordeal. As the 2 entered the academy, they encountered a burly, jovial man on the playground who greeted them warmly. Beside him, Hizashi's figure appeared somewhat diminutive. "Hokage-sama, Senior Choza," they greeted as they approached. "Well done." "Well done," Hizashi remarked, his gaze filled with admiration for the 2 youngsters. "Kakashi, you have inherited the talents of your father. And among the children of Konoha since its founding, your aptitude stands unparalleled, and you have not squandered this gift. I hope you remain steadfast and become a pillar of Konoha, just like your father." "Yes, Hokage-sama," Kakashi replied, his usual indolence dissipating at the mention of his father. "Yukigo," Hizashi said, gently ruffling Yukigo's hair, his tone reminiscent of nostalgia. "You are a child I have watched grow. When Danzo brought you back, I feared you might not survive. Yet, against all odds, you have persevered with remarkable willpower, revealing potential far beyond my expectations. With Danzo's legacy secured, I find solace." "It is an honor," Yukigo replied softly. Hizashi smiled and turned to Choza. "So, Choza, do you have anything to add?" Choza grinned broadly. "Well, the 2 of you do appear quite impressive. However, you must be prepared. The more talent you possess, the less mercy I shall show." Kakashi and Yukigo shared a resolute expression. "I am ready," Kakashi declared, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sharp. Yukigo remained silent, merely adjusting his cane. "Excellent. What a commendable spirit," Choza exclaimed, his demeanor shifting as he added. "Since you possess such determination, I shall thoroughly evaluate the caliber of Konoha's future today." Xue Ge and Kakashi stood on either side of Danzō from the Akimichi clan. Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate-in, T-Rune-K Haru, and Akimichi Toru sat in the audience, not as judges, but merely as seniors observing the event. "Hey, Danzo," Mito Gate-in remarked with a sly smile. "Are you nervous about your successor's assessment?" "Humph, what is there to be nervous about?" Danzo replied coldly. "If he cannot even pass such an evaluation, he is unworthy of inheriting my name. He might as well spend a few more years learning at the Ninja Academy." "The child you have your eye on should be comparable to Hizashi's disciple, perhaps even superior," T-Rune-K Haru commented, squinting her eyes. "What do you think, Toru?" Crunch. Crunch. "If it's Danzō," Toru munched on a chip, "it's going to be tough. 1 minute is no easy feat below in the stands." Saratobi Hizashi held an incense burner with a stick of incense inserted. Once the incense burned out, it would signify 1 minute had passed. A flicker of flame ignited at Hizashi's fingertip, hovering over the incense. "Begin. Fire release. Fireball jutsu." Before the command was fully spoken, Kakashi launched a fireball towards Danzō. Almost simultaneously, Danzō slammed his feet into the ground, his muscular frame exploding with astonishing speed. He sidestepped the fireball and transformed into a shadow as he charged toward the 2. "Scatter!" Kakashi yelled, and both moved in sync, darting in opposite directions. Danzō pivoted to chase after Xue Ge. Though Xue Ge was adept at speed, Danzō's prowess was greater, and within seconds, he closed the gap behind Xue Ge. Multiplication technique, super push. Danzō shouted, his hands multiplying as he brought down an immense palm strike upon Xue Ge. He shouted to warn, mindful not to strike too hard, fearing he might seriously injure Xue Ge if he was unprepared. In a swift motion, Xue Ge executed a single-handed seal and instantly vanished. Boom. Dingzuo's palm strike shattered the ground beneath him. Amidst flying debris, 5 swirling lines of azure blade energy sliced through the dust towards Dingzuo. Dingzuo raised his hand to block, but the blade energy swiftly penetrated his outer armor. His expression changed abruptly as he leaped away just in time. With a ripping sound, the line swept across, tearing open a fissure in the ground while the air erupted with a sharp crack. Wind release, strangulation stream. Thanks to Shizun's guidance, Xue Ge had infused the strangling lines with a change in chakra nature. He could now adeptly utilize both wind and lightning release transformations within the strangulation lines. As Dingzuo leaped, a bolt of lightning surged towards him. Lightning release, lightning fong. Dingzuo spun mid-air, chakra enveloping his form, deflecting the lightning as he barreled toward its source. Earth release, underground navigation. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals and sank into the earth, leaving Dingzuo to collide with empty space. He quickly sprang back and turned his focus back to Xue Ge. Whoosh! Kakashi emerged from the earth, landing beside Xue Ge. It seems that not only do you wish to pass the assessment, but you also aspire to defeat me, he remarked. Dingzuo's tone bore no hint of dissatisfaction. Instead, he chuckled. Very well, I too hope you can vanquish me. Bring it on. Truly, as one of the legendary creatures. The defense of Dingzuo, a jonin, was formidable. Kakashi's expression turned grave, for the earlier incident where his lightning technique was deflected was rather astonishing. Xue Ge's response was straightforward. Increase your speed. He surmised that had Dingzuo not prepared in advance, his inherent defense would not be so high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to evade the lethal technique moments ago. The deflection of the lightning technique was due to a layer of chakra enveloping Dingzuo's body. Indeed, as Dingzuo had stated, Xue Ge and Kakashi's intentions transcended mere examination. Speed. Kakashi murmured. How long can you hold out? 10 seconds. That will suffice. With that technique? Yes, it will be my first time employing it in battle. The two required little communication, having already established a tacit understanding. In the next instant, Xue Ge charged at Dingzuo, swiftly forming hand seals with one hand. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Dingzuo countered with his own ninjutsu. The earth dragon bullet colliding forcefully with the great breakthrough, surging forward unabated. Xue Ge evaded the earth dragon bullet, crouching to draw his staff blade, quickly closing in on Dingzuo. Engaging me in close combat is exceedingly unwise. Dingzuo roared, employing the multiplication technique. Feet. A massive ankle swung, sending Xue Ge sprawling, while Dingzuo simultaneously enlarged his arm, bringing it crashing down upon Xue Ge. Xue Ge utilized his prosthetic limb to launch a chakra thread, ensnaring Dingzuo's arm, and with a swift tug, he propelled himself skyward to evade the impending strike. With his other hand, he concentrated chakra in his palm and pressed down towards Dingzuo's head. Spiraling sphere. Meat tank. Dingzuo remained stationary, rapidly spinning. The moment the spiraling sphere made contact, the flow of chakra spiraled out of control, resulting in an explosion in Xue Ge's grasp. Anticipating this outcome, Xue Ge harnessed the explosive force to soar into the sky. Once Dingzuo halted his rotation, he promptly formed seals. Earth release, earth lance. Countless sharp earthen spears erupted from the ground, rapidly ascending to await Xue Ge's descent. Xue Ge inhaled deeply, executing a roll as he secured his staff blade in the bindings at his waist, his 10 fingers moving in unison. 10 chakra threads danced in various patterns, striking at the earth lances and Dingzuo. Accompanied by the movement of the chakra threads, Xue Ge's body floated in the air, appearing as if he were dancing. Yet he did not descend. This was a technique he developed during a period of stagnation in his ninjutsu studies, born out of boredom. Akin to the strangulation technique, but based on branching tactics of chakra threads. Although it may not qualify as a formless ninjutsu, Xue Ge had named it body manipulation technique. From this, he devised intricate variations of body manipulation techniques, with the current levitation being merely one of them. However, this can merely be regarded as a minor aside, serving as a tactical supplement. Dingzuo was momentarily taken aback, and not just him. Even the distant observers like Risen were equally stunned. Risen's eyes sparkled with excitement. What exquisite control of chakra lines. Could this child possess a natural aptitude for puppetry? Yet, just as everyone's attention was riveted upon Xue Ge, a piercing, mournful bird cry resonated across the entire battlefield. Lightning flickered, and the seasoned ninjas instinctively turned towards the sound. Kakashi was straining with both hands, a tempest of lightning swirling around his form, emanating an aura of formidable menace. In the next instant, he raised his hand, aiming at Dingzuo. Not good. Dingzuo immediately prepared to form seals for defense. However, at that moment, The chakra lines entwining him were abruptly retracted, yanking Xue Ge directly before him. Xue Ge brandished a kunai, thrusting it towards Dingzhuo's face. In that fleeting moment, Dingzhuo had no time to employ ninjutsu or taijutsu for defense. Relying solely on his physical prowess to deliver a punch to Xue Ge's abdomen, sending him flying. Yet, in that less than a second of delay, the lightning surged forth with an almost imperceptible speed, lunging fiercely towards Dingzhuo. Chidori. Whoosh. This is bad. Faced with the oncoming Chidori, Dingzhuo managed only to cross his arms defensively before him. Oh no. Sizzle, boom. Lightning erupted in all directions, and the violent explosion sent Kakashi himself hurtling backward. Clap. Xue Ge stood behind Kakashi, steadying him by placing both hands on his shoulders. The two gazed at the billowing dust, where a towering shadow stood resolutely. As the dust settled, Dingzhuo regained his footing. His arms and the fabric of his ninja attire were completely torn apart, with numerous burns marring his muscles, rendering him quite disheveled. Yet, for a taijutsu ninja, this was merely a light injury. Kakashi's strength was still insufficient to harness the full destructive potential of Chidori. Huff, Dingzhuo took a deep breath, shaking his slightly numb arms. Such power. He spread his hands before him, his expression grave. It seems I initially underestimated you all. Now, I shall engage earnestly. Since you have chosen to challenge me, be prepared for the consequences. Kakashi, your earlier boasts about Chidori appear rather ineffective, Xue Ge remarked, his face devoid of expression. Previously, during their sparring session, Xue Ge had employed the Rasengan a few times, which caught Kakashi's attention. After Xue Ge briefly explained the principles of the Rasengan, they delved into crafting a technique that even Kakashi struggled to control, which was none other than Chidori. This was Chidori's inaugural combat test. Give it a try, you bastard, Kakashi grumbled, casting a sidelong glance at Xue Ge. This technique may not affect Dingzhuo much, but against Xue Ge, it would surely pierce through effortlessly. As the two engaged in a fierce exchange, Dingzhuo's body twisted and contorted, his hair becoming as rigid as iron. The ground, already strained, was utterly devastated under the force of his rapid rotations. Meatball Needle War Machine. Dodge. Kakashi leaped high into the air, while Xue Ge executed a swift body flicker to evade the attack. In midair, Kakashi quickly formed hand seals, his fingers poised before his lips. Fire release. Great fireball technique. As flames erupted, several strands of chakra coiled rapidly around Kakashi, tightening with great intensity. Utilizing the recoil from the great fireball technique, Xue Ge soared above Kakashi, maintaining his airborne position. One hand wielded the body manipulation technique, while the other hastily formed seals. From his elevated vantage, Xue Ge unleashed a wind release technique aimed at the great fireball. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The mighty gale dispersed the fireball, subsequently engulfing the blazing flames within, causing a torrential rain of fire to cascade down. What splendid teamwork! Rijan turned to gaze at Danzo, who coincidentally met his gaze as well. The strategic combination of wind and fire release to amplify their destructive power was a tactic they had frequently employed together in the past. The timing of Xue Ge and Kakashi's actions was impeccable. Regrettably, the strength was still somewhat lacking. The Meatball Needle War Machine abruptly transformed, shattering the ground beneath and propelling itself forward, crashing through the fiery curtain and hurtling towards Xue Ge and Kakashi, trailing remnants of flame. Such resilient ninjas can indeed be quite troublesome. Kakashi felt as if he had glimpsed the future of Guy. He seized Xue Ge's arm, flinging him away, while he himself evaded Dingzhuo's charge by leveraging the force of their separation. Unlike Dingzhuo, who could withstand several of their ninjutsu without significant harm, a single hit would likely incapacitate Xue Ge and Kakashi. With a thud, the three landed almost simultaneously. Dingzhuo, having reverted from his war machine form, stood between Kakashi and Xue Ge, glancing between them. Haha, aren't you speed-specialized ninjas quite challenging to deal with? Indeed. Kakashi adjusted his attire, slightly disheveled from the fierce winds. If the goal was to evade and stall, buying a minute wasn't particularly difficult. Not to mention Xue Ge, who possessed an almost pseudo-flight capability. Kakashi himself was no stranger to body flicker and had a quick reaction time. Even in a solo assessment, Kakashi was confident. If he focused entirely, sustaining for at least a minute would pose little trouble. However, if that were the case, the examination would be dreadfully mundane. Kakashi shrugged, feeling a sense of resignation. After all, it marked the end of a significant phase in his life, and he yearned to create some cherished memories. I accept that reasoning. Dingzhuo acknowledged Kakashi before turning to Xue Ge. And you? What say you? Xue Ge drew forth the staff sword previously secured at his waist, scraping it against his left prosthetic arm, producing a sharp, grating sound. I wish to ascertain the extent of my disparity with the Jonin. Excellent. I also accept your reasoning. Danzō bellowed, forming seals before slamming his hands onto the ground. I shall assess the capabilities of the two of you. Earth release. Dual phase Earth spike. As the Earth spike shot forth, Kakashi dodged while calling out, "Hey, Xue Ge, I've already shown you my signature move. Now it's your turn to reveal your secrets. Weren't you saying you had some techniques you were keeping under wraps? Let me witness them." This marked Kakashi's inaugural use of Chidori in actual combat. Yet the results were not particularly impressive. Having revealed his trump card to his adversary Xue Ge, Kakashi, embodying the spirit of fairness, was eager to see Xue Ge's ultimate techniques. Xue Ge had no objections to this. As the examiner, Danzō was served as a safe means to thoroughly test experimental moves. A sort of punching bag, if you will. He gracefully maneuvered amidst the barrage of earth spikes, evading their thrusts with agile movements, thanks to his extensive training under Iris's moon. Although Xue Ge had yet to reach the level where he could withstand even a minute of combat with her using only taijutsu, he was more than capable of dodging the earth spikes. Moreover, it seemed that Iris's moon's expectations were perhaps too high, though he had not fully completed her training. He had managed to develop a rudimentary form of taijutsu mode, at least a semblance of it. With a long exhale, Xue Ge sensed the world around him slow down. Or rather, he felt himself accelerating. Suddenly, the keen-eyed spectators noticed an unusual phenomenon enveloping Xue Ge's body, a faint, dark mist emanating from his skin. Crack! With an almost imperceptible sound of shattering, countless fragments fell from his prosthetic limb, revealing numerous fine cracks in the wood. As if the limb could no longer bear some unseen pressure and began to crumble. Concurrently, certain vulnerable areas of Xue Ge's skin split open, blood oozing forth, only to be almost instantly dispersed by the force of his movement. Danzō felt an unsettling sensation, as if he were being targeted by something perilous, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Suddenly, a flash of darkness flickered. Danzō's consciousness failed to react. His body instinctively evaded. In the next moment, a crimson mark appeared at his waist. His shinobi armor had been neatly severed, and although the wound was shallow, it was indeed bleeding. Onlookers gaped, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Xue Ge. This maneuver, a testament to Danzō's extensive experience in battle and his resilient physique, resulted in only minor injuries. Had it been him, that strike would likely have resulted in immediate decapitation. My speed is still insufficient. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he pressed his palms together, summoning a surge of lightning. This velocity, Danzō turned in astonishment to glance at Xue Ge, who had already transformed into a streak of shadowy light once more. Xue Ge had merely achieved the nascent form of his overload mode, granting him a speed and overall prowess far exceeding his usual capabilities. However, he had yet to perfectly acclimate his body to this rhythm. As he engaged in overload, both his physical form and prosthetics were undergoing rapid dual deterioration, compounded by a severe depletion of chakra, rendering him incapable of sustaining such a combat state for an extended period. Thus, he must optimize the effects within the limited time frame available. The dark silhouette elongated into a slender ribbon, its edges shimmering with a chilling blade-like glint. This ribbon enveloped Danzō like a blooming spider lily, incessantly carving fine wounds upon his form. It wasn't that Xue Ge wished to inflict only superficial injuries. He saw no reason for leniency against a jonin like Danzō. The primary issue was that, like Kakashi, Xue Ge was grappling with a significant challenge, swift speed paired with impaired vision, leading to a loss of sight despite quick reflexes. In full-throttle assault, his attacks and movements relied entirely on instinct and experience, rendering him somewhat at a disadvantage against a ninja of Danzō's uncommon build. That kid. Danzō, alarmed, executed a doubling maneuver to deflect Xue Ge. Yet, in just over a second, much of his clothing had been shredded, and numerous red lines marred his skin. Chidori. Before Danzō could catch his breath, a bolt of lightning surged from behind him. Instantly, he pivoted and swept his hand. Partial doubling technique, arm. Bang. Chidori collided with his massive hand, causing a searing pain to radiate through Danzō's arm, prompting an involuntary grimace. Amidst the swirling chakra, he used the momentum to repel Chidori and evade to the side, while the Chidori barreled forward, crashing to a halt before Xue Ge. In his overload state, Xue Ge perceived everything with crystal clarity. Observing the Chidori in Kakashi's grasp, he felt a surge of inspiration. Swiftly darting past Kakashi and tapping his hand, a crackle echoed, Like a thunderclap reverberating through the shadows, silver-blue lightning connected their hands. Kakashi paused, taken aback, eyeing Xue Ge, who was still wreathed in a faint black mist, narrowing his eyes. You've learned this already? Not quite mastered. It's something we developed together. Taking it from your side poses no issue, Xue Ge replied. His early specialization in the principles of ninjutsu endowed him with a greater aptitude for techniques devoid of hand seals than the average ninja. Although he had not fully learned Chidori, as a fellow wielder of lightning chakra and one of its developers, maintaining the Chidori state was well within his capabilities. The two exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging each other before raising one hand each into the air. A straight line of lightning stretched between the two hands, with a few hidden strangling lines subtly entwined within. Thunder. Strike. In the next instant, both individuals surged forward simultaneously. Xue Ge's speed far surpassed that of Kakashi, as he propelled himself towards the right side of Danzō, tugging on the lightning line. Upon reaching a designated position, he executed a sharp turn, and the lightning line sliced through the air towards Danzō as if to bisect him. Earth style, 12 layers of earth returning. Danzō hastily formed hand seals and slammed his palms onto the ground, causing 12 massive earthen walls to rise instantaneously, blocking the path between Xue Ge and Kakashi. Just as the lightning line was about to collide with the earthen walls, Xue Ge unleashed his limb, shooting forth 5 blue-purple strangling lines, intercepting them before they could strike the earth returning. Lightning style, strangling flash. Upon colliding, the strangling lines imbued with lightning chakra and the earth returning erupted in a violent explosion, shattering the earthen walls into fragments. Yet, this was not the end. After demolishing several walls, Xue Ge suddenly found his footing slipping. A glance downward revealed that the once solid ground had transformed into mud, impeding his movements. Earth style, Hell Marsh. With a swift maneuver, Danzō immobilized Xue Ge and charged towards Kakashi. He estimated that Xue Ge's current speed was beyond his grasp, but Kakashi was still within reach, at least visible. As he dashed forward, he formed seals towards the lightning line. Earth style, Rock Pillar Spear. Several rock spears collided with the lightning line, dispelling the lightning transmission. Seizing the opportunity, Danzō immediately raised his arms. Partial multiplication technique. Super push. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi beheld 2 exaggeratedly large arms descending upon him like a mountain. Instantly, he halted, forming seals to employ the body replacement technique to evade the impending blow. But the assault was not over. As the body replacement technique activated, Danzō pinpointed Kakashi's position, sweeping his arms in a wide arc aimed directly at Kakashi. At that moment, Xue Ge's figure manifested above Danzō like a specter. A brilliant blade of light slashed towards Danzō's eyes. What? Danzō gasped, his expression hardening. Super multiplication technique. With a whoosh, Danzō's body expanded as if inflated, surpassing the scale of the multiplication technique significantly. Boom. Another strike missed its mark, sending Xue Ge soaring into the air due to Danzō's enlarged form. As Kakashi leaped backward, his eyelids fluttered in disbelief. Hey. What kind of technique is this? Is this the Autumn Path clan? A giant, towering several dozen meters, loomed before Kakashi, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. How could one inflict damage against such a behemoth? Xue Ge skillfully landed beside Kakashi, staggering slightly as the overload mode concluded. The situation was rapidly spiraling into an unfavorable direction for both of them. However, just as Danzō prepared to launch a swift assault, the voice of Rijan echoed. This ends here. The tense atmosphere dissipated instantly as the three turned to look. In Rijan's incense burner, the stick of incense had completely burned down, leaving only a flickering ember that had yet to extinguish. Time was up. Rijan stroked his beard with a jovial expression and remarked, observing this, Danzō scratched his head, dispelling the technique of amplification, reverting to his former robust physique. He appeared somewhat vexed as he tousled his hair, exclaiming, Alas, this has truly been embarrassing. No, you have yet to exert your full strength. Xue Ge interjected, visibly relieved. Continuing the fight would likely overwhelm his body, and Danzō seemed to grow more spirited with each encounter. It's over now. Enduring this minute has been quite challenging. Kakashi extended his hand to support the somewhat wobbly Xue Ge, rolling his eyes. The side effects of your ultimate move are rather significant. Then why didn't I employ it from the outset? Xue Ge retorted sharply. Such a lively young man. Danzō, relaxing his taut nerves, placed his hands on his hips, observing the playful banter between the two without a hint of anger for his own injuries, and displayed a radiant smile. Rijan watched the two supporting each other, nodding in approval. Truly commendable. They are children who have wholly inherited the will of fire. After a moment of admiration, Rijan cleared his throat. Shueber Chuan Xue Ge, Hataki Kakashi. Yes. The two immediately straightened, responding in unison. Rijan nodded, declaring, "You have successfully passed the graduation assessment I arranged, and your performance has been exceptionally outstanding. As Hokage, I hereby announce that you have officially graduated from the Ninja Academy. Congratulations!" The news of two children graduating from the academy after merely 6 months spread swiftly throughout Konoha. And the tale of their fierce battle against Danzō for a minute without showing any signs of defeat became legendary within the village. Even Shizue, after their examination, could not refrain from inquiring, why did Uncle Danzō employ the technique of amplification? It was merely an exam. Why such intensity in your combat? After amplification, Danzō stood over 20 meters tall, easily visible even outside the academy. The exemplary Kakashi and Xue Ge were each personally assigned codes 010203 and 010204 by Sarutobi Rijan, officially becoming Genin of Konoha, a 5-year-old Genin and a 6-year-old Genin. Such feats were indeed remarkable even within the entire ninja world. Although ninja affairs should remain discreet, such occurrences could hardly be concealed. And Rijan allowed the news to spread freely. In the years leading up to the Great War, 2 future stars emerged, promising great benefit for the development of the entire village. One was the black-haired Xue Ge, and the other was the white-haired Kakashi. One with hair concealing half of his face, hiding his blind left eye, and the other with a mask covering half of his face, which he never removed even while eating. Their distinct appearances led to them being nicknamed. Xue Ge was referred to as the Black Boy, while Kakashi was known as the White Boy. In contrast to the rising fame of Kakashi and Xue Ge, Shizue, who graduated slightly later, found his own renown significantly diminished. Few were aware of such an individual without specific attention to this matter. Naturally, the spies of Konoha relayed this intelligence back to their respective ninja villages. In the Tsuchikage building of Awagakure, Anoki gazed silently at Xue Ge's portrait for a prolonged period. It is no wonder that there was such a high bounty in the black market to find him. Reflecting on the incident of Xue Ge's disappearance nearly half a year ago, Diemu could not help but pound his thigh in frustration. Had I known, I would have dispatched more people. It was an opportunity to capture a genius from Konoha. Ouch. Oh dear, my back. While the outside world stirred with significant unrest, Xue Ge remained oblivious, seated alone in his room, diligently summarizing his experiences. The insights gained from his battle with Danzō were exceedingly precious, and he had also developed new understandings from his collaboration with Kakashi. Tap, tap, tap. The tip of Xue Ge's pen danced upon the desk. Suddenly, a figure appeared upside down outside Xue Ge's window. Congratulations, Xue Ge-kun. The motion of Xue Ge's pen halted as he looked up and replied, "Good afternoon, Lord Orochimaru." With a flourish, Orochimaru landed gracefully, pushing the window open to enter Xue Ge's room. "You have made history as the student with the shortest tenure at the Ninja Academy, Xue Ge-kun." Both Xue Ge and Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy in half a year. However, Xue Ge had enrolled slightly later than Kakashi. Thus, while Kakashi became the youngest genin, Xue Ge held the record for the briefest time spent at the academy. Thanks to Lord Orochimaru's assistance, Xue Ge remarked, "Are you here to collect samples?" "Indeed. Here's the ninjutsu I have prepared for you." Orochimaru spoke as he produced a scroll and handed it to Xue Ge. Xue Ge wrapped the scroll in paper, wiping away the residue upon it. As Xue Ge cleaned the scroll, Orochimaru inserted a syringe into Xue Ge's neck, extracting a sample of his blood, a transaction as routine as any. "By the way, this snake is for you." A white snake slithered from around Orochimaru's neck, crawling down his arm and coiling around Xue Ge, remaining still like a belt. "What is this?" Xue Ge inquired. "Due to a minor accident last time, this creature was originally intended for you, but it is not too late now." Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. "This is a white snake I have specifically raised. I have inscribed a summoning seal within it and another creature. Through this snake, I can send the scroll to you, and you can have it swallow your sample, which will then reach me. Xue Ge-kun is about to become a ninja, and soon you will need to undertake missions outside the village. Should I require your assistance in the future, I can communicate through this creature." "Understood," Xue Ge nodded, then asked, as a genin, "I will need to be led by an upper-level ninja. Does Lord Orochimaru know who my supervising ninja and teammates will be?" "You need not guess your teammates. As you only have 2 contemporaries," Orochimaru grinned. "Hataki Kakashi and Uchiha Shizue. TSK, 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 will they perhaps become the new legendary trio of Konoha?" Speaking to himself, Orochimaru lazily leaned against the wall, his arms crossed. What a pity. I was quite eager to be your guiding jonin. However, it seems the old man has other plans for you. Xue Ge stared at Orochimaru for a while. The idea of Orochimaru becoming a guiding jonin? He certainly harbored no noble intentions. Observing Xue Ge, who remained motionless and expressionless like a puppet, Orochimaru extended his serpent-like tongue to lick his lips. Speaking of which, this little fellow's body should have adapted to the true hero's water by now, right? If he can adapt to the hero's water, might he also? Oh, Xue Ge. Orochimaru suddenly tilted his head towards him. Would you care to sign a contract with my snakes? These snakes? Xue Ge tilted his head in unison with Orochimaru. Do you know of the 3 great sage lands? I do not. Well, you can think of them as the 3 most formidable summoning beast clans. As he spoke, Orochimaru extended his hand. Shortly, a multitude of snake heads emerged from his sleeve, all fixated on Xue Ge. I have a contract with the Dragon's Cave, which is one of those 3 great sage lands. What do you say, interested? Xue Ge furrowed his brow, but I have already signed with the Black Mist. Having acquired knowledge about summoning beasts after signing with one, Xue Ge understood that summoning beast clans typically would not contract with ninjas who already possess summoning beasts. That is of no concern, Orochimaru shrugged. The Black Mist is merely a beast transformed. It does not qualify as a traditional summoning beast, nor is it part of any other clan. The Dragon's Cave would not mind a mere beast turned summoning beast. How about it? Will you consider? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with temptation as he leaned closer to Xue Ge. The scroll is right here. If you are willing, just sign your name and drop a drop of blood. After a moment of silence, Xue Ge shook his head. Not for now. Not for now. Orochimaru showed no signs of disappointment. He casually waved his hand. No worries, I was merely making a suggestion. Since that's the case, I have nothing else to do here. I shall take my leave. If you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. With that, Orochimaru leaped out of the window, swiftly disappearing from Xue Ge's sight. Xue Ge's gaze returned to his desk. He had never trusted Orochimaru. If it were a transaction, that would be one thing. But someone like Orochimaru suddenly acting amiable surely had ulterior motives, and he likely could not afford the price. However, Xue Ge did not hastily refuse. To some extent, Orochimaru's invitation was also an opportunity, the one he found unnecessary at the moment. Are we truly allowing Uchiha Shursui to join Minato's team? Danzo frowned as he looked at Hisashi. Hisashi, I must remind you, Uchiha Shursui is highly valued by the Uchiha clan. In light of this, it is imperative to forge a bond between Shursui and the village. Without a shadow of doubt, Hisashi asserted, pondering the likes of Itachi and Danzo. Do you truly believe Shursui can be compared to Itachi? How can one ascertain without giving it a try? The Uchiha clan, if left unchecked, will undoubtedly become a significant issue. A noble clan, yet they aspire to overturn the heavens. Danzo remarked with dissatisfaction. I hope your judgment is sound, Hisashi. Mind your own affairs, Danzo. I have entrusted you with the foundation. You must manage it well. There is no need for your concern. I am well aware of my own limits. With that, Danzo and Hisashi parted ways on unfriendly terms, the door slamming behind him. As he exited the Hokage building, Danzo remained unsettled. Uchiha, oh Uchiha, a malevolent clan, perpetually haunting. Shursui now has more opportunities to interact with Yukigo, which bodes ill. After meeting with Orochimaru, Yukigo dedicated 2 days to relentless training, neglecting rest. Aside from his primary self-training with the Iris Moon, he had dispatched 2 shadow clones to focus on mastering ninjutsu and chakra control. On this particular day, upon returning home, Yukigo found the front door wide open. With Danzo seated in the main position of the living room, eyes closed, facing the entrance, Yukigo glanced skyward. The night was pitch dark. Shouldn't he have returned later than usual? Typically, Danzo would train until after 11 at night. With a sense of confusion, Yukigo stepped inside. As he crossed the threshold, Danzo opened his eyes and regarded him. You're back. Yes. Sit. Yukigo settled into a side seat, adjusting his cane comfortably. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Proceed to the 5th training ground. Your supervising Jainin will be there to meet you, Danzo stated in a grave tone. Yukigo nodded in acknowledgement. Danzo surveyed Yukigo and remarked, your performance has exceeded my expectations, and you have completed your tasks commendably. I granted you a year. Yet you accomplished it in merely 6 months, commendable indeed. Should you desire any rewards, feel free to express them. If feasible, I can assist you in attaining them. Rewards. After a moment of contemplation, Yukigo shook his head. I have no desire for rewards. Do you not possess any aspirations of your own? I hold nothing that can be termed a wish, Yukigo responded softly. Danzo fell silent. Yukigo's gaze wandered. Aspirations? That term felt distant to him. In his previous life, his wish was for that child to survive, which ultimately went unfulfilled. In this life, his desire is simply to endure, but what comes after survival? Perhaps mere existence is already a luxury, at least for now. Yukigo remains uncertain of what else to pursue. Over the years, aside from training, he has engaged in little else. Apart from combat, Yukigo knows nothing. What other aspirations could he possibly have? To acquire some rare forbidden techniques? What significance would that hold? Presently, Yukigo finds himself on a path devoid of clarity, unable to advance or retreat. Danzo's fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of his chair. The sound snapping Yukigo back to reality. Xue Ge, I'm aware of your intellect. I also recognize that you are cognizant of your own identity. From the very beginning, I have regarded you as a mere instrument. I trust you understand this. Xue Ge's silent gaze tacitly acknowledged Tuanzang's words. In truth, there was no necessity for me to articulate these thoughts. A mutual understanding between us suffices. You fulfill my demands, and in return, I provide you with the means to survive. This constitutes a transaction. I need not engage in idle conversation with you, for my time is invaluable, and my responsibilities are numerous. Tuanzang turned to Xue Ge, inquiring, what do you think of my treatment towards you? There is nothing to criticize, Xue Ge replied, echoing Tuanzang's sentiment. Xue Ge regarded Tuanzang with a gaze scarcely more favorable than that reserved for Orochimaru, yet Tuanzang had indeed fulfilled certain obligations, at least occasionally treating Xue Ge as a stepson. Xue Ge, being both a disabled individual and an orphan, possessed no remarkable attributes aside from his extraordinary soul. Given the extensive resources Tuanzang had invested in him, Xue Ge found himself without grounds for complaint. With that in mind, you must acquiesce to my wishes, Tuanzang stated, stroking Xue Ge's head. Though you are merely a tool to me, you are indeed the most unique and vital of instruments. Your worth transcends that of a mere task executor. It is not my role to dictate your every action. If you require my instructions for every endeavor and lack independent thought, then I have simply forged a puppet with my resources. Therefore, you ought to contemplate how you might reciprocate my generosity during your limited lifetime. With that, Tuanzang rose to his feet. The night is deep. It is time for you to rest. Should you conceive of the reward you desire, you may seek me in the Umbu. You know the way. He then closed the door and ascended the stairs to his quarters. Xue Ge remained seated, motionless. Tuanzang, would he truly utter such words? Why would he share these thoughts with me? The complexities of human nature remain perplexing. My aspirations? The following morning, Xue Ge arrived early at the training grounds. Prior to his arrival, two individuals had already gathered there. Ah, Xue Ge! Xue exclaimed, approaching and placing an arm around Xue Ge's shoulders, appearing quite lively. Xue Ge cast a sidelong glance at Xue. Congratulations on passing your graduation assessment. Haha, I was still a bit later than you all, Xue replied. Noting that his graduation assessment had not been as arduous as those faced by Xue Ge and Kakashi, allowing for a smooth completion. Hey, you took your sweet time, Kakashi remarked, twirling a shuriken in his hand. You were the last to arrive today. Tuanzang instructed me to come at 10. It is now 8. Xue Ge responded nonchalantly. Thus, you were still the latest arrival. What number were you? Of course, I was the first. It seems you have plenty of free time on your hands. I'm not a training fanatic like you fool. Xue smiled gently as he observed the playful banter between the two, and it was during such moments that Xue Ge exhibited a touch of competitive spirit. The trio engaged in a casual conversation for over an hour. Before the clock struck 10, a golden-haired figure appeared at the training ground. From a distance, the radiant sun illuminated the golden mane, and Xue Ge waved and called out, Senpai Minato. Ah, Xue Ge, replied Bo-Fong Minato as he approached the shaded area where the three had gathered. It's good to see you again. Is Senpai our guiding jonin? Xue Ge inquired directly. Yes, that would be me, Minato said, affectionately ruffling Xue Ge's hair. Impressive work, Xue Ge. I promised I would teach you. But I never imagined it would happen so soon. Just 6 months in, and here we are. I truly did not misjudge you. You are undoubtedly a genius. I wouldn't call myself a genius, Xue Ge replied, accustomed to the affectionate gesture. All right, but I am quite pleased. As your guiding jonin, it is my honor to instruct you. Wait a moment. Kakashi finally interjected, Xue Ge, do you know our guiding jonin? Minato? Xue mused, stroking his chin. A sense of familiarity dawning upon him. Wasn't he a disciple of some significant figure? Indeed, you two are Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Xue, correct? Minato withdrew his hand from Xue Ge's head and placed both hands lightly on Kakashi and Ji Shuei's heads. Nice to meet you for the first time. I am Bofone Minato, your guiding jonin, appointed by the Hokage, for the foreseeable future. I will accompany you on missions and help you acclimate to the world of ninjas. So please take care of me. Thus, the names of Bofone Minato, Uchiha Ji Shuei, Hatake Kakashi, and Shuei Niao Chuan Xue Ge echoed in the air. In the 5th training ground of Konoha, the first assembly of the Minato class, which would leave a lasting mark in the annals of ninja history, took place. After the establishment of the Minato class, Minato guided the trio with remarkable frequency, deftly managing Konoha's D-rank missions. When Xue Ge first enrolled, Minato could lead him to complete 20 tasks in just 2 days. Now, both Minato and Xue Ge had significantly improved, while Ji Shuei and Kakashi ranked among the elite of the genin. Together, the 4 of them swiftly completed the majority of D-rank missions. Minato also led them through various C-rank tasks, including escorting merchant caravans, eliminating bandits, and gathering intelligence. Initially, the 3 children found themselves somewhat clumsy, but they soon realized that the only distinction between these tasks and D-rank missions was the duration. This seemingly intense yet uncomplicated lifestyle persisted for 6 months, spanning from winter break to summer. After returning from a successful escort mission, Minato headed to the Hokage Tower to submit their report, while the other 3 returned home to freshen up before reconvening. As they strolled side by side down the street, Ji Shuei stood the tallest, Xue Ge the shortest, with Kakashi positioned between them. That outfit is quite nice. Who helped you pick it out, Musi? Kakashi remarked, nudging Xue Ge's waist, his gaze fixed on the black fabric adorned with red patterns. It was Elder Danzo who purchased it for me. Xue Ge gazed at Kakashi, feeling somewhat resigned as he recalled the pink and white garments in the wardrobe, which were not what Musi would appreciate. They suit you quite well, Ji Shuei remarked with a smile. I heard from Obito that while we were on a mission, a delightful ramen shop opened in the village. Shall we go? Why not? There's nothing pressing at the moment, Kakashi shrugged casually. An hour, Xue Ge stated. I must visit my master, for training. In truth, it was more about enduring beatings. A training fanatic, Kakashi rolled his eyes. You're in such a rush for a meal. Doesn't it embarrass you, genius? I am a genius. While you are merely an oddity, Xue Ge retorted. A remarkable, yet infuriating, fool. An unflagging simpleton. All right. Ji Shuei interjected, placing an arm around each of their shoulders, accustomed to their bickering. He playfully patted their cheeks and pointed towards the distant crowd. Look, over there. The 2 turned to see several individuals hastily approaching, waving as they ran. Hey, Xue Ge, Narcissus Kakashi, Obito, Rin, Hondo, and Kai shouted in unison. Let me tell you, Kakashi. Ichiraka ramen is absolutely delicious. It's undoubtedly the finest ramen shop in Konoha. It's a pity you weren't there on opening day. The queue was monumental. Obito exclaimed animatedly beside Kakashi, who was momentarily taken aback. Xue Ge stood behind them. After listening for a while, he turned to Asuma beside him and asked, Obito, is that true? Indeed, it's quite tasty. The hand-pulled noodles are impressive, Asuma replied with a shrug. Though, of course, it's not as extraordinary as Obito makes it out to be. I see. Xue Ge nodded, then looked towards the group of girls formed by Rin, Hong, and Hondo. Is Musi not here? She asked at the hospital, learning medical ninjutsu from her family. Rin replied with a smile. She didn't know you were back today. Otherwise, she would have come to find you sooner. I heard she is studying medical ninjutsu for your sake. Hondo teased, poking Xue Ge's cheek playfully. Since you left, no one has taken the seat beside you in class. Thank you for sharing that, Xue Ge replied expressionlessly. Oh, the silent type, Hondo retorted, sticking out her tongue. The girls resumed their chatter about mundane matters, and Ji Shuei took the opportunity to speak again. So, Xue Ge, after lunch, would you like to find a moment to visit the hospital? The young lady is quite concerned about you. I'll consider it. If there are no missions tomorrow, I'll go. Even if there are, it's no trouble. I'll take care of your share. Kakashi suddenly turned around, having been bombarded by Obito's enthusiasm. Laughter erupted among the group. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, a serious atmosphere prevailed as the children queued outside. Minato, having just submitted a mission report, was called back immediately by the Hokage. Here, Hisashi handed over the mission scroll to Minato. Behind the water gate, Akido Dingzwa and Oil Girl Shimi separated to either side. This S-rank mission will be executed by the 3 of you, departing tomorrow to Lulon. Yes, Lord Hokage, the 3 responded in unison. After a moment of contemplation, Watergate produced 3 resumes from his pocket and handed them to Hisashi. Lord Hokage, I hope that this mission will include Xue Ge, Kakashi, and Shizue. The renowned Watergate team? Hizashi jested, taking a puff from his cigarette while examining the resumes. What are your thoughts, Watergate? Although they are but children, each possesses commendable skills and talent as shinobi. Watergate replied with a smile, they ought not to be confined to C and D rank missions. However, suitable high-level tasks have been scarce lately. I believe this S-rank mission presents an excellent opportunity for their development. Hizashi did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he turned to Danzō and Shimi behind him. What are your opinions? I have no objections, Shimi replied succinctly. Indeed, the Watergate team has made quite a name for themselves over the past 6 months, especially in Konoha. Their efficiency, quantity, and success rate have continuously shattered records since the implementation of the Upper Ninja leading system. I recall Kakashi and Xue Ge. Those two children have left an impression. And Shizue is also a renowned genius of the Uchiha clan. I see no issues with it, Danzō stated, having served as the examination proctor for Kakashi and Xue Ge. Hizashi nodded. In that case, this mission will be undertaken by all 6 of you. This is an urgent and highly confidential task. You will depart tomorrow without delay. Understood. The queue outside Ichiraka Ramen was indeed lengthy, and it was only when Watergate arrived that Xue Ge and the others had yet to indulge in their ramen. The 3 members of Watergate's team instinctively allowed their attention to wander, immediately noticing Watergate beckoning to them from the street corner. The trio halted their conversation and dashed towards him. Hey, what are you all doing? Obito exclaimed, slightly taken aback. You're almost at the front. Aren't you going to eat? Maybe next time, Shizue replied apologetically. We're quite busy, Obito. You'll understand once you graduate, Kakashi remarked, rolling his eyes at Obito. Xue Ge remained silent, being the first to reach Watergate, standing behind him. Once Watergate's team departed, Obito sighed and stomped his foot with frustration. That Kakashi guy is so irritating. His sharp tongue has changed a bit since becoming a ninja. Xue Ge is still as quiet as ever. Asuma crossed his arms, his expression distant. Indeed. Xue Ge is almost like a girl, Hong remarked seriously, quiet, delicate, and slender, with long hair and fairer skin than mine. As she spoke, Hong seemed to retreat into herself. I concur. Akane raised her hand. Xue Ge has no scent of sweat, and her face feels cool. If only she had a chest. It would be even more fitting. Noticing the conversation veering off course, a previously silent Kai suddenly shouted with fervor. This is youth. Missions, responsibilities, and commitments. I've made up my mind. I will graduate early. Let the flames of youth blaze forth. Graduate early? Kei's words stirred the hearts of the crowd. Each person lost in their own thoughts. At the 5th training ground, Minato briefly outlined the task assigned to them. Tomorrow morning at 6, gather at the village entrance. We shall depart for the land of wind. Do not be late, understood? Yes. The 3 had no objections. Kakashi and Shizue even felt a hint of excitement. After a prolonged period of performing C and D rank missions, they had found themselves somewhat bored. Unexpectedly, they were now tasked with a high-level mission, an S rank. Although their rest time after returning from a distant journey was now forfeit, it mattered little. Minato nodded. Is there anything you wish to say? If not, let us go for a meal. I assume you haven't had the chance to eat dinner yet? Minato-sensei, if it weren't for your sudden arrival with a mission, we would have already finished our meal. Kakashi couldn't help but interject. Indeed, Shizue chimed in. I heard that Ichiraka ramen is quite delicious. Minato-sensei, shall we queue together? Minato clapped his hands together. All right, it's on me. I will not be joining. Yukage suddenly interjected. I have no time. I see. Then I owe you a meal. Minato replied understandingly. Kakashi couldn't resist a sigh. Such a meticulously regimented life. Goodbye. Shizue bid farewell naturally. Goodbye. After parting ways with Minato and the others, Yukage did not immediately seek out Urashiki. Instead, he first visited the Konoha hospital. After inquiring at the front desk, he made his way to the 3rd floor, where he spotted Muzi, engrossed in a book. In the bustling hospital, the cacophony around her seemed to have no impact on her focus. He took a seat beside her. Good evening. Muzi looked up at Yukage, momentarily taken aback before smiling. You're back, Yukage. Yes, I leave tomorrow. Is the time so tight? I am a ninja. Well, all right. When will I ever graduate? With a melancholic sigh, Muzi perked up. By the way, Yukage, I have discovered the utility of my bloodline limit. Oh, really? Yukage blinked. Do tell. Buzzing seemed to resonate in his ears as he observed Muzi's already vibrant red eyes glowing with a gentle, candle-like luminescence. My eyes allow me to share the 5 senses and mental activities of others, unconditionally. However, sharing too much can lead to a headache, Muzi said. Her tone tinged with pride. I call it the sixth sensei. Sharing 5 senses and mental activities? Wouldn't that qualify as mind reading? That's quite an impressive bloodline. Suddenly, Yuki's expression shifted, and he hastily exclaimed, Muzi, please do not share with me. Huh, why not? If we share senses. Yuki recalled the agonizing days spent enduring the torment of his own flesh and bones. It was a habit he had grown accustomed to over the past 5 years. If it were someone else, the burning sensation and sharp pain permeating every cell of their body would undoubtedly drive them to madness. In any case, it is best not to attempt it. Xue Ge was at a loss as to how to explain this to Muzi, but he solemnly advised her nonetheless. I understand. Muzi nodded obediently. The two conversed for a while longer, and as the night deepened, Xue Ge stood up to bid farewell to Muzi. Be careful while carrying out your mission. Muzi continued to focus on her studies of medical ninjutsu theory, while Xue Ge hastened out of the building after watching her for a moment. Upon reaching the lakeside, Xue Ge greeted the inebriated Iris Moon. You're back, Xue Ge, hiccup. Iris Moon mumbled. Did you arrive a bit late today? It shouldn't be too far off. Hiccup. Well, a slight delay is acceptable. Care for a drink? Alcohol can indeed stave off hunger. Xue Ge was slightly famished. After a few bowls of liquor, warmth coursed through his body, and his face began to redden. Although he often practiced techniques to accelerate his metabolism using chakra, his tolerance for alcohol had not improved much over time. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself. Let us begin. With that, Iris Moon launched a thunderous punch in Xue Ge's direction. After more than half an hour, Iris Moon ceased her assault, calmly observing the panting Xue Ge before her. Within a minute, Iris Moon had employed roughly 50% of her strength. Yet she had not landed a blow on Xue Ge. Xue Ge, you have passed. She let out a light hum and returned to her drink by the lakeside. Instantly, Xue Ge relaxed, collapsing onto the ground. The difficulty of Iris Moon's training exceeded even the demands set forth by Danzo. After 6 months, Xue Ge had finally completed the first phase of Iris Moon's taijutsu training. In Danzo's training regimen, Xue Ge had never been stuck on a single phase for this length of time. After resting for a moment, Xue Ge propped himself up and moved to sit beside Iris Moon. She handed him a filled cup of liquor. He accepted it and downed it eagerly. Iris Moon produced a blue gourd of wine and began drinking on her own. Master, for the next phase, should we learn ninjutsu? Not yet. There is still some time to go. Iris Moon tugged at her disheveled hair. In the next phase, you will be blindfolded and must rely solely on your hearing and perception of airflow to evade my attacks. The same standard applies. Endure for 1 minute. All right. Xue Ge had no objections. He had come to respect Iris Moon's methods and taijutsu training, leaving it entirely to her discretion. Iris Moon belched. Then let us call it a day. Shall we begin tomorrow? No, I have a mission tomorrow. Didn't you just return today? You're quite busy. An urgent task in the village. S-rank. S-rank. Iris Moon paused, suddenly snapping out of her drunken stupor. Her gaze fixed on Xue Ge with a peculiar intensity. After only 6 months as a genin, you're already off to tackle an S-rank mission. Quite impressive. Master, have you ever undertaken an S-rank mission? I have no desire to answer such foolish questions. Very well. Is it difficult? To the great ant, it is undoubtedly simple. As for you, it is hard to say. Iris Yu emitted a couple of hums, inquiring about the location of the mission. The land of wind, she replied. A desolate place where even birds do not defecate. What is the content of the mission? Assassination? I cannot disclose that. Ah, I see. Let it be then. Iris Yu waved her hand dismissively, falling into a contemplative silence. After a moment, she removed an item from around her neck and handed it to Xue Ge. In Xue Ge's palm lay a red cord necklace adorned with a wolf's fawn. This was the necklace gifted to the great ant upon her first S-rank mission, serving as her talisman. Since you two are embarking on an S-rank mission, I bestow it upon you, she said. Xue Ge caressed the wolf's fawn. Its surface smooth and jade-like from prolonged wear, and after a brief silence, asked, Is this very precious? Iris Yu yawned, seemingly indifferent, and replied, Indeed, it is quite precious. So, when undertaking the mission, do take care of it and avoid damaging it. 6 years ago, a ninja shrouded in mystery arrived in this ancient city. Amidst the vast yellow sands, the silhouette of a colossal city emerged, flickering like a mirage. 6 individuals from Konoha stood atop a mountain, where Minato was detailing the situation to Xue Ge and the others. As of now, we only know that this ninja goes by the name in Lushan. In truth, 6 years ago, Lulan was hardly prosperous. It is a far cry from the Lulan of today. There are no other ninja factions within Lulan. Thus we are unclear how it underwent such rapid development. The village speculates that in Lushan is responsible for this transformation. According to intelligence, Lulan possesses a unique power. Perhaps it is what Baizu has exploited. The sudden emergence of a powerful nation within the Land of Wind may disrupt the balance among the 5 great nations. Hence our mission is to investigate the internal conditions of Lulan before other ninja villages can intervene, including matters concerning Baizu and that mysterious power. If possible, we must mitigate any potential threats. Minato frowned and remarked, previously, Konoha dispatched a group of ninjas to Lulan, but they vanished inexplicably. There are unknown dangers within Lulan. We must proceed with caution. Upon entering Lulan, we will split up. I, Ding Zhuo, and Jimi will delve into the core regions, while Xue Ge, Ji Shui, and Kakashi will investigate the conditions within the city. Do you understand? Yes, the 3 responded in unison. Nodding, Minato distributed masks to everyone, instructing them to cover their forehead protectors to conceal their identities. Once all 6 donned their masks and checked their gear, they set forth towards Lulan, cutting through the courtyard leading to the Dragon's Hand. The Queen of Lulan, Sarah, knelt in the center of the palace, reminiscing about the nursery rhymes her mother had taught her, softly singing. Ever since her mother's passing, the palace had grown increasingly desolate, as Sarah wallowed in her solitude. The grand palace doors were abruptly thrust open, revealing a somewhat portly minister clad in purple. "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" he inquired. Sarah turned to see the minister approaching with a calm demeanor. "Your subjects are eager to behold you. Can you hear their jubilant cheers? They wish to extol the virtues of the flourishing city of Lulan, which you and your mother have so diligently established." The minister stepped closer, bowing humbly. "I beseech you, Your Majesty, ascend the platform and grace your subjects with your smile. You must lead your people towards the future in your mother's stead." Upon hearing his words, Sarah swiftly wiped away her tears and regained her composure. "I understand, and Lushan," she replied, hurriedly departing to don her regal attire. And Lushan observed her retreating figure, a mysterious smile playing upon his lips. Meanwhile, a team of ninjas from the Hidden Leaf had infiltrated Lulan. Unlike the 5 great ninja villages, Lulan, despite its splendor, boasted almost non-existent security, rendering the infiltration remarkably easy. Upon entering Lulan, the trio, led by Minato, hastened towards the city's core to investigate. Xue Ge and his companions concealed themselves, weaving through the towering edifices of Lulan, scrutinizing the city's condition. "Indeed, this place is quite prosperous," Ji Shui remarked in awe, gazing at the towering buildings that reached hundreds of meters high. "Is it possible this city was completed in just 6 years? With the power of ninjas and no external interference, it could be comprehensible." Kakashi furrowed his brow in confusion. "But why is it that there is not a single soul within these buildings?" Indeed, the streets were nearly deserted, raising suspicions about Lulan's peculiar circumstances. As they discussed this oddity, Xue Ge pointed towards the distance. "Let us head there." Kakashi and Ji Shui turned to see sparse fireworks bursting in the sky. A celebration? They collectively decided to move towards the festivities. At that moment, in stark contrast to their direction, a blonde youth and a dark-haired boy were embroiled in a heated argument. "It's all your fault, Sasuke. Why didn't you interrupt the spell of that centipede when you were so close?" shouted Naruto. "You fool, Naruto. If it weren't for saving you, would I have been dragged here?" "Ah, so where exactly are we now? Did Kakashi-sensei come with us?" Naruto pondered aloud. Kakashi-sensei should not have been caught in the light beam. As for our location, it could be Lulan. The 2 boys, Naruto and Sasuke, bickered while hastening towards the direction of the fireworks. Suddenly cast into an unfamiliar realm, they were in dire need of information. "Lulan? Isn't that supposed to be ruins?" Sasuke questioned. "I'm unsure, but I recall the architectural layout of those ruins. It aligns with this city in certain aspects," he remarked, narrowing his eyes. "Could it be time travel? Perhaps a spatial ninjutsu or interference from the Dragon Vein. The power of the Dragon Vein is at least related to space." After mixing the Dragon Vein chakra with his fierce escape technique, Senior Xue Ge was able to tear through space. "Huh? Time travel? I've never heard of such a thing. Is it true? What time have we traveled to?" The 2 landed at nearby corners of tall buildings, overlooking the crowd celebrating below. Suddenly, the cheers rose to a crescendo. As the grand gate slowly opened, Sarah, adorned in regal attire, stepped onto the stage, waving her arms at the subjects below. "She is so young. Is she the queen?" Naruto squinted, shielding his eyes with his hand. "She seems quite popular." Sasuke silently activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. "Wait a moment. Huh. Something feels off about this celebration. They are all puppets." In another corner of the building, Xue Ge said, narrowing his eyes. Shirzue did not question Xue Ge's judgment, but directly asked, "Why do you think so?" There are numerous, indistinguishable faces, yet their movements are indeed suspicious. Kakashi crouched at the edge, looking down. Look at those pipes. Xue Ge pointed to the maze of pipes in the air. Chakra lines? Shizue and Kakashi fell silent. Normally, chakra lines are transparent, and from such a distance, they cannot be seen. It is likely that Xue Ge, being the most adept at manipulating chakra lines, noticed them immediately. Tens of thousands of chakra lines extended downward. Xue Ge's expression darkened slightly. How could such a multitude of chakra lines be controlled? Just as the three were discussing the peculiarities of the celebration, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The platform beneath the queen suddenly collapsed, and the queen, an ordinary person, lost her balance and plummeted from hundreds of meters above. This is bad. Not good. Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously noticed the scene and prepared to intervene. In the next moment, a sharp eagle cry interrupted their actions. A shadow darted between the buildings and, in the blink of an eye, swooped beneath Sarah to catch her. Swiftly ascending into the sky, Naruto and Sasuke watched in awe as the black eagle soared, carrying a figure on its back who held Sarah. They exclaimed in unison, "Hey Song! Hey Sasuke! Look!" Naruto shouted excitedly, pointing at the black eagle in the sky. That must be Heisong, right? Those snowy claws, the glossy black feathers, and that tuft of white on its head. Sasuke's expression was equally uncertain. It could really be Heisong. How wonderful! Naruto exclaimed, clenching his fist. If that eagle is indeed Heisong, then the figure atop it must be Senior Xue Ge. Sasuke asserted, then murmured softly, then Shizue should also be. Let's hurry and pursue, Sasuke. Naruto decisively declared that he must inform Red-Eyed Brother that Haiden has now completely taken over the route. Foolish Naruto. Sasuke interjected, interrupting Naruto's excitement. The Elder Shuage is not wearing a black and red cloud cloak, which indicates that the time frame we are in is certainly different from his. It appears we have indeed traversed time. Moreover, considering his stature in comparison to that queen, it is highly likely that we are in a previous timeline. Discussing future events with him will undoubtedly lead to complications. Then surely we can meet him, right? Naruto retorted playfully, making a face at Sasuke. Don't think I'm oblivious. It's been nearly a decade since Brother Shisui left the village. Don't you wish to see Uncle Shisui? Sasuke's previously stern expression faltered, and he replied somewhat sheepishly. That's true. It's a pity Brother isn't here. He would be far more excited than I am. Perhaps we might even encounter the young Kakashi-sensei and my father in his youth. Naruto chuckled heartily and then leaped in the direction where Shuage had departed. Seeing this, Sasuke hurriedly followed. Hey, wait up. Be discreet, you idiot. Meanwhile, Sarah's thoughts were still somewhat disordered in the wind. Just moments ago, she had been cheerfully waving at her subjects, and now, suddenly, she found herself embraced by someone. It felt as though the ground beneath her had suddenly collapsed. She was falling. Wait, hold on. Observing the person cradling her child, Sarah suddenly realized that this individual did not appear to be from Luan. With long, silky hair, a slender frame, and this icy skin. It was unfortunate that the person wore a mask. Sarah sensed that they must be beautiful. Realizing that she was soaring through the air in a swift and unfamiliar manner, she instinctively clung tightly to the girl as they navigated through towering buildings. Shortly thereafter, the Black Eagle delivered them to a secluded corner, where it transformed into a plume of smoke upon landing. The masked figure gently set Sarah down. Thank you, Sarah said, adjusting her attire and earnestly expressing her gratitude to the masked individual. You're welcome, replied the figure, their voice surprisingly youthful, sounding even younger than Sarah herself. Sarah blinked and introduced herself. I am Sarah. May I ask how you would like to be addressed? The masked person remained silent for a moment before responding, Tuma. Tuma? That name. It hardly seems like a human name, Sarah thought, suppressing her curiosity. The masked individual clearly wished to conceal their identity, and this name was likely a pseudonym. However, Sarah did not want to press the matter, as Tuma seemed to harbor no malice. Just as she was about to inquire further, two shadows suddenly descended from the sky, startling her. Are you all right? Asked the taller boy among them, addressing Tuma. So, they were Tuma's companions, Sarah reassured herself. After Tuma shook her head, the two masked figures turned their gaze towards Sarah in unison. Suddenly locked in the piercing gaze of three individuals, Sarah anxiously swallowed. Why you? Hello? Is it true? Are you Queen Sarah? A hint of disrespect lingered in the air. You may call me Shun. As for that white-haired individual, simply refer to him as White Hair. While Uchiha Shisui engaged in conversation with Sarah, Kakashi pulled Shu aside, lowering his voice. Hey, you're being excessively reckless, aren't you? Our mission is to investigate discreetly. Your actions will surely raise the alarm among the higher-ups of Lulan. Should we just stand by and watch her fall to her death? She retorted bluntly. Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words, eventually responding, then what should we do next? Return Sarah safely, Shu replied earnestly. Kakashi couldn't help but cover his face in exasperation. You can't be serious. You don't intend to swagger back with her, do you? Huh? Then, should we sneak her back? Shu tilted his head in confusion. We don't know the way. Let Sarah lead us, Kakashi suggested nonchalantly, or we could resort to eliminating her. Considering she was meant to perish anyway. How ruthless of you, Shu remarked. That's common sense. We are ninjas, and our missions take precedence above all else. Why do you feel pity for others? She isn't exactly an enemy, Shu replied straightforwardly. You kill faster than I do. Recalling Shu's extraordinary efficiency during their previous mission, Kakashi found himself speechless. Just then, two figures descended from the sky. In an instant, Shu and Kakashi assumed a defensive stance, while Xue positioned himself protectively in front of Sarah. Who goes there? Sarah gazed at Xue in astonishment, his previously gentle demeanor now replaced with a chilling intensity. Wait. Don't attack. We are not your enemies. Naruto exclaimed, his hands waving frantically as he landed, only to be immediately silenced by Sasuke's hand over his mouth. Ignoring Naruto's struggles, Sasuke inquired, what year is it now in Konoha? 42 years. Just as I thought. Sasuke nodded, releasing his grip on Naruto's mouth. We won't disclose our names. But we are ninjas from the year 67 of Konoha. Year 67 of Konoha? Xue and the others exchanged glances, recognizing the Konoha forehead protectors. After a moment of silence, Shu stepped forward. How can you prove that? Oh, you must be the one with the red eyes. With a swift punch to Naruto's head, causing stars to dance before his eyes, Sasuke offered an apologetic smile. Apologies, but we cannot discuss matters of the future, as any alteration could prevent our return to our own time. However, I can clarify your identities. Sasuke glanced at Sarah in the distance, retrieving a scroll on which he inscribed 3 names, handing it to Shu. Shukawakawa, Uchiha Xue, Hitaki Kakashi. Chidori, Rasengan, Strangulation Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Sharingan. Sasuke recited with familiarity. These are your areas of expertise, am I correct? You missed one. I have yet to awaken my Sharingan. Xue furrowed his brow and remarked. However, you are quite knowledgeable. Kakashi and Xue Ge exchanged glances and nodded. The intelligence regarding their mission was of the utmost secrecy in Konoha. The fact that the other party could name these individuals implied either the presence of a spy within Konoha or that they had been recognized, after all. The 4 of them were not yet renowned in the shinobi world. Moreover, the fact that even their specialized techniques were mentioned could only indicate that these 2 ninjas were exceedingly familiar with the trio. Rather than believing in a spy capable of unearthing intelligence that even Danzo was unaware of, the 3 preferred to entertain the more fantastical notion of time travel. After silently exchanging opinions, Xue whispered, let us find another place to converse. We have come to Lulan under our teacher's guidance to apprehend a ninja named Baizu, which is why we are here. The 6 of them arrived at an uninhabited corridor, each sharing information. Sasuke articulated clearly, due to certain peculiar circumstances. The 2 of us and Baizu were transported back to this era. We are currently seeking a way to return. What do you know about Lulan? Kakashi inquired. Due to the decline of the Dragon Vein and the sealing of its remnants, the ancient city of Lulan has fallen into disrepair in our time, Sasuke explained. However, even the residual power of the Dragon Vein has attracted the attention of others. Baizu seeks to exploit this power. He came to Lulan, absorbed all the seals, and upon liberating the remnants of the Dragon Vein, returned to the past, which is how the 2 of us ended up in this era. Dragon Vein? Time travel. Xue pondered. Let us tentatively accept your explanation, which means Baizu was also transported to this era. He paused, hesitating as he asked, and Lushan? What? 6 years ago, a ninja named Lushan appeared in Lulan, leading to its prosperity. This is part of our mission intelligence. Xue glanced at Kakashi. What do you think? It is possible that they are the same individual. Kakashi nodded in agreement. 6 years of prosperity for a nation, without a doubt. This in Lushan is Baizu, who leveraged the power of the Dragon Vein, Sasuke stated with conviction. Baizu is a puppeteer by nature. With the assistance of the Dragon Vein, the difficulty is negligible. Kakashi shook his head, not entirely convinced by Sasuke's assertion. Xue shared a similar sentiment and turned to Xue Ge. To me, what do you think? To me? Rua. Naruto had somehow sprinted to Xue Ge's side, playfully grabbing Xue Ge's face and rubbing it, even nuzzling his own face against Xue Ge's head. Occasionally, he would free a hand to scratch Hei-song. It was reminiscent of petting a cat? Are we familiar with each other? After sending Hei-song away, Xue Ge looked up at Naruto. We'll become familiar in due time. Naruto grinned broadly. Sasuke struggled to suppress his urge to punch someone. Hey, don't cause a ruckus. All right, Naruto nonchalantly responded. Your elder brother has said anything. So why do you? From any perspective, you appear older than I, Xue Ge stated earnestly. Hiki, according to the timeline. I haven't even been born yet, Naruto chuckled, scratching his head. Wait, Shirzue interjected, pulling Naruto and Yukigo back into the conversation. He took a deep breath and redirected the topic. So, Tumi, what are your thoughts? We must first deal with Enlushan. Yukigo stated firmly, regardless of his reputation. Enlushan needs to be apprehended. Indeed, Kakashi responded, our mission is to ascertain the situation in Lulan and mitigate any potential threats. It appears that Enlushan is pivotal to this matter. In the Dragon Vein, Shirzue added. The mysterious power mentioned in our previous mission must refer to the Dragon Vein they spoke of. Shirzue nodded. Let us plan how to establish contact. Just as Shirzue was about to elaborate on the next steps, Sarah, who had been unable to interject, finally interrupted him. What exactly are you discussing? Are you plotting to capture Enlushan in front of me, the Queen of Lulan? Sarah's face flushed with indignation. Enlushan is an exceptional man. He is one of our ministers who has contributed immensely to Lulan's prosperity. I have never seen any puppets of ninjas you speak of. I will not allow you to slander Enlushan, nor will I permit you to arrest him. He is a man who loves peace. With that, she pointed at Naruto's forehead protector. You are ninjas from Konoha, aren't you? It's you who are suspicious for secretly infiltrating Lulan. Sasuke stepped forward. Your Majesty, Sarah. Please calm down. Enough. I do not believe what you say. Sarah took a deep breath, shook her head, and declared, given that Tumi saved my life, I will not hold you accountable for your unauthorized entry into Lulan. With that, she turned and left, watching Sarah storm away. The remaining 5 felt a palpable awkwardness. I'll go protect her. Yukigo broke the silence, chasing after Sarah's retreating figure. Sasuke sighed. Did Yukigo-senpai notice something? Are you referring to those chakra threads? Shirzue looked at Sasuke, who nodded in acknowledgement. Sasuke then activated his Sharingan. Shirzue was momentarily taken aback by the 3 Tomo in Sasuke's eyes. 3 Tomo Sharingan. You are of the Uchiha clan? Yes, Sasuke confirmed, momentarily halting the conversation. It would be best if you refrained from seeking too much knowledge about future events. Sarah is likely unaware of the truth. Naruto, you shall accompany Yukigo-senpai. Oh, Naruto exclaimed joyfully, hastily dashing off. Wait, don't say too much. Sasuke felt a headache coming on as he watched Naruto disappear in a flash. Damn it. Can't you at least listen to everything? I see. His name is Naruto. Shirzue's comment caused Sasuke to tense up. Oh no. I might have let something slip. Observing Sasuke's awkward demeanor, Shirzue chuckled helplessly. There's truly no need to be so anxious, fellow Uchiha. Fearing the potential leak of future intelligence. We could employ the technique to erase each other's memories when we part ways. I recall that our teacher is adept at that technique, correct? It is indeed a form of sealing jutsu. Kakashi shrugged. Shirzue nodded, then turned to Sasuke, while Xue Ge and Naruto covertly protect Sarah. We shall contact the other 3 and prepare to apprehend Enlushan. Very well, Sasuke replied, somewhat wistful. At last, I have the opportunity to act alongside you, Shirzue-senpai. Have our future selves also worked in tandem? No, I was still quite young then. However, my brother once collaborated with you. What do you mean you were young? Haha. Surely I haven't perished? Of course not, but never mind, it is of no consequence. Please share, Sarah interjected. I am quite intrigued. Then it is all the more reason not to disclose it. How utterly perplexing. As Sarah wandered through the deserted corridor, she muttered to herself. How can a group of outsiders, who know nothing of Enlushan, openly malign him in my presence? Forget it, Sarah. As long as you are aware of Enlushan's innocence, that is sufficient. As she spoke, she reached a fork in the path. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the side, pulling her into the shadows. Startled, Sarah was about to scream when she noticed the figure before her making a shushing gesture. Her eyes widened, and she realized that dozens of masked individuals lurked in the darkness. Wait, are there more infiltrators in Lulan than just those leaf ninjas? As Sarah's mind raced, the person who had first grasped her hand finally spoke. You truly are Her Highness Sarah? Sarah swallowed hard, forcing herself to remain calm. Yes, I am Sarah. Who are you? The group that had encircled her exchanged glances, and the apparent leader spoke. Return it to us. Return what? Sarah asked, momentarily bewildered. Return it to us, or we cannot predict our actions, the leader replied in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, the others raised various crude farming tools and chanted, "Return it to us! Return it to us!" Their seriousness was palpable. The leader's brows furrowed deeply. What? Return what? Sarah's expression turned perplexed, prompting a sudden surge of outrage from the encircling crowd. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Xue Ge burst through the ceiling and landed in front of Sarah, swiftly weaving chakra threads to bind the leader. "Let us converse civilly," Xue Ge murmured. Then hurled the leader back into the throng. "Samuji?" Sarah gasped, staring at the figure before her. Xue Ge glanced back at Sarah, then turned to face the crowd. Instantly, silence fell as they regarded Xue Ge's indifferent demeanor, hesitating to approach. "Calm down, everyone, please." The woman who had been thrown aside clutched her shoulder in pain and waved her hand toward the crowd, asking, "May I confirm once more, are you truly Her Majesty?" Sarah? "Absolutely, Sarah," now assured by her protection, replied confidently. The leading woman glanced at Xue Ge before removing the fabric that concealed her face. "I apologize for the rudeness. I am Miko. I am sorry I am." As Miko led the way in shedding her disguise, the others followed suit. Xue Ge silently retreated to Sarah's side, casting a sidelong glance at the crowd. They were all frail children, elderly, and women, wielding not weapons, but an array of farming tools. Such a group bore no resemblance to any form of rebellion. "We hope that your majesty will grant us a request," Miko said gravely. Observing Miko's expression of deep sorrow, Sarah felt bewildered but nodded in acknowledgement. Naruto, having stealthily approached Xue Ge, whispered, "Big brother, what is happening?" "I do not know," Xue Ge replied softly. "Protect Sarah and do not overthink." Understood, understood. "There is but one task. Let us not be distracted by others," Naruto casually remarked, affirming his brother's consistency throughout the years. Xue Ge shook his head, wishing to remain uninformed about the future. Taking a breath, Miko turned to Sarah and said, "Please, follow me." The group traversed through the sewers and emerged from a narrow alleyway, cautiously making their way to a concealed spot by the street. Before them lay the scene of a grand celebration, a parade of floats, fireworks lighting up the sky, and dragon lanterns dancing in a vibrant display. "It looks particularly beautiful from here," Sarah exclaimed. "This celebration was arranged by Lushan. What do you think?" "After my mother passed away due to illness, and Lushan organized this to uplift the nation." As Sarah expressed her excitement, Xue Ge and Naruto exchanged glances, remaining silent. Sarai then spoke up. "That is rather strange." "What?" Sarah inquired, prompting Sarai to furrow her brow. "Everyone says that your majesty, Sarah, is merely a puppet princess." "A puppet princess?" Sarah was taken aback. "Fool. Why speak such nonsense?" Miko scolded as she gently patted Sarai's head. Sarai, dismissive, turned her head away. All right. Miko's expression dimmed as she chose not to pursue Sarai's indiscretion further, instead explaining to Sarah, "Your Majesty, please do not be upset. Sarai's words are not entirely baseless. Just a few days ago, Sarai's family was taken, allegedly on your orders." Upon hearing this, Sarah, who had been somewhat bewildered, immediately refuted. "That is impossible. I have never given such an order." "But," Sarai lamented, "my father and brother were both taken. It is said that somewhere in this country, weapons of war are being manufactured." Jinzi said seriously, "We have no means to confront the royal army. So we can only resort to this desperate measure and petition your majesty directly." "Petition me?" Sarah finally grasped the implication. "So what you meant from the beginning was, for me to return your families?" "Precisely." Jinzi nodded. "Indeed, it is as such." Naren echoed, "See. It is clearly in Lushan that poses a problem, right?" "No. If that were the case, how could so many people welcome me?" Sarah remained skeptical, pointing to the cheering crowd nearby. Just as Naren was about to retort, Xue Ge stepped forward. "Sarah." He patted her arm and then dashed out in a few swift strides. Under the gaze of the crowd, Xue Ge plunged into the throng, drew his blade, and infused it with chakra, gliding it through the air. With a series of loud thuds, several individuals who had been cheering suddenly collapsed to the ground, emitting strange sounds. Sarah was startled and hurried forward to assist the fallen. But as she reached out, she gasped in shock. The figures that had been turned over revealed not flesh and blood, but rather a brownish wooden form. "Puppets." Xue Ge sheathed his blade. "They are all puppets." "How could this be?" Sarah glanced around at the surrounding cheering crowd, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, still applauding like marionettes. "Come in." Xue Ge cradled one of the puppets and pulled Sarah back into the shadows. He flicked his wrists, connecting 10 chakra threads to the puppet, which immediately stood upright, resuming its applause and cheers. Eek! Some timid individuals in the crowd gasped in fright. I can do this level too. Although Xue Ge had not formally studied puppet techniques, he had played with chakra threads for 5 years, making simple maneuvers with such puppets no challenge. Yet, this quantity is insufficient. After saying this, Xue Ge retracted the chakra threads, allowing the puppet to slump back to the ground, and gestured towards the intricate network of pipes high above Lulan. The chakra threads originate from those pipes. Do you understand? Xue Ge gazed at the somewhat dazed Sarah, Lulan's puppets. Furthermore, Sarah, haven't you realized something is amiss? At this moment, Naren chimed in. You have fallen from the building under everyone's watch for quite some time now. If you were truly esteemed, why has there been no action from Lulan City? Why? Sarah's expression gradually shifted from bewilderment to disbelief. Could it really be? The energy flowing through those pipes is the source of power sustaining Lulan. Struck by the harsh contrast of reality against her preconceived notions, Sarah spoke in a daze. Well, the Baiju must be channeling chakra to the puppets through those pipes. Naren stroked his chin. The only one capable of controlling matters in Lulan would likely be Baiju, right? Xue Ge silently formed hand seals and dispatched a shadow clone to depart. The celebratory music resonated throughout the venue. As a puppet adorned in regal attire ascended the platform, waving to the crowd of fellow puppets below. Sarah clutched her hair, her pupils narrowing into pinpricks. Is that me? The puppet princess, Xue Ge murmured. It is now. Is this the work of Baizugan? TSK. What significance does a celebration composed entirely of puppets hold? This fellow truly has a twisted sense of humor, Naruto remarked, hugging his shoulders as he shivered. Sumi. Sarah gazed at Xue Ge, biting her lip. What do you think we should do now? Naruto, perplexed, thought, why not ask me? Because you seem rather frivolous, Sarah replied softly. Naruto opened his mouth to retort, but after a moment of silence, he could only scratch his head in resignation. All right, the red-eyed brother is indeed more composed. Information, the history of Lulan. Xue Ge stated, glancing at Jinzi and the others. I suggest you leave first and leave this to me. Really? Salai stared intently at Sarah, taking a deep breath. Sarah nodded. If Lushan truly poses a threat, I assure you in the name of the queen, I will bring back your families. Upon hearing Sarah's vow, the group hesitated momentarily before dispersing, hiding in the sewers. Once the sounds of others faded away, Xue Ge turned to Sarah and said, Begin. 6 years ago, Lushan arrived in Lulan and, with his exceptional skills, aided in its development. It was during that time that my mother appointed him as a minister. Sarah gradually recounted her memories. Later, Lushan suggested to my mother the use of the dragon veins for the people. The power of the dragon veins is boundless. And the only limitation of Lushan's technology is energy. If we harness the dragon veins, Lulan will develop at an unparalleled pace. What are the dragon veins? Xue Ge inquired, having long wished to ask this question. The dragon veins are the lifeblood of the earth, harboring chakra beyond that found elsewhere. If mishandled, they could potentially destroy the entire land, Sarah replied earnestly. A millennium ago, due to their lost state, the dragon veins began to slumber. It has been the responsibility of Lulan's queens throughout the ages to guard the dormant dragon veins, concealing them within the sands to prevent discovery by outsiders. Similar to tailed beasts? Xue Ge raised an eyebrow. Not even close, Naruto interjected. The chakra of the dragon veins far surpasses that of tailed beasts. And it is neither ordinary chakra nor tailed beast chakra. It is more akin to natural energy. Xue Ge turned to Naruto. And what is natural energy? Oh, well? Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. I can't really explain that either. It's something the pervy sage explained to me. Just know that when ninjutsu incorporates natural energy, it transforms into sage arts, significantly enhancing its power. Xue Ge nodded, then turned back to Sarah. Did the former queen consent? Yes. Sarah's demeanor was heavy. Although she was uncertain about how Lushan had discovered the dragon vein, his proposal was indeed quite feasible, coupled with Lushan's unwavering dedication to the construction of Lulan. Her mother consented to his request and awakened the dragon vein. Her mother was capable of guiding the dragon vein, and the combined forces of its power and Lushan's expertise allowed Lulan to flourish into a grand metropolis amidst the desert. Suddenly, Sarah's expression shifted to one of sorrow. It was just that. Her mother passed away unexpectedly as Lulan was steadily progressing towards prosperity. Since then, only Lushan remained by her side. From that moment forth, she felt utterly alone in her home. Naruto, hands on his hips, sighed and leaned down to whisper to Xue Ge. It seems quite apparent that a 100-footed creature has slain the former queen. Xue Ge nodded in agreement. Observing Sarah's sorrowful countenance, Xue Ge stepped forward. I, too, have no family. They are lost to me or have been slain. The notion of loss referred to Xue Ge's past life, while the act of being killed pertained to her current existence. Noticing Sarah's gaze upon her, Xue Ge removed her own arm. Eh? Sarah exclaimed, hastily grasping Xue Ge's prosthetic limb. You? I've never seen such a prosthetic. Naruto's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Before he could finish his thought, a prosthetic limb struck him squarely in the face. I've lost my arm, my leg, my eyes. None remain, Xue Ge remarked, tossing a limb to Naruto. Yet I still live. You live as well. As long as we breathe, we can amend our wrongs. There is still time. Retrieving the prosthetic from Sarah's hands, she reattached it to her shoulder. Well, if my brother has laid it out this plainly, it is time to make a decision. Isn't it, Sarah? Or should I say, Your Majesty, the Queen of Lulan? Naruto said with a playful grin. Sarah recalled the nursery rhyme her mother had entrusted to her. The dragon vein, which must be protected, she murmured softly. In the next moment, with a clenched fist, though her resolve wavered, she firmly stated, At the very least, I must investigate where the families of those commoners have gone. This is my responsibility. I must ascertain the true state of Lulan. My bloodline possesses the ability to sense the flow of chakra within the dragon vein. Previously, the construction of Lulan was entrusted to An Lushan. Now we must trace our steps back. I hope both of you can assist me. Sarah earnestly addressed Xue Ge and Naruto. Xue Ge and Naruto exchanged glances. And then Naruto unhesitatingly gave Sarah a thumbs up, of course. At that moment, following the signals left by Minato and his companions, Shizum and his group successfully caught up with Minato, who was investigating near the central tower. After briefly describing the situation to Minato and his companions, they turned to Sasuke. You hail from the future? Minato inquired, furrowing his brow. Indeed. Lord Minato, greetings, Sasuke acknowledged respectfully, and to you, Senior Danzō and Senior Jimi, greetings as well. The trio exchanged glances, realizing that their objectives were aligned. They both sought to rectify the anomalies surrounding Lulan. While the concept of time travel was rather implausible, it was evident that Minato's focus lay elsewhere. At the very least, the child bore the symbol of Konoha around his neck. Indeed, this detail alone was sufficient for trust. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Let us proceed together for the time being. What shall I call you? Refer to me as Izanori. The name was clearly a pseudonym. Minato chuckled lightly, deciding it prudent not to divulge too much about the future. Let us go to the place where you parted ways. Sure Sway, lead the way. Understood. Beneath this exhaust vent should lie a transfer station connecting all the city's pipelines. Sarah guided Xue Ge and Naruto to a massive structure, the source of all dragon vein energy. Xue Ge flung out his chakra line, forcefully removing the manhole cover, and boldly descended into the vent. Hey, wait for me, Naruto exclaimed, hastily following, with Sarah close behind. As they crawled through the vent, the temperature noticeably rose, steam billowing from the ducts. Upon reaching a vent exit, Xue Ge halted, removing his prosthetic limb to pry open the iron grating with a knife. He flipped over and, upon ensuring the area was clear, signaled upwards. Naruto then jumped down as well. However, the 4 to 5 meter drop posed a challenge for Sarah, prompting Xue Ge to use his chakra line to assist her to the ground. Thank you, Sarah whispered. Xue Ge merely shook his head. The clanking of mechanical gears echoed throughout the expansive room. The trio followed the sound. They arrived at the edge of a significant drop, where Xue Ge and Naruto immediately lay flat to peer over the edge, with Sarah mimicking their actions. Their gazes fell upon a scene 100 meters away. Amidst the misty steam, a group of emaciated men, barely clothed, strained as they pushed a large central gear, which activated the conveyor belt assembling war puppets with methodical precision. How could this be? Sarah's heart sank as she comprehended the grim reality. Indeed, it was An Lushan. The sole individual possessing the technology to fabricate war puppets in all of Lulan was An Lushan, leaving no room for doubt in the scene before her. Clenching her fists anxiously, she pondered their next course of action. Naruto glanced at Sarah. What now? Sarah's expression hardened. We must first stop An Lushan. She scanned the vicinity and finally spotted a square altar adorned with peculiar patterns. Pointing towards it, she declared, Take me there. I must sever the flow of dragon vein energy within the factory. All right. Naruto nodded vigorously. Brother. HM? Turning back, they realized Xue Ge had vanished without a trace. Hey, where did he go? Let us not worry about him for now. He must have his own plans. Sarah clutched Naruto's clothing and urged him that the foremost priority was to halt the assembly of these war machines. Please, assist me, Naruto. Momentarily setting aside his quest for Xue Ge, lifted Sarah and leaped towards the altar. The two adeptly evaded the patrolling puppet soldiers, eventually reaching the vicinity of the altar. Naruto stationed himself on the periphery, standing guard, while Sarah trotted to the center of the altar, kneeling and extending her hands. In the name of the queen, I command you to sever the power of your dragon vein and suppress your strength, swiftly, as the law dictates. As Sarah recited the incantation, a surge of purple light erupted, and a vast spell formation rapidly unfolded upon the altar, only to immediately retract to nothingness. Once the spell formation vanished, the once thundering factory came to a halt, and the ceaseless flow of dragon vein energy was cut off. The assembly line came to a complete standstill, causing many dazed slaves to collapse to the ground due to the inertia of their bodies. It is done. The dragon vein flow powering the factory has been entirely severed. Sarah nodded at Naruto, who sighed in relief and turned to her, now standing. Then let us hasten to. A buzzing sound swiftly reverberated throughout the factory, and Naruto sensed something amiss, positioning himself protectively beside Sarah. Suddenly, the scattered puppet components began to levitate, swiftly assembling themselves with the incomplete parts on the conveyor belt. This is... Naruto's pupils constricted. At that moment, a hoarse voice resonated from the highest point of the factory. Your Majesty, what brings you to this factory? Or rather, how did you arrive here? A plump minister clad in purple approached, gazing down upon the two with an imposing demeanor. So, they have focused their attention on the factory? Naruto quickly realized. Sarah exclaimed, and Lushan, I should be the one asking you. What is the meaning of this factory? Is this fellow truly in Lushan? Naruto's expression turned to one of astonishment. No way, Baiju, you've grown so plump. Ah, a ninja from Konoha. It seems we haven't crossed paths in 6 years, and Lushan remarked, looking at Naruto as if reminiscing. For me, it feels like just yesterday. Naruto clenched his fists. It appears you've been faring quite well. And Lushan, I command you to cease the development of war puppets and liberate the enslaved people. This is the Queen's decree. Sarah asserted loudly to Lushan. So, you were already aware of so much. Was it the Konoha ninjas who informed you? And Lushan paused, and a chilling, sinister smile crept across his previously innocent face. Though I do not understand why you are still alive, it matters not. Puppets should maintain their form. Knowing too much is detrimental. As for you, your Majesty, I can produce as many as needed. Sarah's eyes widened in horror. I fell. It was you. Haha. My puppet army is complete. Your clan's bloodline now poses a mere threat to me. Hence it is time to convert you into true puppets. Acknowledging Sarah's accusation, and Lushan carelessly declared, then extended his hand. The dense web of chakra lines surged forth from the conduit, although the flow of the dragon vein had been severed. Only the factory was affected, and Lushan merely needed to make slight adjustments to the external piping structure to redirect the flow of the dragon vein from elsewhere. In an instant, countless puppet soldiers marched with precise synchronization toward Naruto and Sarah, surrounding them. Sarah, you need to retreat. Leave this to me. Naruto's expression immediately turned resolute as he drew his chakra blade, his gaze piercingly fixed on the advancing puppet army. Useless, little brat. And Lushan observed his creation with satisfaction. Even in my weakest moments 6 years ago, you could not defeat me. Now, you are left with no path but to perish. Run. Naruto disregarded Lushan's taunts entirely. Sarah fixed her gaze on Lushan for a few seconds before replying to Naruto, stay safe. With that, she swiftly dashed towards the gap in the puppet army that had yet to be filled. This time, you won't escape, Baizu. After Sarah departed, Naruto broke into a smile. And Lushan snorted derisively and declared loudly, Baizu? That pathetic name has long been forgotten. I am now the minister of Lulan, and Lushan. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, a tremendous force of destruction descended from above, striking Lushan and shearing off half of his head. Xue Ge descended from the sky, a spiraling sphere gradually dissipating in his hand. I've got you now, scoundrel. Xue Ge's body landed before Lushan, taking a deep breath. Earlier, he had concealed himself, wary of hidden guards beyond the obvious puppet soldiers. Now he had finally caught the big fish, but killing him outright seemed unwise. Well, the Queen of Lulan was still here. Naruto froze for a moment before raising his fist in jubilant cheers, as expected of Big Brother. Xue Ge observed the excited Naruto with a complex emotion. What exactly was his relationship with this child in the future? Suddenly, an intense surge of killing intent erupted from behind. Xue Ge instinctively twisted aside. Thud, a prosthetic kunai pierced through his left flank. Had he not dodged, it would have struck his heart directly. Without hesitation, Xue Ge spun and slashed horizontally with his staff blade, cutting into Lushan behind him. Witnessing the scene before him, Xue Ge's pupils contracted slightly. Lushan's half-shattered skull had completely regenerated, and his staff blade was now lodged in Lushan's shoulder, immovable. Lushan's body was. Damn it. The sudden turn of events startled Naruto as well. He rushed forward to assist, but was immediately blocked by swarms of puppet soldiers flooding in from all directions. Xue Ge released his grip on the staff blade without hesitation, kicking off Lushan's body to propel himself backward while yanking the kunai from his ribs. Upon landing, he immediately clutched the wound. Lung injury. Xue Ge keenly sensed the abnormality in his body. Staring at the very much alive Lushan, Xue Ge attempted to disrupt his chakra flow. Yet the scene before him remained unchanged. Not genjutsu? Then I definitely shattered his skull earlier. As doubt flickered in his mind, Xue Ge watched Lushan pull the staff blade from his shoulder, the wound sealing shut within seconds, flesh visibly knitting back together. Moreover, judging from the exposed sections of the wound, most of this man's flesh had likely been replaced with clay. Full body puppet transformation, is this what they call mechanical ascension? And this regeneration speed, which even puppetization can't explain. Now I understand why he didn't die. Even smashing his head was enough? Crack. Lushan snapped the staff blade in two and tossed it aside. Useless, useless. My body is perfected. Did you really think a mere ambush could kill me, Lushan? You underestimate me far too much. With a sweeping motion of his arm, 10 chakra threads shot into the sky, only to multiply into thousands upon thousands as they descended. More and more puppet soldiers rose, completely engulfing Naruto within their ranks before pressing towards Sarah. Sarah, who had been cutting the slave's chains with her blade, suddenly found her retreat cut off. The puppet soldiers not only encircled Sarah and Naruto but also advanced toward Xue Ge. However, these mass-produced puppets posed little threat to him. Striking threads whirled through the air, slicing the approaching puppets to pieces. Yet, within moments, the shattered clay puppets reassembled themselves and stood once more. Xue Ge furrowed his brow at the sight. Did these clay puppets possess the same abilities as Lushan? Or perhaps, were these clay constructs intrinsically one with Lushan himself? Wind release, gale palm. If brute force wouldn't suffice, then a change in strategy was necessary. Xue Ge struck out with both hands, sending the puppet soldiers tumbling off the high platform. Seeing Lushan yank the fallen puppets back with chakra threads, Xue Ge retaliated with a whip-like flash of lightning, shattering Lushan's form into scattered fragments, only for him to reform in the blink of an eye. Cease this futile resistance. Lushan roared. His body then swelled grotesquely, elongating into a monstrous centipede-like clay puppet. Behold, this is my perfected form. I repeat, my war machine is complete. And you are powerless to stop it. Your puppet soldiers are nothing special, Xue Ge muttered under his breath. Swish. Lushan's limbs reconfigured into twin blades, slashing toward Xue Ge in a frenzied, butcher-like flurry. Xue Ge dodged and weaved, but the wound on his left chest hindered his agility, forcing him into a desperate retreat. The centipede-like body, surprisingly elastic, coiled slightly before launching itself at Xue Ge with terrifying speed, its massive head crashing toward him. Unable to evade in time, Xue Ge crossed his arms in defense, only to be sent flying by the impact, smashing through a wall dozens of meters away. Lushan followed with a whip-like tail strike. Xue Ge barely managed a body flicker to escape, nearly collapsing as he landed. His body was riddled with wounds, bones fractured, organs displaced, and the reckless use of the body flicker had only worsened his condition. Drip, drip. Even the prosthetic is cracking. Such overwhelming power. Cough. Blood sprayed from Xue Ge's lips, trickling down his mask and chin before splattering onto the ground. Careless. So this is a puppeteer's true strength? Even the main body is this formidable. Strange. Are all Suna puppeteers monsters like this? As Lushan turned his gaze back toward him, Xue Ge gritted his teeth. With a sharp tug, he entwined 10 strands of his garrote wires, channeling a surge of lightning release chakra through them. Before the lightning spiraled out of control, Xue Ge lashed the wires toward Lushan's head with devastating force. Lightning release. Hidden Fong of the vault. Boom. Lushan's reaction speed proved lacking. The already lethal wires, amplified by lightning, became a black curtain of destruction, instantly obliterating his head and scattering his upper body like petals in a storm. Yet, mere seconds later, Lushan reappeared before Xue Ge, completely unharmed, advancing without a hint of fatigue. Just as I thought. The outcome was expected. This time, Xue Ge adapted, charging straight at Lushan, weaving through the blind spots of his elongated form, forcing the bladed limbs to tangle against themselves. His body couldn't withstand another direct hit. Injured as he was, Xue Ge lacked the capacity to maneuver swiftly. The two were momentarily locked in a stalemate, each unable to gain the upper hand over the other. And Lushan possessed great strength and presence, yet he could not land a blow on Xue Ge, who was conserving his chakra in a bid to prolong the encounter. Until he discerned the reasons for Lushan's resurrection, he could not conceive a solution to defeat him. Meanwhile, Naruto formed hand seals and unleashed the shadow clone technique, launching attacks in all directions. And Lushan, engrossed in his assault on Xue Ge, left the combat capabilities of his puppet soldiers severely diminished, allowing Naruto to carve a path through them. "Sarah, hurry and leave," he shouted loudly. At that moment, Sarah had already released all the shackles on the slaves and, upon hearing Naruto's call, urgently urged the recently freed individuals, "Everyone, quickly, exit this way. Hurry, your families are waiting for you outside." With the puppet army closing in relentlessly, the slaves, disregarding their exhaustion and inquiries about each other's well-being, scrambled and supported one another as they fled toward the factory's exit, with Sarah bringing up the rear to assist the slowest of them. Just as Sarah was about to escape, and Lushan ceased his struggle with Xue Ge, fully focusing on controlling the clay puppets, the pressure on Naruto escalated dramatically. As the shadow clones were swiftly eliminated, numerous clay fragments disassembled and enveloped him, forming an oddly shaped large puppet. "What is this?" As Naruto attempted to break free, an overwhelming fatigue surged through him. "You possess a substantial amount of chakra, but unfortunately, my puppets can absorb it. You will suffocate in there," and Lushan declared, turning to violently strike Xue Ge away from him before sealing the soul vent through which Naruto could escape. Coughing and gasping for breath after the brutal impact, Xue Ge leaned against the wall, spitting out blood. "This guy's body has such a trick? I've never dealt with an opponent of this size. Fighting is indeed troublesome." And Lushan, where lies his weakness? If he can continue to regenerate like this, what is the method to defeat him? This clay puppet is remarkably useful, capable of reconfiguration at will. I never expected to learn something here. Could I perhaps attempt something similar? Don't you dare run, Sarah. As he saw Sarah nearing the exit of the factory, and Lushan opened his mouth, unleashing a colossal purple fireball, much larger than a standard great fireball, hurtling toward her at great speed. A formless great fireball? The thought flitted through Xue Ge's mind for just an instant before vanishing. Looking toward Sarah, he realized that the fireball would reach her in mere seconds, and she had no chance of evading it. There was no time for hesitation or contemplation. Xue Ge clenched his hands, swiftly spinning 10 chakra threads that coalesced into a spherical shape, while being struck by Yuan Hayu. Xue Ge had pondered a question. Evasion in physical combat requires reflexes and agility, yet human speed has its limits. What should one do when faced with an unavoidable ninjutsu? The answer he received was to withstand it with ninjutsu. But with which ninjutsu? Each shinobi wields their own unique jutsu, thus there exists no definitive answer to this question. Yukigo must devise his own technique. If a jutsu must be endured head-on, it is either too vast in scope or too swift in execution. Against speed, the counter-jutsu must match its velocity, preferably a seal-less technique, leaving only the Rasengan or the strangle wire as viable options. Against vastness, the defensive jutsu must adapt to cover at least a single person's space. The Rasengan can block techniques but lacks range. The strangle wire excels in destruction rather than defense. Thus, the solution is to merge the two, weaving the strangle wire into the Rasengan. Ping, a barely audible chime resounded as Yukigo's prosthetic leg shattered into fragments. Body overload. In the next instant, a streak of black light flashed. Whoosh! Sarah, who had been directing the slave's retreat, suddenly felt a scorching wave surge toward her. She turned her head, her vision flooded with violet flames. Too fast. Can't evade. Run. Realizing she had no time to dodge, Sarah shoved the last slave out of harm's way. The great fireball was now less than 10 meters away. All she could do was raise her arms in front of her face and shut her eyes. Boom. A second later, hearing the explosion but feeling no pain, Sarah blinked in confusion. Cautiously, she lowered her arms and peered through her fingers. Amethyst flames sprayed violently in all directions, engulfing every corner of the chamber, except where she stood. Before her loomed a dark silhouette, and in front of it, a frenzied whirl of threads. Yukigo, his body in overload, had outpaced the fireball just enough to intercept it. Strangle wire Rasengan. This was the technique Yukigo had conceived to counter jutsu. By entwining the strangle wire, or chakra threads, in the manner of the Rasengan, he could form a barrier against incoming attacks. Upon contact, the strangle wire Rasengan would instantly expand outward, unfurling into a spherical shield. Moreover, If the opposing jutsu was of wind or fire nature, the energy would be drawn into the spiral, amplifying the shield S-scale so long as the force did not exceed its limits. Then, through the chaotic dance of flames and threads, Yukiko glimpsed another violet fireball hurtling toward them. His expression stiffened, and Lushan's jutsu speed. Kaboom! A deafening explosion erupted. Sarah screamed as the inferno tore through the factory's ceiling and floor, sending massive debris crashing down like an earthquake. The shockwave hurled her backward, and she collapsed, unable to steady herself. For over 10 seconds, the tremors raged before finally subsiding. As the smoke cleared, the flames gradually dissipated, and Lushan descended from the platform, his bladed limbs anchoring him to the walls. A mere brat dares to block my jutsu. HM? His footsteps halted abruptly. His gaze locked onto the settling dust. Sarah coughed violently, choking on the thick haze. She was absolutely certain who had just shielded her. Lord, to me? As the dust settled, Xue Ge stood there, still raising his left hand. He actually blocked it, and Lushan was visibly startled. Cough. A muffled groan escaped him as he lowered his charred left arm, the prosthetic blackened beyond recognition, crumbling into ashes. Even the blade had turned molten red. Clattering to the ground. TCH. Truly, caught off guard. Taking two ninjutsu head-on like that left him severely wounded. Xue Ge swayed slightly before slowly turning to face Sarah. As he did, the mask on his face, cracked from the intense heat, shattered into fragments. Sarah stared at the long-haired figure before her, one arm, one leg, one eye. Flickering purple embers still danced around him. A disabled man barely able to stand. A frail child with blood trickling from his lips, his chin scorched dry from the heat. Yet his expression remained unshaken. That single eye, hollow and indifferent, somehow radiated an inexplicable calm. The black hem of his robe fluttered faintly in the lingering wind. Tilting his head slightly, he gazed at Sarah and spoke softly, "Run." Sarah hesitated for a split second before scrambling toward the exit. Her mind was clear, staying would only burden him. Don't even think about escaping. And Lushan roared, preparing another fireball, only for it to be shattered midair by a sudden gust. Wind release, vacuum bullet. Xue Ge's gaze sharpened as he locked onto Lushan. He hadn't anticipated the speed of Lushan's jutsu earlier, leaving him vulnerable. But suffering twice was enough. A third would disgrace 5 years of training. Huh. A scorching breath escaped Xue Ge's lips. The second fireball had exceeded the limits of his spiral thread sphere, leaving his body seared. Some parts might even be cooked through. Fractures, displaced organs, labored breathing, severe burns. If not for Orochimaru's dubious concoctions, this agony would been unbearable. Apologies. But she's my mission target. Would you kindly let her go? Xue Ge's voice was parched, deliberate. Otherwise, I'd be greatly troubled. Why target an innocent child? Compared to my ambition, a mere queen is nothing. Brat, and Lushan snarled, his face singed from the explosion. If you're so eager to die, I'll oblige. Coiling like a serpent, he lunged toward Xue Ge. Disgusting ambition. Xue Ge's eyes lowered. At that moment, cracks spiderwebbed across the colossal puppet encasing Naruto, crimson chakra seeping through. Xue Ge's right hand clenched midair before he abruptly crouched. 5 chakra threads gleamed faintly. Then, with a violent tremor, the ground split open like a tidal wave, surging past Xue Ge and crashing toward Lushan. And Lushan was struck down, the earth beneath him continuously caving in to form a wall of soil. Xue Ge traced his fingers across his forehead protector, summoning 2 prosthetic limbs, and with a flick of his chakra threads, he effortlessly attached them. With a resounding crash, he cleaved through the earthen wall, and Lushan emerged amidst the swirling dust. Simultaneously, Xue Ge began to sprint. The overload mode was still active. Given his current physical condition, once it ceased, he would likely be immobilized. He had to exploit this fleeting moment to restrain Lushan. With both hands in motion, the scattered remnants of pottery debris ascended into the air. Instead of assembling puppets, Xue Ge hurled them directly at Lushan's head. Lushan retaliated, slicing through the shards of pottery, momentarily obscuring his vision with the flying fragments. Seizing the opportunity, Xue Ge maneuvered beneath Lushan, one hand propelling the pottery puppet while the other deftly manipulated the chakra threads, adhering them tightly to Lushan's myriad of blade-like limbs. As Xue Ge glided to Lushan's rear, he yanked the chakra threads taut. Lushan's originally serpentine form was suddenly ensnared, toppling him to the ground. Just as Lushan fell, Xue Ge launched the constricting wire from his left hand, striking the massive water tank support frame. A disconcerting grinding noise echoed as the tank brimming with scalding water, crashed down upon Lushan. Scalding steam escaped, washing away fragments of shattered pottery into the distance. Yet, Xue Ge's actions did not cease there. He leapt, scaling the surrounding walls to ascend high into the air, delivering a powerful strike to the ceiling. The several-meter-thick ceiling immediately cracked. And as he replaced the constricting wire with ordinary chakra threads to free himself, Xue Ge beheld the colossal ceiling, weighing several tons, plummeting to entomb Lushan completely. He landed gracefully beside the still-warm puddle of water, forming a single-handed seal at its edge. Lightning release. Thunder escape. A bluish-purple lightning surged from Xue Ge's palm, racing along the water's surface. Within moments, the entire ruin shimmered with electric brilliance. Lightning release could counter earth release. Coughing up blood, Xue Ge felt darkness encroaching upon his vision, an overwhelming sense of weakness consuming him. He steadied himself against a fragment of stone, murmuring to himself that it should be sufficient. Boom! A violent tremor and shockwave propelled Xue Ge, rolling him several times before he managed to grasp a corner of the wall to halt his momentum. Looking up, he saw the once towering pile of rubble, now forcibly displaced by Lushan. Covered in moisture, Lushan shimmered with flowing electricity, yet he appeared entirely unaffected. Scanning the surroundings, Lushan swiftly spotted Xue Ge, who was struggling to support himself on the ground. He charged towards Xue Ge with the speed of 100 legs. "Oh, naive child, do you not yet comprehend? My flawless form is impervious to injury and pain. Moreover, with your level of lightning release, you think you can dismantle my flesh? You are a decade too early." Xue Ge clutched his mouth and nose, watching blood seep incessantly from between his fingers. The physique of this individual is undeniably audacious. His strength, speed, and regenerative abilities far exceed anything Xue Ge could have envisioned. And Lushan's prowess surpasses that of nearly all opponents Xue Ge has encountered, save for the Azura who had swiftly vanquished him. As he beheld the advancing Lushan, Xue Ge resolved to employ his body manipulation technique to distance himself. By now, Sarah should have managed to escape a considerable distance. It was time to summon his song for a retreat. Suddenly, Xue Ge was embraced by a figure with dark hair, nimbly evading Lushan's onslaught. Following this, figures with golden, silver, and black hair appeared at Lushan's side with astonishing speed. So focused on Xue Ge was Lushan that he was taken unawares by a three-pronged assault, unable to halt his charge. Spiraling sphere. Thousand birds. Boom. Caught in the crossfire, Lushan's body was cleaved in twain. "You have finally arrived." Xue Ge exhaled in relief as he regarded the figure holding him. "Xue. Not too late, I hope." Xue winked at Xue Ge. "It's acceptable." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his prosthetic, Xue Ge glanced towards a shadow clone standing atop a water tank. The shadow clone nodded at Xue Ge's original form before vanishing with a clap of its hands. He had left a shadow clone prior to heading to the factory, leaving small markers along the way to guide those who pursued him. He had thought the shadow clone would have to wait indefinitely. "I have located Lushan," Xue Ge stated, his voice strained. "That elongated creature over there. He is the centipede. He has forsaken his flesh and blood, transforming into that grotesque form. He is the source of calamity in Lulan. Eliminating him would fulfill the majority of our mission." Is it truly that simple?" Xue paused momentarily, glancing back at the prostrate Lushan. "It is not over yet." After temporarily subduing Lushan, Minato and the others hastened to Xue Ge's side to assess his injuries. "You can use thousand birds too? Where did you learn that?" Before reaching Xue Ge, Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Sasuke. "It's not like I learned it illicitly." Sasuke retorted. "You want to be my teacher, will you?" "You guess," came the reply. "I don't guess." Kakashi shook his head and turned his attention to Xue Ge. "How did you sustain such grievous injuries? What severe burns?" Minato frowned at the charred skin on Xue Ge's left shoulder. "Get away." Xue Ge weakly gestured with his hand while lying in Xue's embrace. "Get away." The group, taken aback by his words, felt the heat radiating from behind them and dispersed in all directions. A massive fireball grazed past them. Turning to look, they saw Lushan restored to perfect health. "Is this a puppet?" The situation has changed. Minato immediately recognized the shift in circumstances. "Minato squad, take Xue Ge and find a place to treat his wounds. I will hold him off for a while." "Where's Naruto?" Sasuke glanced around, but did not spot the familiar figure, a sense of foreboding tightening within him. The ninjas of Konoha are indeed as resilient as cockroaches, appearing in droves. And Lushan roared, "There's no way you can escape so easily." As Kakashi and Shisui were about to flee with Yukigo, and Lushan opened his mouth in fury, gathering an astonishing force in the flames. far surpassing the might of the great fireball. Just as Minato prepared to leap forward to intervene, a massive puppet, unnoticed by everyone until then, suddenly exploded from within at the edge of the battlefield. Naruto swiftly charged at Enlushan, forming a Rasengan with one hand and forcefully pressing it onto Enlushan's head. "You scoundrel! Don't think you can succeed." Bang! The dual explosions obliterated Enlushan's head. He staggered back, and moments later, his head reformed. Minato and the others were taken aback by this spectacle. However, Naruto paid little heed to Enlushan's regeneration. Seeing him still lively, he immediately readied to deliver another Rasengan. Midway through his technique, Enlushan abruptly swung his body towards Naruto. In response, Naruto raised his chakra blade to defend himself, only to be sent flying through the air. Sasuke, clicking his tongue, leapt up to catch Naruto. After repelling Naruto, Enlushan looked suspiciously at the remnants of the puppet in the distance. He actually broke free? What an astonishing amount of chakra. You can use Rasengan as well, Minato said in astonishment, glancing at Naruto beside him. Yes. My father and the perverted sage taught me, Naruto replied, steadying himself with Sasuke's help. Father? Who else in this world can use Rasengan? And who is this perverted sage? Wait a moment, this child also has blonde hair? Could it be? So you're here, Sasuke said, pulling Naruto closer. I thought you were dead. What a pity. How could I fall when you're still alive? Naruto retorted indignantly at Sasuke. Observing this scene, Minato suddenly realized that his earlier conjecture was likely correct. This child must also be from the future, and he probably is. His own son? Having barely cohabited with Kushina for a short time, Minato found himself in a rather complicated emotional state. Meanwhile, the slower Danzō and Shimi finally arrived, standing beside Minato. Is this monster our enemy? Shimi adjusted his sunglasses, inquiring. Yes, this guy is Baizu, Naruto affirmed with a nod. He is a puppeteer, controlling clay puppets. Although I'm not entirely sure what has transpired, I believe he has transformed himself into a puppet. Be cautious. This fellow has formidable self-healing abilities, Minato added. Feeling reminiscent of the descriptions of the first Hokage. A puppeteer, you say? Leave it to me, Shimi murmured, raising his hand as a swarm of insects surged toward Enlushan. Despite Enlushan unleashing several great fireballs, the swarm adeptly evaded them. Soon, the insects enveloped Enlushan like a shroud. After struggling for a moment, Enlushan's puppet body gradually slumped. The puppets require chakra input to move. While my insects can devour chakra, Shimi explained to the bewildered Naruto and Sasuke. At that moment, the well-coordinated Danzō charged forward like a battering ram. With a thunderous crash, Danzō, bearing down on Enlushan, smashed through several walls several meters thick, ultimately creating a massive dent in a pillar several dozen meters wide, shattering Enlushan's body into pieces. The other four, accompanied by the swarm of insects, hurriedly pursued, while Danzō bounced back to rejoin the group. Even before Danzō could catch his breath, Enlushan's body had nearly restored itself. Muda 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 muda. Enlushan's tone grew increasingly sinister and frenzied, declaring, Enlulan, you cannot defeat me. With a resounding roar, dense chakra threads spread from Enlushan's puppet form, drawing together countless clay puppets and debris from the factory. After only a brief confrontation, Enlushan recognized that the ninjas before him were significantly stronger than the previous weakling. Thus he ceased to conceal his prowess. Konoha ninjas, allow me to showcase my most formidable form, he proclaimed. To be the first stepping stone in my conquest of the ninja world, you should embrace your demise. Countless clay figures surged forth, continuously stacking around Enlushan's body, gradually forming a colossal shell. Even materials not made of clay were swept into the torrent and adhered to the exterior, further augmenting its resilience. A gigantic figure emerged, with arms as thick as several dozen meters that effortlessly swept through the air, reducing the entire factory to mere fragments as if it were made of cardboard. Hey! Naruto's expression turned grim. The scale of this creature was reminiscent of Orochimaru's monstrous serpent. Scatter immediately. Watergate, keenly aware of Enlushan's subtle movements, shouted. The group promptly leapt in different directions to evade the impending danger, while Enlushan's sweeping attack barely grazed their feet just a second later. Can your toad summon help against this foe? Sasuke shouted to Naruto while dodging flying debris. Naruto shook his head vigorously. They shouldn't have matured by now. I can't summon them from back then. With a loud crash, Enlushan uprooted a nearby skyscraper, sweeping across the entire factory like a bat swinging its club. This is the power of the dragon vein. Feel it thoroughly, he cackled. After Sarah and the slaves escaped the factory, they stumbled upon Jinzi, Sale, and others who were anxiously awaiting due to the tremors and loud noises. The group rushed forward to assist them, and soon, the air was filled with the sounds of weeping and expressions of reunion. Exhausted, Sarah collapsed onto the ground, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "Thank you, Your Majesty, Sarah," came the chorus of gratitude from the crowd. Sarah smiled and waved her hand dismissively. But her expression shifted as she noticed dozens of puppet soldiers marching in unison toward them from the street not far away. Alas! Whoosh! Xue and Kakashi also pursued Xue Ge, halting beside Sarah. After entrusting Xue Ge to Sarah, the two promptly charged forward to confront the encroaching puppet soldiers. "Toomey." Sarah gazed at Toomey in her arms, caressing the charred skin on his left shoulder, her fingers trembling. "Your injury?" Xue Ge glanced at the jubilant crowd and shook his head. Then he turned to Sarah and inquired, "Sarah, what is the situation within Lushan?" "It is the power of the dragon vein." Sarah immediately grasped the essence of Xue Ge's question, beyond its boundless nature. The chakra of the dragon vein could also expedite the user's physical regeneration, healing their wounds. Is it truly regeneration? Xue Ge hesitated momentarily, contemplating the notion of surviving even after one's body is shattered. For an ordinary person, such a feat would be impossible. However, since Lushan had completely transformed his body into a puppet, conventional reasoning no longer applied. After a pause, Sarah pressed her lips together to defeat Lushan. "We must induce the dragon vein to slumber once more, severing Lushan's chakra supply." At that moment, Xue and Kakashi concluded their battle and returned to Xue Ge's side. Glancing at Sarah, "What must we do?" "To the rear courtyard," Sarah replied, "for the power of the dragon vein cannot penetrate there, rendering it inaccessible to Lushan, a safe haven. Moreover, the source of the dragon vein lies adjacent to the rear courtyard. Once there, I can directly sever the source of the dragon vein. Then we shall set off immediately." Before Xue could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion erupted within the city of Lulan. The ground quaked violently, and screams erupted from the crowd. Xue Ge instinctively steadied himself, grasping Sarah, while Xue and Kakashi swiftly shattered the falling debris. The trio's gaze turned towards the epicenter of the tremor, where a colossal clay giant, towering hundreds of meters high, emerged from the factory, standing imposingly upon the land of Lulan. "That creature is..." Kakashi's eyelids twitched. "Is that Lushan? Hey, is this for real?" Xue scoffed. "Can one truly expand indefinitely after harnessing the power of the dragon vein? That is quite extraordinary. The dragon vein embodies the strength of the earth in our legends. It represents the very essence of the world." Sarah struggled to articulate amidst the shaking. The gigantic Lushan, after sweeping away the surrounding skyscrapers, cast his gaze upon Xue Ge and the others, immediately crushing all obstacles in his path and charging toward them. "Sarah, the black-haired brat, he is coming for you." Kakashi urgently warned Xue Ge and Sarah, "We must flee. There is no way we can confront such a monster head-on." Sarah nodded and shouted to the panicked crowd, "Everyone, flee in that direction." "What about you, Your Majesty?" Salai looked at Sarah. "Lushan's target is me. Only I pose a threat to him," Sarah declared. "Thus I will divert his attention. The farther you are from me, the better. This is the Queen's command." "This cannot be," Salai expressed incredulously, held back by Masako's firm grip on his shoulder. Princess Miko solemnly gazed at Sarah, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Hurry, everyone, let's go." Sarah wearily waved her hand. Miko, along with the others, quickly departed, supporting one another. Many, including Sale, cast lingering glances at Sarah, filled with reluctance. Once the last person vanished from sight, Sarah exhaled softly and turned to the three ninjas. "I apologize for the delay." "No matter. We must act together," Kakashi replied, shaking his head. "After all, to defeat that foe, we cannot abandon you." Xue hoisted Xue Ge onto his back and called to Kakashi, "Take Sarah. We're leaving." The two swiftly carried their burdens and hurried toward the central tower of Lulan. The source of the dragon vein awaited them there. This guy. His size is comparable to that of a tailed beast. Minato and his companions closely pursued Lushan, awestruck by the colossal figure before them. Minato was ill-equipped to combat such a massive monster. Although he had learned sealing techniques, he had yet to master the art of restraining tailed beasts. Against an enemy of this magnitude, Shimi's swarm of insects could only serve to stall momentarily, with little efficacy in draining chakra. What is more, the puppet-like Lushan could disregard even toxins. Sasuke, similarly, found himself lacking. With only 3 tomo, he had no means to contend with such a formidable adversary. And Kirin required favorable conditions, something unattainable in the land of wind. The only one capable of matching Lushan in strength was Danzō. Yet regrettably, Dingzhuo's speed was insufficient to keep pace with him. Even if he were to catch up, Dingzhuo would find it impossible to topple in Lushan. His super multiplication technique was tremendously taxing on his stamina, while in Lushan's strength appeared inexhaustible. The most troublesome aspect of in Lushan was his utter disregard for chakra depletion and damage. Among the five, the only one who could potentially hold his own against in Lushan was the Ninetales residing within Naruto. Unfortunately, Naruto was far from being able to fully transform at will. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Minato attempted to launch a shuriken, and in a flash of blue light, a flurry of shurikens rained down upon in Lushan's back, stripping away a significant portion of earth and clay. As expected, just seconds later, and Lushan's body restored itself completely. Throughout the encounter, and Lushan had not once glanced back. This guy truly is. Minato furrowed his brow. What should be our next move? Minato? Shimi inquired, manipulating his insects to distract in Lushan. I'll pursue the Queen of Lulan. We lack crucial intelligence, Minato decisively stated. You all find a way to hold in Lushan at bay. Don't seek victory. Just buy us enough time. Understood. Leave it to us. Shimi affirmed, and the others nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Minato hurled a kunai and vanished in a flash. Is that the Flying Thunder God technique? Naruto stared in astonishment. Wait, does that mean? Just know it. Sasuke retorted, rolling his eyes at Naruto's realization. Naruto pondered, his mouth agape. So this is what my father was like in his youth. Xue Ge and his companions were hastily fleeing for their lives. This fellow is incredibly swift. Xue glanced back at the menacing in Lushan, unable to suppress a grimace. It was truly life-threatening. Is Toumi all right? Sarah anxiously inquired, clutching Kakashi as she looked at Xue, who was cradling Xue Ge. There should be no major issues. Wait, Kakashi paused mid-sentence, then cast an odd glance at Sarah. Did you just say, she? What's wrong? Sarah responded, her expression one of confusion. The trio Kakashi, Xue, and Xue Ge exchanged glances. I am male, Xue Ge stated flatly. A prolonged silence ensued. Once Toumi returns to treat her wounds, she should be fine. Xue finally addressed Sarah's initial concern. Still, silence lingered. Now it was Kakashi's turn to question the increasingly flustered Sarah. Are you all right? And no, I'm fine, Sarah stammered. Suddenly, Xue Ge narrowed his eyes. Are you, perhaps, a bit disappointed? At this, Sarah's expression shifted to one of guilt. Sarah's diversion had alleviated the previously tense atmosphere. However, the thunderous rumble from behind abruptly yanked them back to reality. We need to devise a way to widen the distance. Kakashi glanced at the fiercely pursuing in Lushan. Otherwise, we won't have time for anything else. The moment we stop, that fellow will catch up. Can we find a way to restrain him? Xue interjected, he is not the type we can contend with. How about using the surrounding structures to trap him? Xue Ge shook his head. I've tried that. It's ineffective. He possesses immense strength. As for lightning release, I've attempted it as well. And it was futile. Do not even consider it. TSK. Kakashi felt a sense of dread. A kunai whizzed past them, and in a flash of golden light, Minato appeared beside the group. What do you know about this in Lushan? Without pausing for pleasantries, Minato sought essential intelligence. Sarah immediately explained the principles concerning the dragon vein and in Lushan's clay puppets, while Xue Ge supplemented Minato with various observations from his encounters within Lushan. Understood. Minato nodded. So, escorting Sarah to the source of the dragon vein is the objective, correct? It will take some time to lull the dragon vein into slumber. Sarah hesitated. Leave it to us. We will do our utmost to delay him, Minato stated before vanishing once more in a burst of golden light. The Flying Thunder God technique. Xue smacked his lips, yearning to learn it. Such mobility is invaluable for both offense and retreat. You're thinking too far ahead, foolish one. Besides, do you possess any aptitude for space-time ninjutsu? Kakashi replied with exasperation. Come on, share with me. Xue chuckled. Xue Ge gazed at the sky and whistled. Moments later, a shadow swooped down toward them. Previously, Black Song had not released the summoning. Xue Ge addressed the other three, stating that Hei Song could only accommodate 2 individuals at most. You and Xue Ge should ascend. I will escort Sarah, Kakashi promptly instructed Xue, nodding in agreement. Xue tightened his embrace around Xue Ge, and, at the very instant Hei Song began to descend, leapt onto its back. Upon receiving its passengers, Hei Song immediately soared into the sky, quickly ascending higher than the body of Lushan. Today was a day of peculiar significance. The once placid Miaomu Mountain was now enveloped in an atmosphere of restlessness. The reason was straightforward. The venerable old toad, who had peacefully slumbered for countless years, appeared to be suffocating in its sleep, its visage darkening to a shade of purple, body twitching intermittently, as if on the brink of demise. The two toad sages were in a state of desperation, attempting to rouse the old toad, but to no avail after several attempts. With the great toad sage seemingly on the verge of passing, Miaomu Mountain faced its gravest crisis since its inception. Perhaps we should summon young Jiraiya? Sage Shinzo inquired hesitantly of Sage Jima. Sage Jima's expression mirrored uncertainty. Is calling young Jiraiya truly advisable? Do it. Before his words could fully resonate, the great toad sage suddenly sat up in alarm, startling the two sages. After a brief moment of confusion, the two toads performed a reverse summoning technique, bringing Jiraiya to Miaomu Mountain. Jiraiya, momentarily bewildered, had just been gathering materials when he suddenly found himself surrounded by a trio of toads, having seemingly transformed from the beautiful figures obscured by steam before him. Young Jiraiya, the esteemed elder has summoned you, Sage Shinzo stated gravely. Oh. Jiraiya hastily tucked away his half-written manuscript and assumed a ninja posture, directing his gaze toward the great toad sage. This is Jiraiya? It is I. Jiraiya covertly scrutinized the great toad sage, a wave of confusion washing over him. Why did it seem as if the great toad sage was in a foul mood? The great toad sage fell silent, resembling a statue, while the other two toads remained equally mute. After a prolonged pause, the great toad sage finally spoke. The prophecy has undergone a transformation. What? Jiraiya's expression shifted instantly. Wait, wasn't it said that prophecies never falter? Indeed, they do not falter, though it may not be entirely accurate, the great toad sage replied, shaking his head thoughtfully. The content of the previous dream has not changed significantly. So, the transformation of the prophecy implies. There are new dreams that seem to intertwine with the past ones. Alas, this dream has left me unsettled. And I find it rather ominous. The great toad sage continued, I believe you ought to listen closely. Yes, please proceed. Jiraiya's demeanor grew solemn. The great toad sage nodded and, in a measured tone, declared, the weakened dragon awakens and will consume that which has been severed from it. The child cradling the dragon will be favored by fate, oscillating between joy and suffering. The estranged child shall consume the white serpent. When the crimson moon flickers, the heirs of the six paths stand side by side, and the emissary of the earth will herald the dawn. The voice of the great toad sage grows fainter. Young Jiraiya, you must seek the dragon and the child who cradles it. Upon hearing the silence behind them, the two toads swiftly turned to gaze at the great toad sage. Then, they were met with a chorus of snores. It turns out he had fallen asleep. Observing the serene expression return to the great toad sage, the two sages breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was far from at ease. Dragon? The child who cradles the dragon? The crimson moon? Heirs of the six paths? The emissary of the earth? And what of the white serpent? What do they all signify? And Lushan swung his hand, shattering the surrounding skyscrapers, while Kakashi nimbly maneuvered with Sarada, evading the debris raining down from the sky. Yet Lushan gradually closed the distance, his speed far surpassing that of these lower ninjas. A swarm of colossal insects, akin to clouds, buzzed around Lushan, adhering to his body and beginning to siphon his chakra. Lushan's forward momentum slightly diminished. Again, this wretched entity. Have you not realized that it bears no effect on me? Lushan roared, thrashing his body to fling the insects away. In the distance, a tower shimmered with purple light as the dragon vein chakra flowed continuously. Dingzwa, Jimmy shouted. Oh. Dingzwa received the signal and promptly consumed a pill. A giant, as tall as Lushan, rose to the heavens. You. Lushan gasped in surprise. However, Dingzwa was disinclined to engage in conversation. Seizing Lushan's tail and yanking it violently, the air, Lushan's furious charge was abruptly halted. Oh! Dingzwa roared with all his might, gripping Lushan and forcefully slamming him backward. Lushan felt his feet leave the ground, the world spinning, as he crashed into the densely packed structures. For a moment, he was dazed. Yet, before long, the relentless surge of power within him revived his senses, and he propelled himself toward Dingzwa. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Minato unleashed a torrential downpour of shurikens, shattering a substantial portion of Lushan's clay body. Mere moments later, countless chakra threads emanated from Lushan, mending the breach. Though anticipated, Minato discerned certain nuances from this. Indeed, that diminutive centipede form initially only drew clay, yet it also possesses the ability to regenerate, now, in this current state. Lushan's restoration relies entirely on chakra threads for the clay's healing. It appears that this giant cannot truly be regarded as Lushan's body, It can only be considered a puppet under manipulation. Then, where is the puppeteer? Seizing the opportunity while Danzō and Lushan grappled, Minato conveyed his thoughts to Jimi, Naruto, and Sasuke. We shall assist you, Sasuke declared coldly. I shall sever his limbs to ascertain whether the fiend conceals himself within them. The head is mine to claim. Naruto grinned ferally. Baring his teeth, Minato shall cleanse the torso. In that case, Shino adjusted his sunglasses with a measured gesture. Allow me to supplement your efforts. Once the core is extracted, my swarm shall envelop him, ensuring he cannot reconstitute himself on such a scale again. Then we commenced simultaneously. Before Minato could finish, a searing, oppressive heat coalesced above them. As one, their gazes snapped upward. Hovering before Lushan's maw was a colossal violet fireball, its diameter spanning hundreds of meters. Even Xue, standing at a distance, found his armored gauntlets melting from the mere proximity of its blistering aura. Super Dragon Vein, Great Fireball. Lushan's head swiveled toward Kakashi and Sarah. Xue reacted instantly, wrenching a nearby structure from its foundation and slamming it between them as a makeshift barricade. Yet it was a feint. No sooner had the barrier been erected than Lushan tilted his head skyward, unleashing the cataclysmic orb toward Xue and Xue Ge, streaking like a meteor through the night. Damn it! Sasuke, without hesitation, surged forward in pursuit, while Minato vanished in a golden flash of the flying thunder god. Shino's insects, helpless against such overwhelming force, swarmed in Lushan's form in desperation. From the distant spire, pulses of violet light flickered ominously. A cold sweat traced Shino's spine. Naruto's shadow clones multiplied into the hundreds, forming a human chain to restrain Lushan's limbs. This isn't enough. Sasuke, outpaced by the fireball's velocity, flicked his wrist. Lightning crackled at his fingertips. Chidori sharp spear. My chakra is nearly depleted. Seated upon Haesong's back, Xue Ge spoke quietly to Xue, who removed his mask with a weary exhale. Depleted? Xue's brow furrowed. Most was expended on bodily enhancement. And Xue Ge coughed lightly, flecks of blood staining his lips. A few more techniques, and I'll be spent. The earlier overexertion had drained him. His reserves had never been vast to begin with. Rest easy. We're here. Xue glanced back at Lushan's distant silhouette. Sarah mentioned the rear courtyard is shielded from the Dragon Vein's influence. I'll take you there. Just be careful. Xue Ge pressed a hand to his temple, grimacing. Dizziness headache in his haze. The sky seemed to brighten unnaturally. Has the sun risen? No, that can't be. Night has only just fallen. Xue Ge's palm struck Xue's chest sharply. The Uchiha turned, just as the world around them was bathed in violet radiance. Behind them, the super great fireball roared toward them, hurled by Lushan's will. As Snogu observed the uncharacteristic disarray of Xue, he wondered why they were being targeted. Perhaps it was due to their clearer view of the airborne threat? With a bittersweet smile, Snogu calculated the distance and speed of the approaching fireball, 3 seconds. At most 4. You must leave, go? He urged. Xue countered resolutely. If I were to use the body flicker technique alone, I could escape even from 100 meters in midair. I cannot abandon my comrades. In a swift motion, 1,000-bird-sharp spear struck the colossal fireball, engulfing it in flames. Xue covered Snow Ji's mouth and leapt away from Haesong, teleporting them to safety. The fireball expanded rapidly, exploding outward like an enormous firework. Unable to maintain the summoning technique, Snogu released Haesong. Xue transported them several dozen meters away, while torrents of flames cascaded behind them. As the inferno approached, Xue exerted all his strength to hurl Snogu towards the elevated platform of a nearby skyscraper. With a whoosh, Snogu landed on the platform, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Ignoring his injuries, he propped himself up to search for Xue. The rain of fire fell relentlessly. Yet Xue was nowhere to be seen amidst the dazzling flames. A wave of despair washed over Snogu. When the flames finally subsided, a shuriken grazed his cheek. Suddenly, Minato appeared beside him, cradling Xue in his arms, taking a deep breath. He gently set Xue down, stating, "Very well. It seems we made it in time." "I'm fine," Xue replied, though he appeared somewhat shaken. Minato reassured them, "Do not worry, it's merely a minor injury." He smiled as he removed his burning ninja attire and discarded it aside. Waving his arms, he added, "See? Just a bit red, nothing serious." Despite his cheerful demeanor, Minato felt a weight in his heart. In the heat of the moment, he had braved the flames to rescue Xue, sacrificing much of his ninja gear and scrolls in the process. Only 2 scrolls remained on his feet, along with a few more at his waist. With a sudden clap, Minato pressed his hands against the backs of both Xue and Xue Ge, imprinting the Flying Thunder God technique seal on them. He then handed Xue a shuriken imbued with the technique. In case of danger, infuse it with chakra. I will know and can teleport to your side. He explained with a smile. It seems the S-rank mission proved a bit challenging for you. Do you wish to participate again? Of course, Xue replied, scratching his head. As ninjas, we must face danger. Such missions are the most exhilarating. Indeed, a commendable spirit, Minato praised, ruffling Xue's hair. Yet, his brow furrowed as he gazed into the distance at Lushan. Nevertheless, despite it being an S-rank mission, this task has proven to be rather formidable. There is no need to bear such a heavy heart. This is my first encounter with such a formidable opponent on a mission, so you need not doubt yourselves. After all, you are still young. Thus, I shall proceed as follows. Watergate pressed down on the heads of the two, and with a calm demeanor, instructed. You take Xue Ge to a safe location while I leave a mark with Kakashi. Yes, Sensei Watergate, Xue nodded in agreement. Xue Ge gazed at the remnants of the scroll on the ground, cautioning for safety. Watergate momentarily paused, then gently patted Xue Ge's cheek, assuring him, do not worry. I am quite strong. With a swift motion, Watergate vanished. Xue wiped away the cold sweat he had failed to erase earlier, only to feel a sharp pang in his palm. Startled, he withdrew his hand, but Xue Ge firmly grasped his fingers. Ouch, that hurts. Next time. Don't do that. Xue winced as Xue Ge's cold expression met him. If we must run, we should. Haha, aren't we both alive? Xue urged, let go. Let go. What if next time, Watergate-senpai isn't here? I will prioritize saving my comrades, Xue reassured, tapping Xue Ge's hand. But let us flee for now, shall we? Ouch, that hurts. Hook onto me and don't perish, understand? All right, I promise, but you mustn't die either, Xue replied, curling his finger around Xue Ge's prosthetic pinky. With a sigh, Xue Ge released his grip, stating, let us go. We can discuss later. Do you not need me to carry you? Xue inquired. I am better than before. I can walk on my own. Conserve your chakra. Suddenly, a thud echoed as Danzō collapsed to the ground, his body beginning to shrink. After several minutes of battling the gigantic Lushan and managing to withstand multiple devastating fireballs, Danzō could no longer endure. His complexion turned a ghastly green as Jimmy supported him. This dragon vein is simply, Danzō exclaimed, it resembles a tailed beast. Tailed beasts do not employ such tactics, Jimmy replied, shaking his head. Though Danzō had temporarily lost his combat ability, they had managed to stall Lushan, who had not advanced for a considerable time. Watergate executed the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, while Sasuke unleashed the Chidori Sharp Spear. Jimmy summoned the Insect Dragon Tornado, and Naruto deployed the Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu combined with the Rasengan. With their combined efforts, Lushan was forced into a position where he could only repair his body, unable to advance an inch. It is true that Watergate, Jimmy, and Sasuke were not chakra monsters, yet they did not require an extended delay. Meanwhile, Naruto unabashedly utilized the multi-shadow clone jutsu to divert the attention of others. Watergate, do you think that child could be the future host of the Nine Tails? Jimmy quietly inquired, noting Naruto's rapid chakra consumption without any sign of fatigue. Perhaps he is of the Senju clan, Watergate mused, contemplating the possibility of Naruto being his child, though he found it hard to believe he could be the Nine Tails host. After all, the current host of the Nine Tails was his beloved Kushina, and there had yet to be a precedent in the ninja world of two-tailed beast hosts coexisting simultaneously. In other words, if Naruto from the future is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, then Kushina is likely no longer among the living. This possibility was one that Minato preferred not to dwell upon. Alas, the uncertainties of the future truly instill a sense of anxiety. As the two conversed, and Lushan, who had endured a relentless barrage of firepower, could no longer bear it, sharp chakra threads erupted from the seams of his body. The other four immediately noticed this anomaly. Chidori Senbon, originally intending to sever Lushan's limbs, Sasuke abruptly altered his strategy, unleashing one of his few techniques capable of inflicting widespread damage. The reign of Senbon was entirely thwarted by the chakra threads. The ninjas of Konoha. In an instant, Lushan's chakra threads shot out hundreds of meters, sweeping away large sections of surrounding structures. Countless skyscrapers hurled into the sky and sent crashing into the distance. Lushan's massive form resembled that of a porcupine. I had no intention of entangling with you for long, but since you persist so stubbornly, Lushan manipulated the chakra threads in a crisscross pattern, their thickness akin to that of a sturdy pillar, the tips sharpening into points as they plunged toward the ground. Minato, accompanied by Danzō, dodged in Lushan's assaults. Can chakra threads be utilized in such a manner? Previously, Xue Ge's use of strangulation threads and body manipulation had already redefined Danzō's understanding of chakra threads. And this scene once again expanded his worldview. Minato's expression turned grave. After all, this is the first time encountering such thick chakra threads. Who possesses chakra to squander in such a fashion? The densely packed chakra threads shimmered with a purple light, leaving everyone momentarily dazed. Behind Lushan, the chakra threads converged, forming a wing-like display. Then you shall all perish here. Xue and his companions descended to the ground to rendezvous with Kakashi's group. The four seized the opportunity while Minato and others occupied in Lushan, hastening toward the central tower. This is the rear courtyard. Sarah pointed towards a sealed door, stating that Lushan could not enter, his body having been entirely puppeteered, sustained solely by the flow of dragon vein chakra. The rear courtyard is protected by seals laid down by our ancestors, preventing the dragon vein's power from infiltrating. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through the air, prompting everyone to look up as a massive piece of debris from a building hundreds of meters tall fell from the sky, severing the tower above the rear courtyard in two. The scene resembled 9/11. Kakashi instinctively shielded Sarah, while Xue and Xue Ge pressed their bodies close to the wall. Following a thunderous crash, the rear courtyard was reduced to ruins. The group stepped back to survey the devastation, the once grand edifice now a heap of rubble. Kakashi turned to Sarah. So, does that seal still hold any efficacy? Sarah shook her head in confusion. Was it ignorance or inability? I do not know. Xue slapped his face. Well, the nearby skyscrapers must have all been constructed under Lushan's oversight, right? Sarah nodded, albeit in a daze. Xue Ge and Kakashi exchanged glances, simultaneously shrugging. The clan entrusted with safeguarding such a vital secret has, in mere years, seen their very foundations laid bare. The rear courtyard lies in ruins, shattered beyond repair. With no alternative, the four must journey to the source of the dragon vein. The central tower has collapsed halfway. Aside from the blocked path, the location of the dragon vein's source remains relatively unharmed. Surely, Lushan would not wreak havoc here as he did before? Kakashi squinted at the structure above the dragon vein's source. Sarah hesitated briefly, then shook his head. He would not resort to such measures. You may not realize it, but the source of the dragon vein is a chakra pool. If too many things were to be thrown in, it would completely activate the dragon vein. Allow me to illustrate. The current state of the dragon vein resembles that of a half-conscious being, with Lushan wielding his power while it remains unaware. My task is to sever this transmission of power. Should the dragon vein awaken entirely, the conscious entity will not permit Lushan to exploit its strength at will. Kakashi nodded, his doubts confirmed. The four pushed open the grand door, and after traversing a lengthy corridor, they found four beams of light converging at the center of a platform. At the heart of the platform lay a circular device, from which a beam of purple light shot skyward. That's it, Sarah exclaimed, pointing at the platform before hastening toward it. The other three exchanged glances, preparing to follow. Boom. Just as they lifted their feet, a tremendous roar echoed as a gaping hole opened at the tower's apex, and a figure several meters tall descended behind Kakashi. The group turned to witness a rain of finely threaded purple light cascading toward them. Despite Kakashi's immediate reaction, the proximity rendered his evasions futile, and he was ultimately pierced by the overwhelming chakra threads. His abdomen and neck were punctured by a dozen chakra lines. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Facing the deadly chakra threads aimed at his vital points, Kakashi unleashed a massive fireball. However, as his fireball began to form, another fireball hurtled toward him at breakneck speed. How swift! Kakashi's pupils constricted. Simultaneously, an immense force yanked at his waist. 4 or 5 chakra threads ensnared his body, yanking him from the deadly barrage and flinging him sideways to evade the incoming fireball. His fireball, unencumbered by hand seals, traveled with remarkable speed, enduring his injuries. Shujio used his body manipulation technique to pull Kakashi away and urgently warned, "Retreat to the stone bridge." "Why is he here?" Shirzue exclaimed, catching Kakashi as Shujio tossed him. Before them stood a slightly smaller version of Lushan himself. Shujio narrowed his eyes, recalling the layout in Lulan City, and murmured, "A deception. What? The puppets outside are mere facades. He is controlling them remotely." Shirzue, enlightened by this revelation, quickly grasped the situation. This fellow. Sarah. And Lushan bellowed with fury. During the recent skirmish with Namake's Minato and his companions, and Lushan, upon realizing his precarious position, swiftly escalated the chaos to facilitate his escape. In the tumultuous battlefield, even with sensory ninjas among Minato's team, it proved exceedingly challenging to detect the departure of a small figure. Once free, Lushan pursued at full speed, ultimately arriving at the source of the dragon vein just before Sarah could take action. Sarah, having entered the source of the dragon vein, did not pause for a moment. Even upon hearing Lushan's roar, she merely stumbled before continuing her flight, fully aware of her purpose. Lushan charged onto the bridge, where Yukio and his companions barred his path. "Kakashi, sever the bridge," Yukio shouted. "I understand." Kakashi gasped in pain, forming hand seals for earth release, Hell Swamp. Slamming his hands onto the ground, he transformed the stone bridge into a quagmire that collapsed beneath them. Maintain normal combat, Yukio narrowed his eyes. As the five were divided into two factions, Sarah raced towards the ceiling on one side of the bridge, while Yukio and the others confronted Lushan on the other. "Stop right there." Lushan leaped, intending to cross over directly, but was immediately ensnared by several strands of chakra that bound his limbs. Humph. Blood oozed from Yukio's joints as he tugged on Lushan while charging along the fractured bridge. Lushan was yanked down to the ground. Kakashi and Shirzue stood at the edge of the broken bridge, bracing themselves against Lushan, while Yukio, panting, gathered his hands behind him. "You." Lushan looked up and unleashed a great fireball technique aimed at Sarah. Kakashi's movements were somewhat sluggish due to his injuries. Shirzue tossed Kakashi the kunai inscribed with the technique bestowed by Minato and swiftly launched a fireball of his own, having prepared in response to Yukio's warning. As the fireballs collided, Shirzue shouted, "Infuse it with chakra." With a blast, another fireball followed behind the first. The dual great fireball from the dragon vein was a technique familiar to Yukio. Now, Shirzue raised the kunai and thrust it fiercely towards the fireball. Boom. Simultaneously, Kakashi infused chakra into the kunai he held. Just as Lushan prepared to unleash another fireball, Yukio's voice rang out sharply. "Don't move, Lushan, or we shall perish together." Lushan faltered, turning to see Yukio clutching a Rasengan, poised above the bridge. Despite the blood seeping from his own body, Yukio's resolve remained unshaken. "I wonder if the dragon vein would explode if we were to fall." Having personally experienced the Rasengan's power, Lushan's movements froze. And he seethed, "I will kill you first, then the bridge will be left with only one side." Yukio paid no heed to Lushan's threats, merely pressing the Rasengan down slightly. "Who do you think is quicker?" Observing Yukio's actions, Lushan found himself genuinely apprehensive. "Brat, your comrades are still here," Snow Ge coldly remarked. The severely burned Shirzue was embraced by Kakashi, who, upon overhearing the exchange between Lushan and Snow Ge, couldn't help but smile wryly. Hee. Well said. Kakashi clutched his abdomen, staunching the bleeding, while his other hand wiped away the blood trickling from a puncture wound on his neck. That was close. Almost got hit. The essence of a ninja lies in the completion of their mission, he stated solemnly, fixing his gaze on Lushan. "You youngsters, none of you fear death." Lushan stood awkwardly, caught in indecision, neither attacking nor retreating. Just as he hesitated, Sarah approached the device, raising her hands. The moment the device activated, Lushan felt a disturbance in the flow of chakra within him. His eyes narrowed with malice. He could not afford to wait. If he hesitated now and Sarah truly ceased the flow of the dragon vein, defeat would be inevitable. Were it not for the dragon vein support, that black-haired brat would have eliminated him at their first encounter. If he acted swiftly, there remained a chance. He wagered that the brat would not dare to perish alongside him. "Attack!" Snow Ge's shout interrupted Lushan's thoughts. In an instant, three figures lunged towards him. Lushan had at least surmised one truth. Snow Ge and his companions did not intend to perish alongside him. Cornering Lushan would undoubtedly compel them to take risks, a fact Snow Ge was well aware of. His fleeting threat served merely as a delaying tactic, granting Shirzue and the others a brief respite from their sudden assault. Chidori. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Kakashi, shielded by the soaring fire dragon, dove rapidly towards Lushan. As the great fire dragon struck Lushan, Kakashi's Chidori pierced directly through his skull. Lushan's head began to regenerate while his body spun uncontrollably, steel blades flying wildly, chakra threads scattering in all directions. 10 constricting lines intersected and severed the strikes and piercings aimed at Kakashi and Shirzue. Snow Ge swiftly advanced, delivering a Rasengan to Lushan's regenerating head, a technique he had clutched tightly in his hands. Sarah was sweating profusely with urgency. "Hurry, hurry!" Click, click, click. Lushan's body unfurled, preparing to charge forward against the onslaught. In a flash, 10 chakra lines multiplied into dozens, ensnaring every joint of Lushan like a spider's web, binding him to the bridge. Some chakra lines pierced through Lushan's body and the bridge itself, tethering the puppet body to the structure. Multi-line manipulation and chakra piercing. You dare to use my techniques against me, brat. Lushan roared in fury. Unfazed by his outburst, Snow Gu remained focused, exerting every ounce of strength to grip the threads in his hands. As chakra waned, darkness encroached upon his vision, a sensation to which he had grown accustomed. Crack, crack. Lushan roared as he snapped the chakra lines one by one on the bridge. Lushan dared not exert too much force, lest he risk breaking the structure beneath him. The severely burned Xue stepped forward, resolutely pinning Lushan's blade foot. Faced with this formidable adversary, Xue Ge took the lead. Xue was responsible for filling in the gaps and clearing the way, while Kakashi served as the decisive blade for the final strike. The trio's coordination required little communication. Half a year of training had fostered a profound tacit understanding among them. As Lushan's blade foot swiped across Xue, a deep gash opened, blood splattering onto the ground. Grunting in pain, Xue shouted up to Xue Ge, "When we return, I must learn Earth Release. What good is talking about it now?" Xue Ge's veins bulged visibly, his resolve unyielding. To prevent Lushan from piercing them with chakra threads, Kakashi, standing at a distance, formed hand seals. Lightning release, lightning body flicker. Pressing one hand against the ground, electricity surged across the surface, enveloping Lushan entirely. Lushan's body seized momentarily, his external chakra destabilized under the interference. And Xue Ge and Xue naturally shared in the electric shock. Cough, cough. My apologies, Kakashi managed, spitting blood, beads of sweat forming on his brow. No need to. Xue felt he might have a nosebleed, but had no free hand to wipe it away. Your pain was inflicted. Kakashi responded, his strength waning. This is troublesome. Xue's body began to weaken. Desperation surged within him. Why hadn't Minato-sensei arrived yet? Since the moment they were struck by the electric shock, Xue Ge had fallen silent, relying solely on sheer willpower to hold on. If he spoke even a word, he feared he might snap. The sound of cracking bones echoed from his body. Xue Ge and the others maintained their grip on Lushan, who was hesitant to exert his strength, managing to restrain him through their combined efforts. Just as the trio approached their limits, the ritual on Sarah's side finally reached completion, with a flash of purple light in Sarah's eyes. The beam shooting skyward from the device suddenly diminished to nothing. The chakra that had been flowing through Lulan City came to a halt at that moment. A surge of purple-black electricity coursed over Lushan's body. It's done. Without waiting for the light to fully dissipate, Sarah staggered to her feet and called out behind her. Responding to the signal, Kakashi took a deep breath, swallowing the blood pooling in his throat. You bastard! And Lushan, disregarding everything, broke free from the threads, shaking off Xue, while Xue Ge clung desperately to Lushan's back to avoid being thrown off. The bridge trembled violently, on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a vivid blue-purple lightning bolt arced through, ripping through most of Lushan's body. Lushan's form froze instantly. Chidori. This should be the last time, Kakashi murmured, swaying as he fell to as the last breath escaped Xue Ge. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the bridge's surface, only to be caught by the exhausted Xue, both of them tumbling to the ground while Lushan fell to the side. With a cough, Xue Ge spat out a mouthful of black blood, laboriously turning over on Xue's body to gaze at the kneeling figure, who was panting heavily. Are we dead? I will strike again. Xue gently laid Xue Ge down and struggled to his feet, making his way towards the motionless Lushan. However, after just a few steps, his burn-riddled and wounded body gave way, crashing to the ground. You two should rest. In your condition, moving about is reckless. The least injured among them, Kakashi, removed his mask and, after spitting out blood, donned a new one. He began forming hand signs directed at Lushan, preparing to unleash a colossal fireball to utterly obliterate him. Thunderous rumblings filled the air as Lushan's body began to rise. Can you still move? Kakashi's expression darkened, and the fireball was immediately launched. Lushan's movements grew sluggish. He barely managed to evade the attack, which obliterated half of his body. Yet, even in his puppet-like state, Lushan remained alive, glaring at Xue and Xue Ge beside him. I must possess it. None of you can stop me. With half of his body propped up, he lunged toward the two. Xue dragged Xue Ge forward and threw himself onto the ground. With a thunderous crash, Lushan shattered half of the bridge, plummeting toward the dragon vein pool. Dragon vein, dragon vein. The deafening sound of his fall resonated, transforming the once purple dragon vein pool into a deep crimson, causing the entire tower to tremble violently. In an instant, Lushan vanished into the pool, as though he had melted away. In Lushan, he has lost control of the dragon vein. This fiend. Sarah's face turned pale as she struggled to maintain her balance amidst the quaking, nearly tumbling off the central platform. Just as one crisis seemed to abate, another arose. Xue and Xue Ge, having evaded in Lushan, felt the ground beneath them tremble and begin to collapse within a second. The bridge, already half destroyed by Lushan's fall, crumbled even further, and the sound of breaking stone echoed ominously in their ears. With no time for words, Xue and Xue Ge supported each other and fled, while Kakashi staggered closely behind. A sharp crack resounded, and all three felt the ground give way beneath them, as they witnessed the bridge surface break apart mere meters ahead. Xue steeled himself, using his last ounce of strength to push Xue Ge away while he himself fell backward into the void. Stunned, Xue Ge shouted angrily, "Xue, you bastard!" Meanwhile, Minato and his team were still engaged in their assault on the giant puppet. Just as they unleashed their full power, the puppet's body suddenly froze, only to be shattered under their relentless onslaught. This time, however, the puppet did not regenerate. As Naruto prepared to take his turn, he paused. With a sigh of relief, Sasuke wiped the sweat from his brow and sheathed his short blade. Shimi approached Minato with Danzō, remarking, "It seems your students have succeeded." Watergate gazed at the sky of Lulan, where the intertwined pipelines began to radiate a fading purple light. That should be the case. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble reverberated through the air, causing the entire Lulan to tremble violently, prompting several individuals to steady themselves. What is this tremor? Danzō grasped Shimi's shoulder, his weight anchoring him securely amidst the quaking. Watergate turned his attention towards the source of the disturbance. The central tower of Lulan began to tilt slowly from its apex, collapsing downwards. Something had gone awry at the source of the dragon vein. Watergate's expression shifted as he attempted to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport directly to the central tower, only to discover, with dismay, that he could no longer sense the Flying Thunder God markings he had previously left on Xue Ge and the others. Moreover, not only could he not sense the 4 markings with Xue Ge's group, but even those he had casually placed near the central tower were also beyond his perception. Had the markings been disrupted? Or was there something interfering with his senses? Spatial fluctuations? Or perhaps a disturbance from the dragon vein's chakra? Watergate felt uncertain. Yet he was certain that something was amiss with Xue Ge's group. Please locate the whereabouts of Lushan's true body. I will investigate their situation. He instructed Shimi and the others before hastening towards the central tower. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Shizue, who had fallen through a void, did not plunge into the dragon vein as anticipated. A sudden force yanked them back, halting their descent. Kakashi looked up to see the fragile chakra threads wrapped around his waist, seemingly on the verge of snapping at any moment. "Xue Ge, you?" he began, but was abruptly interrupted as chunks of debris cascaded down, striking him on the head and leaving him bloodied. Shizue, dazed, shook his head and clutched the chakra threads. "Xue Ge?" The tremors at the root of the dragon vein intensified, causing the crimson depths below to swell and ripple as if something were attempting to escape. Xue Ge hung precariously at the edge of the broken bridge, one hand clutching onto a person. His head hung low, as though consciousness had eluded him. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, ears, and the corner of his mouth, dripping onto his arms, sliding down his fingers, and falling along the chakra line. Kakashi still possessed a modicum of strength. He grasped the chakra line, attempting to ascend. However, as he exerted himself, he witnessed Xue Ge's prosthetic limb explode into a shower of fragments, causing him to plummet further down. He quickly loosened his grip, and above him, a faint voice, almost inaudible, emerged. "Don't move. Xue Ge. Xue Ge?" Shizue coughed twice, calling out to him. Xue Ge's vision faded to darkness, and after several seconds, he managed to lift his head slightly. "Don't make noise," he murmured, feeling as though death were imminent, or at the very least, he was on the brink of unconsciousness. His chakra was nearly depleted, and the line was close to severing. Therefore, could someone please come to his aid swiftly? In the distance, the remaining sections of the bridge, still intact, began to emit mournful cries under the chaotic influence of the dragon vein, revealing visible cracks to the naked eye. Upon witnessing this scene, Shizue gritted his teeth and murmured, "It's going to collapse. Let go and run." "Damn it." Kakashi wiped the blood smeared across his mask, his gaze growing resolute. "If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Xue Ge could not hear their exchange. Blood had matted his hair, obscuring his vision. In his sight, Kakashi and Xue appeared blurred. And all that remained in his ears was a persistent buzzing, their voices merely amplifying the cacophony. His body was in tatters, chakra and stamina nearly depleted. And even his mind felt unhinged. Yet, he sensed the bridge beneath him tremble and begin to descend gradually. Is it really going to collapse? Are all three of us destined to perish here? Minato-sensei has yet to arrive. A large piece of debris plummeted into the dragon vein. He could not hear anything. Kakashi pressed his hands against the wound on his head, pondering what to do. I suppose we're all going to die here. What can be done? What is there to do? Xue felt a deep chill settle in his heart. Observing Xue Ge's condition, it seemed that even without dragging them along, he would struggle to escape. Minato-sensei, wasn't it said that upon injecting chakra, you would arrive? Where are you? A lament escaped his lips. Are we to die? Is death imminent? Glancing at Kakashi, then at Xue Ge, Xue's anxiety began to dissipate. In the face of death, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. Indeed, the Uchiha clan and the people of Konoha were not so different, devoid of any inherent divide. After all, he too had his own friends, did he not? Friends, perhaps. Xue Ge pondered. How wretched this is, Xue Ge. To sacrifice one's own life to save another, in a sense, this demise mirrors that of his previous life. It seems that regardless of the lifetime, one's character remains largely unchanged. Xue was also a fool, always preoccupied with saving others. Exhausted, yes, utterly fatigued. He had persevered to survive. Yet now he sought his own demise. Oddly, it felt reminiscent of the previous experience. Usually so fearful of death, yet when faced with its proximity, he found himself unafraid. Why is that? A sudden thud echoed in his ears, and through his hazy vision, fleeting phantoms appeared. There was a tall, slender youth collapsing into a deep ravine, bloodied and mangled, and a young girl, shielding a similarly young boy from the blows of a stick. Twice, I have made the same choice as you. Over 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. TSK. Will Danzo be angry if I die? Sad? Certainly not. Perhaps he would merely feel a twinge of regret. With a sudden cough of blood, Xue Ge felt his previously chaotic mind begin to clear. His senses returned. And even the myriad pains within his body seemed to dissipate unnoticed, as if strength surged anew within his muscles. His body felt as though it could move once more. Yet, the sensation of suffocation reached an unprecedented zenith. This is to be my final resting place, is it not? If I were to perish here, who would mourn for me? There should be quite a few. At least my friends would feel sorrow. Fortunately, unlike the last time, I am not alone in my final moments. Friends, comrades. Kakashi and Xue could be considered friends, no, rather, allies. Indeed, I find myself unable to let go. Xue Ge shook his head slightly, laboriously bending his legs to support his body, casting a glance towards Kakashi and Xue. They deserve some words of comfort, yes. But how does one offer solace? I have never mastered the art of eloquence in either of my lifetimes. Xue Ge, feeling an unprecedented clarity of mind, spoke fluently, albeit interspersed with the sounds of blood bubbles bursting. Xue, with his keen eyes, noticed that certain parts of Xue Ge's body began to contort unnaturally. Exclaiming in alarm, "Wait, I may have to break my promise. I am sorry. I am not a man of my word." What? Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Xue opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, merely swallowing hard. Xue Ge narrowed his single eye and smiled. In the next instant, Kakashi and Xue found their bodies swaying. With a sharp crack, Xue Ge's forearm and thigh buckled, sending them careening towards Sarah. Their gazes locked. It was the first time Sarah witnessed Xue Ge's eyes devoid of emptiness. Lord Tumor? Boom. The bridge collapsed, and Xue Ge's body, weakened, fell among the rubble into the dragon vein. He spread his arms wide, akin to a bird with broken wings. Good night. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan manifested simultaneously. Xue Ge slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay an endless expanse of red, gradually fading. He extended his hands, slender arms emerging into his field of vision. No, that is not right. This is not Xue Ge's body. This is Xue Ge, or rather, the body of his past life. Or perhaps his soul? Where am I? The surrounding world seemed to begin to pale. Suddenly, he sensed something approaching from behind. He turned around to see a purple-hued Xue Ge slowly advancing towards him. At that moment, he realized that the blood-red hue enveloping the world emanated from this other Xue Ge, flowing steadily into his own being. As this crimson essence transferred, Xue Ge felt himself merging with the other Xue Ge. A warm sensation blossomed in his heart, and weariness began to wash over him, as though closing his eyes would lead him into slumber. To sleep? Xue Ge, in a daze, observed the other Xue Ge approaching him, extending a hand towards his cheek. For reasons unknown, Xue Ge instinctively felt that should that hand make contact, he would truly fall asleep, perhaps never to awaken again. A wolf's fang floated up from his chest, suspended between the two Zuiges. A wolf's fang? Xue Ge suddenly awakened. Looking at the other Xue Ge, he spoke bluntly, without a moment's contemplation. Get lost. A sudden presence materialized between Xue Ge's hand and face, creating a barrier that separated the two. A flicker of surprise crossed Xue Ge's visage, as the words hung in the air. The previously crimson world abruptly transformed to a stark white, and the distance between Xue Ge and himself was violently stretched apart. In the next instant, the world shattered with a deafening roar. Xue Ge's figure quickly blurred in his sight, and just before losing consciousness, he faintly heard a phrase. We shall meet again. Simultaneously, the ninja world erupted in a series of intense earthquakes, due to the absence of towering edifices as seen in later times. The collapses were minimal, and casualties were few. Nevertheless, the simultaneous abnormality across the entire ninja realm captured the attention of many. Among them, Ju, who was following Madara, felt a sudden chill, as though being watched, causing a shiver to run down his spine. For a moment, he nearly exposed himself to Madara. After narrowly evading detection, Ju breathed a sigh of relief, reflecting on the unsettling sensation he had just experienced. That gaze had vanished, but the feeling of being completely exposed was an unfamiliar experience for him over the millennia. What transpired? Once the tremors subsided, the tailed beasts within the Jinchuriki of each ninja village exhibited unexpected agitation. Fortunately, this was merely about a fury, and no significant disasters ensued. As similar occurrences unfolded across the ninja world, the various Kage, who had exchanged intelligence, instinctively sensed that something extraordinary was afoot. Yet, the precise nature of the event eluded them. In the intelligence room, a new record was added to document the day's occurrences, dubbing the incident as the Great Anomaly. The Sage of Six Paths opened his eyes, sensing a familiar power. Xue Ge. On the precarious central platform, Kakashi clung tightly to Shirzue, while Sarah anxiously embraced Kakashi. Shirzue's eyes blazed crimson as he gazed at the figure vanishing within the dragon vein, his voice tinged with hysteria. Kakashi never anticipated that Shirzue could unleash such tremendous power, though perhaps it was exacerbated by his injuries, rendering Shirzue's strength seemingly more formidable. Calm down. Stay composed. Kakashi gritted his teeth, urging, Shirzue, do not let Xue Ge die with regrets. Recalling the smile on Xue Ge's face, Kakashi felt an overwhelming impulse to leap after Shirzue, yet reason prevailed, compelling him to hold on tightly to Shirzue. There might still be a chance to save him. Let go of me, Kakashi, Shirzue roared. Kakashi took a breath, unable to suppress his anger. What condition are you in right now? How will you return if you jump down? Who will come back? Boom. Above the trio, the tower collapsed, and a massive rock plummeted towards them, leaving no escape. As Kakashi prepared to take a breath and attempt to shatter the boulder, Minato finally arrived. Only when Minato finally saw Kakashi and Shirzue did he sense the flying thunder god marks. With no time to ponder the reasons, he noticed that the stones were perilously close to crushing them, less than 5 meters away. Minato swiftly formed a Rasengan, teleporting with the flying thunder god technique to shatter the boulders. The dragon vein's surface began to overflow, and the tremors intensified. After breaking the massive stone, Minato felt that the high platform beneath him was on the verge of collapsing. He turned to Sarah and asked, what is happening now? And Lushan lost control of the dragon vein before his death, Sarah shouted, clutching his head. Without a seal, the dragon vein will awaken. And what are the repercussions of the dragon vein awakening? I don't know, but it certainly cannot be anything good. Minato felt a surge of anxiety about his half-formed sealing techniques. Yet, he was the only one present with sealing knowledge, and he had no choice but to give it a try. He retrieved the kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god seal and, guided by Sarah, made his way toward the center of the device. Wait, Minato-senpai. Shirzue called out. Yukigo is still down there. You cannot seal it. Yukigo. It was only after Shirzue's shout that Minato realized there were only 2 people left from his team. Kakashi and Shirzue were both severely injured. A pang of dread struck him. Could Yukigo? Suddenly, a surge of blood-red, watery chakra erupted into the sky, taking the form of a dragon's head. Minato immediately focused his gaze upon it, noticing that the dragon seemed to lock eyes with him. With a firm resolve, Minato decided there was no time for hesitation. He thrust the kunai into the center of the device, and a ceiling array illuminated the high platform. Kakashi and Xue widened their eyes in unison, rendered speechless. Minato furrowed his brow and then closed his eyes. I'm sorry. I have arrived a bit late. As the green light of the ceiling array spread, the tempestuous dragon vein gradually calmed, and the surface of the pool began to recede. The violent tremors ceased. Minato did not feel relief. Instead, he stood up with a heavy heart. Xue collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, and the three tomo in his Sharingan seemed to morph into another pattern. Kakashi's expression also grew somber. Then, he inadvertently glanced at the spot where the dragon vein had vanished, and his eyes widened in shock. Xue, he exclaimed, excitedly patting Xue's shoulder. Look. Xue momentarily froze before following Kakashi's pointing finger. Yukigo lay peacefully at the bottom of the pool, as if peacefully asleep. The changing Sharingan in Xue's eyes reverted to their original form. When Naruto and the others arrived at the source of the dragon vein, they found Minato cradling Yukigo, while Kakashi and Xue lay exhausted and deeply asleep on the high platform. Sarah was busy wiping the blood from their faces with a cloth. Upon witnessing the scene, Shimi and Danzō proceeded to ascertain the condition of the other two individuals, while Naruto and Sasuke leaped down to join Xue. Is the red-eyed elder all right? Naruto inquired, leaning down to observe the unnatural twisting of Xue Ge's legs and arms, his expression betraying concern over the multitude of injuries within. He must still be alive. Sasuke shot him a glance, noting that throughout the ordeal, the two future individuals appeared remarkably composed. Minato's demeanor was less relaxed as he meticulously examined Xue Ge's body, acutely aware that it resembled tattered cloth, riddled with wounds. Ordinarily, such injuries would spell certain death for A.J. Nin. Yet, apart from being unconscious, Xue Ge exhibited no other alarming symptoms. His breath was even steadier than Minato's. Something felt amiss, prompting Minato to resolve to return Xue Ge to the village for treatment. As he lifted Xue Ge, Naruto and Sasuke began to emit a glow of white light. So, we're going back, huh? Darn it, I wanted to linger a bit longer. Naruto lamented, hands on his hips and scratching his head. Well then, farewell, golden-haired brother. Minato was quite certain of his assessment. Indeed, their time was brief. Sasuke interjected, Hey, Xue-senpai mentioned you would erase our memories. While I doubt this fragment of memory will alter much, it's prudent to be cautious. There will surely be opportunities to meet again. Won't there? Minato glanced at Naruto and then at Sasuke. We did agree beforehand to erase your memories. Are you certain about this? Of course. Otherwise, I would feel like I was destined for something. Naruto muttered. Sasuke shrugged. It's fine. Minato nodded, summoning Danzō and Shimi to assist him in carrying Xue. Sarah, curious, followed closely, watching as Minato pressed his hand to the ground. A seal materialized on the surface, and Minato declared, Eradicate. Farewell, big brother. Naruto exclaimed, hands on his hips, grinning widely. You need to work even harder. You will become a remarkable ninja. He gestured toward the fallen individuals. Take good care of them three. If my memories remain intact. Minato chuckled softly. After a moment, Sarah, having grasped snippets of the conversation, interjected, Wait. My memories. I will erase memories related to the two of you from the future. As for our... Minato turned to Sarah. Would you like to retain them? Yes. Sarah nodded vigorously. Understood. A blinding white light enveloped them, and when Naruto and Sasuke regained consciousness, they found Sakura and Kakashi leaning over them. Naruto groaned, clutching his head as he straightened up. Sasuke lay on the ground, momentarily disoriented. His constitution was still somewhat inferior to Naruto's. Hey, you two, are you all right? Kakashi inquired, brows furrowed. Honestly, I never expected the target of this mission, the centipede, would be aimed at the dragon vein. It's been over 20 years since then. The remnants of the dragon pulse chakra linger here, don't they? Naruto's expression was one of turmoil, and after a long pause, he shook his head vigorously. I can't recall anything. Unable to remember? Well, considering the dragon pulse, it is not unusual to have lost memories. Kakashi pinched the bridge of his nose, deciding that the topic was best left behind. Sasuke turned to Kakashi. Sensei, have you ever been to the dragon pulse before? Yes. That was quite a long time ago. My memories from that period are also somewhat fragmented. There are things I cannot fully remember. Kakashi crossed his arms, reflecting. I vaguely recall that we faced someone named in Lushan, and the entire team returned to the village barely alive. In retrospect, this creature must be in Lushan. Oh, at that time, were you still a genin under Dad's command, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto felt he had stumbled upon an intriguing revelation. Kakashi remained silent for a moment before shrugging. Indeed. Back then, I, Yukigo, and Shursui were all just comrades. Thinking back, it has been ages since we fought side by side. Kakashi appeared to reminisce about something poignant, letting out a sigh. When did the three of them begin to diverge? Perhaps he should have stood with Yukigo back then. Yukigo, what are you truly thinking now? Kakashi shook his head, as if to dispel his worries, his demeanor returning to its usual relaxed state. Well, now that this task is complete, let us return swiftly. Naruto, it is about time you check on your master. Since Jiraiya-sama was injured by Yukigo in the Hidden Rain Village, you visited him 5 times, haven't you? Perverted Sage has assigned me more tasks. Naruto began. But then paused. Wait, how does Kakashi-sensei know? He exclaimed. Isn't it obvious? Every time you go, you bring a copy of Ika Paradise to Jiraiya-sama. How could I not know? You fool, that book was written by Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi said, covering his face in disbelief. Oh, no wonder the perverted sage always looks green with envy. Naruto pondered aloud. I knew it. The perverted sage is still quite lecherous. Feeling that continuing this conversation with Naruto might raise his blood pressure, Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. Let us go. Meanwhile, as Minato and the others hurried to escort Yukigo and his companions back to Konoha for treatment, on a rocky outcrop beyond the ninja world, a purplish-red liquid began to seep forth. This viscous substance gradually took on a humanoid form. A few minutes later, a small boy stood on the rocks, facing the wind. Though all he could see was the endless expanse of the sea, he accurately gazed toward the direction of the ninja world. Through the boy's body, energy was finally extracted from the seal. Although it was less than half of what was contained, it would suffice. It seemed that within the boy's body resided an extraordinary guest. He reached out his hand towards the air, as if trying to recreate something. Originally, the intention was to capture a corporeal vessel of energy and effortlessly assimilate its will. However, it seems an unexpected turn of events has occurred. The soul cannot be forcibly integrated. It is the source of the earth, the very essence of creation that brings forth myriad phenomena. The soul that cannot be assimilated by it implies but one possibility. Could it be akin to those pale-skinned specters? Snoga felt as though he were ensnared in a dream from which he could not awaken. He had lost track of time since the inexplicable shattering of that crimson realm. It seemed he had been plummeting through darkness indefinitely, gradually forgetting the duration of his descent, merely apathetically experiencing the weightlessness of his soul, until, at a certain moment, he suddenly sensed a soft force cradling him. The endless blackness before him was pierced by a beam of white light from its core, dazzling enough to momentarily blind him. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing upon a surface that was neither clearly ground nor cloud. Before him loomed a dragon's head, so vast that even from several hundred meters away, one might not discern its apex. As for the dragon's body trailing behind, it was utterly beyond sight. Once again, we meet, outsider. The dragon's mouth remained closed. Yet a desolate, raspy voice resonated from all directions. Snogu uncomfortably covered his ears. Who are you? I am the Dragon Vein. The Dragon Vein. Snogu exhibited no particular reaction. So, is this the afterlife? No, this is your dream. My dream? Then why are you here? Because my power flows through your veins. Though your body does not belong to me, sharing a dream with you is not a daunting task. Snoga fell silent for a moment. So, do you seek me for something? The ancient voice of the Dragon Vein deepened. For countless millennia, I have witnessed the rise and fall of all beings. The cycles of reincarnation. A human life is but a fleeting moment for me. Now, I wish to borrow your vessel to observe the changes in this land after my millennium-long slumber. I refuse. Snogu shook his head at the Dragon Vein. Why should I lend you my body? Because your existence is sustained by my energy. But I was prepared to die. Yet you are still alive and thriving. Are you not? You will live even better. Why? Because this is the vessel I intend to inhabit. I refuse. The dragon's head suddenly drew closer to Snogu, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his thoughts. Snogu remained unperturbed by its proximity, even reaching out to stroke its dragon whiskers. The source of your body is me. One day, I shall find you. Let us discuss that at a later time. Snogu replied, patting its scales. But for now, I still refuse. With a sudden swish of its tail, the Dragon Vein departed. As it did, the entire dreamscape collapsed with a resounding crash. In an instant, Snogu opened his eyes, all his senses returning simultaneously. Before my eyes was a blinding white ceiling, accompanied by the pungent scent of medicinal concoctions wafting through the air. Ah, this aroma is indeed a distant memory. Are you awake? A familiar voice inquired from nearby. Xue Ge, reclining on the bed, tilted his head slightly. Muzi was seated beside him, knitting a sweater while casting an astonished glance at Xue Ge. Xue Ge responded, "Where am I?" "Konoha Hospital," she replied. "Indeed, it was here." After being rescued from the battlefield by Danzo 5 years ago, Xue Ge had spent a considerable period in Konoha Hospital, eventually becoming a frequent visitor. Muzi set aside her knitting and stood up, exclaiming, "You've been asleep for a full 3 weeks, Xue Ge. Kakashi and your other teammate regained consciousness in just a day or two. Many people have come to see you during this time. Everyone has been quite worried. I'll go inform them." With that, Muzi hurriedly exited the room. Xue Ge watched her leave, then fell into a deep, motionless reverie. However, it was too long before a teasing voice chimed in from the window behind him. "What is this? Lost in thought?" Xue Ge calmly turned around and greeted, "Good day, master." Yue sat casually on the windowsill, leaning against the frame, finally awake. "I was beginning to think you might never wake up." "I was close," he replied. "Have you been visiting often?" "What are you thinking?" "It's merely a coincidence that I happened to be here when you woke up," Yue scoffed. "So, how was the S-rank mission?" "Truly the most challenging of tasks." "Indeed." Xue Ge responded, "There is quite a variance in difficulty among S-rank missions. I imagine you are unaware of the specifics of what I encountered." "Well, it's rather peculiar for a mere genin to undertake such a mission." As Yue scratched her head, she continued, "By the way, you didn't lose the protective talisman I gave you, did you?" "Ah, forget it. Given your current state, it's likely lost." She noticed Xue Ge's hand moving beneath the covers. Xue Ge pulled the wolf tooth pendant from around his neck, raising it from the blankets. "It's still here," he affirmed, recalling the disoriented sensations he experienced in the Crimson World. "And truly, it is a protective charm." "Thank you." After a prolonged silence, Yue waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Put it away. I told you it was yours." With that, she seized the flask hanging at her waist and took a hearty swig. Xue Ge slowly tucked the wolf tooth away, asking, "Should I drink?" "Drink? What nonsense. Do you wish to hasten your demise?" Yue snapped at Xue Ge. "Take care of your injuries and return to training as soon as possible." "Drinking? How absurd." An awkward silence ensued. Yue gazed out the window at the gently swaying trees, while Xue Ge remained quiet. After a few moments, Xue Ge finally spoke. "Is it possible for me to meet my master's master, the one who gifted me this talisman? I wish to express my gratitude." "Dead. Perished in Konoha's hands," Yue retorted, as if inebriated. Xue Ge was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts swirling chaotically in his mind. "Wait, is it the dead Konoha in your hands? You seem quite peculiar." Iris Moon turned to gaze at Xue Ge, the red string of the wine gourd swaying in her grip. "Isn't it strange that there is nothing strange?" Xue Ge nodded. "Aren't you part of Root?" "Indeed, what of it?" Iris Moon scoffed. Xue Ge found it difficult to respond. After observing Xue Ge for a moment, Iris Moon averted her gaze with a hint of boredom and took another sip. She seemed to be speaking to herself as she remarked, "I despise Konoha. Wishing to utterly crush this place, yet I lack the capability. Danzo is considered my savior. Aha, thus I shall temporarily serve under him. After all, there's nowhere else to go." Her tone carried a tinge of self-mockery, and as she continued to drink, she mumbled indistinctly, "Konoha is a fine place. Yet I still loathe it, detesting everything about it. It's utterly dreadful." Xue Ge glanced at the hand gripping the wolf fang buried against his chest and asked, "What about me? You, my lad, are akin to me, having come from outside Konoha. So you are an exception." "Oh, right. The wine here is tolerable too." Upon finishing, Iris Moon pouted and capped the wine gourd. "That is enough. There is nothing more for you to inquire about. Someone is here to see you. I shall take my leave." Without waiting for Xue Ge's response, Iris Moon flipped over and vanished from the room. No sooner had her figure disappeared than the door swung open, and Danzo strode in briskly. Having learned of Xue Ge's awakening while procuring medicine at the Konoha hospital, he decided to pay a visit. As he entered, he was met with a strong scent of alcohol. Click. "Have you been drinking?" Danzo approached the window, his expression unchanging. "Not me." Xue Ge shook his head. So it must be Iris Moon. She acts rather quickly." Danzo seated himself in a chair beside Xue Ge and inquired, "I've been busy at Root lately and haven't had the chance to visit. However, I've heard you've been asleep for a full 3 weeks. Is that correct?" "I'm not sure. That's what others have told me," Xue Ge replied honestly. "It seems you were gravely injured, yet thankfully, you are still alive." Danzo scrutinized Xue Ge's condition. "Once you are discharged, you should report to Root. They are recruiting new members, and I intend to have you undergo some training there. Moreover, There are several children of your age en route, and you might find the opportunity to interact with them. I will speak to Orochimaru about this later. You should arrange a time to undergo a physical examination with him. Do you understand? Understood, Xue Ge responded. Danzo nodded. Do you have enough spare prosthetics? Yes, but... Xue Ge recalled, my staff blade is broken. And Lushan's strength was tremendous. Breaking that finely crafted steel staff was like child's play. In a couple of days, I will send someone to deliver a new one to you. Danzo seemed unfazed by this, as such ordinary weapons were inherently consumables. After discussing the details of their mission, Danzo pondered for a moment before speaking. Next summer, Konoha plans to collaborate with Sunagakure and several other minor ninja villages to host a Chunin exam. With the examination venue set in Konoha, I shall serve as the chief examiner. Would you like to enroll? Chunin exam? Yukich tilted his head. Lord Danzo, do you wish for me to participate? I do not expect you to become a Chunin so swiftly. However, I believe your strength is sufficient, Danzo replied, tapping the armrest of his chair. Whether or not you participate in this examination depends on your own will. I have mentioned that you should have your own opinions. Rather than waiting for me to make arrangements for you, can Chunin undertake S-rank missions? Yukich inquired. Danzo raised an eyebrow. How could that be possible? S-rank missions are personally assigned by the Hokage. But if you become a Chunin, you will be able to execute missions independently during peacetime. Should you desire high-difficulty tasks at that time, I will issue them under the guise of the route. Then I shall enroll, Yukich declared. The tasks assigned to lower-ranking ninjas are indeed trivial. While someone like Minato, who has honed his skills in battle, is fine, Yukich, have only faced such challenging missions once every 6 months, and they often come with perilous stakes. I can hardly endure it. Danzo nodded, acknowledging this matter. After exchanging a few more words, he took his leave, stepping through the door. Upon exiting, he noticed Uchiha Shursui standing by the door, holding a bag of fruit and waiting. Shursui turned and bowed upon seeing Danzo. Elder Danzo, Danzo remarked, glancing at the numerous bandages wrapped around Shursui's head. Have you nearly recovered? It no longer hinders my movements, Shursui replied. How long have you been waiting here? Approximately half an hour. You have not been waiting much longer than I, Danzo noted. I recall that you were discharged from the hospital some time ago. After all, Yukich was saving us. Shursui scratched his head. Moreover, our clan leader wishes to meet Yukich as well. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. I have heard that you have awakened the three-tomo Sharingan? Splendid. Konoha's future seems bright with such talent. I am quite pleased. Thank you for your praise, Elder. Shursui replied with a smile. Danzo waved his hand dismissively. Go inside. With that, he turned and departed. Once Danzo had disappeared around a corner, Shursui hurried into the hospital room. Yukich? I heard, Yukich said, gazing at Shursui with a deadpan expression. You've awakened the three-tomo Sharingan? Congratulations. Yukich understood the significance of the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit and recognized the monumental difference for an Uchiha between possessing and lacking the Sharingan. Shursui, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head. This is also thanks to you. That is not quite right. He took a few steps to place the fruit beside Yukich's bed. Kakashi probably learned of this after I did. He should be on his way now. After 3 weeks of unconsciousness, everyone was deeply concerned for you. Jishue spoke in a somewhat soothing tone. Fortunately, you have awakened. The doctor mentioned that as long as you regain consciousness, there should be no major issues ahead. Xue Ge recalled the words spoken to him by the dragon's head before. He replied to Jishue, I should be able to leave the hospital soon. No rush. Kakashi and I are also recuperating and won't be undertaking any missions in the short term. Jishue smiled and added, by the way, our clan leader wishes to meet you, and I am here to extend the invitation. What do you think? If I have the time, I will go, Xue Ge nodded. Just as Jishue seemed poised to say more, a knock at the door interrupted them. It must be Kakashi, Jishue remarked, and upon seeing Xue Ge's acquiescence, called out, come in. As predicted, Kakashi entered, followed closely by Minato. Jishue's smile faltered slightly upon seeing Minato. Kakashi addressed Jishue and Xue Ge. I ran into Teacher Minato on my way here, so we came together. Hello, Teacher Minato, Jishue and Xue Ge greeted in unison. You've finally woken up. Xue Ge, Minato said, closing the door and approaching Jishue. She instinctively moved aside. Jishue understood Minato's actions of sealing the dragon vein after failing to reach him in time, yet still felt a tinge of irritation. It was one thing for Minato to operate separately, but it was another to promise to respond to a chakra signal only to arrive after the matter was resolved. Minato began with an apology directed at Xue Ge. I'm sorry. Why? The unexpected apology left Xue Ge taken aback. Minato explained what transpired regarding the sealing of the dragon vein during Xue Ge's unconsciousness. After a moment of silence, Xue Ge shook his head. Teacher Minato merely did what a ninja is supposed to do. There is nothing wrong with that. The mission is paramount, Minato replied. Yet a ninja must also care for their comrades, which is why I feel compelled to apologize. Xue Ge looked at Minato. But I didn't die, did I? Seeing the lingering guilt on Minato's face, Xue Ge said, I forgive you. As long as everyone is alive and well, that is what matters. Minato paused, then smiled with relief. Well, thank you. I also forgive you. Xue murmured quietly from the side. A few days later, Xue Ge was discharged from the hospital. Indeed, as the doctor had stated, as long as he regained consciousness, no significant issues would follow. His recovery seemed remarkably swift, likely due to the influence of the dragon vein. Yet as he reflected, he sensed a void in his memory concerning this mission, leaving him perplexed about the circumstances. Speaking of which, the dragon vein in my dream claimed that I possessed its power, yet I cannot feel it. Is this a newfound passive effect? Standing on the street outside the hospital, Xue Ge couldn't help but chuckle. Where to now? Home. He contemplated his forthcoming plans. Report to Root. Undergo a physical examination with Orochimaru, visit the Uchiha clan, and practice with Yuan Suiyu. First, let us exclude the visit to the Uchiha clan, as that can be arranged for another time. As for training with Yuan Suiyu, it is best to postpone it for a couple of days. Although while lying in bed, Xue Ge continues to practice ninjutsu with shadow clones. The physical training, which involves enduring blows, must be delayed for a few more days. Reporting to Root and undergoing a physical examination with Orochimaru are quite similar. Thus, I shall first visit Orochimaru. It is unlikely that I can simply report to Root and leave right away. If time permits after the examination, I will report there. Having planned his itinerary, Xue Ge hastened toward Orochimaru's laboratory. Upon arriving at the experimental building, which had remained unchanged over the past 5 years, Xue Ge skillfully navigated around the obstructions set by Orochimaru and entered the building. Those barriers merely served to deter careless intruders and functioned as alarms. They were not particularly stringent or harmful, merely a nuisance if triggered. Having visited countless times, Xue Ge was well acquainted with their locations. Is that you, Lord Xue Ge? In the dimly lit experimental building, Xue Ge recognized a familiar voice. A figure in a white lab coat illuminated a lamp and turned to face him. Lin Yi? Observing the girl before him, who towered over him by half a head and clutched a stack of documents, Xue Ge hesitated. Uncertain due to her changed appearance, particularly her hair color and distinctive glasses. It had been merely 6 months since their last encounter. How could she have changed so drastically? Yes, it's me. Lin Yi nodded. You are here for a physical examination, correct? Lord Orochimaru informed me to bring you to see him directly. Indeed. Xue Ge thought to himself about Lin Yi's remarkable growth and height, wondering if Orochimaru had conducted yet another extravagant biological experiment. Please follow me, Lin Yi said, leading the way with the lamp. As they walked, Xue Ge inquired about her current role. Are you now Orochimaru's assistant? Yes. I am the only one by Lord Orochimaru's side. I learned quickly, so he has appointed me as his experimental assistant for the time being. Did Orochimaru have a hand in your height? I mean, has he given you any enhancements? Not at all. Then how did you grow so much? Children grow quickly. Isn't that a normal phenomenon? Normal? Perhaps it is I who is abnormal. Reflecting on his remarkably precocious classmates, Xue Ge abandoned the attempt to apply his own understanding to the phenomena of this world. We have arrived. Lin Yi guided Xue Ge to her room. Lord Orochimaru is inside. I will go and organize the documents now. After bidding Lin Yi farewell, Xue Ge entered Orochimaru's office. As if anticipating his arrival, Orochimaru sat at his desk, 2 cups of coffee placed before him. Welcome back, Xue Ge-kun. Orochimaru gestured for him to take a seat. Xue Ge felt no surprise. Although he could evade the devices outside the laboratory, within its confines, he was surrounded by Orochimaru's watchful eyes, making concealment impossible. He casually took a seat, lifted his coffee, and sipped it. Lord Orochimaru, when shall we commence the physical examination? Xue Ge-kun is quite eager, he inquired. Is there anything else afterward? Orochimaru replied with a smile. Xue Ge nodded, if possible, as soon as possible. No problem, but during the examination, you will lose consciousness. I will endeavor to simplify the process for you, Xue Ge-kun. Orochimaru said as he proceeded to fetch the experimental records. What a pity, I wish to converse with you a bit longer. Perhaps another time, Xue Ge could only respond. Xue Ge-kun certainly has a busy schedule, Orochimaru remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. He considered himself a fervent researcher. Yet the time he devoted to scientific pursuits paled in comparison to the hours Xue Ge dedicated to training and missions. At times, he found himself genuinely curious about how Xue Ge maintained such a state of emotional detachment. Come with me to the laboratory. After Orochimaru injected him with an unknown serum, Xue Ge succumbed to unconsciousness upon the operating table. Orochimaru began to meticulously assess Xue Ge's bodily functions. Although he was predominantly a ruthless scientist, he never neglected his responsibilities. Blood indicators normal, cardiopulmonary function normal, bone density normal. As he continued his examination, Orochimaru suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, how can everything be normal? Some indicators even surpass the standard levels of health. Feeling the anomaly, Orochimaru proceeded to inspect the hidden injury Xue Ge had sustained during his 4 years of training. This investigation caused Orochimaru to furrow his brow, an unusual occurrence for him. Many of these injuries mirrored those he himself bore, for it was inevitable to escape such afflictions after years of being a ninja. Based on Orochimaru's experience, these hidden injuries were irreparable. If they could heal, he would have already cured his own. The accumulation of such injuries led to a shortened lifespan, and in his theory, the only way to rid oneself of these ailments was to acquire a new body. This path had long been a focus of his research into immortality. Yet now, he observed that Xue Ge's hidden injuries were beginning to exhibit signs of healing. Though far from complete recovery, healing was indeed occurring. What might this signify? Orochimaru's spirits lifted at the thought. If these injuries could indeed heal, it would imply a substantial extension of his current body's viability. While acquiring an entirely new body would refresh his lifespan and allow for the adjustment of innate abilities, it would also necessitate starting his training anew. Should this aging body prove resilient, Orochimaru had no intention of discarding it outright. Previously, he had seen little hope for its longevity, but now, such potential seemed plausible. Orochimaru's innate nature quickly seized the forefront of his thoughts, casting aside the notion of a mere physical examination. What could a routine checkup possibly compare to the prospect of uncovering the secrets of immortality? After an extensive period of research, Orochimaru finally discerned the anomaly within Xue Ge's chakra. What kind of chakra is this? Observing the purple chakra that slightly overflowed due to external stimuli, Orochimaru furrowed his brow. Having nurtured Xue Ge for 4 years, he could ascertain that this was not the chakra of Xue Ge's original form. Beast chakra? No, Xue Ge bore no seals. If it were beast chakra, it would undoubtedly be uncontrollable. Moreover, what beast could possibly be sealed within Xue Ge at this moment? Could it be chakra intentionally left behind by someone? Does such a method exist in the ninja world? It seems there indeed is. Orochimaru recalled the cursed seals he had studied. After further examination, he found no other peculiarities in Xue Ge's body. However, he remained uncertain whether this chakra was related to Xue Ge's regeneration. Perhaps Xue Ge had awakened some unique bloodline limit, and this chakra was merely a byproduct. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru began to summon a multitude of small serpents. Subsequently, he employed the curse seal to transfer a portion of Xue Ge's chakra, implanting it into these small snakes. Instantly, a significant number of the serpents perished, yet Orochimaru was unfazed. As this mindless breed of snakes was in ample supply, it appeared that this chakra had a rather volatile temperament, he mused. When he had previously added his own chakra to the curse seal for implantation into test subjects, although there was some rejection, the mortality rate had never been this high. This rate was even greater when transferring Xue Ge's original chakra. Now, as he attempted to shift this peculiar purple chakra, the mortality rate soared further. Could this be more repulsive than the altered chakra? Orochimaru murmured. Thankfully, he had not been impulsive enough to attempt transplantation on himself. The deceased snakes were discarded by Orochimaru back into the snake pit to serve as nourishment for the other serpents, while the surviving ones were instructed to fend for themselves in the death forest. Orochimaru aimed to investigate the potential effects of this chakra on living organisms. Once the number of small snakes reached 20, he finally halted, a look of astonishment crossing his face. At the very least, he had transplanted nearly 500 snakes. Yet this little one's chakra showed no signs of depletion whatsoever. Could it truly be beast chakra? Perhaps a newly birthed beast? If it were indeed beast chakra, then a high mortality rate when agitated would be entirely expected. But he hadn't heard any second voice or anything of the sort within. Well, my understanding of beasts is rather limited. For now, I shall observe any changes in the surviving serpents. Putting away some equipment used for extracting bodily fluids and chakra, Orochimaru prepared to awaken Xue Ge. Just as he was about to inject the corresponding serum, his hand suddenly paused. Should I? A glimmer of adventurous spirit flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Xue Ge hazily opened his eyes. Just as he regained consciousness, the voice of Orochimaru reached his ears. "Ah, you are awake, Xue Ge-kun. What time is it?" Xue Ge furrowed his brows, pressing his hands against his head, feeling as if his mind were about to explode with pain. "I apologize, Xue Ge-kun. Due to some unexpected occurrences during the examination, it took quite a bit of time." Orochimaru stood beside the operating table, smiling as he handed Xue Ge the medical report. "Though the process was convoluted, the outcome is favorable. Your body has completely recovered and is ready for high-intensity training." Unexpected occurrences? Xue Ge regarded Orochimaru with a skeptical gaze. "Yes, just some minor issues that I conveniently resolved for you." Orochimaru's smile bore no hint of insincerity, making it impossible to detect any falsehoods. After scrutinizing Orochimaru for a moment without finding any flaws, Xue Ge remained silent. After donning his clothes and taking the medical report along with a collection of modified ninjutsu from Orochimaru, he swiftly exited the laboratory. In a rare gesture, Orochimaru accompanied Xue Ge out of the experimental building, waving him farewell. Only after Xue Ge's figure vanished from sight did Orochimaru retract his smile and lick his lips. Indeed, that child's physical resilience is quite remarkable. The curse seal, imbued with my chakra and will, was effortlessly accepted by this body. A commendable alternative. A circle of dark curse seals lay hidden beneath Xue Ge's flowing hair at the nape of his neck. Upon exiting Orochimaru's laboratory, it was already late at night. The lights of the commercial district had dimmed significantly, and the crowds had thinned. Xue Ge faintly recalled leaving the Konoha hospital in the middle of the afternoon. Did the examination truly require such an extensive duration? Glancing at the thick stack of medical reports in his hand, Xue Ge felt a sense of uncertainty. The number of tests was indeed staggering. Spending an entire afternoon and evening seemed plausible. "Hey, Xue Ge, you're back early today." The voice of Muko approached. Xue Ge looked up to see Muko jogging towards him, briefcase in hand. "You should normally be training at this hour. What brings you to the commercial district today?" "Just some matters," Xue Ge replied. "How do you know my schedule?" "Kakashi told me. He said you usually train until midnight, which is why we rarely see you." Muko shrugged, glancing at the documents in Xue Ge's hand. "What are these? Could you help me out? How long does it take to complete these tests at Konoha Hospital?" Xue Ge recalled that Muko's family worked at the hospital, and since she frequented it daily, he handed her the medical report. Muko began to skim through it rapidly. After a minute, she remarked, "There are a lot. It's basically a full set of examinations. It should take an entire day, I suppose? However, these indicators seem quite healthy." "Is this your medical report?" "Yes." "Does Konoha Hospital require a whole day?" It appears Orochimaru indeed works efficiently. After returning the health examination report to Xue Ge, Muzi inquired, "It's rare for us to meet like this. Do you have any plans today? If not, shall we go for some ramen?" "At this hour, there probably aren't any shops open," replied Xue Ge. "Not at all. The hand-pulled noodle shop run by the old man stays open quite late," Muzi asserted. "Shall we go?" Xue Ge glanced at the sky, calculating that he likely wouldn't have time to report to the route tonight. He suspected that Irisu, not having seen him at this hour, had probably found a place to rest. "Perhaps I should visit the Uchiha clan tomorrow," as invited he pondered internally and nodded in agreement to Muzi. The two walked side by side along the street. Muzi, perhaps feeling fatigued, kept their conversation to a minimum. The following morning, Xue Ge arrived at the Uchiha clan grounds, armed with the invitation that Shui had given him long ago. With a sense of familiarity, he easily passed through the Uchiha security and made his way to the Shui residence. All the while, Danzo observed from a distance. Standing atop a distant building, Danzo's expression remained inscrutable as he watched Xue Ge enter the Uchiha grounds. His unease intensified upon seeing Shui rush to greet Xue Ge. It became clear to him that Xue Ge's ties to the Uchiha clan were strengthening. Danzo harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha, and he felt a twinge of discomfort at the prospect of Xue Ge growing closer to them. After all, Xue Ge was nominally his adopted son. Unlike other children, Danzo often attempted to indoctrinate Xue Ge, yet he remained uncertain whether his efforts had truly taken root, given Xue Ge's indifferent demeanor towards everything. Thus, Xue Ge was one of the rare children under Danzo's careful watch, protected by a self-imposed curse of restraint. Xue Ge could not be allowed to unwittingly align himself with the Uchiha. While it was tolerable for him to cultivate a rapport with them, perhaps even gleaning valuable intelligence from within their ranks, everything had to remain under Danzo's control, with clear boundaries established. Suddenly, an intriguing idea struck Danzo, one that could serve two purposes simultaneously. Upon reaching the Shui residence, The two made their way towards the Uchiha clan leader's abode. As they approached, Xue quietly advised Xue Ge, "Don't be nervous when you meet our clan leader. He may appear stern, but he is quite benevolent. He actually holds a favorable view of you." Xue Ge cast a sidelong glance at Xue, who raised an eyebrow and shrugged, realizing he had perhaps overthought the situation. Given Xue Ge's nature, it was unlikely he would feel anxious due to someone's status. Arriving at the leader's residence, Xue seemed quite at ease, guiding Xue Ge naturally into the significant space of the Uchiha clan. Within the grand reception room, a dark-haired woman was tidying up. Upon noticing the guests, she looked up. "Ah, Xue, welcome. And who might this be?" "This is Mizukawa Xue Ge, my teammate," Xue introduced, giving Xue Ge a gentle pat on the back. "The clan leader wished to meet him, and I've brought him along." "Oh, indeed, that was the case." The woman nodded slightly, making minor adjustments to the seating in the guest room. "Please make yourselves comfortable. Faike is currently in the backyard. I shall fetch him," she stated, offering a polite smile to Yukigiri before departing. The two settled into their seats. The lady they had just encountered was Mikoto Uchiha, the beloved of the clan leader. Xue informed Yukigiri, although they have yet to bear children, the clan believes they are truly meant for one another. "The lady appears quite youthful," Yukigiri remarked. "Indeed. The clan leader is only in his 20s, remarkably young," Xue elucidated. "However, most of the leaders of the major clans in Konoha either perished or were severely injured during the Second Shinobi World War, opting to relinquish their positions. The Hyuga clan experienced a similar fate. Our former clan leader passed the mantle to the current leader 2 years ago and now serves as one of the elders. The current clan leader must possess considerable strength," Yukigiri suggested. "Well, I cannot say for certain, as I have never witnessed the clan leader in action. Nonetheless, his youth and status as a Jonin, coupled with the respect he commands among his kin, suggest he is formidable," Xue replied. As they conversed, a young man entered the room. Xue rose, addressing him. "Clan leader, please, sit." "Xue," the man urged, placing a hand on Xue's shoulder to encourage him to remain seated. "Since you have brought guests, there is no need for such formality." He then turned to Yukigiri. "You are the black boy from last year, Yukigiri Mizukawa, correct? I have heard much about you. Xue has been fortunate to have you by his side." "No, it is Xue who has been more of a guardian to me," Yukigiri replied promptly, taken aback by the clan leader's courteous greeting. The clan leader nodded, taking his seat at the head of the table. "I am Faike Uchiha. Welcome to the Uchiha clan grounds, Yukigiri." "I am honored," Yukigiri responded politely. Mikoto entered with a tray of tea and, after serving, gently closed the door behind her as she departed. Faike lifted his teacup but did not drink. "Xue is a prodigy of our clan. I have been keenly interested in his training progress. This mission, thanks to you, has enabled Xue to awaken his 3-tomo Sharingan, for which I owe you my gratitude." 3-tomo. "Yes, my fall must have been quite the catalyst for Xue," Yukigiri acknowledged. "The awakening of the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit is no simple feat. Even achieving a single tomo is a challenge for most clan members, let alone the 3-tomo Sharingan." Faike continued. "The difference in power between Uchiha members with and without the Sharingan is vast. The fact that Xue has awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan at such a young age foretells an immeasurable future for him. You have bestowed a promising future upon the Uchiha clan." Yukigiri. The weight of his words left Yukigiri momentarily speechless. He could only lift his tea and take a sip. However, Faike appeared intent on alleviating any discomfort. "From now on, you shall be a friend of the Uchiha clan. Should you find yourself in need of assistance within the village, feel free to approach the nearby police force. The clan members will do their utmost to assist you." "Thank you," Yukigiri replied, unable to refuse such kindness. "The relationship between my stepson, who also serves as a weapon and experimental subject, and the Uchiha clan is quite harmonious. If Danzo were to discover this, given his attitude towards the Uchiha, he would likely be infuriated. Speaking of which, didn't Danzo previously suggest that I should find something to occupy my time? Could this be an opportunity to help ease the tensions between Danzo and the Uchiha clan? Wait a moment. If that's the case, then Faike, the clan leader, must also be aware of the relationship I share with Danzo. Could he possibly harbor similar intentions? The relationship between the Uchiha and the village has become somewhat strained. Could it be that Faike intends to resolve this issue through such means?" As Yukiko contemplated these thoughts while observing Faike's increasingly imposing visage, he engaged in casual conversation with him and Xue. After enjoying a meal at the Faike household, Yukiko bid farewell to Faike and Xue, hastily departing from the Uchiha territory towards the direction of the route. Despite having been discharged from the hospital, he had spent an entire day at Orochimaru's. It was imperative that he report to the route as soon as possible. Upon arriving, Yukigo did not encounter Danzo, but rather an old acquaintance he had not seen in quite some time. Long time no see, Yukigo. And Yukigo strolled side by side within the route. As Yukigo's first mentor in a sense, he held a degree of respect for Danzo is temporarily occupied these past couple of days. If you seek him, you may either wait at home or return the day after tomorrow, and stated. Of course, if you have pressing matters, feel free to share them with me. In Danzo's absence, I am managing the route on his behalf. Danzo sent me here to report. Yukigo replied, and nodded in understanding. Indeed, it is as I suspected. Ever since Danzo took charge of the route, significant restructuring has occurred. Most of the members now are quite young. The route's original purpose was to train members for the Umbu, meaning that most ninjas would undergo training at the route before joining the Umbu. However, Danzo believes that, as a specialized division, the Umbu must be trained from a young age to be deemed trustworthy. Only those who reach the rank of Jonin and excel among their peers may join the Umbu. It seems that Danzo recognizes your talent as a renowned prodigy among the younger generation, hence his intention for you to join the route, setting an example for other families with aspirations. Then why not Kakashi? Yukigo inquired, looking up at In. Because Kakashi's father is Tsukumo Hatake, the esteemed White Fang, In explained. Although the Hatake clan is not a prominent family, Kakashi's status as the heir to the Hatake clan makes his inclusion in the Umbu a certainty. In truth, there are not many children from ninja families in the route nowadays. Most families are merely observing. Prominent clans such as the Hyuga and Uchiha, which are self-sufficient, show little interest in the affairs of the route. In truth, Danzo has been occupied with negotiations with various clans during this period, and it is said that agreements have been reached with both the Yamanaka and the Waihai clans. In the past few days, he has likely been deliberating with another clan as well. After a brief conversation, the two arrived at the entrance of a room resembling a warehouse. After greeting the route member, In led Yukigo inside. The interior was adorned with dozens of masks, a veritable kaleidoscope that dazzled Yukigo's senses. With what seemed to be thousands on display, like the route organization, one must conceal their identity. You may select any mask, choose a code name, and inform me. This will be recorded. Upon finishing his statement, In smiled. In truth, joining the route requires numerous trials, yet I believe, for you, it would be rather trivial, perhaps even superfluous. Yukigo remained silent, wandering into the mesmerizing array of masks. After a brief exploration, he returned to inside, presenting a mask adorned with pale yellow petal patterns against a white background. The code name shall be Tsumuji, Yukigo declared. Very well, and noted as he recorded the mask's identification number along with Yukigo's code name. Greetings, Tsumuji. Meanwhile, deep within the Hyuga clan's ancestral grounds, in a residence inaccessible even to ordinary clan members, several individuals sat solemnly in a council chamber. Hyuga Hizashi furrowed his brow in silence, while Danzo, with an impassive demeanor, sipped from a cup of now cool tea. He scrutinized Hizashi and the elders beside him. That elder, he must be the previous clan leader of the Hyuga, correct? With so many clan leaders fixated on Hizashi, it appears that the power held by this clan leader is rather limited, with most decisions unable to be finalized. I do not comprehend your intent, Elder Danzo. After contemplating for a considerable time, Hizashi finally addressed Danzo, setting aside the matter of allowing your disciple to teach one of our younger clan members. The idea of permitting a member of the Byakugan to join the route, without the imprint of caged bird, such conditions. Hizashi refrained from articulating the remainder of his thoughts. You are no longer a child. How could you propose such an unreasonable demand? Are you not aware of the implications? Is this man deliberately attempting to provoke the Hyuga? No, I must exercise restraint and avoid giving him any leverage. It is not a matter of not marking the caged bird, but rather postponing it, Danzo promptly corrected. As far as I am aware, your clan traditionally marks the caged bird upon the eldest son turning 3 years of age. The list I provided for your consideration should primarily consist of your younger kin. Hizashi, your child has yet to be born, correct? Hizashi furrowed his brow. I do not even have a wife at present. So how could there be a child? No, this is a diversion. That is not acceptable either. Currently, I am the eldest son of the main branch of the Hyuga, and the children on the list belong to branches that have been separated for several generations. Due to differences in lineage and age, the current rules do not apply. The marking of the caged bird upon the eldest son of the main house is only applicable when the bloodlines of the main family are closely aligned. Moreover, allowing our children to join your root organization is somewhat overstepping the bounds. The elder should be aware of my clan's principles. Hisashi spoke earnestly, stating that although the elder holds a prominent position in Konoha, I, as the head of the Hyuga clan, do as well. I hope the elder can consider the conditions of our discussion thoughtfully. Hisashi, you have misunderstood the crux of our conversation, Danzo replied leisurely. It seems you believe that my primary purpose for coming here is to persuade the Hyuga to send a child to join root? Is it not so? Hisashi remained silent, patiently awaiting Danzo's elaboration. After a brief pause, Danzo continued, You are mistaken, Hisashi. My intention for this visit is merely to ensure that child's inclusion in root. The real focus of my visit is Yukigo. What do you mean? An elder behind Hisashi inquired. As you all should know, I was once a comrade of the third Hokage and have also competed against him for the position of Hokage. However, I fell short and became merely an elder of Konoha. If nothing unexpected occurs, it is likely that I shall never attain the title of Hokage in this lifetime. Danzo spoke with heartfelt sincerity, and the members of the Hyuga clan had no reason to doubt him. For those of us with such extensive experience, these matters are hardly secrets. Yet, I do not intend to relinquish my aspirations. I have followed the second Hokage for many years with the singular aim of becoming Hokage myself. It is not my desire to serve diligently as an elder. Thus, I have adopted Mizunokawa Yukigo. As you may know, he is my stepson. At this point, the atmosphere in the room had shifted noticeably. Several elders began to murmur amongst themselves, and Hisashi's gaze towards Danzo grew grave. Finally, Danzo uttered a weighty declaration. I intend to personally cultivate a new Hokage. A Hokage. Upon hearing this, Hisashi was taken aback, rising abruptly to fix a fierce stare on Danzo. The other two elders instinctively began to scan the surroundings for eavesdroppers. Meanwhile, Danzo remained composed, sipping his tea. Once Hisashi regained his composure from the shock, he resumed his seat. What do you mean? The literal meaning, Danzo replied. The third Hokage's age coincides with mine. And when he retires, I will likely be too old to assume the role of Hokage. However, my disciple can. Saying this, Danzo set down his teacup, his expression turning serious. Otherwise, what do you think has prompted my keen interest in a child I found outside? Why would I allocate so many resources? Initially, I had not intended to invest so much. I believed the child's body would soon reach its limit. Danzo felt that it was a matter of fate, which he owed to Orochimaru. However, the Hyuga clan remains unaware of the conspiracies between Danzo and Orochimaru. Reflecting on the resources Danzo had poured into that dark boy over the years, several members of the Hyuga clan instinctively found themselves agreeing with Danzo's assertions. After a moment, Hisashi asked, So, Elder Danzo adopted Mizunokawa Yukigo, initially seeing the potential within him? Without hesitation, Danzo nodded in affirmation. The individuals within the Hyuga clan were acutely aware of the situation. Indeed, Danzo possessed remarkable insight. A mere disabled orphan picked up from the battlefield could ascend to become a prodigious star of Konoha. Following Danzo's method of cultivation, it was certain that the child's future prowess would be formidable, perhaps even qualifying him to vie for the position of Hokage. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Hayashi suddenly hesitated. Regardless of his strength, Yukigo, being an outsider from the village, would undoubtedly face significant prejudice during the Hokage election due to his origins. This is the very reason I sought you out, Danzo spoke solemnly. The fact that Yukigo's background posed a considerable obstacle meant that if he aspired to become Hokage, he would need to establish his own influence within Konoha. Merely having Danzo's backing was insufficient, for he himself was part of the Hokage faction. Upon hearing this, Hayashi's expression shifted noticeably, and the elders behind him displayed signs of realization. It became clear, the plan was to have a member of the Hyuga clan become Yukigo's disciple, thereby granting him the support of their clan. Hayashi fixed his gaze upon Hisashi, questioning whether this was indeed the elder's intention. Precisely. Moreover, aside from your clan, I have made additional arrangements, Danzo stated with a composed demeanor. The interaction between Yukigo and Xue Ge would simultaneously provide him with the Uchiha's backing. This morning, Yukigo had already been invited to the Uchiha compound. Was Yukigo's pairing with Xue Ge orchestrated by the elders? Hayashi inquired, momentarily taken aback. Danzo merely scoffed in response, which Hayashi interpreted as tacit agreement. Ah, now it all makes sense, he mused. Previously, they had wondered why Danzo would allow his own adopted son to grow too close to the Uchiha. So this was the underlying strategy? In Konoha, an individual possessing the support of both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans would undeniably solidify their claim to the Hokage position. Additionally, there is another matter. Danzo interjected just as Hayashi was preparing to confer with the elders. The attention of the group immediately shifted back to Danzo. As you are aware, I harbor a rather unfavorable view of the Uchiha clan, he stated, locking eyes with Hayashi. Among the Hyuga, Uchiha, and myself, I hold the least desire for the Uchiha to ascend as Hokage. At that moment, a chill ran down Hayashi's spine. The implication of Danzo's words was clear. Should Yukigo indeed become Hokage, the influence of both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans within Konoha would reach unprecedented heights. Two prominent noble families, already formidable, would likely contend for the next generation's Hokage position. Danzo was determined to eliminate any possibility of the Uchiha attaining that role. While Hayashi managed to maintain a composed facade, some of the elders behind him were visibly exhilarated. Meanwhile, a few astute elders swiftly departed the council chamber in search of other Hyuga elders who had not been present to receive Danzo. Thus, Danzo mused, stroking his chin, I am preparing to see a member of the Hyuga clan ascend to the position of Hokage. Hayashi could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. The Hyuga and Uchiha, now the two great noble families of Konoha. However, within the upper echelons of Konoha, the Hyuga clan has long been overshadowed. Konoha was established by the Senju and Uchiha clans, with the Uchiha clan fully controlling the security force, the Konoha Police Department. The Senju clan has strategically integrated all three Hokage into their faction thus far, while the Hyuga clan tends to be more conservative. It does not imply that they lack ambition. Historically, they have simply not held a competitive edge in the struggle for the Hokage position. Please, Elder, enlighten us. Hizashi spoke softly. The ensuing dialogue demanded utmost precision. Should the negotiations succeed, Hizashi could very well become the most accomplished leader of the Hyuga clan since its inception. The old man will arrange for Yakigo to marry a woman from the Hyuga clan when the time is right. Their children bearing the Byakugan will take on the Hyuga surname. After uttering these words, Danzo silently awaited the reaction of the Hyuga members. Hizashi displayed a look of realization. Oh, I see. No wonder Danzo's selection list primarily included girls who are merely a few years younger than Yakigo. And it is also clear why he wishes for the chosen child to join the Umbu and temporarily not receive the caged bird seal. Indeed, it would be unreasonable for the wife of the Hokage to bear another mark of subjugation, progressing from teacher-student to colleagues and ultimately to spouses, fostering affection and binding a person of potential tightly to the Hyuga's chariot. Moreover, as the offspring of the former Hokage in the Hyuga clan, supported by both the Hokage faction and the Hyuga clan, this child, provided they possess sufficient strength, could very well ascend to the position of Hokage. Even if the Hyuga clan members do not become Hokage, such a bloodline connection would be sufficient to formally integrate the Hyuga into Konoha's true decision-making echelon. Hizashi understood that Danzo's intentions were to facilitate Yukigo's ascension to Hokage while concurrently preventing the Uchiha from attaining that power. However, the concessions offered were indeed difficult to refuse. Hizashi turned to confer with several elders. As the new head of the Hyuga clan, he deemed it imperative to seek the elders' counsel on this significant decision concerning ancestral traditions. Danzo remained unperturbed, calmly observing the discussions among the Hyuga members, eventually closing his eyes in meditation. After more than 3 hours, following the participation of a dozen more elders in the ceremonial discussions, the Hyuga finally solidified their stance. They could tentatively place their trust in Danzo. While the prospect of a 6 or 7-year-old child becoming the future Hokage may seem improbable, Yakigo was indeed a renowned genius and a subject of Danzo's devoted nurturing. In terms of performance, Yakigo currently outshone the legendary Sannin and even Hizashi at the same age, undeniably marking him as a candidate of great potential. They decided to gather further intelligence. Since the Uchiha clan had also placed their bets, the Hyuga clan might as well do the same. The Hyuga had been absent from the competition for the Hokage position for far too long, and there was a lack of representative figures among Konoha's noble clans. Regardless, this presented an opportunity that should at least be seized and tested. They resolved to agree for now, and if it proved unfeasible, they could always reclaim the child they had offered as a bargaining chip, burdened with the weighty responsibilities of his clan. Hizashi presented a meticulously organized and elegantly bound roster to Danzo. We concur with the Elder-S Council. He may select one among these eligible children, after which we shall draft a contract. Hizashi concluded his statement with a friendly smile, and we placed our trust in Elder Danzo's discerning eye for talent. Taking the roster, Danzo perused it for a moment before indicating a child who caught his eye, declaring, this one. At last, the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit had found its breakthrough. The plan was set in motion. After departing from the roots, Yukigo hastened towards the forest of death. The day was still young, allowing him some time to train with Urashiki. Yukigo contemplated the training regimen, evading attacks with closed eyes for a full minute. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. He pondered how long he would remain stuck at this stage. Lost in his thoughts, Yukigo suddenly spotted a figure ahead and came to an abrupt halt. Muko scratched his head as he rose from the ground, turning to see Yukigo, his expression one of surprise. "Oh, what are you doing here?" Yukigo stepped forward to assist Muko to his feet. His hand was icy, while his palm was clammy with sweat, his complexion pale. Had he been startled by something? I'm here looking for something," Muko replied. "An herb. What does it look like?" "I'll help you find it." "The forest of death is perilous," Yukigo cautioned. Muko hesitated for a moment but then nodded. He turned and began to carve patterns into a tree trunk, a blue light emanating from his hands. Yukigo, however, was more intrigued by the blue glow than the design itself, frowning as he inquired, "What is that on your hand?" This is a chakra scalpel, a medical ninjutsu," Muko boasted, waving it before Yukigo. "It's an A-rank technique. Impressive, I assent it?" "Indeed," Yukigo nodded. After a brief contemplation, he asked, "May I learn it?" "Well, of course, but you might find it challenging," Muko replied as he continued his carving. "Learning this requires a certain level of medical knowledge, after all. A scalpel is meant for surgery. What if I only wish to create a blade?" Yukigo inquired, moving beside Muko to observe the chakra in his hand. "In that case, you only need to learn how to gather chakra and condense it in your hand. I can jot it down for you another day," Muko responded, finishing his carving with a clap of his hands. "There. It looks like this." Yukigo glanced at the completed pattern and said, "There are plenty of such herbs where I train. I'll gather them for you." "Thank you." Muko smiled at Yukigo and then suddenly recalled something, gesturing for Yukigo to turn around. "Oh, turn around, please." Yukigo complied, facing away from Muko. After a brief wait, he felt Muko's cold hand press against the back of his neck, prompting a frown. "What are you doing?" "I've been practicing a medical ninjutsu," Muko replied, "but it seems to lack any effect." With that, he lowered his hand, his tone tinged with disappointment. Xue Ge touched the back of his neck and turned to see Muzi looking despondent. "It's all right," he reassured her. "I merely wish to offer a bit of assistance." Muzi pressed her lips together, then inquired, "By the way, Xue Ge, who was it that conducted those medical examinations for you?" As she spoke, a flicker of light ignited in her downcast eyes. Xue Ge hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to reveal the name. "It's a relative, but you likely wouldn't know them. They don't work at the Konoha hospital." "Ah, I see. Well, that's fine," Muzi replied, not pressing further. She bid farewell to Xue Ge and departed. After escorting Muzi out of the Death Forest, Xue Ge hurried to meet Suiyu. Upon returning home, Muzi greeted Ryujin before hastily ascending to her room on the second floor, locking the door behind her. Approaching her bed, she activated a mechanism along the bed frame, causing a hidden compartment to open, revealing several notebooks. She retrieved one, closed the compartment, and sat at her desk, flipping it open. The first page bore the following entries: Shuabird Chuan Xue Ge, severe internal pain. Persistent and intense. Lack of sleep. Desires to acquire more non-attributed ninjutsu. Severe injury, unconsciousness, soul detachment, requires spiritual awakening, crossed out. Abnormal spiritual possession. Notably, the entry regarding abnormal spiritual possession was newly inscribed. Furthermore, the latter pages of the notebook contained Hataki Kakashi, dynamic vision insufficient for high-intensity combat. Uchiha Abido, ninjutsu aptitude lacking. Harbors feelings for no Rin, yet dares not express them, crossed out, poor combat awareness. Uchiha Shursui, concerned about the Uchiha clan's relationship with Konoha, increasingly distressed over Xue Ge's safety, crossed out. Various names and lines of inquiry were elegantly penned in the notebook. Since awakening her bloodline limit, Muzi frequently utilized it to glean insights about those she had encountered. Indeed, her bloodline limit allowed her to share her psyche and senses with others, though this sharing was not necessarily mutual. She tapped on the page pertaining to Xue Ge and crossed out the line about acquiring more non-attributed ninjutsu. Excellent, that matter is resolved, she mused. The efficiency had significantly improved since the awakening of her bloodline limit. As she scanned the entries, it became evident that conventional medical ninjutsu offered little respite from the pain. Perhaps the technique of minor extraction might prove beneficial, but that ninjutsu was not known to her mother. She would have to consult others. Xue Ge was truly remarkable. The sensation of pain was nearly overwhelming when she first shared it, almost causing her to faint, yet he seemed unfazed. I shall attempt to concoct some medicinal solutions as suggested in the book to see if they might be effective. Xue Ge's state of mental numbness was primarily attributed to lack of sleep. An increase in rest would alleviate this, but it appeared he was unwilling to do so, leaving her with no immediate solutions. As for the non-attributed ninjutsu, she had successfully conveyed the chakra scalpel earlier. As for that peculiar spiritual possession, recalling her recent attempt to seal the enigmatic entity at the nape of Xue Ge's neck using a rudimentary sealing technique, Musi couldn't help but nibble on the tip of her pen. Last night, during her examination of Xue Ge's body, she unexpectedly discovered an independent consciousness that seemed to be unshareable. It remained a mystery who had left such a trace. However, Musi refrained from immediately alerting Xue Ge, primarily because she could not ascertain the nature of this foreign awareness and wished to avoid inadvertently revealing her own knowledge. For safety's sake, she decided to keep it to herself for the time being. She had paid special attention to the location of that consciousness on Xue Ge's body and then wandered around the edge of the death forest, ultimately encountering Xue Ge as anticipated. She attempted to apply her limited sealing techniques to restrain it. Unsurprisingly, the effort failed. The seal showed no response upon being placed on the black markings. Musi was not disheartened, as she recognized her current abilities were still quite limited. Perhaps she could seek assistance from others, perhaps Xue Ge's father or mentor. Yet this endeavor was not solely about imparting the chakra scalpel technique to Xue Ge. Orochimaru. Musi whispered the name softly. Yes. She needed to find an opportunity to gather more information about this individual. When Xue Ge was discharged, that consciousness had not yet manifested. Based on the timeline, it was plausible that Orochimaru, who conducted Xue Ge's examination, was the owner of this consciousness. Musi closed her notebook with a soft sigh, pressing her forehead against it. There were so many matters to attend to and her schedule was filling up. Tomorrow morning, she needed to inform Obito that Rin was already aware of his feelings for her. In the afternoon, she had to concoct a reason to summon Asuma to the office, providing him with a chance to run into Kurenai. If Kai arrived the next day with injuries, she must remember to treat him, and also inquire about the cause of his injuries, reminding him of necessary precautions. She also needed to relay some personal matters of Shirzue to Lan, that little admirer. When she visited the hospital in the evening, she would ask her mother, who was skilled in extraction techniques, seeking opportunities to learn. Then, she would return home to inquire if her father possessed any advanced sealing techniques capable of sealing consciousness. It would be ideal to find simple and effective sleeping medication formulas at the hospital. Xue Ge's issues were numerous. For every problem resolved, another emerged, making it increasingly challenging. How could she approach Orochimaru? And what if Xue Ge's mentor? It seemed the web of connections was exceedingly intricate. Even if she made contact, what psychological insights could the 6 paths I reveal? What could it uncover? Lost in thought, she gradually succumbed to slumber. A few days later, at noon, Xue Ge was tidying up the first floor of the Danzo estate. Today, in an unprecedented turn of events, Danzo had completed his morning tasks and left the afternoon responsibilities to In, heading home. Upon arriving home, without uttering a word, he instructed Xue Ge to change into a male housekeeping outfit and accompanied him out. Lord Danzo, where are we headed? Xue Ge inquired as they walked. Danzo replied with an unflinching demeanor, to the Hyuga clan. Hyuga. Xue Ge searched her memory. Wasn't that a prestigious clan, alongside Uchiha? It is difficult to say that the Uchiha clan stands on equal footing with the Hyuga clan. However, among the noble families in the village, only the Hyuga still possess a semblance of scale in the face of the Uchihas. Danzo cast his gaze downward at Xue Ge, reflecting on the past when only the Senju clan had the stature to contend with the Uchiha. Now, as the Senju clan has gradually declined, even their new generation has faced tragic fates on the battlefield. In the broader shinobi world, it seems that only the Kagaya clan from the Mist Village remains capable of being compared to the Uchiha clan. So, why are the Hyuga and Uchiha regarded as the 2 great noble families of Konoha? Xue Ge inquired earnestly, noting that in the Ninja Academy, the children of these 2 clans are often at odds. Although the Hyuga may not rival the Uchiha, their power creates a significant chasm compared to other families, making their disparity with the Uchiha appear less pronounced. Xue Ge nodded in agreement with this assessment. He then posed a question. What brings you to the Hyuga? Your relationship with the Uchiha clan seems amicable. I heard that the clan leader personally welcomed you a few days ago, Danzo remarked nonchalantly. Just a visit, Xue Ge replied, his tone remaining as indifferent as ever. Danzo patted Xue Ge's head, saying, well done. You are beginning to form your own opinions and cultivate relationships with other factions in the village. Though your methods are still rather naive, progress is evident. Xue Ge remained silent. Now that you have established connections with the Uchiha, as your nominal elder, I must assist you. Recently, I made arrangements with the Hyuga clan on your behalf. After clearing his throat, Danzo stated with gravitas, the Hyuga will send a branch family member with the Byakugan to learn from you. You will serve as her teacher. And she will also join the root organization. Through this connection, you will gain a channel to communicate with the Hyuga clan. I am here to take you to the Hyuga territory to meet your future student. Do you understand? Upon hearing Danzo's words, Xue Ge could only feel a sense of unreliability wash over him. Uchiha and Hyuga? Something feels amiss. Furthermore, could Danzo truly harbor such goodwill? Knowing Danzo's nature, Xue Ge skeptically asked, Me, a teacher? I am merely a genin, and your apprentice hasn't even entered the academy yet. Besides, I am weak. Are you weak? Danzo retorted. Are you comparing yourself to a genin, a chunin, a jounin, or to me? I fail to comprehend why the Hyuga clan would choose me. I already mentioned that it was I who negotiated this on your behalf. If you doubt it, you may inquire upon your arrival. Observing Danzo's growing impatience, Xue Ge opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent. While he still harbored doubts regarding Danzo, it was clear that the Hyuga clan seemed to trust the words he had spoken. Surely, the Hyuga clan would not be ensnared by the schemes of this dubious elder. Based on Xue Ge's understanding of Danzo, the probability of the Hyuga clan being deceived was over 80%, while the likelihood of his own deception was nearly certain. Well, I suppose I shall take it one step at a time. The two individuals arrived at the Hyuga clan's residence, where the guards had already been notified and promptly cleared the way for Danzo. Naturally, the bargaining chip handed over to Danzo could not be a member of the main family. Indeed, there were no suitable candidates among them at present. Guided by a member of the Hyuga clan, they navigated through winding paths to a somewhat secluded courtyard. The news of Danzo's arrival was swiftly conveyed to Hisashi, who, not wishing to delay, awaited them at the entrance before their arrival. Good afternoon, Elder Danzo, Hisashi greeted, nodding respectfully before turning to Yukigawa. I presume this is Yukigawa Shueko? Indeed, I have brought him as per our agreement, Danzo replied, giving Shueko a reassuring pat on the shoulder. This is the head of the Hyuga clan. Pleasure to meet you, head of the Hyuga clan. Shueko bowed in acknowledgement, clearly a striking figure. Following Hisashi's natural flattery, he gestured for them to enter. In the courtyard, a young girl, sitting on the threshold and swinging her legs, suddenly perked up at the sound of the door opening. Upon seeing her clan leader accompanied by two unfamiliar figures, she recalled the warnings from her elders a few days prior. And a sense of anxiety washed over her as she glanced back. Her parents leaned against the window, exchanging knowing looks with her. The girl swallowed hard, stood up, and approached Hisashi. Carefully, she grasped the hem of Hisashi's garment, her curious gaze fixed upon Shueko. Hisashi affectionately ruffled her hair. This child is Hyuga, though very young. She has been practicing her Byakugan for quite some time and trains diligently. Danzo had been aware of this information beforehand. Hisashi was merely introducing Natsu to Shueko. Hello. Shueko extended his hand toward Natsu. She tilted her head, shook his hand briefly, and immediately withdrew it. Now, Natsu, that is quite rude, Hisashi chided gently, patting her cheek. This is your future teacher, Yukigawa Shueko, as I mentioned the other day. You must respect your elders, do you understand? Natsu hesitated, her expression turning incredulous. He is the teacher? Not a classmate? He looks no older than I am. I am 7 years old, Shueko interjected softly. I am 4. Natsu exclaimed, turning to Shueko. You're only 3 years older than me? You cannot judge a person's strength by their age, Natsu, Hisashi admonished, furrowing his brow. But Natsu attempted to protest. But the darkening expression on Hisashi's face silenced her. Observing Natsu's slight distress, Hisashi's grim demeanor, and Danzo's impassive countenance, Shueko felt compelled to take action. After a moment's contemplation, he drew his staff sword and stepped into the center of the courtyard, drawing the attention of the onlookers. He planted the staff sword firmly in the ground and produced a kunai, carving a line into the earth. Turning to Natsu, he asked, as a member of the Hyuga clan, you should be training in taijutsu, correct? Yes, Natsu replied, somewhat puzzled, nodding. Very well. Shueko indicated the shadow of the staff sword on the ground. Now, come and attack me with all your might. At this moment, the shadow's position is here. Before the shadow of the staff intersects with this notch, if you can strike me, I shall no longer consider myself your teacher. Summer was momentarily taken aback, instinctively exclaiming. Huh. The hand of Ri, which was gently stroking Summer's hair, paused, and he turned to glance at Danzo, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, Ri stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although Summer's talent may not be deemed exceptional, being a member of the Hyuga clan and having trained in physical techniques for some time. Coupled with the advantage of the Byakugan, are Danzo and Xue Ge truly so confident? Very well, this shall serve as an opportunity to assess the child's capabilities. Despite having heard numerous tales of her prowess, he had never witnessed it firsthand. With this thought, Ri patted Summer on the back, encouraging, "Then give it your all." "Yes, esteemed clan leader." Summer nodded vigorously, her small fists clenched as she boldly approached Xue Ge. A sense of dissatisfaction welled within her. After all, among her peers, her abilities were quite commendable. To be told that simply landing a single blow on a child not much older than herself constituted victory felt belittling. Upon reaching a distance of approximately 5 meters from Xue Ge, Summer halted and assumed a combat stance. Xue Ge regarded her with a calm demeanor. With a fierce expression, Summer shouted, "Here I come." With a swift punch that was as quick as lightning, she aimed at Xue Ge's forehead. Indeed, this strike was remarkably rapid. No wonder she was a child of the Hyuga. Xue Ge slightly sidestepped to evade the punch, and then executed a low dodge to avoid a sweeping blow. He deftly maneuvered, skillfully evading a series of Summer's attacks. Several of her punches had been anticipated ahead of time, an impressive feat for one so young. Could it be due to the Byakugan? Merely predicting movements is insufficient. While evading Summer's strikes, Xue Ge remarked, "A ninja's movements must adapt to those of their opponent. You must keep pace with your adversary's actions rather than relying solely on predictions to strike fixed positions in advance." Before the words had fully left his lips, 3 punches simultaneously targeted Xue Ge's abdomen from different angles. Since merely landing a hit would suffice for victory, Summer fixated on the largest and least evasive area. In a sudden lateral movement, Xue Ge's body glided aside, causing Summer's 3 punches to miss entirely. Without the assurance of a hit, one must disperse their attacks. Xue Ge stated, "Concentrated strikes can be evaded with a mere instant of movement, and yet your follow-through renders you incapable of countering." Gritting her teeth, Summer lunged at Xue Ge once more. The two engaged in a relentless pursuit, one striking and the other nimbly dodging while Xue Ge continued to offer guidance to Summer, resulting in a chaotic scene throughout the courtyard. Unbeknownst to them, Ri and Danzo had taken to the rooftop at some point, observing the duel below. Ri, watching Xue Ge, couldn't help but express admiration. This child's evasive maneuvers possess a remarkable instinct. He consistently dodges attacks by mere margins, expending minimal energy while maintaining just the right speed to avoid being caught off guard by subsequent strikes. Has the elder trained him specifically for this? It is not the old man himself, but he has specifically arranged for a skilled ninja in physical techniques to train him. It is likely that his abilities were honed under that individual's guidance. Danzo felt a twinge of surprise. He had not closely monitored Xue Ge's training progress and was thus unaware of Xue Ge's capabilities. This restraint on retaliation. Rizu pondered, if Mizukawa were to strike back, it would likely be over. Danzo glanced at Rizu without uttering a word. "Have you only just realized? Is it not a bit misleading to consider a genius who graduated from the Ninja Academy just 6 months prior in such a light? However, even if Mizukawa refrains from counterattacking, time is still running out." Rizu murmured. Summer launched another punch aimed at Xue Ge's waist. But this time Xue Ge remained rooted to the spot, swiftly seizing Summer's wrist. He twisted her wrist with conviction, causing her to grimace in pain and involuntarily turn her back. As she turned, Xue Ge delivered a kick to her knee and bent her leg, pressing down on her back. Summer found herself pinned to the ground, unable to move. "Time's up," Xue Ge stated softly. Summer bit her lip, her face flushed with anger as she glared at Xue Ge. Xue Ge, seemingly oblivious to her fury, remarked critically, "Your foundation is solid, yet you rely too heavily on Byakugan. Your combat awareness is utterly lacking. I will definitely defeat you one day." Summer snarled, a mixture of embarrassment and ire evident in her expression. "Of course, otherwise, why would I teach you?" Upon releasing her, Summer sprang to her feet and dashed behind a tree in the courtyard, glaring fiercely at Xue Ge. Xue Ge shrugged nonchalantly. "Then teach me how you dodged my punch just now." "All right, you learned faster with Byakugan. I also want to learn how you subdued me." "That should not require learning." "No, I must learn it. I will use the same method to pin you down in the future. With enough practice, it will come naturally. I will teach you Gentle Fist. And you will teach me that." Hey. Rizu could no longer tolerate the exchange. He leapt down from the rooftop and approached Summer, playfully flicking her forehead with his fingers. "Lord Clan Leader, does our clan's Gentle Fist seem so worthless to you?" Observing Summer's tearful demeanor, Rizu struggled to maintain his authoritative facade. "But I couldn't even hit him. He defeated me in one blow. That is merely a reflection of your inferior strength, not a shortcoming of Gentle Fist." You must diligently train in it, understand? Yes. Xue Ge, witnessing the lively debate between Rizu and Summer, which had evidently dispelled any earlier discord, turned to Danzo who had approached him. Lord Danzo, how about this? Well done, Danzo acknowledged. The debate between Rizu and Summer reached a pause due to Summer's query. If I train hard in Gentle Fist, can I defeat him? She inquired, pointing at Xue Ge. This. Rizu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How should one respond to such a question? Not to mention whether one can truly master the art of Gentle Fist to triumph over the formidable Yukigo in the future. It is inherently impossible for the branch family to acquire the complete techniques of Gentle Fist. The adept Hizashi promptly redirected the conversation towards Yukigo. Therefore, I have arranged for you to study under Mizunokawa. Do you understand? Gentle Fist is indeed a commendable martial art, yet possessing only Gentle Fist is insufficient. Great ninjas must delve into a multitude of disciplines, and Mizunokawa serves as your exemplar. Yukigo, understanding the implication, took the conversation forward. Yes, I have learned a great deal. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. I intend to defeat you in the future, you know? Xia kindly reminded. Yukigo shrugged, sheathing the staff that had been planted in the ground. To be surpassed by one's own student in their area of expertise is perhaps the greatest honor for a teacher. Now, do you agree? Yukigo extended a hand towards Xia. Xia, standing behind a tree, nodded in affirmation. That is splendid. Hizashi exhaled in relief and turned to Danzo. Since matters are settled, would the elder and Mizunokawa care to join me for further discussions? Indeed. Mizunokawa could engage in more conversation with Xia as well. Danzo nodded. Then you may converse with Xia privately to establish familiarity and remember to arrange a training schedule. Furthermore, visit the route by 6 in the afternoon. I have entrusted all matters to In. See if he requires assistance. After conveying his instructions, Danzo approached Hizashi, and the two departed while conversing. The courtyard was left with only Yukigo and Xia. Are your parents inside? Yukigo glanced at the tightly shut door. Given Xia's temperament, it was evident that she was not of orphaned origins. Yes, Xia replied. What is their perspective on you becoming a disciple? Naturally, they are supportive, as it was the clan leader who personally conveyed the message. Xia stuck out her tongue after speaking. But I didn't anticipate that my teacher would be merely 3 years my senior. Yukigo tapped his forehead protector. I am a ninja. Have you been on the battlefield? Yes. Have you taken lives? I have. What is it like to kill? Why do you ask that? Yukigo regarded Xia with a slightly peculiar gaze. This young girl. Is her disposition somewhat unusual? Because I too shall become a ninja and venture into battle, and it is inevitable that I must take lives. Xia stated matter-of-factly. Hence I am merely inquiring in advance. Each individual's experience is unique. Yukigo reflected on the initial missions, recalling the various reactions to killing. Kakashi appeared somewhat pale but showed no signs of discomfort. Shursui frowned after becoming bloodied, repeatedly cleansing his already immaculate hands. As for him, he replaced the prosthetic limb damage from killing that very day. So be it. When Yukigo first traversed into this world, it was amidst a battle. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Ge pondered that he might indeed feel nauseous. Summer curled her lips in response. Inside the house, Summer's parents chose not to intrude upon the two newly acquainted individuals, keeping the door firmly shut. Xue Ge preferred the reduced social interaction. He settled into the corner of the courtyard wall. Summer scampered over with 2 small stools, offering one to him. Sitting on the ground would soil his clothes, much to the dismay of his parents. However, I wash my own clothes, Xue Ge thought. Observing Summer's earnest expression, he accepted the stool and placed it beneath him. Summer sat beside him, her eyes sparkling as she asked, What should I call you from now on? Teacher? Her brother? Either is fine, Xue Ge replied nonchalantly. Then, let us go with teacher, she decided. Great. Could you share your stories about being a ninja? Summer leaned forward, her small legs swinging eagerly. I've never left the clan grounds before. This little girl was surely being intentional, he mused. Never mind, Xue Ge reminded himself. As a teacher, it was natural for children to be mischievous. Ignoring Summer's playful teasing, he began recounting the missions he had undertaken outside the village. Having taught many children in his previous life, he possessed a talent for narrating stories vividly, captivating the attention of youngsters effortlessly. Before long, Summer, who had originally focused solely on him, found herself immersed in the myriad of exciting experiences he described. Just when things seemed most perilous, a brilliant golden flash appeared. Teacher Minato had arrived after resolving his matters. With a swift motion, he unleashed a Rasengan, striking the monstrous figure in the face. As he spoke, Xue Ge mimicked the action by slapping the ground, prompting Summer to gasp in surprise alongside him. And then? What happened next? She urged. Just as Xue Ge was about to continue, he suddenly noticed a shadow standing by the window. The figure pointed skyward. Xue Ge glanced up, realizing that the sun was perilously close to setting. Let us save the rest for next time, he declared, rising hastily to conclude the conversation. Oh, we were just getting to Teacher Minato. Summer lamented softly. Xue Ge gently ruffled her hair. Tomorrow morning, at 8, meet me in front of the Hokage Tower, and I will pick you up. Training begins then. What about the story? She pressed. If you perform well in training, I shall continue. All right, it's a promise. Summer exclaimed, sealing their agreement with a high five. Nodding towards the figure behind the window, Xue Ge turned and exited the courtyard. He retraced his steps, running swiftly away from the Hyuga clan grounds and heading towards the Root's direction. Upon reaching the entrance of Root, Xue Ge donned his mask and pushed the door open, passing through unnoticed by those stationed outside. He navigated smoothly through inquiries until he arrived at Yan's office. The moment he stepped into the office, he halted. Upon surveying the nearly overflowing piles of documents, he lifted his gaze slightly, feeling a deep sense of respect. The floor was cluttered with various papers, rendering the office nearly impassable. Who is it? Yan's voice drifted weakly from behind a mountain of documents. It's me, Xue Ge replied. Moments later, Yan clawed his way up the pile of papers and glanced at Xue Ge. Oh, Tuwa, what brings you here? Lord Danzo sent me to ask if you need any assistance. Xue Ge's voice trailed off. Without a helping hand, Yan would surely work himself to exhaustion. Oh, someone to help. Thankfully, today's workload isn't too overwhelming. Xue Ge raised an eyebrow. Well, let me see. This task needs to be completed today. I had planned to call a few people to help deliver it, but since you're here, I'll leave it to you. After rummaging through the papers for a moment, Yan handed a report to Xue Ge. Go to 0213 to pick up the goods and deliver them to the address above. Once you're done, there won't be any other tasks requiring you to go out today. Are you sure you can manage alone? This is a standard workload. All right, off you go. With that, Yan buried himself back into the sea of documents. Indeed. Only those who can become Jonin are extraordinary individuals. Xue Ge could only reflect on this in his heart if he were tasked with this workload. He wouldn't be able to complete it without sacrificing sleep. After quietly closing the door and leaving, Xue Ge hurried to retrieve the goods. A delivery task. Why does this pickup location seem so familiar? These items cannot be stored in scrolls. He recalled the earnest words of the Root member managing the warehouse. Assessing the several large black packages behind him, each containing boxes, Xue Ge cautiously concealed himself in the shadows as he approached Orochimaru's laboratory. Unexpectedly, it appeared that Orochimaru was waiting for his delivery, already positioned at the entrance. Upon seeing Xue Ge carrying the goods, Orochimaru momentarily paused, then smiled enigmatically. Ah, Xue Ge-kun. Did Danzo send you to assist me with the delivery? Xue Ge looked at Orochimaru, understanding dawning upon him. No wonder the address felt so familiar. He had become a regular visitor here. No, it just happens to be for you. After saying this, Xue Ge pulled the goods from behind him. These are the items from Root for you. Orochimaru caressed the boxes, and Xue Ge noticed a snake slithering out from his sleeve, diving into the package. After a moment, Orochimaru nodded and instructed Xue Ge, return and inform Danzo that the quality of the goods is satisfactory. The next delivery will be in 2 months, don't forget. Understood. Xue Ge nodded, preparing to leave. He truly did not wish to linger longer in Orochimaru's presence. Just as he turned to depart, he heard Orochimaru's chilling voice behind him. Does Xue Ge-kun not wish to know what these goods are? Xue Ge narrowed his eyes, still facing away from Orochimaru. The items provided to Orochimaru by Root, which couldn't be stored in scrolls of this weight. He didn't need to look to know what they contained. No, I do not wish to know. Xue Ge shook his head, declaring, I am merely a child. I should not be privy to such matters. You are just a child? Orochimaru positioned himself behind Xue Ge, extending a hand to caress the mask adorning Xue Ge's face. You deceive yourself. You are not a child. Xue Ge's breath hitched, enduring pain without complaint. He executed tasks with precision, maintaining a safe distance from me, exhibiting a demeanor that balanced tension and ease, remaining composed in the face of secrets. Xue Ge-kun, do you truly believe these are feats achievable by a mere child? Orochimaru's hand gradually descended, resting upon Xue Ge's neck, his chin gently pressing against Xue Ge's head. From the moment I experimented with your organization cells, I pondered, Xue Ge-kun. Are you truly Xue Ge-kun? Is it that you were always precocious? Or has Danzo done something to you? Perhaps one remains oblivious to the concept of traversing dimensions, Indeed, such enigmas are difficult to unravel through mere research. However, it could also be that Orochimaru spoke with intent. Xue Ge fell silent for a moment before softly replying, "Lord Orochimaru, I implore you to choose your words with care." "Ah, see, there is not a trace of childishness," Orochimaru scoffed, his hands curling like claws as he grasped Xue Ge's chin. His head gradually descended to the side of Xue Ge's face, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Even through the mask, Xue Ge could feel the chill of that penetrating stare. He found himself momentarily breathless. Was Orochimaru finally prepared to reveal his true self? From their first encounter, Xue Ge had sensed that Orochimaru was no benevolent figure. Yet, throughout the years, Orochimaru had consistently maintained a courteous demeanor, causing Xue Ge to occasionally question his own sensitivity. Although the reasons behind Orochimaru's sudden revelations today remained unclear, Xue Ge felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. If Orochimaru had indeed done something, it would at least validate his suspicions. Moments later, Orochimaru released his grip and stepped back. A weight settled in Xue Ge's heart as he touched his throat, turning his gaze towards Orochimaru, who still wore that incessant smile. At that moment, he yearned to tear that face apart more than ever. "So, what is your true intention in uttering these words, Lord Orochimaru?" Xue Ge addressed him coldly. Orochimaru flicked his tongue. "It is nothing. I merely wish to convey to Xue Ge that I may understand you better than anyone else. Danzo is merely exploiting you. I am certain your intellect has already discerned this. What I wish to impart to you is this. Should any troubles arise in the future, matters beyond resolution, Xue Ge, you may seek me out." With that, Orochimaru unleashed a snake that consumed the goods in an extraordinary manner before slithering into the laboratory. "Xue Ge must also perceive me as utilizing you, which is not entirely inaccurate." A glint of cold light flickered in Orochimaru's snake-like eyes. "However, in contrast to Danzo, I prefer to collaborate with the intelligent rather than manipulate. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, Xue Ge." Orochimaru, having spoken, mysteriously produced a vast scroll. Gesturing towards Yukigo, as previously agreed, "Should you require assistance, even with a contract concerning the Dragon's Cave, I stand ready to aid you. I am drawn to prodigies and relish the opportunity to assist them in fully realizing their innate talents. As for you, Yukigo, your resilience and intellect are truly captivating." At this juncture, Orochimaru abruptly paused. "Is that all? Have you finished?" Yukigo removed his mask, revealing a standard poker face. "For now, that is all." Orochimaru clasped his hands together with a smile, inquiring, "By the way, have you brought any guests, Yukigo?" "No," Yukigo replied, shaking his head. "I see." Orochimaru appeared somewhat disappointed. "If you happen across any intriguing individuals, do bring them to meet me. It has grown rather quiet here with only Lin and myself. Being a ninja can indeed be rather solitary." Yukigo rubbed his temples, choosing not to respond, and turned to leave. Orochimaru waved farewell to Yukigo's retreating figure. After completing his mission, Yukigo did not return to the route but instead proceeded directly to Iris Moon. When tasked by route, unless otherwise specified, there is no need for a formal report upon return. Designated personnel will verify the completion of the mission, though this may not apply to deliveries. Regarding what Orochimaru requested Yukigo to relay to Danzo, it suffices to communicate directly upon returning home. Yukigo pondered the words Orochimaru had just uttered. Danzo and Orochimaru, both individuals harboring dubious intentions. Danzo is overt in his machinations, while Orochimaru operates with a more subtle approach. What I wish to convey to you, Yukigo, is that should any issues arise in the future that you find insurmountable, you may seek me out. How ironic it would be to seek Orochimaru, only to find oneself embroiled in greater troubles. Suddenly, another tumultuous onslaught came to an end. Yukigo stood by the lakeside, cleansing himself with water, while Iris Moon remained as inebriated as ever. A jar of liquor rested beside Yukigo. He had transcended the phase of passive drinking. Iris Moon had prepared it for him, and he would drink at his leisure. "In a few days, I shall teach you some ninjutsu." While Yukigo was washing his hair, he suddenly heard Iris Moon's voice. He turned his head to look. "But this phase is not yet over. Given your current state, even with your eyes closed, you could evade my attacks. It seems unlikely you'll master it in the immediate future." Iris Moon waved her hand dismissively. "We cannot simply linger. Each day, your body can only improve so much. It's prudent to allocate time to learn other skills. Do you recall what chakra you possess? Wind and lightning, correct? Alas, I excel in water release. However, I can impart some knowledge on wind release. What do you wish to learn? What are your skills?" Yukiko asked, wringing out his hair and shaking it. Oh, quite a bit. Techniques such as vacuum wave and wind blade. There are certainly some you may not have even heard of, Iris Moon replied, striking a stone by the shore with her gourd. Just tell me what type you wish to learn, and I shall teach you. As Xue Ge pondered, he inquired, is there a method for remote projection? His primary takeaway from the Battle of Lulan was twofold: a lack of large-scale destructive capabilities and an absence of ultra-long-range strike methods. While the former could be addressed with significant breakthroughs, warranting the expenditure of additional chakra to create effects akin to a typhoon's passage, the latter posed a more intricate challenge. Most wind techniques, when cast over great distances, tended to veer off course, failing to achieve precision in their strikes. Indeed, I possess such a technique. But I fear you might struggle to master it, Irisu remarked with a mischievous grin. She set down her gourd and approached Xue Ge, forming hand seals before the lake. Her movements were deliberately slow, allowing Xue Ge to observe closely. A gust of wind coiled around her right hand, gradually spiraling up her arm. Once she completed her seals, Irisu thrust her right hand sharply toward the lake's surface, proclaiming, "Wind release. Righteous piercer." The whirlwind entwined around her hand surged forward with a speed imperceptible to Xue Ge's naked eye, carving out a gap in the tranquil waters that extended for hundreds of meters in mere moments. As the lake began to close in, Xue Ge's hair, disheveled by the force, settled down. This technique was an original creation of Irisu, and in terms of difficulty, it could be classified as either C or B grade, relatively easy to learn. She effortlessly retracted her hand, explaining that the principle was not overly complex. Initially, one must form a swirling vortex at the fingertips to create a drill-like effect, then apply a thrust behind this wind drill. By leveraging the wind's propulsion, the drill could be propelled outward. The greater the thrust, the swifter and farther it traveled. The sole challenge lay in maintaining the integrity of the drill while being propelled by the wind. While speaking, she reached into the wine barrel and splashed some liquid onto her lips. So, do you wish to learn this technique? Absolutely, Xue Ge declared with conviction. The speed, destructive power, long range, and precision were all enticing, although the multitude of hand seals required and the considerable commotion generated were drawbacks. However, these were acceptable in light of the technique's advantages. Then let me explain further. An hour later, Irisu exclaimed in exasperation, "Fool! Disperse! Disperse! Again, it has scattered." Addressing Xue Ge, she bellowed, "How can one fail so many times at creating a drill? Spin! Spin!" Xue Ge, feeling thoroughly chastised, remained silent. It was indeed a humorous predicament. The ninjutsu he typically practiced was relatively straightforward, with the primary challenge being the appropriate application of techniques. The large breakthroughs, wind techniques, and lightning strikes he had learned did not involve shaping forms. Conversely, techniques requiring form, such as strangling lines or the Rasengan, were executed via non-printed ninjutsu. Consequently, attempting to shape forms through conventional ninjutsu was proving troublesome. Observing Xue Ge's bowed head, Irisu rubbed her temples, feeling a wave of frustration. After an hour, she had yet to teach him how to control the wind's rotation, leaving her feeling defeated. Sigh, "Well, I do not expect you to master it in a single evening," she conceded, waving her hand dismissively. "We shall practice again tomorrow. For now, that will suffice. After all, I have nothing but time on my hands. Now you may return. Or do you wish to accompany me and drink with Ani?" After a long night, Xue Ge felt somewhat fatigued and settled by the wine vat. Requesting a bowl of wine from Yuan Weiyu, the two sat by the lake, silently sipping their drinks while gazing at the moon reflected on the water's surface. After a while, Yuan Weiyu casually picked up a leaf from the grass and brought it to her lips. She blew into the leaf, producing a clear yet melancholic melody that drifted along the lakeside. "Are you drinking to quench your thirst?" Upon finishing the tune, Yuan Weiyu couldn't help but steal a glance at Xue Ge. Not a word. Xue Ge swirled the wine bowl in his hand. "What can I possibly say? Why is the master so irritable?" he inquired. "Irritable, you say?" "Perhaps just a tad," Yuan Weiyu replied, irritably tugging at her hair. "Well, you wouldn't understand even if I told you." "Do share." Xue Ge lifted his wine bowl toward Yuan Weiyu, displaying an expression of curiosity. Yuan Weiyu grew impatient as the topic arose. Ani has become increasingly irritable because she has been deprived of the opportunities to pursue her desires. What does the master wish to accomplish? Stop prying into such matters. It's dangerous, she warned. And why do you presume I wouldn't understand? Why? Well, after all this time, Auntie remains oblivious to your ambitions and goals. Wouldn't you agree? Yuan Weiyu regarded Xue Ge with a cold stare. You have been cultivating for what purpose? To wield your strength for something you should be uncertain about it yourself? No? Nonetheless, it is of little consequence. You are still quite young. You will find your path in due course. In time, you shall discover the road that is rightfully yours. That shall be your way of endurance, even if you struggle to find it. One day you will have to fight for your own cause, such as the fate of a ninja, even if you search for your ambitions at that moment. It may not be too late, though your survival remains uncertain. Listening to Yuan Wei Yu's words, Xue Ge gazed at the shimmering lake, frozen in contemplation like a statue. As night deepened, soft snores emerged nearby. Xue Ge set down his wine bowl, rising to approach the other side of the wine vat, where Yuan Wei Yu had already fallen asleep against it. He draped his outer garment over her and turned to leave. As he traversed the forest of death, the cacophony of insects filled the air, occasionally interrupted by the roar of wild beasts. Xue Ge looked up at the vast expanse of stars, his gaze distant. Similar questions as those posed by Danzo. What do I wish to achieve? What can I achieve? Yuan Wei Yu opened her eyes, lifting the outer garment from herself as she glanced in the direction Xue Ge had departed. He is gone, she murmured, removing her mask. Gazing at the mask in her hand and her reflection in the lake, she kicked a stone, sending ripples across the water. Returning to her position on the grass, Yuan Wei Yu contemplated the mask. Indeed, that child is different from me. I am unique. My heart feels hollow, akin to tattered cloth, as everyone attempts to mend it. In the end, he can only ever be my student, merely a student. It truly feels like I have stumbled upon a most unfortunate predicament, alone and solitary. With no one to rely upon, this has been my existence in the past, present, and shall be so in the future. Such is the narrative of my life. I have rested for far too long. All I need is to persist in my relentless struggle. As Xue Ge returned home, burdened with heavy thoughts, he noticed a small figure outside the courtyard wall, clutching something to their chest, soundly asleep against the edge of the door. Another one? Yet this cannot simply be resolved with a mere blanket, he mused. He approached and gently shook her shoulder. Musi, awaken. Huh. Musi, still in a daze, opened her eyes to see Xue Ge. She hurriedly wiped her face and stood up, presenting him with 2 hefty notebooks. Here, for you. What is this? Xue Ge accepted them. The first one contains the methodology for the chakra scalpel. I recall you requested it, so I brought it along. Musi explained. The second one is a formula for a painkiller. You must experience discomfort when injured during battles outside, right? This could alleviate your pain. Once you use it, please let me know how effective it is. Xue Ge carefully tucked away the second notebook and perused the first. The pages were densely filled, revealing not only the techniques for mastering the chakra scalpel but also its various applications and extensions. Observing the somewhat hasty handwriting and the accompanying illustrations, Xue Ge could sense the immense effort invested in this notebook, all inspired by a casual remark he had made. Looking at Musi, who bore dark circles under her eyes yet wore a vibrant smile, he paused momentarily. Were you waiting for me here? Yes. During the day I couldn't find you. I only knew your home was here. With no one inside, I hesitated to enter, so I waited outside, she replied. Xue Ge glanced at the darkened building, uncertain if Danzo had truly not returned or simply disregarded Musi. Thank you, he said earnestly. Don't mention it, don't mention it. Musi cheerfully patted Xue Ge's hands, which cradled the notebooks. The moonlight softly draped over the treetops, the leaves appearing as though adorned with a silvery frost, shimmering with a faint yet enchanting glow. A gentle breeze rustled through the foliage, producing a delicate whisper, akin to a beautiful nocturne resonating through the night sky. The moonlight filtering through the leaves enveloped the two of them. It was neither blinding nor scorching, but cool and serene, like the gentlest ray from a distant galaxy. Musi, may I pose a question? What is it? I seem to have never witnessed you in sorrow or anger, Xue Ge remarked, observing Musi's rose-tinted eyes. Always assisting others without regard to the difficulty, with a proactive and patient demeanor. Why is that? This. Musi tilted her head, pondering. Helping others. Does it require a reason? Is it not? Xue Ge gently traced the cover of the notebook, feeling the texture of the fabric beneath his fingertips. Of course. With her hands clasped behind her back, Musi leaned slightly, swaying gently. I must express myself, for it brings you joy, and in turn, fills my heart with happiness. If my actions can bring delight to those I cherish, I shall persist in them. My mother serves as a physician in Konoha, my father is a teacher there, and my late grandfather was a brave ninja who sacrificed his life. My childhood friend is a compassionate soul, adept at providing comfort. I aspire to be like them. I wish for everyone to be free from worries. So, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to share them with me. Musy's hand gently caressed her cheek as she smiled softly. Could this be considered a purpose in life? It is indeed a fervent ambition that shines brightly. Such a noble goal, Xue Ge mused. I can only imagine how fortunate your future partner will be. Is that so? It is only natural, Musy replied, her expression brightening. That is wonderful, my beloved. It seems she recalled something, her smile widening. Perhaps he is already quite happy. Then, do you have a partner? Xue Ge inquired with curiosity. Not at the moment, certainly not. Musy shook her head. I am merely offering my blessings. And what about you, Xue Ge? Is there someone you admire? I could convey your feelings. Xue Ge gazed at Musy, his mind momentarily flooded with vague memories. He shook his head. No. Oh, I see. Well, she stared off into the dancing shadows of the trees. Speaking of which, Xue Ge, what kind of person do you wish to become in the future? Like your father? What kind of person do I want to be? That's a profound question, one I cannot fully answer. Thus far, I have merely taken life one step at a time. As for what the distant future holds, to become like Danzo, I would rather not. For I might as well end my own life if that were the case. To return to my former self? To be a teacher? I actually enjoyed being a teacher. But is that even possible? My future? My ninja way? Such questions, which I have never pondered in all these years, have suddenly arisen tonight. Yet, I find myself unable to answer, for deep within, I possess no definitive response. I do not know, Xue Ge finally admitted, shaking his head. Do not be so disheartened. Musy seemed to sense his melancholy and moved closer to him. It's perfectly fine if you choose not to share. Regardless, I will always stand by your side. We are friends, after all. Indeed. Xue Ge nodded gently, then turned to Musy. It is quite late. Shall I accompany you home? No need. I am quite familiar with the paths in the village. Still, I would prefer to walk with you. Well, if you insist, then I shall welcome your company. As they strolled along the path, Musy chattered incessantly. Today, Obito confessed his feelings to Rin. You won't believe it. The entire class erupted in cheers, and Asuma even said he would tell Kakashi. Furthermore, Hongo has been incessantly mentioning you and Kakashi. And it seems she is rather enamored with both of you, caught in a dilemma over whom to choose. Asuma and Guy are planning to apply for early graduation by the end of this year. The pressure at the Ninja Academy has intensified due to your presence. Numerous students in each grade are seeking early graduation, yet very few succeed. However, Asuma appears to be quite confident. In your absence, Guy runs alone on the playground every noon. His desire for early graduation stems from wanting to continue his duels with you and Kakashi. Moreover, after escorting Musy home, Xue Ge perused his notes on the chakra scalpel for a while before extinguishing the lights and retiring to bed. His sleep duration has slightly increased from 2 hours to 4. Yet it remains scarce, thus he cherishes his sleep time. However, tonight, he finds himself unable to drift off. The morning encounter with Hinata Natsu, the afternoon with Orochimaru, and the evening with Iris, Suki, and Musy, each seems to harbor distinct thoughts about him. Bearing the responsibility of educating Natsu, he is simultaneously reminded of his future by Orochimaru, Iris, Suki, and Musy. Frankly, it evokes memories of the countless inquiries made by relatives during the New Year celebrations in his previous life. Each held their own thoughts, mingling weighty matters within casual conversation. Never did he dream that such concerns would also visit the life of an orphan like him. Tossing and turning, a singular thought flashes through his mind. If my actions can bring happiness to those I cherish, I shall persist in them. How wonderful! After picking up Natsu in the morning, sporting dark circles under his eyes, Xue Ge took her for a run around Konoha. When training a student, one cannot adhere solely to their own rhythm. In a sense, learning to control one's body to align with another's state is a special form of training. On the first day of training Natsu, Xue Ge intends to leave her with fond memories. Hence, around 11 o'clock, he guided her to the commercial street for lunch. As they strolled through the bustling streets, Xue Ge continued narrating the story he had left unfinished the previous day. By chance, they encountered an acquaintance, Minato. Observing Minato accompanied by Kushina, Xue Ge inquired, Aren't you on a mission? Well, I've been staying in Konoha these days, chatting with my teacher, Minato replied. Besides, even ninjas need rest. Our team has been engaged in various missions without interruption for the first half of the year, so consider this a vacation. Before Xue Ge could respond, Natsu exclaimed in delight. Is that really Namikaze Minato? You should address him as Senior Minato, Xue Ge corrected gently. Hello, Senior Minato. Natsu waved enthusiastically. Minato seemed slightly bewildered. This child is Hinata Natsu, she is my student, Xue Ge said, ruffling Natsu's hair. She aspires to surpass her teacher, Xue Ge, Natsu declared, hands on her hips. Minato stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems that you have been quite busy during this time, Hinata's family. Yukiko nodded, glancing at Kushina behind Minato. And you are? I am Uzumaki Kushina. You must be Mizuno Takawa Yukiko, right? I often hear Minato speak of you at home, Kushina said with a smile, extending her hand. It is a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine, Yukiko replied, shaking her hand. By the way, Minato, shall we not just stand here? Let's find a place to eat. Agreed. Yukiko, would you like to join us? We can chat while we dine. It's on me, Minato suggested. What do you think, Natsu? Yukiko glanced at Natsu, who nodded in agreement without objection. All right then, I appreciate your kindness. Not at all. So what shall we eat? Barbecue, Natsu exclaimed, raising her hands in excitement. Barbecue. Exchanges of glances passed among Minato, Kushina, and Yukiko, with Yukiko shrugging while Minato and Natsu chuckled. Then let us head to the barbecue restaurant at the Akimichi's. It is the best in the village. And the most expensive, Yukiko added. I'll cover the expenses. Let us go, Minato said, playfully tugging at Yukiko's cheek and chuckling. Within the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, the atmosphere buzzed with lively chatter, and the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat filled the air. When shall we embark on our next mission? Yukiko inquired while selecting some meat. Minato leaned back in his chair, observing Natsu, who appeared poised at the dining table. Have your injuries healed sufficiently? They're mostly healed. Combat is no longer an issue, Yukiko replied. I just wonder about Kakashi and Shirzue's conditions. They have accompanied me on several missions. And your injuries were significantly more severe than theirs, Minato remarked with a smile. In that case, let me think. How about we accept a mission to the capital of the Land of Fire in the near future? The capital of the Land of Fire? Yukiko looked up at Minato, realizing he had little knowledge about it. He was more accustomed to referring to it as the Leaf Village rather than a capital. Indeed. It is the heart of the Land of Fire, the residence of the daimyo, Minato explained. I have heard that Lady Tsunade is currently there. We might even encounter her in the capital. Lady Tsunade refers to the one among the three, Tsunadeheim? Minato nodded. Precisely. She excels in medical ninjutsu and has a rather amiable disposition towards us. If you have the chance, I encourage you to converse with her and get to know her better. Speaking of which, Yukiko, what will happen to your apprentice if you go on a mission? Minato looked at Natsu. She has the Byakugan but lacks the caged bird seal. Is she from the Hyuga main house? No, it's due to some special circumstances. Yukiko replied, shaking his head. If I am away from the village, my master can take care of her. Your master? Oh, that white-haired girl, Minato recalled. Due to Yukiko, he had crossed paths with Yuyue several times. Then it's settled. I will inform you once we receive the mission. Xue Ge nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling something. Watergate Senpai. I wish to participate in next year's Chunin exam. Next year's Chunin exam? Watergate paused momentarily. Are you referring to the joint examination scheduled for next summer? Indeed. You are quite the ambitious student, remarked Kushina, interjecting. Planning to become a Chunin after only a year and a half as a Jinin? Moreover, this will be a joint assessment with other hidden villages, which should be considerably more challenging than a standard exam. Xue Ge's prowess undeniably surpassed that of the average Jinin, Watergate explained. He then turned to Xue Ge. What prompts you to pursue the Chunin exam so soon? Lord Danzo mentioned that Chunins are permitted to undertake missions independently and can accept specialized high-difficulty tasks. Xue Ge responded earnestly. The difficulty of missions available to Jinins is limited. I seek further training. I see. That makes sense, Watergate contemplated, agreeing with Xue Ge's perspective. In my view, your abilities are already quite mature, and having adapted to the rigors of travel over the past 6 months, you could indeed prepare for independent endeavors by next year. Speaking of which, Shirzuei and Kakashi are in a similar position. It's commendable that you have such aspirations. I shall inquire with them, and should you wish to join, I can assist you. I have already registered, Xue Ge interjected. You truly are eager, Watergate chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Well, that does align with your character. Kushina poked at the meat in her bowl, chiming in. It's obvious, you're meticulous and decisive. See. You can devour grilled meat without a single smear of grease. Are all 3 of your students like Xue Ge? Certainly not. Watergate waved his hand dismissively. While Shirzuei is a Uchiha, he is quite warm-hearted. Kakashi often has a sharp tongue. Xue Ge merely struggles with expression. He is not indifferent. Is that so? Kushina observed Xue Ge, who was scrutinizing Hinata's eating habits. Xue Ge, I presume no girls have confessed their feelings to you yet? Xue Ge's gaze shifted to Kushina, becoming somewhat peculiar. Indeed, it's evident, Kushina teased, tugging at the corner of Watergate's mouth. Smile a little, it makes you more likable. If you maintain a stern demeanor, people may grow to dislike you. I am not disliked, Xue Ge replied with quiet conviction. My classmates appreciate me. And so do I. Hinata raised her hand, exclaiming, the teacher is very impressive, hence I admire him too. That is not quite what I meant. Kushina felt exasperated by Xue Ge's seriousness, yet recognized the joy in childhood. With no burdens now, you should smile more. Lest you find opportunities to do so dwindle in the future. Understand? I comprehend, Xue Ge affirmed. Lest I find myself without chances to smile, how regrettable. This is my second childhood. More than half a month later. Wait, what do you take this place for? As Yuan Wei gazed at Hinata Natsu, who had been pushed beside her by Xue Ge, she momentarily froze, nearly crushing the bowl in her grasp. This is not a daycare, you know, she exclaimed. Xue Ge calmly replied. I merely request that you look after her for a brief period in my absence. I have imparted all the necessary teachings for the time being. The master need only ensure her safety. Yuan Wei, in a fit of agitation, tugged at her hair, lamenting the influx of children thrust upon her. It's because you are the adult, Xue Ge whispered. Before Yuan Wei could respond, Natsu, in a tone of surprise, interjected, wait, is the teacher's master an adult? She looks the same age as the teacher. In that instant, Yuan Wei crushed the bowl in her hand. Xue Ge took a few steps back. And before Natsu could comprehend the situation, Yuan Wei placed a hand firmly atop her head. Ahem, I am older than both of you combined, remember that. Having spent considerable time together, Xue Ge was well aware that age was a particularly sensitive topic for Yuan Wei, though the reason remained a mystery. Natsu, momentarily stunned, asked so, did the master agree? Xue Ge gently moved Yuan Yue's hand away, brushing off the awkward tension. She glanced down at Natsu, then huffed in displeasure. While I have no objections to her training here, do not expect me to oversee her while I indulge in my drinks. Xue Ge nodded, leaning closer to Natsu's ear. The teacher has said, if you encounter difficulties, you may seek her assistance, right? Yes, yes, Natsu affirmed, so if I have difficulties, I can ask the teacher's master for help? Got it. Without a word, Yuan Yue seized a jug of wine and hurled it toward Xue Ge. However, Xue Ge anticipated the action and deftly dodged, fleeing with remarkable speed. I'm off to complete a task, master, she called out. Get lost. Yuan was shouted at Xue Ge's retreating figure. The farther, the better. She continued to rant until Xue Ge was out of sight, her temper cooling slightly. After spitting on the ground, she turned to find Natsu staring at her in awe. What is the matter? Is it impressive? She asked. Impressive, Natsu replied instinctively. Did the teacher run away after being scolded? Surely he isn't that thin-skinned, Yuan Wei mused, rubbing her temples. No, that little brat is as thick-skinned as they come. Even more so than a rock. But, is what the teacher said true? Will the teacher's master help me? Huh. Yuan Wei instinctively wanted to refuse. But upon seeing Natsu's sparkling eyes, she sighed. Don't come running to me for trivial matters. So, the teacher's master agreed? Indeed, is that so hard to comprehend? Yuan Wei retreated to her previous spot by the lake, instructing, train on your own and refrain from bothering me. Natsu muttered softly. The teacher's master has a much worse temper than the teacher. Hey, I can hear you. Meanwhile, fully equipped, Xue Ge arrived at the village entrance, where Minato, Shui, and Kakashi were already waiting. You took your sweet time, Xue Ge, Kakashi remarked. I have important business to attend to. Xue Ge cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi. Are you going to arrange matters concerning your Hinata student? Xue inquired. Yes. Xue Ge raised an eyebrow. You already know? Teacher Minato has informed us. And besides, I am of the Uchiha clan. Xue chuckled wryly. How could I be unaware of any developments within the Hyuga family? In any case, allow me to congratulate you. You are now able to take on a student. Kakashi chimed in. Hey, what's it like mentoring a child who isn't even a Ninja Academy student? It seems you don't measure up to her. Xue Ge replied calmly. I believe you are inferior to her. Kakashi chuckled. That should still be better than being disabled, right? The two exchanged a middle finger before they fist bumped, welcoming each other back. Minato observed this familiar banter with a sense of contentment. He stepped forward, opened his arms, and embraced the three of them. After more than a month, Minato's class had been revived. Upon releasing them, he declared, now that the reminiscing is over, let us set forth. Our destination, the capital. Xue Ge rode atop Haesong, soaring slightly above the treetops, utilizing the advantage of his elevated vantage point to survey the surroundings. Below, Minato sped through the terrain with the other two. How wonderful it is to have a summoning beast. We don't even need to travel on foot, Kakashi remarked. Glancing up at Xue Ge, why not find one for yourself? Summoning beasts can be quite useful in combat support, Xue suggested. Do you have a summoning beast? I intend to seek out some avian creatures as my summons, just like Xue Ge. Does Teacher Minato have one? Minato turned his head and replied, yes. My summoning beast was inherited from my teacher. However, I seldom contact my summoning beast. Perhaps I should visit Mount Myaboku again sometime. If there were some large toads stationed in Lulan, and Lushan would not have been so difficult to handle. I should also contemplate what kind of summoning beast I might seek, Kakashi mused. Xue then asked Minato, Teacher Minato, what is the mission for this trip? Recently, rogue ninjas have been causing disturbances in the capital, Minato explained. During the previous Warring States period, most ninja clans functioned as mercenaries, allowing the daimyo to hire ninjas as private soldiers for protection. Over the years, with the establishment of ninja villages, most ninjas have gradually been absorbed into these villages. Now, whenever a daimyo requires ninja protection, they must specifically request it from the village, as ordinary samurai cannot contend with rogue ninjas. Therefore, the daimyo has recently proposed a plan called Guardian Ninja to Lord Hokage. I am not privy to the specifics, but our purpose is to relay the Hokage's proposal and feedback to the daimyo, and then await further documents to return to Konoha. Tasks related to the daimyo are being assigned to us? Xue felt a sudden wave of pressure. Rest assured, Minato smiled and shook his head. Although the daimyo is a symbol of the land of fire, no one has targeted them during the several ninja world wars. For the daimyo is a leader of the secular realm. The daimyo may have the authority to instigate war, yet the true power dynamics lie with the hidden villages. It is essential to comprehend that the realm of ninjas is an entirely distinct concept from that of the secular world. If someone were genuinely intent on threatening a daimyo, it would be far simpler to target the daimyo directly rather than engage with his ninjas. Thus, our purpose for this journey is primarily to spend some time in the capital and experience the local culture. You all should consider this as an opportunity to broaden your horizons. Is the capital truly as prosperous as they say? A voice from above, belonging to Yukigo, inquired. Minato looked up and responded, indeed, it is exceedingly prosperous. Its scale far surpasses that of Konoha, and the variety of shops is several times greater. You can find nearly anything you desire, provided it does not pertain to ninja tools. The capital typically has it all. Did I not advise you to bring ample funds before our departure? Once we arrive in the capital, you can explore the streets, as there are unique local specialties to discover.